Welcome to the full 12-hour SMMA free course. I'm going to show you everything you need to know to start an SMA from complete zero and scale it to $10,000 a month and beyond. Gaining knowledge from myself and other industry leaders, making over $100,000 per month. There is no way after watching this full 12-hour free SMA course that you won't be able to build your SMA from scratch to $10,000 a month. Without having to work 24/7 and live on super low margins, this is the exact updated model that took me as a 19-year-old to a $30,000 a month SMA and allow me to travel the world and live my dream life. This is information I've filtered out from scaling my own SMA and also spending thousands of dollars on your favorite guru's course. I've brought many 997s and I've even spent as much as $9,000 on a single program that I've taken the best knowledge from and I can share with you today. So make yourself a promise that you're going to watch this video throughout, because if you don't, you're missing a golden opportunity for complete free. I look forward to seeing the results at the end of the video, and make sure as you're building your SMA you come back to this video to build it alongside to guarantee that you hit that $10,000 a month. So welcome to the full free 12-hour SMA course. Grab a piece of paper, like the video so you can come back throughout your journey. I'm firstly just going to quickly go over the backstory behind myself, what you're going to uncover throughout this whole free course, just so you know what you're in store for. Again, you can skip 10 minutes to get straight into all of the action. This is just a quick backstory and what we're going to be covering. So before I get into the full free course, I want to explain my backstory, like I say, because hopefully it can inspire a lot of you to stick this 12-hour free course out. You know, really take this as your opportunity, your golden calling to start this business model and to stick with it to, you know, go and scale. So as you can see here, my name is Harvey Warner. I started off my journey in pursuit of not wanting to be broke anymore, right? I had no money to my name and no direction, spoken every day, and I was on the verge of being kicked out of college. So just a few pictures here that you can see. This was old Harvey. This was, you know, £1.35 in my bank account, you know, no money to my name. You can see in the picture up there, I literally didn't even have like flooring. That's like floorboard. I had a 12% attendance because I would literally never go in, and you can see like cause for concern, did not attend, left without no unauthorized absence, no submission. I was doing nothing, and you can see in the bottom right, I was just being a bit of a loser. Okay, so like I say, this is where I started from. This may be in a better situation than you. This may be in a worse situation than you. All you need to understand from this and what the reason I'm showing you this, and like you shouldn't care, shouldn't feel sorry, or whatever, right? The only reason I'm showing you this is because it shows that anything is possible when you put your mind to it and with the right information and the right systems and, you know, with that hunger to, okay, I'm going to actually take action. It will allow you to go from someone with £1.35 in your bank account to someone who's now traveling the world making $30,000 a month. There's a massive difference, and it's not because I'm someone different. It's not because I had a very lucky upbringing or whatever it is. It's just because I put in the work and I followed the advice, okay? You can see here, I did try every single business model under the sun, okay? And when I say that, I genuinely mean that. Maybe less than you, maybe more than you, but you can see I tried drop shipping with the ads. I tried copywriting. You can see there I was trying to learn to trade as well on the charts. You can see here we were on a call with, I think this is a new hire. I'm not even too sure what business that was. You can see copywriting, website building. I was building websites, starting podcasts. You can see first line and lead list. Like, we tried everything, especially myself and my business partner, Luke Jackson, as you can see here. We tried every single business model. Now, every single one led to fail due to a few reasons. For example, trading, you just need a bunch of capital. Website building, it took too much for me to put into it. Podcasts, that's just a stupid business model anyway. Drop shipping, you know, you've got to learn the ads, the profit margins are super low. Why not just buy off of Amazon the next day? Amazon FBA, all these business models. Like, at some point we even tried a car cleaning business. We were just desperate, probably a lot like you, just desperate to make money. How can I make money online? How does it work? How can I go do that for myself? Until I came across a business model that started to actually work, okay? This was a vicious cycle, and I did want to give up. Probably like a lot of you, this may be your 10th business model that you're doing or your first business. No matter what stage you're at, you have finally found a path that you can stick on and that you can work towards, because this is the only business model that makes sense, and I'm going to explain why, okay? So, but then I found SMA and thought I would give it a go. I brought a bunch of courses. It started to work, but not well because it was all outdated knowledge, which is why you're probably failing, a lot of these other businesses as well, dropshipping, Amazon, FBA, whatever you've started before, is because everyone that teaches the model doesn't run the model. Now, the reason I'm making this whole free course is because I don't want you to be like me. I don't want you to spend all this money on courses and still have no direction. I want you to learn off someone running an agency. I've also collected a bunch of people running $100,000 a month agencies plus to build inside of this free training. So you will have all the tools. You will not have one excuse after watching this full free guide to start an online business, because you have the best model and you also have all the information needed, okay? So until I started learning the real way to run an SMA, and it changed my life. As you can see here, this is me hosting a mastermind. This is us in Marrakesh, lovely villa. Again, that's a villa in Spain. Mastermind, you can see 12K weeks, $10,000 payouts, $6,000, $7,500, $6,000, $30,000 a month. I know this is in pounds because we're from the UK, but it equates to dollars. You can see they're working with 100K a month clients, us in Dubai. So realistically, from what you just saw from myself of not having even flooring, £1 in the bank account, to this, I can confidently say this is the best business model that you will ever find on the internet. If a guy like that can do all of this and make all of this money and live a life that I'm genuinely fulfilled by and happy that I pursued, and I generally I couldn't think of anything else I'd rather be doing. And I couldn't think of any other business model and better model to be running than the one that I am now and generating all of this. Okay, and I don't want to show you flashy lifestyle or whatever to sell you my 997. I don't have a 997 course to sell you. I don't want to show you all of this. I just want this to be motivation. I want this to be like, okay, this does actually work. Let me actually pay attention. Let me grab out a pen and let me actually write some stuff down. So I'm not here to flash in your face. I was also once in more of a struggle, but this is very possible. Okay, and also other people. So you can see here, we've helped people like Jack go from $0 to $7,000 a month in 2 weeks at 15. Xavier, $0 to $20,000. All guys going through this information that I'm about to send you. 200 plus. Matt, 0 to 2 clients in 1 week. Nazar to 0 to 6-figure agency. Adam at 14 in 1 day after watching all this information. $2,500, 20% rev share. Sam, 15 clients. Braden, 0 to 10K a month at 15 as well. Luca and Daniela, 0 to 8K a week. So this does work, and a lot of people have also used it. So it isn't just a unique factor for me. It's a factor for everyone that follows this information and actually applies it, how I'm going to break it down. Okay, so why I love this new SMA business model: you can take percents in businesses, so you're not capped by monthly retainers. You get to solve rich people's problems, meaning less hassle and more money. If you're trying to solve broke people's problems, for example drop shipping, you have to do just such a mass amount of volume. Rich people, and I've worked with them for a very long time now, they have a problem, they want the problem solved, they'll pay anything for it, and they'll just leave you be to go and solve that problem and run it continuously. That's all they care about: time and efficiency over anything else, and they're happy to pay because they have the money. It's a lot easier to charge someone $10,000 if they make $1 million a month than it is to charge someone $30 if they're, after bills and everything, they're making $300 profit. Very, very hard. Okay, you are AI and freelancer proof, so you're not going to be outbidded by AI. You're not going to be done by freelancers like a lot of other business models. You're not going to be wiped out. You're not going to be the next drop shipping. You're not going to be the next Amazon FBA. It's very, very easy. It's super explosive. Like you saw there, it took us from $0 to $30,000 a month. These massive weeks, months, revenue wise, business wise, and that was all in a very short, finite amount of time. And then finally, every business owner needs services to make more money. So you're always going to have business every single day, because there's always a new business owner, there's always a new problem, and every single person has a problem, unless they would be at the next level, which they're not. And they're always looking for that solution to get to that next level, especially as business owners. So every business owner needs services, and services are completely free to get started inside of. So you don't need drop shipping $100,000 in ads to really get your product to the market. You're not doing all these other business models. You're not a freelancer copywriting that can be taken over like that. You are really a business owner helping business owners solve problems. So you're always in work. Okay, so that is why this course is completely free, as I don't want you to do what I did and spend thousands of dollars. Like, I'm not even joking when I said I spent $9,000 on a single course. That is absolutely crazy, but I'm going to break down the knowledge that I learned, and most of it wasn't valuable, which is why, I don't want you to watch that. I want you to watch this completely free course. Okay, what we're going to cover is how to pick a niche, all niches revealed, crafting your offer, setting up your agency, finding leads, outreaching to clients, how to close clients, exactly how to service deliver for these clients. So not only are you going to build the agency, you're going to have an offer niche. I'm going to show you how to get the clients, book them in the calls, how to close them, how to deliver for them, how to build the teams, and then how to scale it so you don't have to do anything and everything can run on autopilot and you can scale. This is just a cool little picture of us at our mastermind with a bunch of people that have learned from us as well. So everything is inside of this free 12-hour SMA course. Hopefully you guys do enjoy. I'm now going to go into absolutely everything behind building an agency, the mindset, the tools, the systems, the structures, the scripts, everything that you could possibly need. And I've literally done this meticulously over the last week. Right now it's about 2 a.m. I've just been working on this non-stop because I just want to give you guys as much value as I possibly can. And I think I've done that in this full free course. So like I said, hopefully you enjoy it. Like, subscribe, make sure you come back to this video because you're probably not going to watch it in one run. Break it up over the next coming days. Write down your notes, build your agency alongside it, as it is literally just copy and paste, plug and play tools that you can go and use yourself. And by the end of it, you should have a $10,000 a month agency. So hopefully I'll speak to you guys very, very soon, and I'll see you guys in the next part, and yeah, in a bit. So before we get into anything, I just want to quickly go over mindset excellence. It's literally going to be like 5 to 10 minutes, but nothing else works and nothing else applies unless you follow this, unless you understand what differentiates someone from winning and not winning based on their mindset. So let me jump into it so we're not wasting any time. So core mindset principle, let me make myself a little bit smaller. So everyone has access to the same information. You and the next person are listening to the exact same thing, right? You're listening to me right now, and I'm giving you both the exact same information. I mean, you're watching this along, like I said, with many others, but some will succeed and some will not. Now, you may succeed, but the person next to you may genuinely not succeed. Now, if all information variables are the exact same, it must mean it is down to something else. That has to be the only outcome of, hey, you guys have the exact same information. How comes there's a different outcome if you guys are both doing the exact same thing? And that is the reason I've had so much success, and everyone I speak to dedicated it to 2 mindset principles they follow: input and output ordnance to target fire. Now, that probably made no sense, but without the basic understanding of this, you're never going to get anywhere with your SMA no matter what. So this is why I want to, quickly go over this, is because if you want to succeed, and I genuinely want to see you succeed, otherwise I wouldn't have wasted 12 hours building this course and make you that doesn't make sense. I'm going to build a course for 12 hours and make you fail. That's some crazy stuff, right? So you could be given a $10,000 a month SMA tomorrow, and it would fail in your current inputs and not level with the person you need to be in order to make that much money. There is no shortcut behind this, and this is the only real mindset you need to adopt. Once you learn this, you're completely fine. You don't have to watch 20 hours of mindset, meditate for 20 hours a day. You just need to understand how inputs and outputs work, and how, if we all have the same information, what changes the factor of the actual outcome, and how we can leverage that to our advantage. So as you can see here, input is 1%. We work, we experience pain in some type of way. So pain is kind of the whole point behind this. We grow and we improve. It's exactly like building muscle. If we go to the gym, we do some bicep curls, we're lifting heavy weights, we're going to get micro tears within our muscles. They're going to grow back bigger and stronger. It's a little bit like that with the mind and how we build. Okay, for example, I could give you the best outreach script in the world. Now, unless you work, you send outreach, you go through the pain of not getting replies, sending VSLs, and doing everything I'm going to show you, you're never going to improve that 1%, right? You're never going to go above everyone else, because after the 12-hour free course, you're going to know everything. You're going to know absolutely everything on a baseline, but what you're not going to know is what works for you, how it works, how you can operate, how it functions. For example, again, if you've never delivered for a client before, if I just give you 10 clients, you're not going to know what to do. Even if I give you all of this knowledge, which I'm going to give you all of it, when you go in there, your habituals, your inputs are not going to be level as that as someone that is going to deliver. So for example as well, you can see here, you guys are looking at the desired vision, the $10,000 a month, which we're going to get to. But if we just skip the work, the 10 hours a day, the right inputs, learning and developing, then we're never going to get to the desired outcome, because it's all about how much input can I put into the system. Like I said, we're all going to have the same information after this 12-hour course. It's just who takes action, who does the inputs, and who does it continuously, and searches for struggle, searches for pain to learn quickly, grow quickly, and make a bunch of money. Okay, so as you start your SMA journey, you need to understand that you've been indoctrinated with flashy cars, women, and money. So you sit and focus on that instead of the outcome. You may right now be very, very bored watching this video that I'm giving to you right now, and that's completely fair enough, but it's because you've been indoctrinated. It's like, oh, well, where are the women? Where are the cars? The classic SMA virgin type, or just classic online business virgin guy, right? No idea what they're doing. They're hopping from business model to business model. They think they're the cool kids. They make videos like getting rich with bro and stuff like that. But they're broke, okay? What we need to understand is that the output we want comes from the right inputs over a long period of time. We don't wake up tomorrow by sending 50 outreach and sign 100 clients. But sending 50 outreach a day for the next year, we're going to get to that point, okay? So it's a very simple ideology of inputs over a prolonged period of time. And doing that, you're going to grow, you're going to improve, and you're obviously going to get better, right? Doing the hard things, like I said, for example, I understand how small $10,000 a month is and could build an estimate to that figure in 7 days, because I've done the hard inputs every day, so I know what outreach works, how to sell people, best offers and sales angles, etc. I swear on my life, in the next 7 days, if I needed to, I could scale to a $10,000 a month agency so simply. We've done it technically before. We've had $13,000 weeks. We've literally in 1 week signed 4 clients. Like, we know what we're doing, and that is because I've built myself up to the point where I know how everything works. I'm going to give you all the information so you can do the same. It's just how many inputs you do off the back of that, okay? Whereas you just starting $10,000 a month seems a lot, but that's because you haven't done the hard inputs. You don't know how simple it is. You haven't gone over the first hurdle. So for example, the hurdle of a sales call, right? You may think it's really hard, it's really painful, you don't want to do it. I've taken hundreds of sales calls. I hated it at the start, but now I'm so good at it that I can close a deal like that. Even though I follow the same framework as you, the same script, the same presentation, I've just got more character now. I understand it. I know how to speak to people. I know how to objection handle. It's just something that you build over time, but having this 12-hour free course will set your baseline, and then you grow on top of there, and you kind of determine how successful you actually become, okay? You can see here, the difference in inputs for pain equals the difference between outcome. Jim, who makes $50K a year, no discipline, enjoys movies in his free times, eats whatever, never worked on anything hard, lives in his hometown as a builder, compared to Jim, who's 21 and making $1 million a year. He meditates, journals, reads, gym, etc. Education in his free time, strict diet, works 14 hours a day, lives in another country, online business. He puts the inputs above someone at this level, okay? So he's obviously going to get different outcomes, okay? If everyone puts in the same inputs, we're all going to get the same outputs, right? That's literally how it works. If I shoot a gun, the output is a bullet's going to come out, right? So we have to understand okay, what positive inputs can I do over a prolonged period of time to get an output that I desire, to get this person here. So create your dream self, who you want to be, how much you want to be making, what car you want to, because you need a goal, you need that end vision, how much you want to be making, all of that. And then just say, okay, what do I need to do to get that? Okay, so I need to send 50 outreach a day. If I get a reply every 500, if I get a client every 500 outreach, that means it's going to take me this long, blah, blah, blah. And you can start kind of building out from there, okay? So before you start this full SMA course, you have to understand that this is going to take input, and you can never just hop to the output. And even if you could, you wouldn't be able to manage it if you've not walked through the fire, right? So like I was saying earlier, I could give you a $10,000 a month agency. I could sign the clients, give it to you. But guess what? You'd fail tomorrow because you haven't gone through the pain of how to handle clients, how to deliver, how to handle team members. You don't really understand it. Yes, I can give you the inputs, but you need to go do them yourself to learn it, okay? It's exactly like lifting weights. So like I said, painful, as you grow, right diet and lifestyle will fly ahead of the competition compared to someone eating junk food. It's just the added inputs to it is going to help you go even further, okay? We need to figure out what pain we can go through as fast as possible to grow. Now, the first thing is making sure we have the information to even start. This is hard and boring now, flashy edits every second, but it's your step one to building that discipline, and the input of watching will lead to the output of having the knowledge to start. Okay, so in short search of the hard things to do, you will grow quickly, and I'll be showing you this throughout the full free course, but you're kind of like step one of hard inputs is just watching this free course. Okay, I know it's a hard input. You're not being able to scroll. I'm not doing any flashy, crazy stuff. It's going to be hard. It's going to be painful, but it's going to be that step one of that input to get you ahead of every single other person. Okay. Your first goal should be to find out what you're doing that has low output to input ratio. For example, playing video games equals, so that's your input, your output is a short-term fun output. Okay, if you swap that for 100 average a day, your output becomes a $3,000 a month plus 10% client. Okay, you can see what inputs you're doing right now. Okay, could it be you're doing this, you're doing that? What's the output? Now, I understand if it's like a gym for a better body, that is a great input output that isn't just directly towards business. Okay, go through your day, go through your habituals, and start changing them out for beneficial ones that get you closer towards the goal that you're obviously aiming towards. Okay, now I don't want you to become a complete nerd, so do not swap everything for financial benefit. For example, playing video games, short-term output fun, not worth it, whereas gym, feel better, look better is a good input and you get a good output out of it. So just figure out what's a good input for you, figure out, is that output aligned to where I want to be? Okay, so again, create your dream life. What are the inputs to get there? How do I get there? And then you can obviously follow that and track it. Okay, start tracking as much as you can. You can see here I have a sheet for every single day of main task complete, personal habituals, so read 10 pages, gratitude journal, look over dream life, daily type in, habituals, message inbound leads, track expensive, 1 story a day, Discord inbound, plan next day, main task for that day. And then at the end of the day, I rank it. How many did I do? 5 out of 5, focus level, inputs for tomorrow. And I do it every day. 8, 1, 2. You know what I mean? I do it every single day. So this could be something that you do, especially following this. From this second right now, you create a sheet exactly like this. And you could say, okay, cool. Step one that I'm going to go do right now is I'm going to go and, I'm going to watch the free course. Okay, that's my day. Let's say you do it over 3 days. Cool. Then your fourth day, okay, I'm going to start building my offer, start building my niche, and you can kind of build it from there. So you're always on the ball. But that is just a quick overview of mindset. I don't want to waste too much of your time. Hopefully you guys understood, enjoyed it. Input to output, go through the pain, track as much as you can, and follow the rest of the free course. So yeah, I look forward to seeing you guys in there, and yeah, you're going to get a bunch of value. I'm excited for it. So welcome to niche selection. This is probably one of the most important videos that we're going to be going over inside of this whole free course. Now, niche selection is basically the business sector that we're going to be going into. For example, a niche could be chiropractors, a niche could be dentistry, a niche could be coaching, right? There's so many niches, and then off the back of that, there's a bunch of sub niches. So for example, you could have installation companies. A sub niche could be like an electrical boiler installation, or it could be a coach, and then it could be a crypto coach, right? There's so many different ways, niches, sub niches, and as I say here, and as you can see here, it will literally break or make your SMMA. Okay, without this, and if you skip over this section, there's a few places that you skip over, maybe mindset, etc., but like this is your core fundamental. If you don't have the right niche, if you can't build on top of that pillar, then we're never going to be able to get anywhere. So this is the first video. Make sure you have your pen out, you have notepad, whatever you need out, ready to take notes. And what we're going to be going over is ideal niche factors, mass niche selection, 100 plus proven niches, separation factor, veteran versus beginners, and then obviously avoid. Okay, so let me jump straight into it with the ideal niche factors. Now, these are factors behind the niche that you're going to pick inside of your SMA. For example, a sweet shop would not need an appointment setter. So an appointment setter is someone who goes into the DMs and tries to set appointments to conversates. For example, hey, what are you currently doing with this? You struggling with this? Okay, I think we can have the solutions. So it's kind of just pushing them to book a call or pushing them to buy. Now, for a sweet shop, you're not going to say, like an appointment set, what are they going to do? Go on, hey, are you hungry? Do you want some sweets, right? It's not going to work. Whereas, let's say, for example, if it was a solar company, they could start speaking about electricity bills. You can, really hit real pain, which is why maybe Sweet Shop would not be a very good niche to do any services in. Maybe Facebook ads because you can scale it, but not really, right? There's not really many behind it, okay? So let me break down some key variables. First is your offer. So like I just started, the offer is a massive one. Depending on what your offer, what they're offering and what you're offering depends on what niche you can go inside of. So for example, if they're offering sweets, there's no real pain behind it. There's no real sales angle that you can go behind. So maybe it's not a good niche to go in there because their offer's not right, but also because of your offer. For example, if you were, like I say here, appointment setting for sweet shops, if you're running an appointment setting agency and that's what you want to do, that's probably not the best idea. For example, if you were running a content agency, some niches and some businesses just don't need content. For example, it'd be pointless. For example, maybe a local gym. Is it really needed for, a bunch of content every single day? You're not really trying to reach a mass market. It's probably not the best offer in the world. So it's about understanding, one, your offer, which we will be going into after niche. So you pick your niche and then you pick your offer. You have like a selection of niches, you pair it with your offer, and then we go from there. Okay, so I recommend this section. Look over niches you'd want to work with and make a list. So based off of everything that go through the 100 niches, the factors behind it, pick niches that seem interesting to you, because you guys are going to be in these niches for a very, very long time. Okay, we've been in our same niche, so we go in like a coaching niche. We've been in that niche for a year and 6 months or so now, and we can exponentially scale. We work with 100k a month creators. We call them the creators, so like info products, whatever they are, coaches, 100k a month coaches. But we started with, hey, we're just going to offer just a short form content to a coach doing 2k a month, right? So it's all about, okay, where do I want to see myself? What type of offers do I want to run? So it's kind of encompassing everything together as you go. So making sure that you make yourself a list, and then when we move into the offer section, you compare your offer that you want to work with a niche that, again, you want to work with, and then we can obviously scale it from there. Okay, next we have margins. You want to avoid businesses that have very low margins, as there will be little profit to be made to take home for yourself. For example, if you're selling someone something like sweets, and if you're a sweet owner, I'm sorry for going so hard in you, but the shop owner makes 30% margins, and an average order is $10. How are you ever going to scale that? Unless, that you could maybe do a crazy Facebook ad offer, but it's hard, right? I'm just doing it as an example. It's just really not going to be something that you want to go into, okay? You guys are never going to make good money no matter how hard you try. Even if you do, let's say you do, even if you do like 1,000 orders a day, 30% margins is still going to be hard, especially with delivery. They probably can't handle that many orders. It's a recipe for disaster, right? Whereas if you're helping a solar company that costs $20,000 on average on 50% margins, there is a lot more money to be made, and therefore is a lot more scalable. This is why you see most people that scale SMAs, if you have ever seen any before, they go into these niches that allow for really, really high ticket. It's why that we scale in the coaching niche right now, is because, hey, coaches can charge 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, even 20 grand for coaching on 100% margin, right? It's probably like 80% margin, but the margins are so good, so we can take 20%. For example, solar, they're selling for $20,000. Let's say the margins are 50%. You can take 10% and the company can still survive because you're bringing them so much traffic. We don't want to be this agency that's relying on retainers or relying on this type of stuff with really bad margins, because it's just never going to be something scalable. And when you have a vision, SMA, and you guys watching this, you guys are, I don't know how far you in so far, but you guys have some type of dedication to this, right? You guys want to do this. You guys believe this is the thing that is going to maybe get you out of your job, or maybe escape from school, or, just set you up for the future. This isn't a business that we're going to come in and quickly escape, right? That's not how this is going to work. So looking at it as a long-term future plan, making sure that, you know, they have margins and it's a niche that we can scale in, because there's no point building leverage. If I go full screen again, there's no point in you building leverage in a niche that you're just going to move away from in the future. Now, yes, you can change niches. That's completely fine if you find it's something that you don't want to scale in. But let's say you're in a niche for a year and you get amazing results, you get amazing case studies, you learn delivery, you build out the systems, you build out the teams. What's the point in now changing niches just because, oh wait, the margins are super low, I should have worked that out beforehand? So that's why it's so crucial here to figure stuff out, to learn, and obviously to change. Okay, now untapped but proven, you do not want to have zero competition in your niche, as it needs to be proven. We don't want to be the only ones learning if this niche works or not, because if it don't work, get me out. I don't want to be involved in it, right? There needs to be other SMAs which have scaled inside of it to show it works. So, for example, let's just take the most guru example out there. Iman Gadji apparently scaled a Facebook ad agency, but you see so many Facebook ad agencies out there. That's a great offer because it's proven. There's still competition, obviously, but it's a very, very proven niche, okay? There needs to be other SMAs which have scaled inside of it to show it works, but we don't, sorry, I said Facebook ads, I meant ecom, right? Facebook ad ecom, right? So we know the niche works, and we know it works well because other people have dominated inside of it. Now, it's probably not the best example because, like I'm about to say here, they've been ran through, okay? Like your local Miami girl, they've been completely run through. Dentistries, med spas, as kind of like a rule of thumb, if they've been in a viral YouTube video or they've been in some type of viral video and they're known, etc., then it's probably not the best idea to go into that niche because it's probably oversaturated already. So we want something that is proven but not oversaturated. There's a very, very fine line between the two of them, but it's something that you need to watch out for. So off the top of my head, I can give you some really oversaturated niches. It's really easy to find them. Again, we're going to be going over like how to vet them out, what to actually do to do that. But off the top of my head, dentistries, chiropractors, med spas, realtors, semi, kind of crazy oversaturated right now. You know, there's a bunch of niches that are just everyone's inside of them and everyone... crazy, right? Everyone's inside of them. Everyone's already gone through them, especially, like I said, if it's in a viral video or it's pushed by a very, very big creator. So, for example, if we're looking at... I don't know how far you are into the SMMA space, but if you find someone like, I don't know, Joel Kaplan, right, and he pushes a lot of dentistries, chiropractors, his video gets 100k views. What would you reckon happens? A lot of people go in. If you know maybe someone like Thomas Gannett, he pushed med spas, and I think he still kind of does now. If you look at how many people went into med spas, especially beginners, if beginners are watching the video, that's even worse because the beginners have gone in, messed up the niche because they don't know what they're doing. They maybe signed some clients, had awful delivery because they haven't set it up in the right way. They haven't watched this video that you're watching right now where we'll go over delivery. Then the niche is going to be burnt, and that's what we want to avoid. We want to prove a niche, but one that isn't burnt. And again, we're going to be going over that and how that actually works. So it's going to be super difficult. So like I said, untapped but proven. Are they easy to contact? Now, this is something to look out very, very far beforehand, which is why we're doing it now. Since we're going to be in contact with this niche, trying to sell them a service, the only way that we're really going to be getting to them is by cold outbound at the very start. Realistically, you don't have the leverage, you don't have the capital to just run ads. Hopefully, you will in a year or two's time. What will happen is you scale your agency to a point where you can literally say, for example, let's say you're doing solar. Hey, solar, do you want an extra 10 appointments every single month? We helped our client do this, this, and this. Book a call below, right? And you can get like $50, $100 calls booked, but you can charge them $5,000, even if it's like $500 calls booked, which is crazy, but you know, it's worth it. Okay. So we're going to be contacting the niche to sell them. We need to know that they're easy to contact. If they're not, then it is going to be very hard to sell them. For example, a coach is perfect because they use social media platforms. Again, we're going to be going over this, but for example, if you just got to use common sense of where they are and are they contactable. So, for example, let's say we're going over mechanics, or let's say we're doing mechanics, right? And we want to run Facebook ads for them. Mechanics are always on the phone because that's where their customers are. Social coaches are always on social media because that's where their audience is, right? So you've got to be looking for these businesses that are online, okay, that would be able to respond. Now, pretty much all businesses nowadays are, you can contact them in some type of way because that's how they have to market, that's how they have to sell. So it is normally quite easy, but just beforehand, just understand, okay, are they easy to contact and where will I be able to contact them on, okay? And now, is it a growing niche, okay? A niche must be growing, otherwise you're throwing yourself into a dead business. For example, a lot of brick and mortar businesses such as clothes stores on the high street are slowly dying, so it's probably not the best niche to go into. Now, this is, one, can be found through research, and two, just common sense. Most businesses, unless it's like a real needed service-based business in real life, which again you can look into and say, okay, this is a business that's going to be growing because it's needed. For example, solar, massive growing industry. Anything that is kind of electric installation in some type of way, boiler installation that's electric. You've even got the car plug-in hybrids that you can put at your house. That is an installation company that you could run for. Just look at the future, understand, and be like, okay, what's going to be here in 5, 10, 20 years time, and what's slowly going out. So perfect example there is clothing stores. Who goes shopping in a clothing store? I don't remember the last time I went shopping. You go online, you order, that's you done. Stripe notification, that is lovely. But one of the new clients coming on board, but back into this. So yeah, like I said, growing niche needs to be growing, and you need to know that. Interest, this one is not a must, but it can be very beneficial to work in niches that you understand or find interesting. It will make communication with clients and overall delivery easier, but it is definitely not a must. You don't have to be interested in it. Am I interested in most of the stuff that I do? Not really. I'm quite interested in coaches, to be fair, and info products and how you can scale them. Like I said, we just got a nice little payment from. You can't see. It's a $4,000 payment, but I'm interested in it because it makes me money, right? You don't have to be interested in it, but if you know it, if you understand how it works, it can be very beneficial for yourself to go into, because you're going to, one, know more about it, and two, you're just going to want to stay in it for a longer period of time. Those are the key factors to look out for as I now share with you a bunch of niches inside the mass niche selection. So these are the factors to just go over. Make sure you have them jotted down when we do now go over the niches and look at, okay, what niches can we go into, what niches are there, what are kind of interesting, and how can we go from there. Okay, so mass niche selection. If you do not have niches in mind, what I'd recommend you do is go to the 1000 niche site to have a look at the niches. So if I open this up here, this is a completely free site, and it just gives you thousands of niches that there are that you can then go and do research on. Again, they give you research right here. So for example, let's say I want to go into the esport niche. You can look at YouTube videos, you can look at Google, Instagram, you can see how popping it is, you can look at frequency asked questions, top 10s, etc. And we could just search a bunch about it that, I don't really know what sub niches as well you can go into. For example, I think you got to pay for it, but broaden, analyze. There's a bunch of just stuff that you can do I don't know how much this is, but you could just, I don't really get it, but there's a way that if you read this, you can probably figure it out. But yeah, this is just a list of niches. And you can find a bunch of different stuff on here as well. So this is a great site, completely free, like I said, that you can just go through and say, oh, I'm interested in this, and yeah, so it's a very, very good site. From here, then what we can do is, once we have a list, or we find niches, or we even just find one, we're like, okay, this is interesting, does it work? We go back and we compare it with this. Now, for example, let's say we're doing this with electric boiler installation as our niche. I don't know why, I just picked it randomly. Electric boiler installation. So just doing some research. So let's go through this. So firstly, let's say we are offering them, let's say like Facebook ads. Let's say our offer does align. Margins, let's look into the margins and how it works. So as you can see here, the cost of an electric boiler is £900 to $4,500, which is around $1,200 to $5,000 to install. On average, you can see £2,000 here. So I'm going off the average is normally around $2,500 to $3,000. is probably around. Now it costs around £600 to buy. So let's say it's $800. I was doing research on this, and then costs up to 2.5k. With labor, let's say it costs $1,000. Now I was looking into this. It probably is a lot less than $1,000 on average. So let's say it costs 1,000. Let's say it costs 2,000, and we were installing it for $3,000 to $4,000. We're making $1,000 to $2,000 profit every single time that we're installing this. Now, let's say we're taking 20% of the profit that is made. So we're doing a 20% profit share, one a day. That's $12,000 a month for yourself, which is great. Okay. And then not only are you going to be, especially if it's a bigger company, you could be doing 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 a day, especially if it's, like I said, a larger company. And also this can really range a lot higher. The margins that I've worked out here are very, very different. Again, labor 1,000, it will be a lot less than that, along with how much it is to buy. They probably have a direct supplier. So what I was looking at is £600 to buy. They probably can get it for $500, and you're probably looking at labor for $500. So $500. So you're realistically looking at $1,000 for them to deliver, and then on top of that is $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 profit with 20%. Okay, so we can see it's a great margin business that we can get into. So that is ticked off. That's perfect. That works amazingly. Okay, now looking at SMAs in the space, there are a few proven ones. The amount is quite small, meaning there is not much competition, but again, there is proven winning agencies and SMAs inside the space. You can see here, I've just literally done a quick search. Digital marketing agencies for boiler installation, boiler leads. There was about 2, 3. That's completely broad. So there's like 2, but these 2 are doing really, really well in the space. They've got amazing results. They've worked with amazing clients. So clearly what they're doing works. But past that, it's just like Facebook, a random Facebook lead generation. So there's realistically like 2. There's a couple, right? But it's still proven, which is something that we wanted to look out for. The niche is also very contactable since they advertise online and all have websites, social medias, phone numbers, etc. So, for example, I looked in, I don't know where this was. Where is it? I don't know. If anyone's from America, I literally went to America, literally zoomed in and typed in installation, electric boiler installation. You can see in one city, I think this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. There's like 17, 18 businesses. So this is a really large, broad business that, you can go into yourself and you can scale out of. And also on it, we literally have their phone number, we have their address if you want to do walk-ins, we have their, again, we'll go into our outreach and what we'll do in the outreach sector, but you can literally go on their website. On there that you've got their social media, on there you've got their emails, their phone numbers, so they are super contactable. So when you're looking for this, and when I said about contactable, make sure that it's just of many different variations, because if there's only one way to contact them, it's going to be very, very difficult. So for example, I would never recommend anyone going into like the broad, big coaching niche at the very start, unless it was super, super niche, going for these creators, because the only way to contact them is through social media, let's say Instagram, right? And let's say they get 100 DMs a day. You have to have a very, very good standout profile to get to them. But if, let's say, for example, you can't do this, but let's say they had their Instagram, their email, and their phone number, you have 3 angles to be able to contact them. At some point they're going to have to reply. Okay, so if for sure it's for sure growing niche due to the fact that everything's going electric. So again, a little bit of market research. It generated 9.2 billion in 2022 and is anticipated to generate 24 billion in 2032, witnessing a 10.2% growth in a decade. Again, 10% plus, anything that is just gradually growing, that's more than 1% a year, and especially 1% on 9.2 billion is not bad at all. So you can see it's growing. And also what I like to also do is just ask ChatGPT, right? We've come to a stage where AI can be very helpful with our agencies and with our SMAs to just learn how stuff is working, learn if it is a growing industry, learn how many businesses there are, and you can kind of do all your vetting from it. Let me just show you. So, for example, you could maybe just say, like, how many boiler installation companies there in the US. So this is a great way to just vet it out, searching the web. So we just don't have to do it. Right. There are thousands. I probably should have. Yeah, it can be difficult. How many new ones are started a year? You know, you could just kind of like, these are not good questions. Like, if you ask ChatGPT actually like good questions, then you will be able to, thousands of new business annually, blah, blah, blah. There are over 100,000. So there's 104,000. So we know it's a bigger industry. And again, you can ask more questions, probably better questions instead of just how many there is, right? If you ask very pinpoint specific questions, why are electric boilers good for the future, right? And then this will give you, again, ideas of, okay, is this going to be a, future, especially, and then you could just compare it with life politics. Everything's trying to be more beneficial towards the environment. People want to save money. People want to be safe, right? You can just see these factors going in the future. Electric boilers will be the future, right? And you can just ask these questions as you go. Right? Do you think electric boilers will be the future of heating, but whether they will become the dominance depends on several factors: growth of renewable energy, electrician trends, technical advancements. So you can look at, okay, is this something that we can go into? How much does it cost? And you could just pretty much ask ChatGPT every single question, so you don't have to go and search it for yourself. You can do a better job than I did. But yeah. So as you can see, this is personally not a niche that I'm interested in. Surprise, surprise, I don't really care about electric boiler installations. Maybe you do, right? I don't know. I don't judge, right? I don't take much of a liking to boilers, but because the margins are good and everything else ticks off, this is something that I wouldn't mind scaling inside of. Again, like I said, interests are not something to die on the hill over. If you're someone that maybe gets bored very easily, maybe it is. Personally, I care about the money, right? Being totally honest, you have to ask yourself, what do you care about? If you generally care about making an impact and making a change to these companies, and you want everyone to have renewable energy, and you want to change the environment, then great. Personally, I don't care. Unfortunately, maybe that you don't want to hear that, but personally, I don't care. I just care, does it make me a lot of money? So I look at the margins, and that makes me interested in the business. So again, it may be something that you are interested in, maybe something that you want to go towards. For me, this doesn't really matter, but it could be a big deal for you. So again, it's just all depending on personal factors along with the factors that I've already listed. Okay, so this could be your method behind looking for niches to start scaling upon. You could go to, again, like I said, go to this 1,000 list niche. You could write down maybe 20, 30 that you're interested in, vet them out, and you may have 5, 10 at the end that we can carry on and bring onto our offer section. So when we do get to offers, we can say, okay, this offer works with this niche, this offer works with this niche. Okay, which one do I actually want to go down? Which one would be the best for me to go down? Okay, so now I'm going to go through 100 plus proven niches. These are just a few proven niches. Have a look yourself if you're interested in any. You do not need to follow the steps beforehand to find them yourself. Niche finding is just a test of finding something, checking all the factors. So again, you can skip this if you want to skip this. There's 100 there. You can kind of pause the video and click any, but I'm just going to go through them. I'm also going to add some more. So if you don't want to be bored, or you're going to find the 1,000 yourself, again, these aren't niches that will guarantee you. They're just proven niches that I've seen work either for my clients or myself before. So yeah, so first we have obviously solar, a great industry right now, a very growing industry because of, again, like I said, renewable energy. It's, again, the future. Boiler installation, we've already gone over electric boiler installation, how good it is. Dentists, now I know I said dentists are quite oversaturated, but it is just a proven niche. Many agencies and SMAs have scaled in there. It could be a challenge that you want to take on. Fitness coaching could be something. Sports betting is again, it sounds weird, but something a lot of people are pushing, especially ads, especially content, to get you into that, whether it's coaching or an actual offer. YouTube automation coaching, anything that requires any type of coaching that is, one, make money online, and two, doesn't require to show your face, is a very, very good and scalable coaching offer that you could potentially go inside of, because you can make content, you can appointment set, you can build their whole funnels and sell more of that, and there's a broad audience because they don't have to show their face. Realtors, again, you're always going to need realtors to sell your house, to find, listings, etc., and it's a very high profit industry. Editing, again, this can be either for editing coaching or editors themselves. You have finance. This is a very, very good offer just because the high ROI that they can get out of it, because you can charge, for example, you're realistically targeting like old bankers, so you're probably not going to be doing like content, but you may be doing ads, appointment setting, etc. And you can charge really high ticket. You can charge like 3-4 grand a month retainers to help an accountant get new jobs, to help them finance, etc., to work with these really big clients. Drop shipping, so again, this can either be for like e-commerce kind of brands. I wouldn't recommend helping drop shipping like crappy little products, because that's more of like a freelance job they do themselves. But if it's like a big e-com, big drop shipping brand, you could definitely go on board, help them with their content, help them with their Facebook ads, and help them with their funnels. Domestic cleaners, again, this is a proven niche. Everyone always needs cleaners, so it works, right? Sales, getting people sales jobs or helping sales companies grow. Mindset coaching, dating coaching is huge, like actually really big, or even like the app. So again, a lot of these either work for the business themselves, so dating apps and dating businesses, if you can get on board with like Facebook ads and help them scale that way, or the coaching. Salons, this is a proven niche. Is it the best in margins? It depends on where you're really going. It needs to be quite high quality. If you're going to a local nail salon or local hair salon where the average appointment's $30, it's probably not the best. But if you're going to these really, really high tier, high end salons, there's maybe more aesthetics as well. That's quite a good niche to go inside of. Religion coaching, career finding can always be a very, very good one. Influencer, gaming, marriage, teams, Facebook ads, platforms, travels. This can be travel companies or again, travel coaches, leaderships, testosterone, health, small businesses, veterinaries. Again, your animals are always going to get sick. Again, you'll find a lot of these are just stuff that you will always need, stuff that is always going to happen and be pushed. Anxiety coaches, especially, this is it sounds bad, but this is a very good niche to go in at the moment, just because of how like anxiety is kind of like a trend. So not only anxiety, but I'll put like therapists, right? This is a very good niche to go in. One, because again, the return client and you can build MRR up very, very high. And also it can be very high ticket as well. And also it's an online trend right now to have a therapist. So go into trends as well. Spiritual, content creation, fighting, cooking, Etsy, TikTok shop, website building, clipping, book writing, SaaS. SaaS is really scaling right now. They're like a very big business right now. So, getting behind them is very good. Affiliate marketing, videographers, especially like I'll put in like weddings, etc. do very well for videographers, photos, etc. Just a broad coach. Coding, Google Ads, SEO, VA, crypto miners, masculinity, clothing. So like, again, this is more like e-com kind of stores. These do really well. We were talking to one of our mentors that we know, he runs Facebook ads for clothing and e-com brands, and these guys shred, right? And it's a very, very proven and good offer to get into. Childcare, this is again a great one. People always going to need childcare for their children, and also it's a quite high ticket, the amount that you can pay for people to return and bring their child back in to take care of them while their parents are off working, especially because parents are now getting double, triple, quadruple jobs. Is very good to they need somewhere to put their child. AI automations, branding, OnlyFans and OnlyFans management, sports, reselling, stretching, music, theme pages, drawing, detailing. So this is like car detailing and stuff. If I put that there. Home improvements. This is again a really good one. It can be stuff like it could be again any type of home improvements that require some type of labor, building work really well. Funerals. Now this is again sounds bad, but this is one of my favorite. Not favorite sounds crazy. Best niche, bro. If you've ever planned or been to a funeral, you're genuinely spending 5 to 10k plus per funeral. Funeral planners make like 60 it's really bad. It's a bad industry, but 60-70% they can make really high margins. And if you're the person and you can scale these funerals, because people die every single day, right? People are always going to need new funerals. So if you can get behind the brand and scale it, great. Branding, networking, languages. I always love languages and language coaching just because of, again, how broad it can go and how big you can scale it. App developers, podcasts, blog, lead generation, review automations, graphic design, cold approach, construction, translation, freelancers, agencies, nutrition, beauty, proofreading, pet owners, education, tutors, especially in the US. UK, maybe not so much. Again, it still works in the UK, but US, when we did our mastermind and we were speaking to a couple of people that came from America, they were talking about the US, kind of like how tutors work. They pretty much do your, is it like SATs for you, and they charge bread. They're crazy. Energy, especially renewable at the current stage. Entertainment, home improvements, college applications. This is a bit like tutors. Make money online, print on demand, investing, stocks and shares, drones, team placement, setup, gambling, concert reselling, barbers, med spas, e-commerce, and HVAC. Okay, these are all niches I've personally seen SMA scale in, or I've scaled in myself. Now, depending on when you're watching this, make sure to definitely recheck. I didn't go into every single one because we would be here for years and it's pointless. And again, it's more down to just you doing the research behind it and seeing if it's something that you want to. You may have seen one in there that you're like, oh, perfect, let me do that. And then you can then go and back to factor checking it yourself and see if it is something that you do want to scale in and see if it's something that you can even scale in, right? So again, they're just 100 niches that I jotted down. So now we've got our niches. Now, hopefully by now you should have like but have a list or have like an idea of, okay, I want to go for this niches. This is what I want to go for. Separation factor. You will see that all competitors in the niche move and frame the exact same way. This gives us a golden opportunity while looking for niches to understand what each commonality is amongst them. So most SMAs and most people that go into the niche will be the exact same, okay? And this is where we don't want to be. And this is why it's good that, again, you're watching this guide, because this is what we're going to frame and separate ourselves against. Because trust me, every single SMA owner will watch a 10-minute full guide video, right? They will find a niche, they'll find an offer, and they'll send the exact same outreach framework. And again, I'm going to show you so many different outreach frameworks. I'm going to give you so many unique offers that you're going to be separate from the rest and stand out so we don't look like them. So while looking at these SMAs, so again, once we find a niche, we want to do some market research on SMMAs in the space. Instead of the niche, once we found the niche works, we now want to do market research on the SMMAs inside of there. We want to look at how they market, how they sell, how they price, how they deliver, how they outreach, how they opt in, how they book calls, how they sequence, not only to get an idea of, okay, what works and how does this even operate, but also to find, okay, what are some commonalities between every single SMA owner that I'm seeing here, and how can I differentiate myself and how can I move away from them so I don't look the exact same. Now, what we personally did, now this is kind of unethical. You can do it if you want to do it, but it is kind of unethical. Pretend to be a customer to all your competitors and dig into their SMA, okay? What we used to literally do is we used to grab a notepad and pen, and we used to go through we used to list down like 5 of the biggest competitors that we have, right? And we used to call them, we used to message them, hey, I'm interested, run this business, blah, blah, blah. We used to see their DM sequence. We used to, mark down their funnels, their websites. We used to see how they'd book a call. We used to hop on the calls. We used to just ask them questions like, oh, how about this? How about this? For obviously our niches. Now, if you are in a more sophisticated niche, you may even just ask, I don't know, like your family member that's maybe older than you to go do that for you. But again, it's just like finding out these details, finding out this information that we can then leverage and then we can then use to separate ourselves from everyone else. Because what we found a lot, because everyone follows the exact same information, is all 5 of them had the same booking sequence, had the exact same sales sequence, had the exact same framework, had the exact same offer, had the exact same pricing. Now, if we change that median and we go outside the box, we're probably going to do a lot better than the same 5 people doing the exact same 5 things. And dig into their SMA. Or even pay some SMAs for an hour coaching and see what they all do the exact same, as the same over 1,000 times gets boring for the business owner, as they see the 1,000, they don't see the one that you're sending. Now, this happens a bunch, and even I see this with my DMs, and I'll quickly show you now. You can see if I go in here, you can see, hey Harvey, hey Harvey. Like, look how many people are messaging me the exact same thing for the exact same offers. Now, I only have, like, my Instagram's quite small, right? My Instagram is not that big. It's like 4,000 or something. But look how many people message me the exact same stuff that I don't care about. Hey Harvey, 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 hey Harvey. Right? It's all the exact same things. You see the problem? Everyone's the exact same. So if I have people like this coming in saying, hey Harvey, I can do this, right? They all, Harvey, hey, there's no unique approach from anyone's DMs. And if I go on, they've probably all got very similar offers. I'd love to edit a free video, right? I reckon another person, 6-figure, 5K. Like, I don't care about most of this, right? Like, I don't care. I love the short, right? Fake factories, whatever, right? How can we talk for a moment? I love your shorts. Everyone's offering, hey, I can offer you short. I don't want that, right? So as you can see here, like I said, I got 4.6K. I've got a small following on Instagram, very, very small. Again, this is going to be ramped up on what we do, but we don't really use Instagram for getting. We send outreach on Instagram, right? We don't use it for really anything else. There's a couple posts, couple shorts, etc. Follow down below, but like I don't really use it, right? What normally happens and what you see there is everyone copies the exact same framework, the exact same offer, the exact same approach, the exact same, like if everyone, right, you saw there just instantly from the bat, everyone put, hey Harvey, right? Everyone, right? Now, imagine you just went, instead of hey Harvey, and you just said something completely different, completely random. You stand out in the DMs. You stand out in the message. So now you already stand out. Now, guess what? Imagine you have a different sales process. Imagine you just finding this data, finding what everyone does, and doing the complete opposite is what's going to allow you to separate yourself from the rest of the SMAs and actually scale. This is what most people get stuck in. If you watch E-Man, you watch, if you've ever tried SMA before, or you've, come across it, you've been watching these guys with millions of subscribers, millions of views. Everyone's followed the exact same framework, and if you're following it as well, trust me, you're never going to get seen and you're never going to get anywhere. So yeah, let me now go into the veteran versus beginners. So there are niches for veterans and also ones for beginners. Now, if you are a veteran, which means you've been in the space for a while, maybe you've signed a few clients, then maybe going into something like broad coaching businesses, they may have the team to be able to plug and play anyone, build unique systems and scale. This is a veteran niche due to the fact it's going to be difficult every time, which will slow down the rate of scale. But with the right team and system capital knowledge behind you, it will allow you to make a bunch of money. I just wanted to quickly open Miro and show you guys what this looks like. So for example, my offer, so I help coaches, right? I help coaches. I want black. All right, so I help coaches. Now with a coach, it's different to any other business. So let's say a coach versus, let's say a very simple business that you could run is something like a solar business, okay? So let me look at this thing. So with coaches, they have many different channels. So they need, what do they need? They need content to always bring in views. They then need ads to amplify that. They need funnels, which behind it, and again, I'm going to get into more of this, but funnels, and they also need, they need acquisition, right? I'm going to put like appointment set, AP set, okay? Whereas with solar, you need an ad to a funnel, to a close, right? That's how, I've forgotten as well, all this. So you get the content. So this is like short form content, long form content, scripting. So I need like 3 team members here. I then need another 4, I need 4 team members because I need dialers. I need setters, right? That's another bunch that I need there. I also need ads. So I need a media buyer. And then I need an editor for the creatives and also maybe a copywriter for the copy. Then the funnels, I need a copywriter. I need an opt-in page. So again, something very like I'm going to have to build this out. It's going to be a long process. Then once I've got the attention, I've got to build a whole sales process. So with like closers, scripts. So like, and also guess what the problem is here? With a coach, there's 50 niches, right? So for example, like this system here, I have to build out from complete scratch every time, right? Now, let's say I help a crypto coach. Cool, I've built the system. I know it works. Let's say I've built it, right? Let's say I now bring on who could be someone? I'm trying to think. Social media growth, right? Coach. The funnel for this person is going to be completely different for this one. It's not going to apply because different ages, different audience. Whereas with solar, there's one avatar, one product, times infinite. If I do the look, that is the worst infinities. Times infinite. So I can run same ad across 100 clients. I can run the same funnel across 100 clients. I can run the same sales process across 100 clients, which means once you have the systems and once you have the teams in place, so systems and team, which is very easy, you can run this to the moon, right? Now, this is a very simple offer and allows you to do what you do, okay? And it's a very beginner type of niche because it's a one offer, one avatar. Now, we do this and we run coaches because we have the team behind us. We have a very large team which goes out and builds a funnel, and it allows us to collect a lot of more money in our current situation. So that's why we do it. But if you're going for a niche like this, I recommend doing this because it's easier. So when you are looking for niches, especially as a beginner, look for them niches that can be replicated across every single client that you bring on board. It's the exact same offer, exact same funnel, and nothing is changing when doing that. Very, very simple, very, very easy. So that's why I recommend going maybe into more of like the sub-niche side of it instead of the broad. So you can see, like I say, it can be plugged and played. Once you crack what works, it allows you to become the expert in the field and literally just duplicate, replicate, and you can scale to as many clients as you possibly need, okay? So this is just an example, as I see a lot of people, for example, try to follow into the broad coaching space, but that's not going to work for you because there's so much you've got to learn, so much that you have to build out, that it's a long, tiresome game that you're not going to be able to jump in and just learn it straight away. It's better for you to either go to a sub-niche or go to a niche that doesn't have different variables inside of it, okay? So learn to do it. It'll be a mess, right? This is why it's best to super sub-niche down to really find your pocket to a perfect niche, okay? So as you can see here, you have the niche on top. Now let me go for a different example. Let's say we are going again with coaches. Like I said, if you go with just crypto coaches, they're all going to have the same similar type of avatar that they're going after. Now it still could slightly change based on if they're going for older crypto audience, younger crypto audience, depends on what happens, right? But also, let's say we're going for a dentistry. If we look at now how many different dentistries there are, so if I come back here and give me 10 sub niches in the dentist niche, right? ChatGPT, is this guy's, why is it? Right? For 10 sub niches. Cool. So as you can see here, instead of going for all types of dentists and having to do all types of service delivery, what would be best is to find a niche. Again, if it's something like solar, it's not that niche. You don't really niche down into it. It's kind of all very similar of what they're doing and what they're offering. But something like dentistry, where it's not just dentists, it's a lot of different types of people. Orthodontists, right, is a completely different subsection to dentists that's going to have completely different deliveries to someone that is doing any of these, right? Holistic or whatever it is, right? You can see all of them. So what I'd recommend you do is once you do find your niche, say, okay, I want to sub-niche down. Let's say I want to go into pediatric dentistries, okay? Focuses on dental care for children and adolescents. Okay, maybe I don't want to do that. Maybe I want to do with orthodontist, okay? Maybe that's something I want to go for. And then we can start outreaching and saying, okay, our niche is orthodontist, it's not dentistries, because then, like I said, delivery is the exact same, it's easy to learn, and also you just don't have that much competition because you're going to become a specialist in that niche. Instead of saying, hey, I specialize in dentistry, it's like, oh, do you specialize in mine? If you say, hey, look, I've got 10 previous clients, have results in the orthodontist niche, then it's proven to work, and then you're going to have a lot more trust behind you. So like I said, in every single niche, there's going to be different ones. So you could have social media growth coaches, crypto coaches. These are all different types of coaches, right? These are all smaller sub niches, which you can really start to learn and understand. Plug and play your delivery into any client you sign, as it is the exact same. You're speaking to the same audience. You're also collecting data from these businesses to refine your services. If you're working with 10 clients, you have 10x the input, right? If all clients are exactly the same, they all have the exact same delivery, you can start testing different variables, find what has the best results, and apply to everyone to continuously scale your clients even further. This is a perfect cycle for you to be in as a beginner until you grow to the stage where you can target the broader niches with teams behind you. It's best now to just really focus on this. So yeah, maybe in a year's time, when you have a bunch of results, you can go to that bigger niche, because I will be honest, big niches pay more money because it's the broader niche. You're serving everyone, but it's a lot more difficult. You need a lot more teams. You need a lot more experience. You need a lot more systems built. It's more of a just difficult thing to go and do, especially as a beginner. And I don't want to throw you in the deep end doing that. So look at sub niches if you can within that broader niche that you find. For example, boiler installation like HVAC is a broad niche. Electric boiler installation is a very, very sub niche inside of that we're going to be going after, because not many people are going to be going after it as well. That's why you saw maybe a lot of HVAC or lead gen agencies, but you didn't see many just, electric boiler installations, because it's a proven niche, but it's just not an oversaturated one, because people go for this big one here. They never go for this small subsection, which probably has a lot more, it can scale a lot further. Okay, now just a few things to avoid before we wrap up the niche section, and obviously now go on to the outreach to the offer section. So where you can pair up your offer and pair it with your actual niche. There are two things I need you to avoid at all costs, and these are a few mistakes that we made when we first started, and we've worked with a bunch of niches. Okay, and this is one of our biggest problems that we had. The first one being swapping niches. It's the exact same as switching business models. You're wasting time, and switching is not going to help you unless it's an awful niche. Understand the reason it's not working is better than just changing it or doing anything that you want to do, right? In our time, we've worked with boiler installation companies, we've worked with injury law firms, we've worked with plumbing companies, we've worked with, I'm just trying to list off the top of my head, Amazon FBA coaches, we've worked with clothing brands. We've worked with so many niches. Now, what if I could go back and change my whole SMA journey, and this is why this free course is here for you, I would make sure, from the bottom of my heart, I would do anything in my power to pick one niche and stick to it. Because there was no point. Yes, I got the money, yes, I got the results, but I had worse delivery because I was serving from this person that didn't apply for this person, that didn't really work. I couldn't get the best results. I had to really spread myself thin when I could have just become a specialist in a very specific and exact type of niche and scaled from there. So avoid switching niches as much as possible, unless it's truly something that you hate and you'd rather quit the business model than stay on your niche. Then yes, I totally quit, right? Get rid of your niche and move to something else. But try not to switch as much as possible. And then your second step is do not follow viral niches. Now, I've gone over electric boiler installation. I don't know how many views this video is going to get. Let's say it gets 10,000 views. Don't copy this niche. Please don't copy this niche. I'm telling you now, pre-warning, prerequisite, please don't copy the niche. Any of the 100 niches, probably don't copy either. Find your own ones, follow the framework, and go from there, okay? Beginners go into mass. Always, because beginners love the copy because they don't use their brain and they don't really know how to run a business. It's so funny, the separation from beginners to see people that are actually doing something. What then happens is they burn the niche hates that, the niche hates the SMAs, and they never want to work with you again. Okay, and that's my last point to be said on niches. That's everything to be going over. Hopefully by the end of this section, you should have at least had 10, 20 niches written down that we can then, let me go full screen. We can then go in about 5 minutes time, right? 2 minutes time, 1 minute time. We can then go pair it up with the offers, because we know exactly what niches we want to go into, what niches work, and then we can obviously start scaling and go from there. So hopefully this helped you out. I will see you inside of the offer section next, and yeah, peace. Yo, what's good, boys? Today we're now going to go over the offer mastery. This section is going to go hand in hand with obviously the niche selection that we have already gone over. Finding an irresistible offer that people just can't say no to. I'm going to go through everything. We're going to be going through basis of pain alleviation, so just understanding on a baseline level how to alleviate pain. What is an offer and why does an offer work? All due to the pain factor behind it. Avoiding being a commodity, so making sure that we can't be taken over by AI, freelancers, and we're completely safe. Content offers, so again, content, appointment setting, and sales, and full stack offers as well. We also have popping offers, additional help, so just adding stuff onto the offers, pricing structure, and then no-brainer guarantee. So everything you could possibly need for yourself to start and just start building your offer to make sure that you can go to the market and they're not going to say no to you because it's like, hey, this guy's got a very good offer. This guy knows what he's doing. This guy knows what he's talking about. This is a no-brainer offer. Let me work with him. So, basis of pain alleviation. Every offer comes off of the basis of a business feeling some type of pain. This could be not making enough. It's normally always not making enough money, but that's normally due to, hey, I can't get enough leads, I can't get enough views, I can't convert the leads, I can't close the leads that I get. There's always a pain point within the business that is holding them back from obviously getting to that next level that needs to be solved. And that's why they're obviously in the market and they're looking for yourself to go and solve it. Even if they don't understand it yet, we are going to educate them, especially in the outreach section that I do get onto. We're going to educate them on how this actually works. And then they're going to realize they do have a problem and that is probably best to pay us. Okay, so otherwise, if they felt great, they would not be looking for external help in SMAs. Everyone, like I said, is always looking for that external help. So before going into winning offers, we need to first understand that pain even is and how businesses feel it. Okay, so if a doctor could not identify your pain, how would they treat you and how would you be a profitable business? Now, this is a thing that I like to say. Hopefully, isn't this funny for you, fuzzy for you guys watching in? I don't know why it looks so fuzzy. But when we think about doctors, right, their goal is obviously to diagnose you, to solve your problem. But their main way of making money is identifying the problem. Because if they didn't identify it, then you wouldn't know you actually had a problem. If you didn't feel the pain and you didn't go to them, then there would be nothing to sell. So it's about understanding that they're feeling pain in some type of angle within their business. You have the solution. You're that doctor. All you have to do is diagnose it, solve it, have a good reputation. You're obviously going to go to a doctor. They're a specialist. They know what they're talking about. So over time, as you build results, this is like the best way that I like to see and format of, okay, hey, I'm a doctor, right? I'm not obviously a doctor, but like, hey, I am framed in a similar way as a doctor would be framed, solving the same constraints, finding the pain, solving it, diagnosing it, and obviously getting paid while doing it. Okay, doctors have every piece of equipment possible to find a way to find your pain and then obviously alleviate it by some type of paid service or paid products. They're either going to put you on some type of MRI, pill, drug, even if you don't need it. They're very good at diagnosing, even if you don't need it. Okay, so we need to start running our business like doctors, finding the exact needs our clients are looking for and then solving it. Because look at these numbers. In the United States alone, they totaled a revenue of around 1.4 trillion US dollars in 2022. Okay, that's crazy. Okay, their total health costs have more than quadrupled since 1990. Now, I'm from the UK. So personally, I don't have to worry about this. Sorry to you guys in America. But yeah, they find the problem, they solve it, and they charge high ticket. And you have to pay it because you have a problem that is so painful that it needs to be solved, right? Every business owner has a problem that needs to be solved that they can link to a certain amount of money, right? For example, if let's say you were about to lose your eye. Would you rather save $100,000 or pay $100,000 to keep your eye? Which means your eye is probably worth more than $100,000. Now, if you could just relay this into business, hey, obviously not an eye, but hey, I can make you $100,000. Is it worth saving $100,000 not to make $100,000? right? So it's just about getting them to their desired outcome that they're looking for, okay? Now we have to understand that the pain thesis business is run on understanding and then offering the solution, but you are only paid on how well you can identify the pain and show the effect it has on them to make it a problem. The identification is what makes the money, rather than just giving, because anyone can give a solution, right? It's just how well can you identify their pain that they actually want to go and pay you, okay? It's a skill we're going to be building up and working on in order to start digging in real pain to our prospects and then selling them the antidote, right? Now we have what the pain thesis states. It is time to understand what actually is pain and how we can identify it in a business. Pain, like I said, is always linked to money. Business cannot feel physical pain. Technically, it is all mental, and this makes it easier for us to make a mountain out of a molehill to start selling. These all come down to not feeling they have enough leads, cannot convert the leads into calls, or the calls are just not closing, okay? Now, what we also have to understand in pain identification is the fact if a business owner is currently feeling zero pain in our offer, for example, they have a 90% close rate, and we're offering sales, there's no point us trying to help them, right? Yes, we can increase it by 1%, but at the current leverage, at this current point, there is no point there's no way you're going to be able to do anything or really build that pain if everything's perfect. So you just take it as a lost lead, okay? So we take it and move on to the next. But understanding every business owner, pain is linked to money, and every business owner has pain because no one is where they want to be. It allows us to always sell, okay? And if we then link that to what we are selling by explaining where they're lacking, it will be easier to get the sale, okay? Once the pain has been heightened and they are desperately trying to find that, solution, especially when you send over that VSL, and again, we'll obviously go into the outreach structure. When we send over our value, and they will see the difference between where they're at and where competitors are at, or where they could be, and that pain is just going to build so much over time, and that is obviously our main goal. Our prospect, we need to make sure they have pain to be able to sell them, okay? This is usually done before giving the solution. If you had a broken ankle, you do not care about which solution you choose as long as it takes you to the same outcome. A strong, healthy outcome, as long as everything's kind of similar, right? As long as everything can be, you're not doing something crazy, but as long as it takes to the desired outcome, you don't care what it is. So once you have built pain, ask to share your solution which solves the pain. They will say yes, and it's a good time to educate them on the service, heavily focusing on the outcome. Like I said here, prospects don't care about what's going to get them to their desired outcome. They just want to get there. So don't focus on, hey, we're going to do your Facebook ads, because they couldn't care less if you're doing Facebook ads or this new ad app that's like Tranquility, right? Or whatever it's called, Tranquility app. They don't care what one they're choosing. They just want to know it works, okay? This could be done on VSLs. We'll get into obviously that in the outreach section, or just typing it out, but alleviating the pain is easy if the pain has been heightened to the right point for you to convert. So now let's get into some win-in offers. So I first just want to show you guys what this always looks like. So like I said, every single business owner looks up. Everyone looks up to their competitors, to the next best person. Now, the next best person is making more money. Now, the thing is, at this stage here, once you've grown to this height, this person is always looking at the next person until you reach the point of ultimate success, but they're still looking at the next person. Unless you've got to a point where you're like Elon Musk, but he's still looking to the next person, right? Which allows us to understand we can, one, target any layer of wealth, because they all have problems that is solved at different heights, okay? For example, this guy at the bottom, let's say he's making $30,000 a month, okay? 30K a month. Let's say his next height that he wants to get to is 100K a month. And then let's say this guy's he's at like $1 million a month, right? $1 million a month. Each of these guys have different problems. Now, these all have, maybe, for example, let's say this guy has a sales problem and he's closing at currently 30% with a 30% sharp rate. This guy, if we can help him increase this to this guy's level, like the top level, but we implement it to the next level, we can go to, okay, let's say we're doing a 90% show, 60% conversion. We're now at 100K a month. So you've instantly bumped them up by solving their exact pain that they have that is holding them back from getting to the next stage. Now, for example, let's say they're close rate is perfect, which you will find a lot more perfections at this 100k a month mark. So it's maybe at the start best to go with this 30k a month mark, but they probably may have a problem of leads. They're only generating 2 million leads a month, right? Whatever it is. And to get to this level, you need to be, generating 10 million leads. Probably wouldn't make sense. 20 mil leads, right? 10x it. So we need to solve that constraint, because they clearly have a constraint of not getting enough attention, whereas it's not sales because sales is fixed. It's not conversion because conversion is fixed, right? So hopefully this kind of explains how everyone's trying to get to that next level. So there's always someone to sell to. It's just finding what's stopping them from getting to that next level. That's all we're doing. And we do that inside the VSL. And like I said, that'll be inside of the outreach section. It will just explain how to dig into pain of your service. So what you do is you dig into pain of your service. That would usually be there. So let's say it's sales. Now, for example, if you target this person and they have perfect sales, you just take it as an L. You take it as a move on. You don't say, oh, my offer's awful, I need to start offering this instead, because that's where a lot of people start jumping. They're like, oh, no, we need to do this because this person doesn't want this, but they do need this. No, stick with your service. Understand that there is a market out there that does have this exact problem that we're selling and that we can obviously sell to them. It's just finding that pain by showing the pain in the service, and then they'll link it back to obviously their own business. So this is usually, like I said, now going on to avoid being a commodity. The way of SMA you have been is, may have seen before. If you haven't seen it, most people push this exact model here. So they push client role, short form content editing, client role. Client role, ads, client role. So they're only doing one step. They're either editing the short, they're setting up the ad, or they're setting the appointment. Okay, if you only have one step to your service, this leaves you open to be taken over by AI or freelancers. Okay, any ads, pretty much Facebook do this automatically anyway now, so you can't really just offer ad setups. Setting, anyone can hire an appointment setter. Short form editing, anyone can hire a short form editor, or anyone can go to maybe something like Opus Pro, right? So one step services are pointless. You have to either have a brand with a lot of proof. Now, let's say you're someone, I don't know if you guys know, like maybe someone like Devin Jail or, Grant Cardone. These guys could offer these one-step services. Eman Gadget offered just Facebook ads. But because his brand was so big and he was such an authority in the space, people would rather pay him. It's a bit like going to Gucci, Hermes. You could buy the same stuff from your local Walmart, right? The same type of quality. It's just the brand is different, so people want to pay higher ticket for it. It's the exact same. So they can, yes, they could be like the Gucci stuff like that could be undercut by brands offering the exact same thing. But guess what? Because their brand is so high, people will still buy it. Now, but if your brand isn't high, then people will just undercut and go to the other stuff that is just the exact same as yours, right? So most of you beginners will not have started out, and it is not something that we will find until years into your journey. So making sure that, we can make sure that we can be AI proof, be future proof. Meaning that we don't spend all our time trying to build this massive agency and then we get to the point in a year, 2 years time, and AI is completely taking it over, right? And we have nothing to do anymore. Okay, so so instead of what we want to start learning is to build growth offers. This encompasses the whole process. The client works less and makes more money, kind of taking them out of the whole process. So you take over a sector like we spoke about in either marketing, appointment setting, or sales. Now, this will still encompass maybe the offers you've seen online, the viral offers. It will still encompass that. This is just the smart way to run it. This is the actual way to run it that is going to be able to allow you to generate hundreds of thousands of dollars for your clients, never be replaced, and also take big percents in businesses. Okay, this will mean you cannot be replaced by freelancers or AI. As a full system, you're doing everything. As you can see here, let's say you're doing market research, you're doing the scripting, then they film it. Yes, Warrant, they will always have to film it until hopefully AI can completely cut them out of the system. Short form editing, long form editing, thumbnails, posting, analysis. If you've taken over that whole content sector with an offer like this, then what that allows you to go and do is, one, you're taking over the whole marketing sector. You can directly correlate and directly, push the leads that you need to push because you're taking over the whole system. It depends on your growth and how well you actually do. They don't have to do anything. And obviously you can charge higher ticket, and no AI software can write the script, do market research, edit it, do the thumbnails, post it, and also analyze and, get better for the next week and the next month. No AI can do that, and no AI will probably be able to do that because that's so much to go and encompass. And by the time AI do get to that point, we're all screwed anyway, right? This World War III is going to happen, so there's there's nothing we can do. So we don't need to worry about that. Okay, here you can see how much more valuable you are to a business owner, and once you control everything, you can start taking a percent of the profits, which we will get into on the pricing section. Reduce churn to 0, as it will cost too much money, time to replace you, and overall deliver a better service as you control it all. I want to just quickly explain this for a few offers that you may have seen online. So obviously I'm going to go over this anyway, but something like Facebook ads, for example, this can now be such a good growth service that we offer. And again, like I said, we're going to get into it more. But if you do the market research, okay, so I'm just going to do market R. This can be looking at ads libraries, okay, looking at competitors, right, of what is actually working. So you find out what's working. Then what you do is you script the videos. You then give it to the client to record, obviously. Then you can set up the Facebook ads. You set up targeting. Set up target. You can obviously edit the ad, and then refine over time. This system, and we've seen even, people that we know in the space, they run a system like this because once you, like I said, take over that whole system, instead of just instead of just setting up the ads, you're turning yourself from a freelancer to an actual agency owner, an actual SMMA owner that can make money. And this is where most people fall off and they forget, they get trapped into it, because what a lot of people push in this online space is, hey, do a one-step service, offer just Facebook ads, offer just short-form content. Because yes, it worked back in 2018, but that was before freelancers had a massive rise. People didn't really trust freelancers. That was before, AI was as advanced as it is now and there wasn't so many offers behind it. That was before all of this. So then people still pushing that, they're just so far out of the market, and they generally just don't even understand what works for themselves, okay? So this is a more in-depth offer that out of this, and I'm going to quickly explain to you, in the one, we can make sure we can hit our guarantee. I'm just going to tick guarantee, because guess what? We run the whole system. They're not delaying us on our, promises, our delivery. We can really refine, deliver, get better, offer a guarantee. But what we can also do is we can charge a retainer for this whole system, so we don't lose any money. So this is break even. Great, that's what we want. So everything here is break even. All we're then spending is our time. Now what we can do is just take a percent of the ROAS, okay, of the money made off the back of the ad spend, okay? Let's say, for example, like I said, you make them 80K a month, okay? You can then take yourself 5 to 10% of this, okay? So this is all profit. Now, some people get discouraged. They're like, oh, let's say 5%. That's 4K a month profit. Okay, what a lot of people say is like, oh, I want like a massive client. I want like these 10K retainers. What you have to understand is this system here alone probably maybe costs around 3K a month to run, plus ad spend. Okay, so it costs 3K to run already. So this 4K is all profit. So if you see with someone saying, hey, I'm charging a 5K retainer, they're making 2K a month profit, which is not something good. Is you're better off making 4 to 8K profit off of the rev share deals, because we're taking over the whole system. We're directly, as people, directly correlating to how much money our client gets out, right? Because if a Facebook ad, if they're doing or using other services or doing it themselves, they're really doing most of this stuff themselves, and we're not really correlating to the actual outcome. But if we're doing everything correlating to the money out, that means we're entitled to a split of the profits, which allows us to make a bunch of money per client. So, if you scale this up per 10 clients, you could be making 40 to 80K a month with 10 clients, which is very, very simple. Like, it's what we guarantee to our clients, 10 clients guaranteed. So it's crazy. So let's go into the first step of any business is attracting leads. So let's go into first the content offers. So inside of content, we have many different sectors that we can go into. Once we understand all the sectors behind content, we can start pairing them up and also with different parts of the actual process. So we have market research, scripting videos, editing long form, editing short form. I don't know why editing's like that. Editing long form, editing short form, thumbnails, SEO, posting, and ads. Depending. Again, I'm going to go into ads and why it's depending, because sometimes it just kind of makes no sense. Now we understand all the factors that go into content. Let me share with you some winning offers leveraging these factors here. Okay, so firstly, what we have is short form growth offers. Short form offers are really strong right now in certain niches, okay, and with the right deliverables behind them, okay. Short form allows you to get the most views for the client. They currently work best with local service businesses, as it's where their clients will be scrolling rather than watching their long form content. So a lot of these, like I said, you will have to depend it on the niche that you're going to go into. For example, I personally could not imagine watching someone's solar long form content. What would you do? How to install solar? Like, there's no point trying to help them on long form. And potentially, like with the short form offer, it would go best with maybe ads with it, trying to help them scale. And this is where it normally comes in. Most of these content offers are paired with acquisition offers, because standalone, they don't make too much sense. But with something like short form, and let me just explain how this works for an offer like this. So for an offer like this, let's say, like I said, we have someone in solar. Now, how ads work is anyone that we like to put organic content. So anyone that is organic will allow us to boost the ads, get a lower CPM, lower frequency. So how many times we appear, lower cost per click, lower signups, lower everything. Okay, because organic, what it allows us to do is make a lookalike audience, right? Lookalike audience. So what we can do with an offer like short form is we could offer the short form content to bring in organic eyeballs. So if I just do a little eyeball there, we're bringing in organic eyeballs of people that are interested. Okay, we're going to be pushing it out, people that are interested. What we can also do is we can run a profile visit ads. Profile visit ads to people that would have the same interest, because direct interest targeting ads are completely pointless. But when we do the interest off of the views, we can run ads. So whoever is clicking on our profile, Facebook, IG, whatever it is, whoever's clicking on this profile, we can then give that to Instagram, give that to Facebook, so give it to Meta. And they can then create custom search, custom audiences that will send your Facebook ad out to. So what we're doing is with the short form and all the ads, etc., is we're bringing in them eyeballs, and then we're allowing it to Meta to do a direct response ad. This can be straight to a book a call or to like an opt-in, right? That is what we can do from there. It's going to, like I said, lower all of the costs and have 10 times, like genuinely 10 times better performing ads, just because we linked it with a short form offer. But obviously this Facebook ad offer is an acquisition. So a lot of the time content, and I'll go into this when I go into the acquisition offers, plus acquisition is where the money's at, is how you're going to make the most money, is because you're bringing in the leads, especially if you're doing something like ads, and then you're converting them into book calls. So you're doing more of the systems, and it kind of all correlates into one. But if you are a short form specialist and you want to go for coaches, that is definitely a great offer that can work really well, especially if you're really good. We have clients charging up to like 4K retainers just for short form content. If you're you just have to be very skilled at it. So like I said earlier, these kind of like one step kind of simpler offers work well if you're very good. If you're one, very good, and if you're two, have an amazing brand for it. If I quickly just show you an example. So as you can see here, this is one of our clients, is an agency that we work with to help him obviously scale. And as you can see, he runs a short form agency, but he can offer short form and charge high ticket deals because of how big his brand is. He gets hundreds of thousands of views. He's very good at what he does. So when he goes to an info product or even just any type of business, he's the best. He's the authority. He knows what to do. So we can charge high ticket compared to a local freelancer. So like I said, he has that brand and he has the results. That is all that needs to be done if we want to do something like this. If not, we'll go into acquisition. But like I said, I'll go into more of that when we do go to the acquisition offers. So this offer would consist of market research, seeing what's doing well, scripting, AI, editor, and then posting. Okay. So again, AI can help you with this post if we need to, if we want to clip stuff up, etc. But yeah, this is a great offer that can work really well. Then we have long form growth offers. These offers are super strong in the coaching niche due to how powerful the education and nurture is on the long form videos. Like I said, we've made like $30,000 off of standalone videos just because of how good it could be to nurture, because you spend so much time with the person. Like if you're watching this right now and like you are live watching this and you've watched this since the very start, that means you've probably been watching for like 3-4 hours now. You know me, right? You know my personality. You know how I speak. You know the stupid stuff that I do. You know the smart stuff that I do. You know pretty much all about me, right? Not too far, but you know pretty much most things about me. So you're so much warm to myself that you would maybe, if I offered you something, buy from me compared to someone that you just didn't know at all, right? So it's just about being comfortable with them. So this could consist of market research, scripting, long-form content editing, thumbnail editing, and SEO. And like I said, most of these offers don't take them as standalone offers. You could grab this offer here and pair it with a short-form offer to do a full stack, and that is what we're kind of going into here. A full stack content offers takes over the whole marketing section, so market research, script, short-form edit, long-form edit, thumbnail edit, SEO posting, and also ads to increase your profile visit clicks. Okay, so short-form, long-form, and again, in the deliverability section and the delivering, I'm just going to show you exactly how to deliver all of these offers, so don't worry if you're a little bit confused now. That's completely fine. We will get on to that. Okay, so we can offer a full stack. This is more just, hey, we're going to bring you, our main goal is to just get you leads. That's all we're doing. So I wouldn't pair this really up with anything if you couldn't, but these can definitely be paired up with other offers. Okay. Then what we have is an automated content offer. This is a, very popular one right now, requires no input from the business owner. You're using either older content or you're leveraging AI. For example, you may have seen the animations with an AI voice over the top. That is something that comes into this offer, or clips from podcasts broken down over many accounts. We've personally leveraged offer before when first starting and mass posted over 10 plus accounts to get amazing results for our clients. This offer can work well as it needs no input to scale, and I'm going to break down how this offer kind of works. But all this is market research, script, AI, editor, posting. This is what offers would be like. Steps, very simple. So you can see here, this is a bunch of my business partners. They're literally just B-roll clips. If I go onto them, these are literally just B-roll clips. I'm not too sure if you'll be able to hear the sound. I can't even hear the sound. But these are just B-roll clips of just him speaking over, or AI speaking over, or just podcast clips that have just been, taken off of his page. So this is a very, very valuable offer right now that a lot of people are pushing themselves, because it takes no time for the business owner. Let's say, for example, the business owner is very busy. They have 2 hours a week for content. What we can get them to do is just sit down, 1 hour podcast. 1 hour could then be a long form video. Okay. What we can do from there is train an AI. And what the AI can do is AI voiceovers off of scripts and market research that, we've found. And then what we can do is edit an animation over it. So edit like an animation. Okay, that can be posted. So that requires zero input, and it's very massive because it encompasses everyone, because it's like it's interesting to watch, but it also adds that element of, from the scripts, just that element of nurture and education. Now, from the podcast, you can clip these up and turn them into, again, shorts, hundreds of different times with different B-roll clips at different angles. And then you can do the exact same with long form. And again, also with this, you can run ads, profile visit ads, to just get clicks onto this guy's profile to increase the amount of accounts reach. Accounts reach needs to be high, okay? Especially if they don't have a lot of time. It needs to be high to make sure that we're getting in enough leads every single month. That's an eyeball, by the way. And every single month. So now going into appointment setting offers. So inside of the appointment setter, we have many different variables. Again, just like content, we have appointment setters, opt-ins, emails, SMS, and ads are the main way to actually convert prospects. These are the main ways any business is going to convert. Now, most of the time, you will pair these alongside your content offers. So like I was saying, most of these are going to be paired with content offers. You may just want to start with a content offer. You may just want to start with an appointment setting offer. But normally the natural progression is you incorporate both of them if that is something that you're looking to do. It just depends on, again, your offer, it depends on your niche, and it depends on your goals and what kind of you want to do, right? As you need traffic in order to convert, and if you're getting the traffic, then setting it directly correlates to money made, so you can obviously make more money. So here's some winning offers. Firstly, what we have is opt-in mastery. This is one of the best offers due to how well it works. This is usually paired up with content or ads, as your goal is to drive all of your traffic to one opt-in page that speaks to the ideal customer and gets them to opt in, provide email or phone number for some type of free value they would need or want. So I'm going to actually now go in and show you how ours worked. Unfortunately, we can't show you our clients because of obviously NDAs, and it's a little bit crazy, but I'm going to show you ours, but we follow the exact same structure and how it would be set up. Again, this is a Multiply Pro, so if you do want access, DM me. So this is a opt-in. Obviously, it'll probably, if you click the top link, you'll find it, but it's probably different by the time that you see this. Basically, how an opt-in works is you drive traffic towards some type of, page. For example, let's say you're targeting solar company. Let's say you're working with a solar company, and you're targeting solar business owners. Not solar business owners. You're just trying to target someone. You could be like, a hook that is something that they want. Okay, do you want to save X amount a month on energy? Do you want a solar buffer X, Y, and Z? Okay, it's just like trying to explain how something works and pushing them towards it, just framing it in the way that they want to hear it. Now, ours is different. Ours is for, this funnel personally is for agency owners, because that's a sub offer that we run. So we run our own coaching business, which is again kind of like it's kind of like an offer that people would service for. So this is exactly why we run this funnel and how it would work. So we call out our ideal audience, so agency owners, for our coaching offer, but below $10,000 to $15,000 a month. So anyone below that qualifies for this offer. Here's how you can scale your growth agency to $15,000 to $30,000 every single month. So what we're doing is people below, we can get you above this mark. That's how we do it. Learn how we do it. Now, what we do is access the free training. What you would do is, for example, you're doing, again, for something like solar, they don't really care about a free training. They may want something like a free consultation. They may want a free quote or something that is just something free that can benefit them. So again, for example, if it was like an electric boiler installation, like we went over in niches, it could be like, get a free quote now, okay? And you can click it and it'll give them a quote on how much it is, how it works, how much they'll save, just really trying to sell them on it. You can then add in results, testimonials, and proof, but everything is going towards this opt-in. Now, inside the opt-in, you give your name, your email, and your phone number. Now, once they have opted in, you will obviously push them to some type of conversion. So for example, again, if it is like an electric boiler installation, you would maybe, instead of a video, you would be like, here's your consultation. This is how much it will cost. This is how much it will save you in a year. And just make sure it's very clear on why they would make this decision. It's either going to make them money, it's going to save them time, it's going to make them hassle free, whatever it is. There's some type of benefit. Make sure we outline the benefit and outline it inside of the headline as well. Again, people want to get to 15 to 30K a month. That's why it's outlined as a headline. And then want us to implement this for you, or do you want your free strategy call, or do you want to, just taking that step forward. However, they do it for their business. You can call client results as well. Again, this will be more like, this is Brittany. She got electric installed, has saved over $2,500. This is right, and you can really see it. Again, this is different because growth agency, but it's just breaking down how they can, if they're below, how they can get to 15, 30K a month. Ours is a VSL, breaking down exactly how it works and how everything works, and you can obviously book a call with us to go further. So that's how it works. Now, like I said, once we have, and not everyone will convert just off the back of a call and the free value. Most won't. Now, this is where we come into automations and also conversations. Now, I can't personally go on contacts, because if I go on contacts, you'll see all private information that I just can't share. But what you will have is their phone number. And up here, you will have your phone number and you will place a dialer. Again, we'll get into this inside of the delivery section, but you can place a dialer who will literally, as soon as the lead opts in, they'll phone the lead. Hey, I've just seen that you've opted into this. What's your current situation? You looking to get electric installed? What's the reason? Yeah, my bills are really high right now. I want to, bring it down. I want to do something good for the environment. I want to do it. Okay, amazing. That's exactly what we do. That's what we've done with clients before. Do you want me to book you in a free, quick 30-minute call where we can go over how this works, if this is the best fit for you? And obviously, if it is, then we can hopefully get it installed within the next week or so. Yep, perfect, cool. If they have objections, hey, I don't know if I have the money. Yep, that's completely fine. Most people don't. We have payment plans, and on the money that you're saving from your bills, then that can obviously be reinvested until it's fully paid off and you've got a self-sustaining system, etc. So that's that. And obviously with conversations, you can SMS message them if they don't pick up, etc. But also what you have is their email. Now inside of Multiply Pro, again, message me to get access to this. You could have like an opt-in. Now this is a very new opt-in that we have created. But what we do is we add a tag and they start getting emails. So they'll get one email, they'll get two email. And then all these emails are doing is it's just building up. Okay, so for example, it could be like, welcome, thank you for opting in. This is your free consultation. Step 2, this is very, again, targeted towards agency owners for us, but 2 could be something like, how does electric boiler installation work? How much are you going to save each year? Okay, here's a result of Becky doing it. Okay, and you could build up like 10 to 12 automations. We personally have over 20 just because of our industry. It's a lot better to do it that way. But, it's a great opt-in that can have a bunch of automations. And again, we'll go over it inside of the delivery. But again, just showing proof, showing, why it would be beneficial for them, selling the outcome as much as possible so they get there and they want to buy in. Now, past this, you can just continuously email them. You'll be like, hey, have you, looked over electric boiler installation yet? Have you, looked more into it? Is it something you're looking to go ahead with? We're doing a special offer. But you now have that information. What you have is, and if I go into here, what you have is information. If I go full screen, you now have info of a very warm lead. So, for example, if you offer short form content and you get 10 mil views, who knows how many are qualified? We don't know. Now, if we drive this traffic along with like ads, etc., into an opt-in, and then let's say an opt-in gets 100 leads a day, okay? These are our warmest, most ideal customers looking for a solution. They are actively looking for a solution. They're clicking on ads, they're clicking on short form content. They're not just idly scrolling, not looking for a solution. They are very actively have a problem that needs to be solved. So once they've opted in, we have their email and we have their SMS. So our job now is to objection handle with our team. So obviously our dialer, email guy, objection and sell. That is our main goal because we have our warmest leads. We now have their information. We then need to just find out what their problem is. Is it a price objection, right? Is it just an understanding objection? What is it right now that's currently stopping them? And then once we get past that, we can sell. But you could even do database reactivation. If you collect SMS and it was 6 months ago, what you can do is have, let's say that month, you have 1,000 leads. What you could do is you could literally go back, SMS, email. You could do a special offer or something to just reactivate this whole lead list because they're your warmest. Again, like I said, they're always in the market for a solution and we want to provide that solution to them. And that's why this offer is so good because especially you can test different opt-ins, you can test the conversion rate, you can run ads, you can run content, whatever you want to do, it can be pushed all towards this opt-in that can convert the highest engaged leads. So like I said here, now you have their details, you can, and they didn't book organically, you can see, you can message them, you can have email automations. Again, for this, all you're really looking is to pair up a content offer / an ads offer to an opt-in, to a dialer, to an email. Okay, the next conversion offer is ads. Ads is a classic conversion offer, helping them create the ad and get it up continuously split testing to find that winning ad. You drive the ad to some type of booked call or free consultation, depending on the business you're working with and who they're targeting. This offer works well as when you're when you have the right systems, you can put in X amount of dollars and get X amount out. Okay, this involves scripting, creative editing, copywriting, ad setup, and also some type of opt-in page. This normally goes and this normally goes with this type of offer, as they're opting into some type of consultation, they're booking some type of call, they're claiming some type of value, right? They're taking action towards you, because you can't just run an ad and be like, oh, do you want electric boilers? Yeah, buy one here. It's never going to work, right? We need to nurture them and show them the reason why they do need to buy it, and then obviously we will be able to sell from there. So this is obviously a great offer that can be paired up as well. And then what we have is a growth setter. A growth setter can be plugged into communities or onto social media platforms such as Instagram to conversate with the client's leads in order to book them in on a call. They can be Instagram, communities, wherever they can be. For this offer, it is best to pair with content to do stuff like CTA posts or ads towards a place where the setter can sell them directly one-on-one. Setter script, value approach, setter place, and data tracking sheet is really what you're going to be using here. This is a really good offer because, again, you can just place a setter anywhere. You can place a setter to dial the leads. If they already have traffic or they don't have traffic, every business doing above $20,000 a month has a setter, right? Because there's no way you can run without one. So it's a good offer because everyone uses one. It's a good offer because you can place it. It's maybe not the best offer if you're... It can be a good offer if, for example, but it has to be conversed in a slightly different way. So, for example, again, if you're working with, let's say, realtors, they may not just watch your content. That probably is not the best idea. Let's say you're with a childcare company, right? If the childcare company, you're not going to be scrolling and watching childcare content and stuff like that. So they're not going to really have a social media to like set or a community or anything like that. There's unique ways around it. So for example, you could make like a community of mums, then you could set them from there and stuff like that. But realistically, it's not the best offer for that. It's just very certain offers. So for example, realtors, they can grow a massive social media following. That's a very good place to put them. Coaches is a very good place to put them. Solo is a great place to put them. Just where you wouldn't be really adding that content and watching content and pushing, they're probably not the best place to push them. Okay, full stack appointment setting. So full stack, combining all of these offers together to cover all areas of conversion. Again, this works great with a content full stack as it qualifies and allows you to take rev share. So scripting, creative editing, copywriting, ad setups, opt-in, dialers, email settings, script, value approach, setter place, data tracking, and improved on. Now, most of the time when you're doing these full stack offers, content, appointment setting, you would have tried one of these offers beforehand, because it's pretty hard to just jump straight into something that's full stack because you don't really get it right now. And it doesn't really make sense. Now, another offer that we do have is an acquisition infrastructure. This offer is super hot right now. Like super hot, due to how well it can actually scale. So if I hop into the actual Lucid chart and explain to you and break down how the offer works. So this is what one of our clients at multiplyclients.io used. Sam, he signed over 15 clients to actually run this, and we've also closed clients ourselves using this method, because what do business owners need? Okay, they need to book calls, they need to keep costs low, they need to put in zero work in, and it needs to be scalable. What we're offering, or what you could be offering, is like one account, expensive ads, all this stuff, right? When instead you can build fee 3 to 10K up front, can scale past one account, cost hundreds, etc. I'm kind of just selling it, but you can see basically how it works is you set up an account, you set up a IPv6 proxy, you build aged accounts, and you set up a growth account. Now, what this does is it allows you to open up Google Chrome, but not in your IP, a random IP. So when you plug in Teams, when you plug in systems, it's fine. And also as well, when you create 100 accounts, it's not linked to your IP, so you don't get banned. They're all on different IPs. And then aged accounts, we don't want to start an account and start spamming outreach for our client. We want to buy aged accounts. So what we do is we set up this system, aged accounts, warm, vetted. Then what we do is we optimize it, whether it's cold email, whether it's Instagram, whether it's Facebook. And then what we do is we use a lead scraper like Phantom Buster and a DM bot. And then we place a VA to run the systems. What we can do here, like I said, is we can, I wish I had like a pen to oh, I can. Perfect. Cool. So why is it doing that? How do I move? Right. So as you can see here, what you would be doing is placing this VA, having the account set up. So if I move over here, so it's kind of easier to explain, you build the accounts. So you build outreach accounts from the system I literally just showed you. Again, there's more in depth when we go into delivery, etc. But what will happen is once the outreach accounts are, it's probably easy to just do it over here, but once these accounts are done, so the accounts are built, you can then optimize and set them up. But because we can do this infinite amount of times, we can do 10, 20, 100 accounts if we wanted to. And if they're all sending, let's say 50 DMs every single day, we can get to a point where, okay, we're sending on 10 accounts, 50 DMs a day, we're sending like 500. Okay, we're timesing that by 10, we're sending 5,000, okay? Because at a certain point, especially if a lot of these offer, volume wins. And that's what a lot of people are looking for. Yes, ads are great. Yes, all this stuff is great, but outreach, cold outreach still shreds with the right approach, with the right structure, putting it into your client's business. And also what it allows us to do is when we build this infrastructure, it allows us to charge 10K, 20K up front because we're releasing it into their business. We're building and releasing it. Okay. So once it's built, obviously you set it up and then you connect all the accounts. And what you do is you place a VA for around $200 to just get the leads, send the DMs, and then obviously set up more accounts if needed. You build this and place this inside of their business so you don't have to manage any of it. Management is zero. They own it all. So they own it and they can scale it as much as they want because they have the SOPs and the systems, and you've just taken a bunch of upfront cash. Okay, that's how easy it is, and that's why it works super, super well. So for example, if you're doing 100,000 outreach a month for your client, you're booking 100 calls, 80 show, 20 close for a 5K deal, it's 100K a month, you're making 10%, you're making 30K a month profit, okay? 10K a month profit, sorry. No, yeah, I don't know why it says 30, but you could scale it, right? If, for example, you're then scaling the outreach, you're doing $30,000 a month, etc., 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 you're really going to have a offer that is going to go absolutely nuts. And it's a reason why Sam used it to get 15 clients, and it's a very good offer right now. Building that system, just in general, that structure, building the system, placing that system inside of businesses, leaving them to have it, and just also like you can manage it, etc. But once they have the system, that's all they really need. And like I said, cold outreach is a very good acquisition system that we can leverage to book them calls. It's the way that obviously agencies leverage and you're going to leverage for your SMA, but it's also what clients can leverage as well to start scaling. So yeah, it's a great way to do that. So yeah, that's another amazing offer that can be pushed right now. Then going now onto the sales offers. Sales is a unique type of section to offer in. I'd only recommend it if you have previous experience in sales. If not, leave this as like the last sector to go into if you're trying to build like a full stack agency, as you have to work with super high leverage businesses that need a sales team. And it can also be difficult to do if you need to. But if they do need it, great, you can place that as well. Normally, sales is so unique in the way that you're either helping a company take their sales team from 100 grand a month to 500 grand a month. Or what you're doing is they don't have a sales team and you're doing like an opt-in funnel to book a call and you place someone there. Sales, like I said, sales is a weird one. They need to know the industry. It's normally someone they know. So it's a difficult one to do, but if your offer does need it and they don't have a sales team, so like I said, if they do have an opt-in and it goes to like a free consultation sales call, you need to obviously place a sales team. But again, I wouldn't just offer it as a standalone offer, as you need to be then taking companies from 100 grand a month to 500 grand a month. But if you are just, like I said, building it as like a side offer, it can work. You'll have to be skilled in building amazing sales processes. So the full stack sales service, and kind of how it works is booked call, email automation, book call page, sales script, sales presentation, sales review, and management. Now, when we go into the sales section of this, you will see and you will understand how to run the sales system. All sales systems are universal across everyone. Email automations, book call sequences, cancel sequences, no-show sequences, book call pages, sales scripts, sales presentations, sales tracking, right? All of that is universal across everything. It's just the only thing that is different is obviously plugging and placing the closer, but we'll get into that eventually over time anyway. And over time, as we progress and develop our sales skills, we will be able to understand how this offer actually works, okay? So as well as this, so past the sales system. So once we've like kind of mastered all of them, let's say we start with a content offer. Let's say we start with one-step content, then we go into a full stack content, then we add an appointment setting offer, then we go into full stack content and appointment, and then we add it on the sales as well. We then go into a full stack growth offer. I'm gonna put growth offer here. It's called a full stack offer, but I like to call it a full stack growth offer, okay? So we recently hosted a mastermind in London where we covered the full stack offer as we leverage it as ourselves to make $30,000 a month. So I'm gonna show you that recording instead of going for a slide, as it feels, you know, I present it best here, because obviously it's a full mastermind. So now like I said, we're going to go into that. After, I'll do like a little roundup and a little recap anyway of just kind of how it works. But like I said, it's about a 30 to 40 minute recording. So a mastermind that we did host in London, going over the full stack growth offer that we personally run to make $100,000 a month. So take your insights from that, but also I'm going to do a little bit of a recap overview.
There you go. Cool. Okay, cool. Awesome, guys. So first of all, just want to say, appreciate you all for coming. Obviously, I know a few of you already, Xavier there, Luca, etc. But no, I appreciate you all for coming. It's going to be a sick day. We're going to go through it. No better place to start than going over offers. So we're going to be going over what we're kind of looking at in the market right now, and give you guys some good insight on it. So first of all, before we go through that, just want to go through a bit about our evolution as building up skill in business overall. So we started in 2022. I quit my 9-to-5 sales job, which was around there, to pursue an online business. I know most people quit their jobs when they're making money, but when I quit my 9-to-5 sales job, it was nothing, Harvey was nothing as well. He dropped out of college, and we did probably what all of you in this fucking room have done, which started Amazon FBA, started drop shipping, started all these businesses, and they pretty much all failed. And then we started a Facebook ad agency, because you know everyone does, man. And then signed 2 clients, and they both churned due to poor delivery. As you can see, a few pictures there. I'd say the primary skill that we learn at this time, because as you go through business, you're only able to get to here when you have these skills here. When you start learning discipline, you start learning prospecting, team training, etc. And that's what we had with discipline. So just actually going from kind of like messing around on video games to like, oh shit, I have to work like 8 hours per day fucking working and boring shit, right? And then we went, end of 2022, this is rough figures and timings of 2022, 2023. Started a short form content agency. This is when we hit our first 10K month. So we pivoted the Facebook ad model, as everyone was fucking doing it, into a in-demand short form content service, which at the time was pretty unsaturated. I know now that you guys might hear that, you'd be like, oh, I get 30 DMs from editors every single day. But at the time, it was pretty untapped. It was like a new offer on the market. Golden Sea opportunity, swept up on entrepreneurs such as Ash White, Nathan Blaisberg is here, podcast, solar companies, injury law firm companies, and we celebrated that by going to a luxury villa in Spain, which is a cool celebration.
Yeah, and then sort of from there, we what you guys have now is the $6 per reels, $3 per reels, editors coming into your DM. So we were struggling, it'll be honest, we were struggling trying to scale this even further. We got it up to 15, 20K a month, but going past that is not very viable unless we wanted to become videographers. But myself and Luke, as you know, Robert, we're not very good with cameras, so it was a bit pointless for us to go and do that. So instead, what we started doing is actually adding mechanisms to our offer. So instead of just short form, we were building appointment setters, we were adding ads into it, and actually scaling businesses and info products further, rather than just having the set of, okay, we're going to get you more views, we're going to make you more money, and we're going to get paid more by doing that. We hit our first $13,000 week, which was amazing. We flew our team out to Marrakesh, which was a sick time. 2 of the boys from the UK that work with us, we flew them out. We had a few crazy nights clubbing, but it was a good time. Then we also went to Dubai, and I guess the primary skill here was content creation and back-end systems, knowing that content and one-step services are not gonna last you forever. I don't care who you are, I don't care how good you are. If it's a one-step from your service to the client, any freelancer can take that and use that themselves and charge less. So you're never going to make it anywhere. Now, what we're doing now is growth partners for education companies. Last month, we hit our first ever $30,000 a month. £24,000, guys from the UK, we know that our Stripe looks awful compared to USA. So $30,000 a month, which is amazing from obviously where we started. And this is just because we learned the skills to take a company from $0 to $50,000 a month. And if you can do that, you are obliged to just say to them, hey, I want to take 10, 20%, and you are comfortable doing that. I was speaking to Nazar, we're scaling, companies, trading communities to $50,000 a month. You take 20% of that, you're making 10 grand a month off one client. So the primary skill that we learned here is sales. Obviously, we invest a lot into sales, working with Hi Sam, our 7-figure sales rep inside multiplyclients.io. Some of you guys probably would have met him already. And just, working on that and obviously getting to a point where we're at $30,000 a month.
Cool. So we want to talk about, first of all, our thesis as to why the current agency model is broken and why it's imperative to kind of adapt in a market where everybody is in the market, everybody wants to start an agency. You can go on AI in the next 10 minutes, I can whip out my phone and do editing, content, Facebook ads. If I wanted an ad creative, I'll go to AI, whatever, right? So how do you adapt? So first of all, going over the market sophistication cycle. So as an entrepreneur, like I just said, it's imperative to understand that insights, tech, software, I'm sure we've all been on Opus Pro to clip up a few clips, is in the market. And with the high quantity of agencies within the market, with people like Iman Gadzi who get 5 million views of all, start an agency, funnel everyone into the business model, and because it is $0 to start, you get a high quantity of individuals with easy, regular, commoditized services, and money-back guarantees just don't hit the same because the market's seen too much of the same. And when the market of prospects, or when you're going out Instagram, or some of you guys might do Facebook, LinkedIn, whatever it is, when they've seen the same, we'll get you 25 appointments and money back, it doesn't hit the same anymore. We're in 2024, right? Everybody's saying it. So that is just down to the commodities, the AI, the freelancers. Like I said, it's in our belief that with the rise of artificial intelligence, increasing amount of freelancers, commodities within the market, you can't afford to be low value. If you guys have no skill, if you guys have no genuine expertise of what you're doing, we're talking to Nate behind the camera there, he's built up a skill of media buying over the last 4 years, so he can go into companies, charge big, get great return on investment ROAS, revenue. But if you're reliant on, okay, I'm gonna deliver a service and then get this guy from Upwork to do fucking Facebook ads, then you have no skill, right? And when you don't have skill, you're not gonna get paid because all of these people here are just gonna go, hey, Mr. Client, I'm gonna do it for fucking $50 and you're trying to charge $2K a month, right? So
yeah, so extremely high rate of churn. Can I see probably who has had their client churn in their first month? I assume pretty much everyone's hand should be going up at this point because, after month one, if they haven't seen for one amazing results, if you're trying to guarantee something in 30 days, you're never going to get anywhere because we all know 30 days you can't change the world. It's not going to happen. You need a longer time span where you can produce something, where you can guarantee something, and it's hard to get people on retainers for 90 days. We all know that. So we need to actually have a skill and actual offer mechanism that allows us to say, okay, we're going to partner with you for 90 days, 6 months, whatever it is. So we're not going to have them churn after 30 days because I promise you now, and speaking from everyone's experience, 30 days you're not going to do anything for anyone, okay? And they're more than likely going to churn for someone cheaper because you obviously, when you're trying to sell, you're trying to sell them the world. You're like, oh yeah, I'm going to scale you to this, this, and this. But if you're not realistic, they're just going to churn after the first 30 days. They're always finding reasons to get rid of your increased profits. You're a commodity, and clients learn your systems. What you guys don't understand is clients will take your systems if you don't build them, if you don't manage them in the right ways, just leverage them themselves. Why wouldn't they? And then low customer LTV and profit, okay? When you're charging traditional retainers, and this is what we had the problem with, and we were speaking to someone the other day, 90K a month, 9K a month profit out of that. It's like, if you're just charging retainers, even if you're charging 5K retainer, you're spending maybe 2K on service delivery. We need to start putting in maybe rev share, maybe performance-based fees, and that's not going to happen unless we're building an offer that is doing more than just one sort of step.
Cool. So we're going to go over a few tenets on how to kind of go away from this model where you're essentially charging a 2K a month retainer, your delivery is 1.5K a month, your clients leave you after the first month, you're competing against commodities and kind of going to them from there. So the first tenet is work with high leverage clients. So an important lesson we learned with growing our company, it was less about signing new clients every single month, but working with clients we can charge over and over again. So we used to think that in order to increase our revenue, that we need to sign new clients and do more outreach and do more stuff to get new clients to the door, when we actually realized that it's about working with leverage clients that you can charge over and over again. Your business should never be ran on new acquisition every single month. The way you guys make money is acquiring a new client, booking a new sales call, it's going to be tough. You need that recurring to build some cash flow and that you can go and what you want to do. So as an agency owner, if you perform your service perfectly, some of you guys may do content, some of you guys might do setting, whatever it is, you're always going to be constrained to the ability of the client. Right? Again, put your hands up if you worked with a really, really bad client. You're just like, I can't get results for you, no matter what you do. It's because you're not working with leveraged clients. Now, with a low-level business, it's impossible to gather case studies. It's impossible to gather results because no matter what you do, you'll always be constrained by their result. So meaning your capability of charging that client again is extremely low. So the problem with traditional agencies is they fight over scraps. You guys are fighting over brokey businesses that aren't making any money. You can't go into a business and charge them a lot when they aren't making any money. They need to be making 100K a month for you to go in there and charge 6-8 grand a month. This is so important. So, if we look at a multi-billion-dollar company like Rolex, if you look at how they sell to premium clients. Rolex, if you were to go buy Rolex, they'll just put you on the wait list. Why? Because they're not bothered about anyone that isn't making multiple six figures a year. They've just got a customer base and they'll just send the same product to the other guys. Right? It's not about trying to acquire new clients all of the time, because you guys will just run low, especially in this market where there's such big quantity as well. So as you can hear, some clients that we work with, so Ash sold his company for 7 figures, done over 33 million in sales. Hi Sam, who obviously bring on for the boys in the program.
Yeah, we got Justin as well, 300K followers, TEDx speaker and actor, recently signed with him, building out a launch plan currently. And also we have Jamie, over $1 million trading financially. This guy is good at what he does. And again, these, you can see all these guys here, not one of them is making less than 100 grand a month. So if we took 10% of their 100 grand, that's 10 grand, that's not a lot. But if you took 10% of someone making 10 grand, you're only making 1 grand. So if you just do the math, you need to be working with these high leverage clients and actually give them an offer proposition that they're happy to all work with, which is why you can see they're all doing over 100K a month.
You guys are never gonna have problems with clients like this. You're never gonna have problems with clients who can sell. You can't go into a business and transform their ability to sell, transform their ability to run a business. You can deliver your service, it's a one-channel vertical. There's 10, if you think about business, there's 10 verticals within the business. They offer this, that. If you guys aren't controlling that, obviously to a good ability, some of you guys, if you actually got skill, you can go in there and do well. They're always gonna be constrained by their offer, their offers, price points, etc. So when you work with these guys, it's much easier.
Yeah. And then delivering a full stack growth service, okay? So we've already identified that commodities, AI, freelancers, one-step services are going to, net you less money. They're not as valuable and you're going to have clients that are just going to churn on you, right? So what we need to look at is how we can start stacking the actual offer that we're running to give it more value, to be able to charge more, to be able to work with these higher ticket clients that actually want to work with you. Because I know maybe for a lot of you in here, maybe you're just going in there and you're saying, look, I'm going to run you short form content. If you go to someone doing 100K a month, they're not too impressed with just short form content, right? They don't really care too much. What they're looking for is, there's just a few examples here that I'm gonna go through and what we sort of do for some of our clients. So you have audit consultation. Now, if a business is broken, I don't care what you do or what you're running, it's not going to work, okay? For example, if their service delivery is awful and they're not getting any type of results for their clients, if you try and work on client acquisition, then what's the point? Because if there's nothing in the back end to get people results, if you're trying to sign more clients, no one cares about the offer, you look like you're not getting results, but it's just their fault because you haven't identified the actual constraint and you haven't then gone and fixed that. I say it all the time, when you bring on a new client, dig into their whole business. I don't want you to just dig into one little bit or a little bit here. I want you to go through the full game plan, down to branding, down to messaging, down to service delivery, and see, okay, is this client going to benefit me? Can I benefit from this client? Are they going to also get me amazing results? We also have market research. I was speaking to, again, Nazar about this. Having the market research, making sure that we know what competitors are doing in the space, and a full analysis on this. Trust me, working with these high leverage clients, if you don't come to them with a full market research, a full game plan of competitors, people not doing so well, what works, what doesn't work, then they're not going to trust you if you're not coming with that. We also have release, asset, and content data. Now, we launch this all the time, so making sure that either we're collecting emails, SMS, and systems for that to allow us to just, send emails, send SMS, and just collect the data in general. We do this with, outreach. We do this for all clients. We just collect all the data. Your company should just be a data machine. What works the best for if you're doing short form? What works the best if you're doing outreach? What works the best if you're doing Facebook ads? You just need to collect data. The more data that you have, the more that you're equipped to go with.
Cool. Yeah, and this is as well, we're placing setters, placing team members. So Harvey mentioned there about owning the data, owning the team members, owning the software. If you own the data, own the team, own the software, own the numbers, you own the business. You should never just own the service, right? So if you're just doing short form content, you own the ability to edit their reels. You should own the ability to understand what works, what doesn't work, right? Own it, right? So for example, for some clients, we own their domains. So, try and churn, right?
It's not possible.
And then scaling with ads as well. So if you are guys working with info products, and some of you here doing creative stuff, ads is by far the easiest way to just 10x the entire business once you have that data. Like I said, there's a difference between a company that knows, okay, if we do these reels, it's going to blow up due to X, Y, and Z reasons, opposed to, oh, don't worry, I'll save you time by editing the reel. It's a very, very different business overall. So what we want you guys understanding is by delivering something like this, whatever this is in your vertical, whether you work with B2B, lead gen, whatever it is, something like this. For example, I was having a conversation with one of my clients. He does like cold calling, so he implements like cold calling systems, and his clients were just churning all the time. And I said, why don't you build the system to train the sales team, place the sales team, understand the numbers, place the dialers, have dialing managers, right? So just having that full growth service overall.
Yeah, and with the leverage clients and with this, you will get the best results, okay?
Yeah.
We're posting a bunch of our GP results because we want to start signing new GP clients. We have results, hey, 8 days into April, I've made 16 grand. They're the type of results that you get. And then if you go to another company and say, hey, I've made 16 grand off this, they're like, okay, I want you to do the same. And that's how you sign them. If you're coming through with, wow, I got 20,000 views on a short. No one really cares, anyone can go and do that. So you really want to be working with these high leverage clients, bringing them a high value service to make sure that you're getting the best results in the market.
Cool, and when you do that, you're able to charge premium prices and you're able to take revenue share with these businesses as well. So due to your ability to work with high leverage clients, you can actually get results, not just, hey, like Harvey said, I got you 25K views on a reel. You actually, okay, you better scale them to 50K a month, scale them to 80K a month, right? When you actually have those big case studies, you're able to go in the businesses, charge premium prices, take revenue share. So when you're handling every single operation, every single constraint for the client, you come in as a growth partner, not a media company, right? You're able to, like I said, charge and negotiate these revenue shares. So to give you context on how cheap you are, because some of you might be thinking, okay, well, if, for example, the client's making 100K a month, I'm taking 10K a month revenue share, doesn't the client churn, is that too expensive? Just to give you context, we're working with a growth partner client. They had an email assistant, a content assistant, 2 editors, and a Facebook ad agency. Right, so they had this payroll fucking constraint. We came in and wiped them all out, right? Why? Because we do emails, we do content, we do editors, and we run the ads. So all of these commodities that they are working with instantly wiped out because we've just come in and done that as growth partners and eliminated all of them, right? And that's cheaper than them paying an email assistant, a content assistant, a Facebook ad agency, right? You can just go get it all in one. Yep.
Yeah, and the share revenue allows you to allows your cash to become extremely explosive, going from taking this rev share instead of just I'll sign an extra 2 clients and that will bring me 6K MRR. With these type of clients, you can take massive rev shares in their company. And like Luke said, when you're doing everything and we called this client here, he just loved to spend money. He loved to hire anyone that was possible. So you're saving them time. So if you're saving them time and making them more money, how's anyone going to say no to that? So if you can start compiling it more, you're allowed to take this revenue share. You can obviously negotiate with your client and still take your retainer. A lot of people don't understand you still take your avid retainer, but with the actual offer that you're pushing, you can also take the rev share too. So I will reiterate the fact that in order to scale, it's no longer about new acquisition, but the LTV of your clients. Okay, trust me and Luke have been on that hamster wheel. We've been trying to, we've run businesses where it's new client, and we've built systems to send thousands of outreach every single day, thousands of cold emails, right? We were, waking up at 5:30 writing first lines, right? Because we thought quantity was where we were trying to get new clients every single month, but your business will fail if you're just going to live off of that.
100%. And cool. So if we have a look at this now, you guys can kind of like in your head, kind of like visually build out what yours might look like due to your offer. All you need to understand is obviously your ideal customer profile. So like I said, you guys will all be working with different clients, whether it's info products, whatever it is. And then their financial constraint and their time constraint. Right? So when you are working with bigger people, their constraint is time. It's a time problem compared to maybe a money problem, right? A person that goes on a private jet isn't worried, oh, it's 40 grand. No, it's 2 more hours, it's 3 more hours. And that's a big switch compared to someone who flies economy is like, oh, 100 quid for an extra 4-hour wait? Of course, because they value losing time over money, whereas it's flipped on the other side if you're going after high leverage clients. So obviously understanding their goal, because it's about taking them from here to there. And instead of just doing phase 1, which a lot of you guys are probably doing, are you just like, okay, well, you need to get to here, you're currently here, I'll deliver content. Okay, is my offer good? Is my ads good? Am I scaling? What's the numbers, right? And that's when you can implement this overall.
Yeah, and with the phases, if you don't even want to go into different sector, we've worked with clients before that take over a sector, for example, that's just content, that's just acquisition, but it's the points inside of that. So for example, you guys know content just is editing the videos. It could be market research, could be scripting, could be editing, could be ads, and whatever else that takes them to where you want to go. And just more of a generative ROI that you can, put a figure on, put a number on, and say, hey, we're going to get you to this, and be confident in that. Because I know a lot of people are scared about guarantees, etc. We make our clients 10 grand before we even partner with them. Okay, we charge them, we make them 10 grand before we do anything, because we're so confident, because we run every single system. And if we don't hit it, we're just shit. That's just our fault, right?
Yeah, 100%. Cool. So your ability to price your services is dictated by the leverage you're currently operating under. So the variables that build up your specific leverage, and all you guys should know which leverage you're operating under. A big mistake people make is that they look at someone top dog in the industry and they go, okay, he's doing this, so I'll do this. But you guys may be, or maybe not, operating on completely different leverage points, right? When it comes down to your case studies, your personal brand, your ROI, and your growth service, your client profile, your contracted guarantee. So if you guys don't have case studies where you're not going to go into a market and start thinking you're going to charge 14K, all right? But once you build case studies, once you build a personal brand, once you build, actually have an ROI for your clients, and it's not just like, oh, you got more views this month, right? We take it back to content because mostly people here are going to be doing some sort of content service. And then you understand all that. So pricing structures. So if you have a look at new pricing structures you can implement, you can try for your own business, may look a little bit something like this. So pricing one could be, for example, you charge a integration fee / setup fee. So this could be 2 to 8 grand. Then once the client doubles their investment, you move the service to 2K to 3K retainer plus negotiated rev share. So now instead of trying to charge people on retainers, and then you've got a tight window of 30 days to get them 5K, 10K a month, which that's why you guys have clients that churn, because you're charging them 2 to 3K, although that's fantastic, and you guys, okay, that's every single month, but it isn't, because they'll churn, right? And the LTV is always going to be 2 to 3K, which isn't even profit. You're paying editors, you're paying media buyers, etc. So when the client doubles their investment, e.g. you build the infrastructure, you build the system, so whether this is setters, editors, whatever it is, then you move to negotiated rev share. And this can be just based on what the client's making, right? And based on where their info product was, if you are guys doing info products, this could be e-commerce brands, whatever it is, based on where they were. If you're going into an offer that they've already had, you're already doing 20K a month, you scale it to 50, you're not going to take 30% revenue share. You're just not going to do it. But if you go into an offer where you build the offer, then you can be a bit higher overall. Right.
Yeah, and then pricing structure 2, integrate in setup fee. So again, 2 to 8K, revenue share. Once client doubled investment, retainered, and then lowered rev share. You also got 30 to 50% rev share up front and bootstrap clients' businesses. Again, this is more high risk because you're putting your money forward. So depending if you're a bit further, for example, myself and Luke would be looking into doing this because we can see potential in clients. Yeah. They may not have the money right now because a lot of people, especially when we work with creators, they may have 30 to 50K followers, but they may just not make any money whatsoever. So if we come in and say, look, we're going to take 30%, we're going to write in contract, and then we're going to go from there and scale your business, but it's a little bit further in if you just have that cash on you to spend. And then pricing structure for 30 to 50% revenue share up front, and then once client makes X, you can do retainer and a lowered percent. What you can also do with the lowered percent, if you guys are taking over certain sectors, is do it off of performance-based sort of fees, right? So if you are, you can't take a revenue share if you're just going to do the content sector, right? It's not possible because there's still so much more that they have to do. What you can do is, hey, if I get you this amount of views, I'm going to take this much. Or if this amount of views generates you X amount of money, I'm going to take this much. And it just allows you to make the money off the performance. It allows you to just, again, scale that company a lot easier and keep them on for a longer period of time.
Yeah, and I think this is something we were talking about with Nate as well. And he was going over when you do make, for example, performance-based revenue share. So you can also say for the client, you can have this structure and you can say, once you make 30K, then I can take 20% of that, right? But obviously the caveat to this is you need skill. You need skill in marketing, because if you don't have skill, if you have poor delivery, then it's going to be extremely difficult overall. Yeah. Yeah, of course.
The bigger the company that you work with, the more they will give you in the beginning, and then they'll take away. So do you guys, anybody in the trading space? So I work with Arctic and one-on-one funding. The more money we make, the less my percentage is, and that's how it's always going to be, and that's how you should come in pivoting that often. In the beginning, always start with trying to get the most, but let's say if I make you guys 100K, then my percentage goes down to 10, 15, because that makes the client feel more comfortable and makes you seem like you understand, like, okay, we're going to take less money as we make more money.
100%, and that's what this pricing pricing structure was all about. Because you're not going to take 50% of a company forever, right? And the last thing I'll say on this pricing structure before we go into Q&A, I'm not if we're good for time, whatever. Good? Oh, calm. Okay, cool. Is that you guys need to understand that you're not going to take 30-50% of a business forever. If you guys are getting offered something where they're like, okay, let's do nothing up front, but I'll take 30%, they're not a high quality business because they have no belief that they're actually going to make money. Right? Because for example, if they actually believe in their heart and soul that they're going to make 50K a month, okay, let's do 30% of that. I've dropped out of college, so I'm maths. 15K a month, right? A 10K a month retainer is fucking cheaper than that. But it's because they don't believe they're going to make that money. So if you guys are getting offered things, and you will, because you'll go out there and you'll prospect and people will be like, hey, we won't do that setup fee, the integration fee, which is super imperative, because if you guys don't have this integration fee, you can't release talent. And talent is so hard to find, right? Yeah.
So if what he's saying is if they're giving you 30%, don't take a rev share, you actually need physical equity. So I've taken 30% of a business, but I have equity in that business.
Yeah.
Meaning whatever the company makes is part of me too, not just a rev share. So if you're going to do that, make sure you get equity in the business.
Yeah, 100%. But yeah, this is super imperative. Like I said, with the integration fee, the reason why this is so important is because you need talent. You guys will never bootstrap on your own because you're never going to put, for example, pay a setter 2K a month. You guys are going to go to online jobs PH, you guys are going to try and do 300 a month, and you guys are going to try and cheap it out, and the client's not going to get results.
Yeah, that's why I expect to work with high leverage clients because we've done it so much, right? We charge less because we want to, just get the client on board, but it just ruins the delivery, ruins our reputation. You need to just think and sometimes just have that delayed gratification of, you know what, I'm not going to take this client right now. I'm going to, step away, but then I'm going to look for a different client in the future that is able to pay that, and then you can really release that talent. Because we had it before when we were first starting, we were charging like 2K and trying to make them like 20 grand. It's not very easy to go and do that, right? So making sure that you actually have enough to push them to the point where you can just exponentially scale them is obviously really helpful.
And when you guys, like I said, when you follow these 3 tenets, so you actually have, like I said, high leverage clients, you work on clients who can actually get results, you have a real service so you can actually deliver good results, you aren't just like helping on one specific sector, you can then go and charge the prices. And like I said, with these prices overall, this is going to stop you guys from constantly trying to chase new clients, constantly trying to get new acquisition, right? Because you're going to have revenue shares in the background where I can't take on 10. You don't want to work with more than 10. You can sit with 3 to 5, right? Because you've got this equity, but you're only going to get this, like I said, if you actually have a good offer, if you guys are actually good at what you do. But all of you here are young, you're building your skill, you're here, so that's going to be good.
Come on.
Should we go into
so I guess if you guys have any questions that you want to, put up or anything about your agency, offers, pricing, whatever it is, obviously let us know and we'll obviously answer them. Yep.
How do you guys go about your hiring process now when hiring people to hire people to do all the jobs?
Yeah, so luckily we're in quite a fortunate situation where we can just leverage our personal brand. So we've built a personal setter community. Is this for like content editors, setters, just
content editors, setters, or that?
Yeah, what I would try and do is tap into people's in the space, and you're in a great, area here. Tap into people's communities because, guys like us and guys in the room, they build communities for this because we have so many clients that we have to work with that going to online jobs PH just isn't really that viable. So tapping into other networks, there may be some people around here that have communities of setters, have communities of editors, because then what they're doing, they're training them, they're vetting them, they're doing all of this. You find much better talent. You find talent that isn't going to churn. What we found with, Upwork, online jobs PH is they're just random people. They've got no training behind them. So you pretty much have to do everything. But when you find these set of communities, it's super simple to do. So even if you go on Instagram, and I don't know if you have like a big personal brand or anything like that, you can start building your own. If you probably get 100 DMs a day. I'm a setter, I'm an editor. What you can do is build a community of yourself, put your training in there, send over that to them so then they can start learning the training, be in the community. Whenever you need, hey, looking for a setter that's from the USA, this is the pricing structure, X, Y, and Z. You have 20 qualified leads that have gone in there, have watched the training, and now they can obviously work for you.
But big thing's you, right? Because people need to want to work with you. If it's a bad business, if they're getting no results, if you can't sell them and be like, look, I'm this person, it's going to be hard. And that's with a personal brand. We talk about personal brand all the time with acquisition and trying to acquire clients, but hiring is a good one as well. Because if people want to work with you, it's a different ballgame.
Yeah. Cool.
Awesome. Anyone else have a question? Go for it. Yeah.
How do you attract high-value clients, like you said earlier, to come to you?
Yeah, so pretty much, I mean, it is the cliche after it's about you. I said this to Harvey the other day, and we were hanging out with everyone, and we were like, it's now less about what, it's about who, right? Iman Gadzi, for example, can release a course that we can all release, going over very, very basic stuff, right? Obviously, he's fantastic, but on a baseline level, it's just who he is. So you need to be high value, otherwise clients are not going to want to work with you.
Yeah, and it's a way that you approach them as well. If for example, you're offering this pricing structure, if you go to someone high value and say, look, you pay me $5,000, I'm not going to take another penny until I make you 10, 20, then you're going to attract, because high value your skill. They don't value someone that's like, oh no, I don't want to take the risk, no, don't give me a guarantee, whatever like that. If you say to them, hey look, this is how much it costs, but I'm going to double your investment, I'm going to triple your investment, then they're going to be like, okay, this guy knows what he's doing, he's happy to go and do that, and that's how you attract and how you get, you know, higher value clients, and how we've gone and done it. And any high value client that we've ever spoke to has just said, it's just the way that we carry ourselves, the way that we present ourselves. If you're coming on and I don't know, you've got your double bed in the back, you've got a couple teddy bears on there, they're not gonna, you know, come in and want to work with you. So it's your perception, the way that you come in, the way that you carry yourself with your offer, with your pricing, and just you as a person. That's how you attract them.
Because everyone thinks it's about guarantees. Everyone's like, well, if I put, you know, I'm going to make them 10 grand, then I'm going to attract the clients. But it's about you, like Harvey said, it's about the perception, it's about what you can do. And when you can build that, it's so easy. It's so easy to charge good guys. So you just got to build. It takes time to like get real good clients. Like I said, just case study building. But you guys will find unique opportunities. Like you will find a client where you're like, okay, well, he's an actually really good opportunity, he's giving me a chance. If I can get him a good case study, then you can go and just kill it, pretty much. But cool.
Diego?
Let's go.
So about the revenue share. Ideally, or not ideally, realistically, how much time does it take to build a skill and build a talent in the background to be able to start trying?
Well, with that, what you would first do is you'd build the infrastructure to have kind of like a framework to place inside of their business. So you'd already have the hiring
after. So hopefully you did enjoy the mastermind recording. I'm going to quickly now just do a little follow. It's weird saying that because I literally just paused and played, but you watched the whole thing, right? So what basically you're doing now is a full stack offer. So I'm going to full stack offer, FSO, right? So what you're doing is you're doing everything. You're getting the eyeballs, you're converting the eyeballs, and then you're selling the eyeballs. Okay? So you're doing every single step, but you're also not just doing every single step, you're doing every input to every single step. So it's a very big offer. So like I said, I wouldn't recommend it unless you're very far into the game. We only started this like 2 years into the game because it is a great offer that can make you a bunch of money, because if you're doing everything and all they're doing, so the client, all their job is to do is film, deliver, right? Because they know what works best. If that's their job and this is your job, what you can start doing is taking 20 to 30% rev share deals, right? With break even. So let's say you're saying like, okay, break even 30 to 20% and they're making 100 grand a month. This is how you can start making 20 to 30 grand per client, because what you're going to be doing is working with one client, building it out, scaling, getting it to 30 grand a month. Okay, then we bring on the second, scaling to bring it to 30 grand a month. Now we're at 60, okay? It's a very like slower model, but it allows you to get to them numbers that will eventually allow you to have 10 clients and be making 300K a month. And then you have to get like CEOs, COOs, etc. Okay, just to like cover the whole process. But like I said, take it from what I said from the full stack growth offer, full stack content, full stack appointment setting, and then also full stack sales. Okay, so this will be, like I said, inside the offer. You can do this for pretty much anyone. This can work really well. Like I said, it's what we use. Go to any niche possible, and it's kind of like your end goal. If you, like I said, if you start off with short form content, you then go into a content growth, then you go into adding into appointment setting, add the AP, then you can start eventually work to full stack. That's your main goal. Or you can really focus on what you're doing in appointment setting. If this doesn't appease you and you don't want to do every system, you can say, hey, I'm going to become the best at appointment setting. I'm going to become the best at Facebook ads, and I'm going to make the most money, right? Just figuring out all of these systems. So now additional help, as you become more leveraged, you can start helping and kind of like consulting on the offers as well. For example, you can consult on the offer and what the actual offer is. So it could be like building communities. It could be, you know, the deliverables behind it, content styles, story SOPs, etc. This could be things you cannot directly do yourself. For example, like record the content or something. But you can obviously make that, consult them and help them as well on obviously that information, okay? At the start of 0 results or leverage, clients are not going to want to listen to you. But once you have a bunch of proof, clients will pay extra for your consulting as you know what works for them. Okay, so like I said, this is more something that you'll get onto in the future when you build a bigger brand, when you get more results. It will allow you to take certain parts of the offer that are like done for you, that are very hard for you to kind of deliver on, and kind of move it more to like done with you consulting, instead of having to obviously do a full stack done for you offer. Okay. Pricing structure. Before we dive into different pricing structures or pricing models, let's first understand what actually determines someone's pricing. First, what we have is authority status, okay? How much authority do you have? This is quite easy to define. If you look at your following or how you're treated on calls, you can define your authority in the market. If one guy charges 10K and he has double your authority, then maybe it would be smart to price half of that. Okay. Now, yes, you should not compete on price, but if they are other creators with higher leverage or just other SMA owners with higher leverage in different aspects, then you're just not going to be able to sign, charge as much, because why would I not just go to that person? Okay. So have a look into your authority. Are you someone large in that niche or known, or are you not even close? Have a look at it. See if you've quite high leverage as well. Okay. So this is comes on a variable different factors. This comes on how many results you have. How good are the results? There's no like, hey, you're a leverage of like 2 or like you're a leverage of 5. Everyone's leverage is different because everyone has different results. Everyone has different audiences. Everyone has different, even just the way that you're perceived, for example, right? Someone could have, and we've seen this a bunch before, someone could have 10x the amount of following than me, but I can charge 10x because I have higher authority, right? They're talking on, they just don't really know what they're talking about. So there's so many different factors and variables that go into pricing and your authority. So it's kind of just like finding out for yourself. It's kind of just like not guesstimating, but kind of just making a good rough, a concise estimate based off of evidence that you have. So yes, you can never be exact with it, but you can make a rough estimate. For example, if I charge for the exact same offer, if I charge $10,000 and you have no results, you have no authority, no nothing, it may be best you charge $1,000, $2,000 just to get your foot in the door over, someone that is charging higher ticket that has more authority. Okay, so we can tick that off once we've figured out our authority status. Next, what we have is our replaceability factor. How replaceable actually are you, okay? If your offer has a one-step process, so like we were speaking about earlier, if it is, for example, freelancing, editing, appointment setting just through DMs, anyone can replace you, okay? With AI bots coming out or cheap freelancers, a one-step service delivery will cause you to lose clients unless you have extreme leverage. So like I was even showing you with like Cam, for example, when you have that leverage, perfect. But if you don't have that leverage, it's going to be very hard for you to do what you need to do, okay? But if we add to offers such as, instead of just short form content, you can add a lead magnet. So again, like I just showed you in all of the offers, to collect emails and then do email marketing, you're now solving problems and making your offer more appealing. I said a second ago, unless you have extreme leverage, what does it mean by this? Now, if you've seen Devin J.O., you can sell 30 shorts for $3,000 a month because you're an authority. You are seen as someone who has done short successfully, and now you can charge for your secret insights for others to do the same. So let me show you how this works. So as you can see, this is Devin Joe. This is who this person is. But you can see like he has 320,000 followers. he 300, 600 millions of views on his content. So if I'm someone that's looking for short form content, I don't mind paying this guy because he clearly knows what he's talking about. I don't know if, for example, I would have to put in my details probably. I'm not too sure. He did used to have a offer. So this is obviously his coaching offer. I do remember back in the day seeing his thing where he did charge like 3K for 30 shorts or like 5K or something back in like these times. But that's completely fair enough. Like, you can tell why he does that, right? Because he has that authority. He has, I assume, probably crazy results. The real Brian Mark, this guy has, I think, like 1 million followers, crazy results, 700K. You know, you can see a bunch of these guys. Suaji, you know, a massive guy in the space as well. You can see all these guys. They're massive, okay? And you can see, I think he's moved fully into coaching now instead of obviously selling his service, because at some point coaching is more leveraged than selling services, which every single one of you will probably move into at some point. But he just has so much leverage. People would rather buy him. Like I said with the example earlier, you have Gucci and you have Walmart, right? They both have the exact same product. That is the worst top I've ever... Why am I so bad at drawing? But this has a Gucci. This can be slapped on for $500, and this can be slapped on for $1. Okay? This one's going to attract broker customers. Worse. And also, it's just not going to be a selling factor, right? It's not a selling factor like, hey, I'm cheaper. No, because this has so much authority, this has so much leverage, this has so much status behind it that, oh, yeah, I'll pay for this. You know, I'll pay my $500 because I'm paying for it. And that's why you don't see, because otherwise everyone would walk around with $1 t-shirts. It'd make the most sense. It's about that branding, it's about that authority, that unless we are someone like this, we can't have that one-step service because we will just go broke. This again also applies for different forms of leverage such as results, interviews, testimonials, etc. that can also frame you as an authority, right? I know people like Grant Cardone. I don't know people like Grant Cardone, but we all know Grant Cardone, right? Everyone is like an industry guru, right? I know someone personally that paid him for 4 sessions of an hour coaching $100,000, which means it's $25,000 per hour. Now, he could do that because the amount of results he has, the amount of leverage he has. Yes, he could be offering the exact same advice and value as someone else, but it's just, again, like I said, he has that status and he can't be replaced. No one can be Grant Cardone. No one, right? You can try, but you're not going to beat him, right? There are many different ways to alter your service and make yourself irreplaceable, whether this is internally or externally. So whether it's you build more systems towards your, offer, or you build your own brand. You either have the two options behind you, but once we've done that, we are obviously, aiming to not be replaceable. The ability to lose. Now, as you know, Multiply Clients.io, our agency, is a high-ticket service. Also, Multiply Creators as well. But we're allowed to do that as none of our clients can lose, okay? We guarantee your investment, X, Y, and Z. This is for our coaching offer, just to kind of give you some clarity. But this could also apply for our own agency, okay? So at our agency, Multiply Creators, I'm going to be writing this with you, multiplycreators.io, we charge upfront, and then we don't collect any money anymore until we double your investment. So you can't lose, because no matter what, let's say you pay me 10K, I have to make you 20K before I get paid again. Oh, I wish I could do 10 and make you back 10, but 10K, I make you 20, right? So you'll double your investment to show it works. And that is like, you just saw the face of a ghost there, because I generally thought my recording stopped, but Loom just goes into, it says 1 minute instead of 1 hour, because obviously it can't fit in. But like I was saying, 10, 20K, I double your investment. You can't lose. You can't lose, okay? Because no matter what, I could be, I could be working for the next, 5 years, but you make that money or sue me, right? Assuming it's in contract, right? So that's how like valuable that offer is, and that's why we do it. Again, we're going to go into guarantees and how to make your offer valuable, but if you make it so the client genuinely can't lose, you're going to be making so much more money. And that's why, again, like I said, we're going to go into irresistible, no-brainer guarantees. So it says like, hey, you can't lose any money, you're going to make this much money, you're going to do this, you're going to do this. So again, like I said, they're very comfortable coming on board because they just genuinely can't lose. So the ability to lose normally comes inside the guarantee more than anything. Proof of concept. Now, proof of concept is one of the highest forms of leverage you can possibly have, as it shows the service is real and works, so they have no, skeptical doubts about if it does work or if it doesn't work, okay? This leverage heightens even further when the proof of concept is interviews. The amount of energy that has to be given in an interview shows you have done so much for that client and you cannot dispute, right? Let me show you for an example. For example, on my account here, let me just show you through a couple of results. If someone comes onto my page, if someone comes onto my page, I don't want to just sit here, but like, you see, proof of concept. Look how much proof there is. You can't lose. Working with me, you can't lose, right? The proof is in the pudding. And this is what makes people feel comfortable, because okay, that's a whole stack of results. That's impressive. Oh, we've got another whole stack of results. And again, it goes and 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 it goes. 2.7K. 7K review, 50/50, 2K, 6K month, 2.4K deal, 3.8K deals, 3.9K deal, 4.1K deal, 4K setup fee, 1.1K deal, 1.2K. 6K cash collected, 1.2K, 14K, another client, 50% rev share, booking calls, shout out from a client, like a real client testimonial, 13K week, onboarding amazing clients, VSL converting, 150 messages, booked a call, 3 to 5, 7 VSL requests a day, 5 replies of full VSL, 3 calls booked, 5K client, for a client on a full-time pay, a 2K client, sales reps, client interview, coaching, VSLs, signing 2 clients with one outreach, another client, drop in some sauce, another client. You like I don't want to bore you, but like I said, if the proof is in the pudding, we know it works, right? The rules of, okay, client interview, right? You can't lose. How can you lose when there's this much proof and this many results behind you, right? You can't. So obviously at the very start, you're not going to have this proof of concept. No one did. I didn't start with any results. It's not possible to just start with results, right? But you build them over time. Once you get your first client, you'll get your first couple of results. Once you get your second client, you'll get more results. It's kind of like a snowballing effect, right? You'll start here coming up the mountain. You're trying to build your leverage. You're trying to get your name out there. Then it will start like slowly. You're peaking out. And then the snowball will go all the way down. Client. It kind of makes no sense. But client, all the way down very easily, because it's like, oh, you know this guy. Yep, cool. Oh, you've got this result. Cool. Okay, you know him. Cool. It's just like very, very simple to get results. So proof of concept is massive and something that you should be very dedicatively working towards every single day to try and get behind. Okay, the behind the service. Is your service worth more than someone's ability to do it, okay? Is there a generative ROI they gain from working with you, either money or time, okay? A problem of booking calls, if your solution is just placing a setter, then anyone can do that. They can even do it themselves. Like they all say, the more difficult the problem, the more money you make, okay? The easier you solve it, the more money you make, right? That's why we do these opt-in offers. We don't just say, hey, place a setter. We do all these, okay, if you place a setter, then it's the script, it's the tracking, it's all this behind it, because unless we're solving difficult problems with a good solution and getting amazing returns out of it, you have no leverage to be charging higher ticket. I know we used to want to play setters as it is easier for us, but the difficulty is so low, so the max we could charge was $300 to place a setup, because we weren't managing them, we weren't training them, we weren't giving scripts, we weren't giving tracking. It's like, okay, you just go onto Upwork and find a setup. Anyone can do that, right? So it feels nice, and you want to be able to do like, oh, hey, I'm going to charge you 10 grand for this setup. But if it genuinely just isn't worth it, then it isn't worth it, and then just not going to pay you, okay? Unfortunately, in the world, you don't just get paid for absolutely no reason. In some ways you do, but you're not really going to, okay? So behind the service, making sure that it's very, very, very good. So there's just a few things about why and what should, how your pricing structure should go. Now breaking down the actual structures of pricing, okay? They were just some variables and factors behind it that will allow us to charge higher ticket, but this is how we price it in an actual structure, okay? There are multiple different pricing structures that you can leverage. A pricing structure should pair up with what type of your offer, okay? As we go through them, you will understand what aligns most with your offer. So for example, we have the retainer model. So the retainer models are most common, but one of the worst pricing structures, as it does not allow you to make money based off of your service, and it also has super low margins. If, for example, you're charging $2,000 a month and your team is $1,500 a month, which it probably will be, you're only making $500 profit. What's the point in having the client? The only way it works is if you have a very simple service that can be duplicated over and over again within the niche, such as Facebook ads, but it will still be better to go for a pay off results basis if you're new or don't know how the service works. So kind of like retainer model, it's there, but I'm going to do it in red because you really don't want to be running just pure retainer unless you're like a very, very commoditized offer. But even then, like, unless you are, like I said, very commoditized, you're going to be replaced by IL freelancers anyway. So like the retainer model, it doesn't really work anymore. I'll be honest here, like it just doesn't, it's not the same as it used to be. And again, like I said, you can't get good margins. You can't really be paid what you're worth because you can't generate results and take percents. You're just being paid a flat fee. And also, if you want to try and scale that retainer, like, hey, I'm going to charge you $5K a month, it just seems hella expensive. It's like, okay, so where's the direct ROI that I'm going to get from this? That's figured out after, right? It's kind of hard to do. Okay. Instead, what I prefer, especially if you're a beginner, is a payoff results basis. Okay. So payoff results is where you take a bonus from delivering over expectation. For example, if you're a short form content agency, you may even price like, okay, so you do a break even retainer. So X amount of dollars every single time you get X amount of views, X% for revenue over X views, X for X impressions. Okay. I'm going to fill this out in a second so you can understand it better. But as you can see, since you're doing a one step or sector service, you cannot charge a whole business revenue share, but what you can do is I get paid what you get paid, showing your confidence and they trust you more, signing more clients, and also you can be worth more. So let me kind of break down how it works. So what you do is, let's say, for example, let's say you're doing the Facebook appointment setting offer. Okay. So if we're doing this, let's say it costs me $800 for the team members to deliver all of that as the break even. What I'm going to do is, as a retainer, I'm going to charge $800, making it seem super cheap and reliable, okay? But what we're going to do is say and be very open with the client and say, hey, look, this $800, no profit from it, okay? We don't make profit. You want to be very clear that you make profit, take a percent, so you make money when they make money, okay? So you take a percent, okay? So it's what allows them to feel a lot more confident, especially if you're a beginner with zero results. If you're so because saying something, hey, I do it for free, right? Doing something for free does not work because it's like, why is it free? Anything that is free is bad. It is what is perceived as, okay? There's some great free stuff out there, but anything that is free is normally perceived as bad, especially if it's a service, okay? Services that are free are crazy bad. So what we want to do instead is say, hey, look, this is how much the team costs. You're going to pay this much money, so we obviously break even, but then I only take a percent of what you make. Now, it depends per what you're doing. If, for example, you're doing Facebook ads and it's directly making the money, right? Which it is, yeah? You are now going to be able to take a percent of the money made. Let's say you take 5 to 10%. You're not going to be taking a lot because you're not doing too much. You're just doing the Facebook ad. It could even maybe push to 20%. But you're realistically sticking around this range here. So again, like I said, if they're making 100 grand a month, you take 5 to 10% of it. Now, if you're doing something like content, it's a little bit different on how you do the payoff results. Okay. And this is money that you generate, by the way. So the content, because if you're just doing content, it's not direct. There's no like direct to cash. What you're more doing is you're more directing towards eyeballs, and then it needs to go on a conversion sequence to make cash. So you don't directly correlate to the cash. So what we want to do instead is set down like a sheet, right? We could have something like a day, month, right? So or like a vid, right? It's probably instead of day. So if a vid breaks X amount of views, okay, I want X amount of dollars. If we get this a month, I want X amount of dollars, okay? Just because you're not directly correlating to the money, but also if you do really well with this type of videos, you should be entitled to, you know, a payoff for results basis, pay per performance. I've been recording for so long, I'm tired now. But pay per performance, right? I don't know why it's so hard to say. But this will allow you to make more money because, again, if I'm stuck making $500 profit, let me go to, let's say for this one, for example, let's say every single month, if I do X amount of impressions, I get $1,000 extra. And let's say every mil views, I get $100. Let's say you get a mil views every single day. You get 3,000 plus the 1,000, you're getting $4,000 profit. Again, like the thing, if you make them $100,000, you take 5%, you're making $5K a month, right? So it allows us to make this profit. So instead of what you may think of, oh, I like a retainer, it's safe, but make $500 profit and probably churn the next month because then they're going to churn because they don't see any ROI. They need to see like the direct ROI, because if you're paying someone and you're like, okay, why am I actually paying you? They're like, okay, let me leave. Okay. But if you're getting results and they pay you based off of the results, a little fraction of what they make, they're going to be a lot more happy doing that. Now going into RevShare. RevShare can only be taken if your offer directly correlates to money made. You'll know which one of these you are, as we've already gone over it. You know, if you're not directly correlating to the whole business, so like a full stack growth offer, then you're just not going to qualify. It's always best to just stick, like you're going to probably stick with payoff results basis for most of the time, okay? Until you get to a point where you can actually scale it up and you are taking over every single position in the structure, okay? So RevShare can only be taken, like I said, upfront money. You build the whole system, you double their retainer, and then you pitch RevShare plus a retainer. RevShare is different to payoff results basis because you're only taking a percent of that direct. So for example, let's say your Facebook ads made them $20,000, but the whole business made $80,000. You don't get access to the 60,000. But if you're doing everything, then you have access. You're going to take revenue share out of every single piece of the pie that you've already made money for. So that's what it would look like with RevShare. Okay, this allows you to negotiate a better deal. When doing this with RevShare, it's negotiable. When you get to this point, the reason you do upfront cash, double the investment, and then you partner is because you're kind of like becoming a shareholder within the actual business. Okay, you're not. Like you are taking over the whole business. You're taking a percent of the whole revenue, 10, 20, maybe percent, 5%. Like you're really doing everything. So, you know, you do have to prove your systems. You can't just say, hey, I'm going to take 10% rev share of 100K a month business. You're going to be like, hey, let me invest in me. I'm going to double your investment. I'm going to build the systems. I'm going to show you how everything works. And then from there, if we believe it's the right fit, we can obviously start working together. Okay. And then finally, what we have is building infrastructure. So this is a hot pricing model right now. It ties in perfectly with the acquisition infrastructure, as it is something you build once and then there is nothing for you to do. You could charge a low retainer fee and make money from affiliates, but it's more about that big upfront payment. So like I said, when we were talking about placing in the automation outreach system or the offer, you can charge 10K for it, but it's not like you could charge them $4,000 a month, because once it's built, right? But you know, other offers, for example, Facebook ads, you don't just build one and it's done forever. You have a retainer, you have percents to keep it going. But whereas an offer like that, you build it once and it's completely fine. It can scale, it can do whatever it needs to do. You can maybe take a low retainer to keep up to date with the systems, to help them out, to kind of be like that support if they need it. But once you've built the systems, they don't really need you anymore. Okay, unless they do want you to run it, that could be the only other option. Okay. Then what we have next we're going into is no-brainer guarantees, okay? So a no-brainer guarantee we need for every offer, especially as a beginner. Without a guarantee, it's very hard to sign clients because you're kind of just gambling your money. You're kind of risking it. And if I hopped on a call with someone without any results and they said, Yeah, I'm going to book you 10 appointments. What's your guarantee? We don't have one, but like we're going to try book you 10 appointments. Then you don't know, right? But if their guarantee is, hey, look, I will book you 10 appointments or I give you a refund, then you feel safe. You're like, okay, so if I don't get what I desired, my desired outcome, no matter what, I get refund. I wasted some time maybe, but that's completely fine. I got the system tried. I maybe got 1-2 clients from it, but again, I didn't really waste any money at all. Normally, it depends per offer. For example, if you're doing like Facebook ads and they've put in that ad spend as well, you're wasting a lot more of their money. You might have to charge back all their ad spend. Or if they're doing something like content and it's taken a bunch of time for them to film the content, it's not performed very well. What you can do is either not get them to film anymore and clip up the content, or again, send back just more money. Again, I know it's very risky, but I'm going to show you how to do it in a way that you are never at risk of running this offer. And also just in the delivery section, you understand, build a very good delivery system. Otherwise, this is never going to work anyway, right? We can't just go out, scam people and come back. That's not. I see a lot of people complaining about guarantees, but it's like, so if you don't want to have a guarantee, you want to scam your clients. It's basically your whole goal. And you might as well just go be a scammer and get locked up for 4 years, right? So you have them 2 options. So make sure they cannot lose. That is the simple blueprint behind building a no-brainer guarantee. And like we said at the top, just make sure they genuinely cannot lose, okay? If you had the opportunity to go into a casino and put all your chips on red, but no matter what happens, you either get your money back or it lands on double, would you do it? Yes, of course. Who wouldn't? So how can we make it so someone cannot lose? So when the client plays, we need the guarantee base. So we decrease return and obviously increase, okay? So obviously if it decreases in X, we're going below and we have to then bring it back up to a baseline. And then obviously we have the above. Okay, this is how it works. If you do not get past the break even pass, they either get something returned or it is a result for both of you. Okay, so they can never lose. I haven't put return X as it does not always have to be a full refund. Some people do. We work until we deliver. This works well with offers such as appointment setting because they don't have to spend any time, they don't have to spend any money, and it's all coming personally from you to book the appointments. Whereas, like I said, something like ad spend would probably be best to refund all of the money because you've generally wasted a bunch of their money. Not really much time, but you've wasted a bunch of money of theirs. You know, so you can't really carry on the service because they'd have to put in more ad spend, which they don't want to do. And then content as well, you don't really want to do like we'll work until we do deliver the results because, again, they don't want that. Okay, they've spent too much time and it doesn't work already, okay? Full refund and an extra $500 adds to it, but normally all you need is just a full refund, okay? In order to over-deliver the guarantee or risk reverse of obviously refunding. But as long as you follow this blueprint and make sure that they can never drop below that guarantee baseline mark, then you have a grand slam guarantee within the market, which will scale your business extremely far. Now, this guarantee obviously has to make sense. If you guarantee 10 clients over 5 years, of course, it's going to happen. The guarantee is therefore pointless. We have a very simple formula for this. Valid time frame plus a risk reverse equals a grand slam guarantee. And normally it is just like a, irresistible, like a wanted offer. Okay, what we've already gone over. Okay, otherwise, it just makes no sense. So making sure it is in a good time frame, usually from 30 to 6 months max. Normally 6 months is quite long to set off the straight, but usually it's around 1 to 3 months. So 30 to, always say days, months, that sounds quite long. 30 to 90 days, where it is not too long for the client and not too short to deliver the results if you need to, okay? Now, guarantee alchemy. Now let's build some actual guarantees which will help skyrocket your business. Now we know the blueprint and formula behind them. There is nothing stopping us from competing in the markets, and let's obviously build the guarantee. So firstly, we have the actual guarantee. A guarantee is going to be the main outstander here because it is the actual guarantee. I've said guarantee in the past 5 seconds like 100 times. I want to dig into different guarantees. Oh my. Which one would be best for you, okay? We need to make sure that the G word is a key performance indicator and stands out and actually has an ROI behind it. For example, solar companies, 30 appointments guaranteed. Ecom, 3 times ROAS guaranteed. Fitness coaching, abs guaranteed, right? Content creator, 1 million views guaranteed. Realtor, double your investment guaranteed. Hopefully that makes it clear as to the difference between guarantees depending on your target audience. Keep in mind the guarantee should play on their intrinsic and extrinsic desires, what they want and need, and what has a generative ROI. For example, you can't guarantee their content's going to look cooler. That's not how a guarantee works. Instead, what you would do is you would be able to guarantee the fact that they can get an extra million views because they don't care about looking cooler or doing X, Y, and Z. They just want to know, hey, can I grow? Will I get a return on my investment? Can I put in $1,000 and get the value out of $10,000 or $5,000 or just even $2,000, just more than they put in? Can that be done? If it can't be done, then obviously the guarantee doesn't stand. The guarantee is pointless. If it can be done, then obviously the guarantee is grand slam and something that they're probably looking for themselves. Okay. So, like I said, hopefully that makes sense. Now, something like more appointments would be better than views as it has a clear trackable ROI, as anyone can get 1 million views that converts. This is why sometimes it's harder to do content offers unless you are really good at it. And you normally want to just pair it with an appointment setting offer. Just because, even if you do like short form content, but you just plug one setter, that's completely fine. Because it's very hard to say to someone, hey, this is going to get you 1 million views, because I could tomorrow wake up and make a viral video that has nothing to do with my industry, and it goes viral and I get 1 million views. And we've done this before. I've got videos that have millions of views, but it resulted in 0 sales, 0 interest, 0 motion, 0 sales, because it had no correlation to my offer. But the problem is, offer type videos or offer value videos don't get views because you only have a core audience. So what is normally best to do is say, hey, look, like you're not going to get 1 million views, okay? Because we're not going for a viral strategy. You're going to get 5,000 views of your warmest prospects, but I'm going to set all of them appointments. Get all of them views and set them on actual appointments, okay? So it makes sense and it is very simple to do. So something that's trackable, something that you can say, okay, we did this, we got you this, instead of, yeah, we got you views, hopefully they convert. Okay. Next, what we have is time. Next, what we have is time. So like I previously stated, if the time frame is too long, then the risk factor is heightened. Every time you move it further, it signals a bigger red flag inside of the client's head. This is why it's sometimes good. So sometimes 30 days, 60 days is probably like the best that you can push. Try not to do it too short and jeopardize your offer. For example, 10 clients in the next 30 days may be a hard guarantee, right? It may be something that's very hard for you to do. So maybe doing it in 60 days, yes, you make your guarantee less a no-brainer, but you're saving yourself having to refund. So make sure you understand how long it will actually take. Do the math. Let me show you now. So let's say, for example, we are doing a Facebook offer. Okay. We need to plan out how long stuff is realistically going to take. Okay. Let's say onboarding takes 2 days. And again, we'll do this in the contract. I'm going to show you how the contract should be set up so you don't lose yourself. 2 days. Let's say market research scripting takes 1 day. I don't know why I did 1 day, right? Let's say it takes 1 day, so now we're at 3 days. Let's say filming, we give them a max of 2 days to do that, and then the ads are up. And let's say once ads are up, it will take about 3 days or so to get 3 days. Same 1 day, same. Oh no, you got to edit, so it could take like 2 days to edit, 3 days to get up the ads and get results, right? And then from there is about refinement, so it will just change over time. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 days. Okay, so it takes 10 days to get set up on, let's say, on like a good that's like a good turnaround. You've only got 20 days to deliver the service, right? You've only now got 20 days left. This is why I'm personally not a massive fan of like 30-day setup fees, is because like you spend like, even if like this on like an average example, maybe 15 days, and you have half setting it up, half delivering. You don't have enough time to get the data to, just recycle the information that we obviously know and scale it further. So your big breakthrough could be in 54 days. but we only have 30. So sometimes if it takes long to do what you need to do, like for example, short form content, or no, let me do something even easier. Says script plus place 1 day, then 29 days to refine, right? So this is something that's like, okay, that's not a bad offer if you're doing it in 30 days. Same applies for short form content. Just break down your offer. Look at how long it's going to take to do each step in the maximum time, because the last thing you want to do is like, oh yeah, we're going to do this in 30 days. And all you're just doing is refunding, because you're just going to start losing a bunch of money, right? There's no point in you ever doing that. Right? There's no point. Okay. So that is what we need to look at when we are building the time frame for the actual guarantee. Next, what we go into is the risk reverse statements. So now obviously we have the time frame is now like what will happen if we don't hit this guarantee in this amount of time. So again, this is very, very important. It's now time to implement the risk reversal, which makes our guarantee the last part of the blueprint. So with the idea of making sure they do not lose in our heads, it's pretty simple to create the risk reversal. It's either money back, we will work until guarantee is completed, or we will implement X. There is not much you can do for the risk reversal, as customers after a bad experience want one thing, their money back. So I would always do a money back guarantee. In my personal opinion, I feel like this is the most respectable, this is the best way to do it. You can obviously make like deals in the contract where it's like minus per client I brought. Minus, let's say for example, each client that you bring them is $1,000, right? And they pay you $2,000 for the service. No, it doesn't make sense. So let's say they pay you $5,000 for the service. You guarantee them you guarantee them 10 clients at $1,000 each. You got to get them 10 clients. What you can do is, let's say you only get them 5 clients. We can say, okay, it minuses $200 off of the refund, because we still have done a decent job. Obviously, you can't say, oh no, the grand for it, but you don't want to you have to refund everything. So it could be 200. So 200 times 5, so that's a grand off. So you give them 4K back instead of the 5K, for example. Okay, because obviously they've broken even. You don't want to, you've both kind of taken the risk in it. Okay, if you went to a restaurant and the food was awful, would you want them to give you a free voucher for the same place? No, the food was awful. You don't want to go back there. You don't want to relive that experience. So you'd rather a full refund, right? You don't want, oh hey, we'll cook you another steak. Hey, I don't want a steak. You've just given me food poisoning, right? That's how they perceive it. That's how they see it. So don't try and, like I said, after someone's had a bad experience, don't try and then get them to carry on for longer, or don't try and like mess them about. Just be like, okay, yeah, here's the money back. Okay, we don't want to be messing about with them, because it will just build a bad rep in the future. And people, when something doesn't go in someone's way and something goes bad, especially if the relationship starts to sour, stuff can escalate very quickly, like stupidly quickly, which we want to try and avoid. They can get police involved, they can get, they can enforce obviously the contracts, they can slander your name. I've seen it a bunch happen in the industry. Names get completely slandered, completely tarnished. People even pay like big social media people to expose that person as well. It's why most of the time when you see someone exposed, they've been paid to do it by someone else, by like their competitors or people that don't like them, rather than themselves. Okay, so that's a risk reversal. Then plus more, okay? Providing more than invested allows you to make a grand slam guarantee. We could either give back money or service time. Most people stick to pure money, as it's the only one that makes sense. Some people do $500, some people do $5,000 plus. It all depends on how confident you are in your service. I would only ever recommend doing plus more money if you're so confident in your service that it's like, okay, it's impossible for you to fail. Okay, maybe if you've worked with 100 plus clients and you've got amazing results for all of them, you've always hit the guarantee, then you can say like, hey, I know this guarantee is going to work. I could even bet $5,000 on it. It's more of just like I could do this, right? I like kind of just like a showing in their face of like, hey, I can do this. Trust me, I can do this. Just follow exactly what I'm doing. It sells you above everyone else. Okay, this is usually implemented when you're further down the line. I would not recommend this as a beginner, as you do not want to be giving money away that you obviously don't have. The thing with Guarantee Alchemy is they all need to pair together perfectly and make sense for the right outcome. So if it seems a little too much, it probably is. Okay, so that is how you craft your guarantee along with your pricing structure, along with the offer that is already done. Now, finally, what we have is personal coverage. Now, I'm going to go very in-depth in the actual sales process of this, going over the contract, going over exactly how the contract does work, but you're probably pretty overwhelmed. I know I was when I, found out what guarantee was. I found out I had to, deliver a guarantee. Everyone goes through the exact same thing. You start panicking. You're like, hey, but if I do one thing wrong, I have to give back all the money. It's a bit nerve-wracking. One, obviously, every business model is a risk. Okay, I've personally given 2 refunds, but they weren't. I've never had a refund due to bad service delivery. I've only ever had a refund due to it just not being what they wanted to do, or just like not the same aligned path. But we've never had a refund because of how bad the service is, because delivery is very straightforward once you build it. Okay, and also with this contract in place. Okay, now a contract will allow you to remove any risk that you may incur by working with them. So for example, if the ad account is not accessible in 3 days after onboarding, the guarantee does not stand. If the social media is suspended for 7 days, the guarantee does not stand. If any advice is not implemented, it does not stand. Okay, anything you need for your delivery to work is put inside of the contract. This means if something is not your fault, then the contract is voided, so any mistake is done. All right, I just realized I had some stupid setting on as well, but back to how the contract works. So for example, like I said, if there's anything so you have your control, okay? And you have out of control. And then you also have client control, okay? Now, if you mess up in your control, then the guarantee should be void. But if something's out of your control, such as bad accounts, such as, tsunami, natural disasters, out of control, stuff like that, right? Stuff that is out of both of your control. This is like the middle point, okay? Then you have the client control. This is such as like, delivery time, implementing, if they're not listening, if they're not doing stuff, if they're not recording, this is their fault, and that means they shouldn't be entitled to a guarantee either. Okay, and then obviously your control is your delivery that you are pushing. Okay, now in the contract it needs to clearly state that this is neither of your guys' fault, and that once it is either over, you take either like a pause, or like the guarantee is voided, but we still push towards the guarantee, if you get what I mean. Like, they shouldn't suffer, and you shouldn't suffer, okay? So you shouldn't have the refund, and they also shouldn't have their guarantee voided. So what we do instead is we just extend the timeline, okay? For the amount of time that something happened, the account got banned or something happened, we extend the timeline, and normally you just come to like a normal solution. I look so... Can you see me better? Am I looking fresher? Nah, we'll take that. We're looking fresh. Questionably. But guarantee, obviously, on their side is if they're not doing what they should be doing, you shouldn't have to refund them, and the guarantee is voided. So just making sure it's very, very clear of, what this is and how it works, just so you're in the clear, they're in the clear, and you're kind of both in the clear. So that is Offer Mastery. That looks so much better. That is Offer Mastery. That is everything about building your irresistible offer, connecting it. Hopefully by now you would have found the best offer that fits your niche that you want to scale in. From there, you can obviously now go price your structure. You can add your guarantees. You understand how everything works, your trajectory, where you're trying to go. Next, what we're going to be going into is appointment setting. How are we going to book calls for this offer? Then we're going to be going into sales and then delivering on the service. So hope to see you guys there. I'm going to pause pause of some recording now. I'm going to go chill out for a second because my brain is frazzled. But I will see you in the next part. And yeah, I'll speak to you guys very soon. Peace. Yes, boys, welcome to Mass Appointment Setting, one of the probably the most important module in all of the 12-hour free course. We're going to be going over how we're now going to use our offer, use our niche, and send outreach to potential prospects, because at the very beginning, we're not going to be running ads. We're probably not going to be making content like this to sign clients. The main way that any agency, anyone gets clients is through the use of cold outbound, but in the most effective way, because if you do it in the wrong way, again, copying these gurus out there, you're never going to succeed. This is the most successful method that I'm going to run through, that you're going to follow, that you're going to copy, and you're going to make a bunch of cash from. So what we're going to cover today is firstly appointment setting comprehension, understanding what appointment setting is, how it works, what it is, and how you can use it yourself, because you can't do something you don't know. Reciprocity value, reciprocating tendencies, whatever you guys like to call them. It's learning what I'll get into it, obviously, but it's learning the value you have to give in order to get a certain amount of value back, giving them so they feel like they owe you. Again, we're going to go into that, so it doesn't really matter. Manual versus automated lead scraping, whether you're going to get someone to do it for you, whether you're going to do it yourself, or you're going to use an AI software. Again, a lot of AI is starting to integrate into SMAs, and hopefully further into the future they integrate more. Hopefully, after this 12-hour free course that you've watched, you're not going to be someone that gets taken over by AI, because you've built the right offer, you've built the right systems in place. You can leverage it to help you go and scale. Leverage platform picking, so finding out what platforms we're going to be using to send outreach to sign clients. Boot call script masterclass, so what scripts to use. There's multiple different variations that you can personally use, so we're going to figure out which one works best for you, works best for your platform, works best for your niche, works best for just how you are in general. Manual versus automated outreach, again, just a little bit like lead scraping, whether we're going to do it ourselves, whether we're going to hire a VA, or we're going to leverage AI to come and help us send the outreach so we don't have to. And then before last, what's it called? What's the thing before? I don't know what it's called. Hiring elite setters. So finding out how to hire them, how to vet, how to train, how to place them. So we have elite setters for ourselves to go send outreach, to sign us clients, because that is the least leveraged activity we can possibly doing, is sending outreach. We want to, this is like task one that you automate, and this is how you do it. Okay. And then finally, what we have is a calendar must. This is just a little secret into a calendar. When they do agree to book a call, you send over this, but again, we'll get into that at the end of this. This is going to be a longer one, so if you're watching this in sections, strap in, make sure to grab some food. I've got my coffee here. I'm not going to lift it up, it's way too hot. But I'm going to be sipping the coffee. You guys should be sipping the coffee as well. And we're going to get into this, and we're going to slowly start building, and hopefully build you guys something amazing. Okay? So appointment setting comprehension. Appointment setting is the process of going out into the market in order to find prospects and convert them into book calls. So finding ideal leads and then convincing them that your service, and showing the value of your service and showing them that they need it, so then they book a call and sign on. That's all outbound is. It's literally finding your ideal lead and trying to convey your service and how good it is, and getting them to sign on. That simple. Now, in between this is the process of what you do in order to get their interest, show your value, and give you their time. Okay, we fight in stages, right? In appointment setting and trying to book appointments, we fight in stages. First stage is getting through the front door. First stage is finding the ideal lead, finding someone that's perfect. The second stage is getting through the door, getting a reply, perfect. The stage 3 is showing the value, showing how much value we can provide in order to get a small period of their time. And once we got that, we can then move on to the sales process. But that's how the appointment setting framework goes. It's very simple, but it goes in stages. It's not send outreach, book call. It's many small little segments of, okay, send first message, okay, build the first message in a way that you get a reply. Cool, send over the value to get some more of their time. reply, send over the calendar, book a call, right? There's a lot more stages in between it instead of just sending normal outreach, okay? Meaning, understand you always have to give more than they do as you're a random person in their eyes trying to sell them. This is why if you guys have ever been to a car dealership, you get offered drinks, you get offered food, you get offered all this stuff because they're trying to give you value, right? As much value as possible. If you go anywhere, you're a random customer. You don't know if you're going to buy, you don't know if you are going to buy. You may not even be in the market for it right now, which makes it the most cold outreach possible. But that doesn't mean they don't need it. We just have to convey and show they need it. So if we have to go above and beyond in the appointment setting process to give them value, that's what we have to do. Okay, that's just how it works. That's what we have to do. Whether you're doing 100K, 200K a month, whatever it is, we're going to have to give more value than the prospects gives us, because that's just how it works. We're going to them randomly and they don't know who we are. Okay, it also means you cannot trigger natural sales resistance. Please, please, please. What everyone does is they instantly try and go for a booked call, or they build trigger words, you're leaving money on the table, all this like proper sales stuff. Ignore it. Try to be the least salesperson possible. Obviously you have to sell, but like try and go about it not the way that most sales people would go about it, because they know the game. Especially if they're in the industry, they know the game. So don't try and do these tricks such as would you be opposed, because would you be opposed works to Susan, the 50-year-old mum, because she's like, wow, my brain is so wow. But to Richard, the 26-year-old solar business owner doing a million a year, he has enough on his plate. He doesn't want to be messed about with would you be opposed, right? All this type of sales tactics. He wants to get to the point, see the value, see if it's worth it, see if it is. If it's not, he's going to leave. If it is, he's going to sign on. That's how quick this industry is, especially who you're going for. Now, obviously, again, it depends on who you're targeting. If you're targeting mindset coaches of 60-year-old women just finding themselves, then yeah, maybe would you oppose would be maybe the best thing of all time. But if you're going for these realtors, solars, etc., these big businesses, they don't play about. They're not going to accept your bullshit, right? They're not going to accept it. So don't try and give it to them, okay? I see a lot of people pitching calls straight away. That triggers so much sales resistance as possible. The process takes time from your end to win their trust. This isn't and the way that we build it is very quick. We have had instances before where we've sent an outreach in the morning, we've signed a 5K client in the night. That is how quick the process can become, but again, it's just how much value you're giving them, okay? So understand the appointment setting process is a long one, as you're taking a prospect from complete cold, them not knowing who you are, what you do, how you operate, to now maybe paying you thousands of dollars, 10, 20, 30 thousands of dollars. It isn't an overnight process. And this is why it's conveyed quite well in the films. You know the films where it's like, the deal it's not going to take you months, okay, because we're not doing 100K deals. It may take you a few days. It may take you a week or so. But it's about having deals in the pipeline consistently. That's why it's so important to have an appointment setter, and when we're going to hire one, to always be sending outreach. So this deal here from Monday could sign on Friday, but we've got another warm lead Tuesday that could sign on Wednesday. So we've got always continuous leads that could potentially come and sign on, okay? Also understand that outreach is not 10 a day, okay? You will sign clients. Your first client may take 1,000, it won't take 10,000. This is crazy. Let me not scare you guys. It'll take you 100 to 1,000 outreach, okay? What it will take you, okay? But that is the reality. I'm not here to sell you 10K a month. This is a free course. I do not benefit from making this. I am obviously selling you 10K a month because it is possible, but I'm not selling you on it as in, this is a 12-hour free course. What most gurus would do is charge $997 for this, right? I'm doing it for complete free. This is crazy, right? You guys need to think about this and subscribe, like, and comment how great of a person I am. But I've spent 12 hours recording. I've spent 20, 30, 40 hours plus building. So I've spent days of my life missing, not seeing my family, not seeing my friends, not seeing people close to me. So if anything ever happens and I've wasted 50 hours, this is all on you guys, right? So understand I'm putting in value in chance for a future better. This is actually a perfect example. I've created a 12-hour free SMMA course. It's 12 hours. That has taken me, let's say it's taken me like 4 or 5 full days of my life to build. Like, obviously it's taken weeks, right? It's taken weeks. But like, if I if I did 24/7 continuously, probably like a week's worth of my time. I offered the back of this and giving you free value to scale. But if most of like a lot of you prospects, if you want to come work with me at my agency, that's what this is kind of for, right? I'm giving you the free value, as much free value as I can. So hopefully you give me value in another sense and you come on board again, because I can help you. But again, it's just in that type of way that it's framed. Okay. I'm not sure, and like I said, I'm not here to tell you 10K, but you will hit 10K off this, but we need to be sending at least 50 to 100 outreach every single day. Again, I'm going to show you the systems behind this, how you're going to go do this, what it's going to look like, but this should be the average of what you're trying to send. Okay, if you're using social media, make sure to stay until the next section, as we'll build your backend profile. In the inbound section that is after this, we build your profile, especially if you want to make if you don't want to make content, it's completely fine. But we do need a profile that's optimized, otherwise we're not going to get replied to. And if we're doing like maybe cold email, cold call, and we want to make content, cool, watch it. If not, you can skip like an hour. It's not that deep. Okay, so they don't think we're a scammer or a fake, especially in the online world. A lot of people are skeptical. They've probably been scammed before, or they've been, conned out of money. So we need to make sure that we make them feel as safe as possible, make sure they trust us as much as possible. And this is normally through some type of content, some type of, brand, just some type of profile that they can resonate to, they can look at, and they can kind of back check behind. Okay, without the right backend profile, they can view, and they're obviously not good. They're going to think you're fake if it's not right. So cool. Now that we have understood it and understand how it, appointment setting kind of works, like the kind of comprehension behind it. Now let's go into step one. Now step one is the reciprocating tendencies, reciprocity value. I prefer calling it reciprocating tendencies. I don't know why I called it this. We need to provide the prospect with as much value as we possibly can. Okay, this is because at the stage of contact, they do not need us, or they do not believe they need us. They may need us. Their service may be awful, or they may not be signing clients. They may not be scaling. Whatever you help them with, maybe they do need our help. They can't see it yet, right? Which is why they haven't outreached to you. And this is why no one outreaches to you, right? Because they don't know it yet. You have to show them that they do need it. This is because at the stage of contact, they do not believe they need us. So we need to give them value. So one, they feel like they owe us. But two, probably like the main point out of this is they can see their constraint. They can see their problem. For example, if they're let's say they're a coach, right? And they're obviously a coach's main point of acquisition is their content, their growth, etc. Now, if they believe their editing's insane, they may believe it. But if you then send over free value of an edit that's 10 times better, they're going to be like, wait, okay, I've now got a problem with how bad mine is. I need to be at this level. The same applies for appointment setting. The same applies for ads. It all applies for this, whether and again, I'm going to show you different ways you can send over the value, but we need to show them, one, give them reciprocating tendencies that they feel like they owe us, but two, just show them they do need the service. Because with text, saying like, hey, do you want more? Do you want this? No, not really. But if you can show them, they're like, okay, maybe I do need this. Maybe this is something that I would like. Okay. There are so many different ways to provide this value depending on your service and what you do. For example, you may send over some type of free value that blows them away. This could be a short, it could be a long form script, it could be an appointment setting process, it could be an email sequence. I know an email sequence is what I know it's not, but like one of the copywriting agencies, they got me with, they wrote me a webinar sequence just for me, and it was, amazing. I saw it, I was like, wait, maybe I do need this, right? Ads, whatever it is, it needs to be of value and blow them away, okay? Framing you as the authority that they need to learn off of, okay? This can be done on Google Sheets, or you can even pitch it in a way that asks to run it for them to prove it works, kind of like a free trial, right? So yeah, like I said, this can be covered in scripts, Google Sheets, whatever it is, okay? Now, the opposite to this, this is what we personally push, is a VSL, because our service, it depends on what service you're running. Personally, our service doesn't just do shorts, or it doesn't just do long form, right? It's not like a content agency. We do everything, right? So it's harder for us to do this, but again, it can work really well. But what you can also do is the VSL approach. This is what I like. This is what I prefer. Again, you're still offering value, but it's in the form of a video to send over. You can kind of break down the service more. You can kind of break down the offer. You can kind of show them the value, show them what you do a lot easier, okay? This means you have more of a connection than just looking at a doc, but less effort than running a service to prove that it works, okay? So yeah, you can do like a free service. You can test it out. They can test it out themselves, but it's a little bit long, right? You can do like a couple day free trial, free service or whatever, but it's just kind of long to do. They kind of, especially if they already have the team member there, they normally don't want to replace them to test you out. What they'd rather go and do is just see value in a VSL, which is why I personally prefer the VSL. But again, I'm giving you all the like a lot of other people use giving over like a free. It depends on your offer, your service, your niche, all of that. Okay, so don't take this word for word, but kind of pick what you think would work best and kind of split test it. Personally, we use VSLs. We get our clients to use VSLs, but this also does work as well. Okay, firstly, we need to present our whole service on a chart so the client can visualize what it looks like, making them more comfortable to come on board. Now, I give this example a lot. If, for example, you're moving house and you know the neighborhood you're moving to, you know the people, you've seen it before, you're happy to move in. Now, if you don't see anything and you're just told, let's say you're just told, yeah, it's a nice house in a nice neighborhood, you're like, is it? Where is it? Is there people? Am I going to make friends? All this stuff. You start kind of overthinking. And that's what they do if you just say, hey, I can book you 100 appointments or whatever. But who's going to deliver them? How does it work? Do I have to stay this? If you show them, present it, get rid of all their objections before, then you're going to sign so much easier. And it's why it works so well. Even just no matter what type of value you do, but also the VSL approach. So you can see a couple here. These are just a couple from our clients at multiplyclients.io when we try and help them build it out. So you can see here, this is Jack's. Jack went from $0 to $7,000 in 2 weeks at 15 years old. This is his VSL. Obviously, I'm not going to go into it, so you can't see it, but you can see like this is sick. It's unique branding. It's cool. It breaks down. I'm not too sure what the top. I can't really see it either. But I think then it's a traffic section there. Then it's a calendar stack or some type of booking call, some type of. So I think it's getting leads, booking calls, and then closing them. You can see this one here is message personal branding conversion. So this is content and setting, and again showing all the proof, showing everything. This is obviously a lot deeper. This is like onboarding, scaling, etc. But it's just like a chronological order downwards, showing what the service is, presenting how it works, and all of that. Okay, these are some patterns. It usually is in a descending order, like I said, breaking down everything. So firstly, what you have is the headline. So the headline's normally what your company. So that, for example, the social shock funnel for Jared. Jack has a unique mechanism. This could be like how we're going to get you 15 appointments, how, company name, what you're going to do for them to get your next 5 sales coaching deals in the next 90 days guaranteed. Then your first step, second step, third step, etc. Now, this is just a breakdown of your offer. If I quickly show you. So we'll build this out more, especially in like the sales section and stuff of like how our offer works. But we should know how our offer works. Let me make it very, very simple. We have what them guys are doing. What? All right, let me zoom in. So let's say we're doing content plus setting. Okay. So let's say we're running these two offers. Now in the content, let's say we have editor. Let's say we first have like personal brand optimization. We have script, market research plus scripting. Then we edit it. Then maybe we post it, and then we refine. Okay. And then maybe we place setter, and then we add in scripts, right? All of this stuff here, and then we refine. That could be your step of the service. So step 1, okay, what do we have? We have our personal brand and we optimize it. Step 2, what we're going to do is we're going to do market research and we're going to do scripts. Cool. Step 3, what we're going to do from there is we're going to edit, and I'm going to do plus post because it's kind of in one. Edit plus post, and then we're going to refine and scale, okay? Refine plus scale. Now, all the leads we get, we're going to place a seller. We're going to build out the scripts, build out everything that they need. So place setter, build out the scripts, and then refine and scale, right? All of the leads can get taken up on. So that is how yours would be broken down. Obviously, what you would add is like templates. You would maybe add results if you have any. You would have like sheets of like, okay, we're gonna do market research on this sheet. This is how the scripts will be delivered. Presenting it in a nice way. You can like, especially using something like Miro, you can, that's probably not the best idea, but you can definitely build out something pretty cool. We personally use Lucid Charts because it's kind of like the easiest thing to go and build on. But yeah, you can kind of get the examples from what I've just showed you. It's just kind of breaking down every single step of your service. So now the prospect understands. They understand who they're going to be working with. Okay, so I'm working with editors. I'm working with this person. They get to know you, right? This person here, the GOAT. They get to know you. That looks pretty weird. But they get to know you as well, okay? And that's super key. In 2024, we're working with people, right? We're not working with companies anymore. People want to work with people. And it's why you see even people that are super stupid, working with these high-level guys is because they have a brand and people want to work with them. That's all anything is in life. It's being a somebody, just being known, being a somebody, okay? And that is by, being yourself and getting them to know you, but also, breaking down your whole service in one within the VSL, etc. And then finally, the end result. Everything should correlate to the desired outcome. So for example, if you're saying you're going to book them 10 appointments, show all of this service and the end result is 10 booked calls. What this does is it then links your service to the desired outcome, so they correlate their desired outcome with your service. So the only way to get to their desired outcome is through your service. So they have to book a call, they have to sign up. Okay, so it's just building it in that type of way. So as you can see here, the goal is to display your service very clearly to the prospects in a descending manner to show them clearly how every step of our service works in order. Okay, they want to know everything. Like I said, they need to become as familiar as possible, and a breakdown of each step to show, one, our expertise, but two, also how this works. So one, showing them exactly we know what we're talking about, we know what to do. For example, let's say in the content phase, we break down someone else's viral content in their niche. They will be like, okay, they know how to, even if you don't have results, if I break down why someone else's video that's a competitor to them went viral, then they're going to be like, wow, okay, this guy knows what he's talking about. Okay, you can see here, this is just a bit more of an in-depth version of this, but again, you can build it out any way that you want to. You can see here, I'm going to go in a little bit, but you can kind of see you've got notes, you've got proof, you've got examples. Here you've got, again, more proof, more examples, taking views from this to this. We're going to be then messaging, then results, etc. We just want to add as much proof, as much examples as we possibly can, okay? Once this is built out, and we've built it out in this type of way, so it looks, again, like I've said, it looks like this, we now want to film the VSL. So this is not, it may seem backwards the way that I'm teaching this, but you need to do this first, okay? This is what's going to be built out. The script that I'm now about to show you is what you should say over the top of the VSL when they say yes in the outreach message. Okay, so this will only really apply if you're doing social media, etc. Or cold email. It depends what outreach you're doing, but I recommend you watching it anyway, because most of the time you're going to be using this method. Okay, so what we want to do in the intro is just welcome them to the video and thank them, keep them brief, but acknowledge their time taken. Watch this and state your guarantee at the start. So, hey, John. So make sure it's very personal. Make sure you open on the social media or the platform that they gave you or you found them from, so they know it's personalized towards them. As soon as they open them, it's unique, it's valuable. So, hey John, thank you for letting me send over this quick video on how we helped our client achieve X result, if you don't have X result, how we can help you book 10 appointments leveraging our unique mechanism, so whatever you call it, and how we can hit guarantee, so whatever your guarantee is. What this does is it very much hooks them in the intro, making sure they know it's personal, so they kind of like, again, that reciprocating tendencies. We've now shown we've given time to make this personal for them. They're going to give us an extra 20 seconds. So we're kind of just buying time as we go on. Like I said, appointment setting has so many standards. It's not like, okay, we send the VSL, they watch all 5 minutes. No, they're probably going to watch 20 seconds and click off if we don't hook them. Now we've extended it to maybe a minute. Now we've got to extend it to 2, right? And you kind of build it on and grow it from there. Next, what we can do is hook them with results. If you don't have results, don't worry. You can skip past this phase, but if you do 30 seconds, go for a few results. Hey, this person did this person did this. We don't want to keep it too long and bore them, but this will buy us some more time as well, just because it shows the process works. And again, they correlate this service to good stuff, right? That's what every type of brand wants to do. They want to make your experience so positive that you link it. You link it to the brand, you link it to the experience, right? For example, let's say like Disneyland, right? They make your experience so good and they try and do so much for you. Personally, I've never been to Disneyland. I think I did when I was like 4 or something, but like I don't really remember. But this is what it would probably be, right? Or let's say when you go to like a cinema or anything like that, they may try and give you free treats. They may try and 50% off your next thing, or you know, they leverage maybe a positive, not a positive movie, but they're leveraging something that you want to watch, you want to do, and just even at, like they pay staff to go around in Disneyland. I know I'm kind of waffling here, but I have a point, right? They are trying to get you to link an amazing day and an amazing experience with their offer. So not only you send referrals and you refer to it, but also you link it to a positive experience. You keep coming back, or you want to come back again. Okay, if that kind of makes sense. We want them to link positive experience and positive results with our service, leveraging other people. Okay, this is why testimonials work so well. This is why everyone tries to get testimonials. Everyone tries to add social proof on their websites, their social medias, is because that is one of the only main things that scales you, right? If someone has 1,000 results and someone has 10, you're going to go with the person with 1,000, right? But again, like I said, no one starts with results. No one. I didn't start with results. I had to build them. So don't get annoyed. Don't be like, oh, this isn't going to work then, because it is. It's just, it's going to work over time. Now, oh, I don't know why that's done that. But you can see here, we now go over the unique mechanism. I don't want to do this because it'll break everything. But now you just want to go over your funnel. So the funnel that you've already built here, your service breakdown, you just want to go through 3 to 4 minutes or so. They just need to know the exact system. So like I said, we need to make them as familiar as we possibly can. This is what is unique to your service delivery. Each step a client will take to go from A to Z, so the prospect can clearly see how the process works. So you can see A to Z. I'm going to put this back here. But yeah, here is a breakdown inside one of our final steps, which is optimization. We go into depth about what we optimize, how we do this, where this takes place, etc. So you can see here, you've got like business audit, what we're going to business audit, what we're going to build out the end of it, what are the inputs to get to the output, constraint identification, a little note as well. So kind of just relaying such positive information to them, okay? This should be done the whole way down, explaining every single step of the process, although try to keep it around 3 minutes. We don't want this VSL to go over 5 minutes long, otherwise it's just way too long. So the prospect does not lose interest in what you were trying to say, okay? If you have extra sales assets, place them in, or even if your process results in a way to regenerate. For example, if your process aims to get clients, if a book call doesn't end up being qualified, you can show how you will take them, nurture, downsell, etc. So like I said, try and show every single step of your service that you've already broken down. Show it in depth, show your expertise, show why the prospects needs it. And yeah, so then we have call to action. So once everything's been explained, you've broken down anything, just a quick call to action, reinstate into, that's our unique mechanism. It's how we, guarantee X. That sounds like something you're interested in. You can book a call. If not, what you want to do is always have a second call to action. If they have any questions, which they probably will, it's very rare they directly book a call from the VSL. They might. I've seen it happen before, and it has happened before, but don't bet on it. Don't guarantee it, right? What we will then want to do is just like, if you have any questions, message me back on whatever platform you message. So message me back on Instagram with any questions. I'll be happy to answer them, just so they know it's okay to ask you questions. It's a comfortable now relationship. They feel like they know you because they've watched the video, and yeah, they found it valuable, and obviously let's speak to you soon. Okay, so that's the process on how you build it, and obviously the script that kind of goes over the top of it. I'm going to, in a second, show you one of our clients on multiplyclients.io who used this Loom to book in a call and close, obviously, the call as well. It's just one of our examples. We have multiple that we add in and we share with everyone inside multiplyclients.io. But yeah, evergreen, okay? So personalized and evergreen VSLs. Now, that is the direct VSL structure. We now need to understand whether we record it evergreen or personalized. Now, this also does apply for the value that you give over here. are you going to do it evergreen or are you going to do it personalized? Now, evergreen means that it can apply to anyone, okay? Evergreen VSLs means you make one and it can be sent to everyone. This works best if you have 10 plus Loom requests a day or you're getting so much value asked for. I would never personally do this, right? I'm going to put this in red. Because, yes, you can do it, but your conversion rate is going to be so low. It's going to be so low that it's kind of pointless for you to even try outreach this way. Instead, personalize. So, let's say you're sending over a free short, it should be personal to that person. Let's say you're sending over a free email, it should be personalized to that person. Let's say you're sending over a VSL, it should be personalized to that person, using their name, showing their account, showing directly what you'd change. Oh, yeah, so we would implement our content system, open up their Instagrams. Your content system right now is struggling in X, X, and X. We're going to do Y, Y, and Y. Okay? It has the highest ROI, and it, like I said, it's that reciprocating tendency. It's that value that you give over. If you're not willing to give value to them, they're not going to give value to you, and they're not even going to give you the time of the day. Like I said, we're trying to buy time. We're trying to buy minutes to the point that we've gotten up to book a call. Okay, and this is just another step of it. So I would always recommend personalized. I would always have evergreen in your back locker. So film one. What I would do, just in case maybe you get ill or you have an obligation and it's going to go past like 24 hours, which is way too long, you know, a whole day, they're probably not interested anymore, and you know you're not going to be able to send over the evergreen. But trust me, you will see the difference from sending a personalized to sending an evergreen, and look at the conversion. It's crazy. Okay, no matter what, the same structure will apply for both of these. It's just you either film it for a person or you film it for everyone. Here's an example of a loom that we helped one of our clients craft to close a deal. Hugh Shreds within the SMA space found us ages ago, used our free content to sign his first client. From there, he knew our systems worked, so he came on with us at multiplyclients.io, and since then we've booked him a bunch of calls, signed him a bunch of clients, and this is his VSL that he uses. So yeah, again, like, just take this as an example. You may be able to do this better, you may be able to do it worse, whatever. But again, you could probably maybe do better. And this guy's booking calls, closing clients. So you can also do the same. So I'm going to pull this up now. You can watch the VSL, how it works. This is a little bit over 5 minutes. We obviously cut this down after. This was one of his very first VSL attempts. I don't want to give the most updated VSLs because that's just kind of stealing from our clients. But this is an old one that still works and is still booked clients. Closed clients, sorry. So yeah, have a watch of this and it should give you an idea of how to present it, how to move, how to navigate, etc. So yeah, hopefully you guys enjoy it, and I'll see you after in a second.
Hey Nicole, appreciate taking your time today to watch this video. My name is Wee. I run Showmaker Media, and basically here what we do is we help coaches book 20 extra appointments into their calendar every month, guaranteed. And basically, if you don't reach that number, you'll get your full money back, no problem. And yeah, how we do that is through the system we developed called the hybrid acquisition funnel. And I don't want to take up too much of your time, so let's just get right into it, shall we? So basically, this is the first phase is what I like to call hybrid optimization, and this is basically where we're like optimizing everything for you. So first off, we want to optimize your profile. So you want to align your profile with your message and branding. And as you can see here, this is actually one of our clients. This is our client named Jay, and this is what his profile looked like before he worked with us. As you can see, he was lacking a profile picture of himself, so he was not establishing any authority whatsoever or trust, because people didn't know who was behind the page. And as for his bio, he was really lacking the correct bio. He didn't really show who he helped or what he did. But after Jay started working with us, and we implemented that profile picture for him and a help statement on who he helped, and even added a call to action, so people, if they DM the word, in this case scale, they would get something of free value back from him, and it just incentivized people to reach out. And as you see, someone actually DM'd him the word scale, and we were actually able to actually outreach to this person and convert them into an appointment for our client. So yeah, Nicole, after looking at your page, I can see that you have like a help statement. I just put like I help ambitious and business owners when I break the income ceilings. So yeah, you have an I help statement pretty much overall, which is great. And I would just say that, as for your, I would also add like maybe a call to action. So if someone DMs you a certain word, it could be maybe close rate or income doubled, any word like that. And basically, you were to work together, we create that free value item for you, for something of free value. So this could be like a guide or an ebook. It could be really anything, and we would create that for you. So you could put in your bio. And anyone who DMs you, that just shows that they're like really interested in what you have to offer and your services, and it's just like a way easier way for them to actually book a call with you. And yeah, lastly, I see you have a Calendly link straight to your call and calendar, which is great. So yeah, good job on that. And yeah, what we want to do next is actually create a VSL for you. And basically a VSL is a video sales letter. It's basically what I'm doing to you right now. You're seeing my face, just seeing me talk. I'm sending you this video, and it just shows my a little bit about me and my services. And that's basically what we do for you. And it's very important, key, because this is where it converts your audiences into paying clients, because they just know who you are as a person. They get to see you. And then lastly, what we want to do is refine your target audience and message. We want to make sure like the right people are watching, and that your content aligns with what the audience actually wants. And yeah, I can show you an example here. This is what the content our client Jay was actually posting before he worked with us. I can see it was getting really no engagement, really no one was commenting. But after we started working with him, we dialed in on his audience and targeted like the right audience. You can see it's like night and day. You went from getting like no engagement whatsoever to getting lots of great engagement. These are all really positive. And this is very important, key, because anyone who comments become a warm lead, and we're actually able to basically outreach them and convert them into appointments, or like potentially convert them into points for our client here. And yeah, that leads us to the next phase, which is hybrid branding. This is where like we're helping you with building your personal brand, is creating content for you. And yeah, after looking at your page again, Nicole, I can see that you don't really haven't been posting as consistently as of late. I really see no post in February, so you were to work together. We create that content calendar. Make sure you're always posting consistently. And I can see that also that on your posts that you were posting, you weren't really getting as much engagement. I can see like not a lot of comments on some of these. Some of them you do, which is great. But yeah, how Instagram algorithm works is a lot more. They post they see that has a lot of great engagement on it, they tend to push it out more. So we want to build that personal brand for you and just attract your audience. Maybe attract those dream clients of yours that actually like DMs and you book a call with. You just want to have great engagement. And us, since we specialize in that, working together, we'll help you with that. And yeah, basically on the hybrid branding phase, what we'll do is actually have like first we'll have these one-on-one weekly consulting calls, right? And basically in our weekly consulting calls, we'll set like targets, brainstorm content ideas with you, and just track your progress. And like these calls are like tailored to your goals, your needs, and just want to ensure that like each week you're like moving closer to your goals. And then also on these calls, we just want to review the content and optimize it. So like the content we're releasing for you may work today, but may not work tomorrow. So like what works today, like may not work tomorrow. So because we specialize in working with like coaches, we want to just continuously review and tweak your content based on performance metrics. And it's all about evolving with your audience's preferences. And how it works is like, as you see with these two, basically the kind of content first we'll release is IG shorts or reels. Basically these are gonna be like done for you edits with our own personalized editing style. We'll have an editor that we train placed onto your team. They'll basically do edits that you seem fit, that you like. And basically once we start actually consistently posting content on your page, and you're like actually building attention, getting that audience built up, what we want to do is actually funnel that attention into a YouTube channel we'll create for you. And based on that YouTube channel, we'll create content, good value and stuff. Could be interviews, testimonials, free values, and guides like that. And this part is really important, because this is where your viewers actually get converted to buyers, because they actually trust you, because they're actually watching content. So have you ever, for example, watched a person's content, maybe hours of their content, maybe because like they provided such free value and you follow them, you come to find out like they have like maybe a book a call or like a program, and basically on those calls they're trying to sell you like a program or service. You're more inclined to actually like say yes and work with them, book that call, or not only book that call but buy their program or service, because they built that trust with you. You trust them because you watch hours of their content. And basically people buy into people, and basically that's what we would do for you. And then what we'll also do is just implement ads, because although organic traffic is great and all, ads will just allow for that consistent, predictable traffic. And with these three avenues, it basically will streamline your client acquisition process just like that. And then it leads to your call to action, which is basically like your anchor. It's what turns viewers into leads and leads into clients. So we'll basically perfect your call to action, make it an irresistible yet seamless and natural step for like your audience to take. This could be example could be such as someone DMs you the word or comments, and something like that. And that actually leads us to the last phase, which is I like to call the hybrid lead transformation. And basically how it works is with our service, we'll integrate an appointment setter into your business. Basically what they're doing is the appointment setter is basically connecting you with eager, ready to act leads. So we don't just like send out messages, but because we specialize in working with coaches, with our unique and refined scripts and strategies, we ensure that these leads become scheduled, prepared appointments. So with our hybrid lead transformation system, it goes beyond just like your typical lead generation that you may have experienced before in the past. We're actually like maximizing your potential to not only attract clients who are ready to invest in your program, and yeah, every moment without this system is like a missed opportunity for growth in your business. Basically, the appointment setter will basically do outreach to any warm leads, and a warm lead is basically anyone that follows you, likes your posts, or even comments. And basically, they'll reach out to them, DM them, see if they're interested in what you have to offer, and they look like they're interested. We'll basically redirect them to your VSL that I was talking about earlier, the video sales letter. And they learn that's where they learn your story, how you could potentially help them out, and maybe like testimonials and stuff like that. It just nurtures them and builds rapport, so they're more likely to hop on that call and say yes to your services. And then we'll ask more questions, find out, problem solve, see where they're at, and then we'll let you know about that. And then we'll just suggest that they hop on a call with you. And yeah, basically on that call, you show them how you can basically help them out with their problems, be the solution to their problems. And yeah, if you're interested in us implementing the hybrid acquisition funnel into your coaching business and you want to book an extra 20 appointments into your calendar every month guaranteed, then just book a call with me personally, one-on-one, and I can learn a little more about where you're at. And yeah, thank you. Hope to speak to you soon.
So now going on to manual versus automated lead scraping. Hopefully you've enjoyed the VSL. Hopefully it just it broke down everything, kind of explained everything that needs to be known by sending the value, by handing it over, and everything like that. So now you should have something built out that can be sent to someone. That's all we're trying to do, is send something to the prospect to make them send some type of value. So again, whether that is a script, a short, the VSL, whatever it is, we just need a kind of like a bomb, right? Something that we can barrage ourselves into this guy's this vicinity. We need to break through it because they're kind of trapped in like a wall, right? This is their little bubble. Now, they're getting 1,000 DMs a day. Book call. And they're all just bouncing off. We need that value as kind of like the Trojan horse, right? It kind of like walks it. Should I try it? Yeah, we're going to. Oh, no. That ain't bad. A Trojan horse to walk in to give some type of value. And then what happens is we're in the same vicinity. We can then try and sell them. Okay, that's basically all we're trying to do, is break this bubble with that value. So, like I said, I'd recommend you building out some type of value. Again, whether it's a VSL, whether it's a doc, it just needs to be something that can be sent in, kind of, infiltrate them, and hopefully that VSL that you just saw kind of like broke it down as well for yourself. So like I was about to go into, manual versus automated lead scraping. Now, lead scraping is the process of finding prospects. So like I said, there's steps to appointment setting. Firstly, you have to find the prospect. Secondly, you have to give them value. Thirdly, you have to set. Okay, it's kind of like the process that you go on. So we need someone to find leads for us. Okay, you have two options when it comes to scraping leads. You either have manually, which means you go and do it by hand. Again, you can hire for this. So manual, I still count as if you hire someone to do it for you. Automated is AI, right? So hiring AI to go and do it for you. Okay, so but before we get into that, we need to first figure out what we're actually looking for in these leads. So I have two sheets here. One's an ideal breakdown sheet. One is a finding lead sheet. This is what we give to our clients and multiply-clients.io. So all we're doing here is we're filling out exactly what we need to be looking for. So the niche and the sub-niche, what are we going after? The language that they speak, depending on, is it a certain language? The follower count that they need to have. This can change per if they need to have a certain amount of website, whatever. I would change this to, instead of follower count, just something that they need. Okay, so again, we like to do follower account. Let's say we're going over after coaches or we're helping their social media grow. You may need that, but again, it kind of is, it changes for what you're looking for, who you are, what you're going after, the niche, the offer, everything like that. It changes per category that you're going after. Then we have the gender, so whether we're going for men, women, or both. Key qualifying factors. Now, this is very key. What qualifies a lead? Do they need to have, like I said, a certain website? This follower count could kind of go into key qualifying factors out of everything, because all you really need is a niche, the language, and the gender. Once you've got them, and you can kind of do the plan. Not really, right? And then key qualifying factors. This could be, again, like I said, this could be follower count. Okay. This could be they need a certain amount of reviews. This could, qualify them as a bigger company. They may need to be running ads already. They may need to have, all of these qualifying factors, right? What is it that the lead scraper should be looking out for? And then finally, just give them 5 perfect leads. Yourself, go and find these leads, whether it's on, I don't know, what platform ever you're on. Let's say I'm going to Realtors in the USA or something like that, and then we look for ourselves. We try and find them I don't know, maybe there's like, okay, so volume perfect, you can view the profile, whatever it is, right? You can kind of do the research and find them yourself, whether you search them up, whether you go onto like Instagram and you search them from there. If we go into Instagram, there's so many different ways behind it and around it. I don't know why this isn't loading, but let me move my thing. What do we want? Realtors. So you can even do like just search it up like this and then kind of do like a hashtag type thing, or the accounts. They may need, like, you could be like, okay, Kelly Brown, maybe you're going only after women. Maybe this could be a perfect lead. What you would do is you would send it inside of here. So the lead scraper knows, okay, this is what I should be looking out for. And they can have a look, okay, I need someone like this. I need someone like this. And you can kind of go off from there. Again, clicking this button kind of gives you some more insights into what you're going after. This is working now, but you can unlock access to certain people. Let's say I'm scraping their LinkedIn. I can scrape their LinkedIn or their website or their Facebook, and I can, like I said, do all the things. You can contact them. So you could probably find their email at the bottom. So LinkedIn, blah, 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 quick finder. I can't see that. You can probably find it, or you can get like tools to help you do it. Again, if you're hiring a lead scraper, they will already have the tools, but there's, very easy tools that you could find. So tool to find email from website. Hunter, Snov.io, Scrap, Get Prospects, Apollo.io. There's all of these stuff that you can use here. Hunter's probably one of the best out there. You can see this AI overview is sick. But again, you can check out their Facebook. You can check who we're going after, what they're doing, number sales, like I said, who we are, etc., what we do, news. I'm surprised you can't find phone number, address. Damn. Yeah, you can schedule a call. You could cold call them. You can turn up to their buildings if you wanted to. But like I said, find the ideal leads, because the more you can arm the set or whoever's scraping your leads with information, the better. Okay, and the easier it's going to be for them to go and find obviously what they need to find and go from there. Then what we have is just a quick SOP to go and find the leads. So welcome to Multiply Creators Finding Leads. Finding leads, role will need you to find them. So you can, inside the data tracking sheet, these will be all of the maybe people to go off of, or the people that you have said, like, this is an ideal lead. From here, the best way to go and find more leads like this, again, lead scrapers will probably have their idea or the way that they do it. But if you're doing it yourself, then going from these competitors, going into their likes, going into their comments, going into their followers, and clicking the button that I clicked is probably the best way, where you click this one here and it'll come up with, again, a bunch of suggested similar people to that person that you can then go and leverage. So this is just kind of like a quick SOP that you can use. I closed all the other accounts, but let's say you did find maybe their Instagram, you can go through their likes or their Facebook following. It will normally have like competitors or similar people, so you can then start finding them from there. You can also give this to your lead scraper if you do use one in the end. It is, again, depending on what you want to do, how you want to scrape the leads yourself. So you can hire a lead scraper or follow the SOP yourself. These are going to be the highest quality leads, as they are hand-picked by the far slowest and most expensive. Now, when I go over how to hire an appointment setter, what you're going to discover and what you're going to find out is just how to hire in general. So you can literally just plug and apply this to lead scrapers. Normally, appointment setters will scrape the leads for you. So let's say you hire one appointment setter, they scrape 35 leads. I don't know what I'm trying to write down, but they scrape. Let me go in Miro instead. This will probably be easier. Let's say you hire an appointment setter, which I will be going over. Instead, they can, most of the time, what they will do is they will scrape the leads. So maybe 35 to 50, however many leads you need. And then they'll send the message as well. Now, I would say past 50 outreach a day that you're doing, you can't encompass these at the same time, okay? It is not possible. So what we need to do, maybe you could probably push it to like 100 or so, but it's very hard to go and do this. What I would then do is differentiate the roles. I'd have a AP setter, and I would also have a lead scraper full-time. So when I go over the appointment setting job post, all you need to do is change it for the lead scrapers. Now, if you need like a community or anything, join multiplyclients.io, like I said, top link, and you can find out a bunch about how to do it. There's plug and play systems to literally hire these in a second. So we have our own personal lead scraper that does this for us. So they will go and scrape, let's say it's 200 leads a day, give it to the appointment setter. The appointment setter can send 200 a day. Okay, so instead of both doing both, they're kind of separated in their own role so they can deliver the best results possible. Okay, so yeah, I recommend doing this. I would always personally recommend manual outreach over automated, especially at the start, because of how direct you have to be. You don't want to be wasting prospects. You want to be targeting direct people. So I would always recommend manual. Whether you have two options. You can either scrape or send, or both. You can either scrape or send, or you can hire for it. Okay, if let's say you work a job, I would recommend you hire. If you don't work a job and you've got no cash flow, do it yourself. Okay, until you've got a client, and then what you can do is you can automate it. So it's kind of like building depending on the situation that you're not in. So if you don't have work, do it yourself. If you do have work and you're cash rich instead of time rich, then I would hire someone to do it for you. Okay, like I said, depends what you're doing. I would probably always recommend you get a job to fund one of these businesses. It's always the best because you're going to have to invest anyway. You're going to have to invest in mentors. You're going to have to invest in systems. You're going to have to invest in tracking sheets to sign your first client. And then once you kind of get like your first 1 to 2 clients, you can kind of self-sustain. You can reinvest this money into this to get 4 clients, to reinvest again to get 8, to then, buy more stuff. Okay, automate the systems, buy more, information, tracking sheets, etc., whatever needs to be done. So yeah, that is the difference between the manual and now obviously I'm going to go into the automated, show you how that works, and a little bit behind the scenes of that. So the next thing that you will be using would be Phantom Buster. Now this is the tool that I would recommend you use. You can pretty much scrape any type of leads that you possibly want to from this site. There's a bunch of slots. Personally, I don't use it myself. We always use manual. But it allows you to scrape from LinkedIn, Facebook, etc. So if you are looking to do it automated, but there's also a bunch of other tools. For example, you've got stuff like Growman. This scrapes Instagram leads. There's like a bunch, like if you just look it up, there's lead scraping softwares everywhere, okay? This, right? There's a bunch, right? They all do the exact same type of thing. They just depend on, some do Instagram, some do Facebook. Like Growman does Instagram, for example. It scrapes a bunch of leads. This is probably the best one for Instagram. Phantom Buster's more like a LinkedIn, more of an email, more of like a Facebook type thing. But yeah, like I said, it kind of just depends on the platform that you're going for. But there's a bunch out there. There's always one lead scrapers you can find. Personally, like I said, I would never recommend you go and do a automated outreach until you're making hundreds of $1,000s a month and you need to do it automated. Pretty much everyone always does manual, whether it's yourself or whether it is someone else doing it, because again, you can scrape, like with these sheets that I've already gone over, you can't get it to target this, right? You could only say scrape leads off of this following or this likes, which doesn't really help you get to your outcome goal, okay? Because you're still not messing about or playing about, but like it doesn't directly say, okay, I just want men. It'll scrape everyone. It doesn't say only scrape if they've got 1 to 2K followers. No, it will scrape everyone from the following. So there is some definitely some drawbacks. Whether you do use this tool and then you hire someone to just go through and vet out everyone, that can work as well. Again, there's just so many different ways around automated. So for example, like I was saying, if I go into here, what you can do is you can use something like Growman. You can, let's say you scrape 10,000 leads, you can then just go in and cherry pick, okay? You can see which ones are qualified, you can see which ones aren't qualified, and maybe out of that you may find 2,400 or something like that, and then you can send them. So again, it depends. You can either, like I said, reverse it, or you can just get a lead scraper to do that themselves and qualify manually. So go onto each page and do that, or you can scrape mass and then vet them out from there. It depends what process you want to go over. They're both very similar in the way that they move. I would never just for example, Growman, I would never get it and then just send mass off of that, because the leads aren't qualified. Not every lead is qualified, and currently at this in this stage in AI, unfortunately, not every lead, it's not that specific, unfortunately, right now. Hopefully we get to a point where it is and we don't have to rely on, you know, outreachers or scrapers or anything like that, but most of the time it's probably better right now. I will say, if you are using a lead scraping platform, try and use it on like a different browser where you're not logged in anywhere, because stuff like Growman, it needs Instagram to scrape the leads, and you don't want to be doing that on your main account because you can get banned. So always try and do it on a different account, on a different web browser, so it looks different, okay? And you're not going to get automatically sucked into using your own account and stuff like that. You are safe. So I'm in different clothes. This is like 20 minutes later. I just had some stuff to do. I took a quick shower. So Phantom Buster scrapes leads on every platform to the highest quality. It's over an amazing tool. Like I said, there's a bunch of different ones to use. I would personally recommend that you go to a manual approach. But when you do, Phantom Buster, Growman, these tools, they're there. They're out there to use. And there's no one better than the other. They all scrape leads. They all do the same type of thing. And like I said, none of them are at a point yet where they automatically scrape the perfect this to this to this with a bunch of specific requirements. You're going to have to vet them out anyway, which is why I always recommend probably doing manual right now, as it will probably be best for yourself. So now we have figured out how to, you know, lead scrape, whether we're doing it ourselves, whether we're hiring for it, whether we're doing it automatedly. We now need to pick our platform. Okay, depending on where your prospects are, it should depend on what platform you're picking to outreach. For example, if you're a coach, they're going to be on social media. You need to think logically of where these people are. Coaches, they grow their social media presence. This is where they sign clients. So what's the best place to reach them? Social media. Realtors, what are they always on? They're always on their phone. So they're going to answer cold calls. They're going to, you know, maybe see their emails. They're going to see this type of stuff. Gyms always check their emails, especially in the morning. So you could then go after gyms, okay, through email. You get an understanding of where to outreach on based off of where they currently are most operate/on. Usually as an acquisition channel themselves is what they will be most on, because they will see it as being a client, or see it as, being a client, being a prospect. And if you come through an email, a phone, etc., they're always going to open it because it could be a potential deal that they can close, but obviously you're selling them, okay? I'm going to share with you the pros and cons of each platform so you can see which one will work best for you and your niche, because normally a lot of the time, for example, for most realtors nowadays, you have social media, cold calling, and email. For coaches, you have social media and email sometimes. For gyms, you have email, cold calling, and also social media. So you have so many different variable options. I'm going to give you, a platform picking of just, the pros, the cons, what to use. And then from there, you can kind of get an understanding of what you are going to use, what you want to use, and what would probably be best in your situation. Okay. So firstly, we have Instagram. Now, Instagram is personally what we use because we go after coaches. Social media, is the best way for us personally. Okay, so pros, it is one of the biggest social media platforms that most businesses use. Instagram is one of the all-rounders, and I would say it's a little bit of a younger demographic than Facebook. So it's just, if you're looking for some business owners 18 to 28 or 30 years old, they're more than likely going to have an Instagram account. It has a great messaging system, which I really, really like, and it also allows for back-end sales assets. Now, this is one of the reasons I love it the most, is because every prospect, no matter what, is going to go onto your profile. Now, if you're someone like myself and I make content, I travel a lot, and I do all this, cool stuff, I have a bunch of results, I can show that. And that's why I love Instagram so much for myself, is because I can show everything. I'm going to go into my Instagram now. Right. As you can see on my page, there's so much I can leverage. I can leverage pictures from my mastermind. I can leverage pictures from when I turned 19. I can leverage pictures from my travels. I can leverage my results that I've generated. I can leverage so much, which is why I like Instagram the most, is because let's say I send an outreach and they come onto my page, I'm just instantly above all other agency owners that have previously messaged them. I completely wipe the floor. Whereas let's say we're all doing cold email, maybe it wouldn't be the best because I can't show my travel. I can't show my results. I can't show all of this stuff unless maybe I had like a big case study or something, right? It all depends on what you're doing and kind of how it works, right? And also, it's one of the best beginner platforms because scraping leads and sending DMs is completely free. It's completely free to get started on if you need to. And it can also be scaled into crazy numbers. I'm going to get onto in a bit about scaling up your numbers to thousands of DMs every single day with a sort of method that we use and we share with clients. But I'm going to share that with you, okay? And this will allow you to scale more than one Instagram account to send outreach on 10, 20, 30 Instagram accounts. So it's scalable, right? So it's good for the back-end sales assets. It's completely free for beginners. And also it allows you to contact them directly. Okay, and which is why I like it. The cons: it's hard to send follow-ups as Instagram stops you. Unless you're unique, it's hard to stand out. So Instagram can definitely be quite oversaturated with the amount of DMs that prospects do get. Again, if you're targeting maybe like a solar company, they're not really going to check their DMs that much. It's probably not the best idea to go and do that. And normally you're running into, you're normally running into kind of like the person running the account, so like the previous social media manager who's awful, but they kind of shut you down straight away as they obviously don't want to lose their job, right? Hard to stand out and hard to send follow-up. So it does have its cons, but I would overall say one of the best platforms you can leverage, especially as a beginner, to start outreaching. But like I said, keep in mind the cons and keep in mind that, okay? Next, what we have is Facebook. Facebook is one of the best platforms to find leads as there is groups, and like Instagram, it is free to use and easy to scale. I like Facebook because the groups are so easy to lead scrape in. You could get your appointments there and say, hey, join a realtor group, and just go through every single lead that's a realtor and DM them. Just go through every single lead that's a med spa and DM them. Just go through every single lead that does HVAC and just DM them, right? Because of groups, it makes it so easy to send DMs. The friend ways, it also has back-end sales assets just like Instagram. So I like it. Personally, I think it's best if you're targeting people from 30 to like 50-year-olds, because again, it is that older demographic that do use the platform. But again, it can be an amazing place. It is very good as a con. I think I put it down. It's very oversaturated. I would say probably the most oversaturated by far. Let me show you some DMs of mine. You can see here, I really don't use Facebook, so I don't really see any of these. But you can see how many message requests I get. You can see I get completely spammed with them. You can see I get spammed here. This is just some message requests. You've got to think about spam as well. Spam goes absolutely crazy. And this is all without me. You've got to put in like a one-time code to see more message history. But Facebook, you can get spam. But like I said, you can still have your back-end sales assets that you leverage. You can really grow your following because every single person adds you as a friend. Like absolutely everyone. I don't know if it'll... if I go see all friend requests, I've probably got like, how many does it say? 166. So it's a good way to like grow because you can kind of just confirm every single one. You build to more people, you build more of an audience. But I would say probably one of the most oversaturated places. But to let's just say California agents and realtors, right? This is a group that you can join that has 51,000 members in it. They may be looking for, this could be a realtor that you could message. So there's a bunch of people inside of here that you can then go into. If you go into people, I might have to join to see everyone. But you can see, look how many people there are. You can literally just go through every single one, vet them out and message them. So it's a great place to find leads. It's one of the most easiest places just because of the group type of feature. That is obviously open, but again, very oversaturated. You'll see a lot of these guys here, are just kind of like they're not, and you'll see sometimes in the post, they're not there for they're not realtors, right? They're there as marketing agencies. They're there as doing the exact same thing you're kind of doing multiple times over. So it can be oversaturated in that way, but also it can be a very, very good platform that you can go and leverage yourself. Like I said, the cons behind it as well. So LinkedIn, the pros, if you're looking to bypass gatekeepers and get straight to the business owner, this is one of the best platforms to do that. Again, you're directly targeting like CEOs of businesses, especially if you're targeting higher level businesses. They're all going to be LinkedIn. It's probably going to be maybe the best place that you can go and outreach on, because like I said, you're directly messaging the decision maker, the business owner, because everyone has a LinkedIn, especially if you're looking for people that are like 25 plus all the way to like 100 years old, they're using LinkedIn. Below that I wouldn't, but yeah, when scaling it can be expensive just because of the way that LinkedIn is. You've got to pay for connects, you have to pay for all this type of stuff, so it does make it quite expensive to outreach. But again, you're able to reach these high-level business owners. You can collect a bunch of cash. You can also still have your back-end sales assets on there. And it's probably one of the best places to find business owners, right? If you're going for coaches, Instagram, Facebook can be great, but if you're going for like real CEOs, real business owners, then LinkedIn's probably one of the best places. It also has a group platform just the same as Facebook. So again, it's very easy to find leads. It's very easy to do all of that. But yeah, LinkedIn is also very, very great. Okay. Email can really scout, and it's a unique way to reach a lot of businesses. Again, you can send thousands of emails very simply. You don't have to do any you don't have to get IPv6 proxies or do anything that I'm going to show you that you have to do for the social media ones. It's very simple to just scout. Cons can get stopped by this gatekeeper, expensive to run, and I'm just going to put one more point here as well. Can get lost. Okay, what you find a lot with email is it can get lost very easily. Like I get so many emails a day, just even naturally, right? An email from this company, an email list from this, right? No matter what, you'll probably, I don't know if this applies for you, but I'm getting like 50 emails a day, right? And if you send me an email, it's gonna naturally get lost because I don't really check my email that much, right? So for email, one, I would say you have to have a big result, because you have to stand out. You don't have any back-end sales assets. You can't, show your lifestyle, show all your results. You have to have one of them statements where it's like, hey, I made my client this amount of money. Or you have to have a very, very bold guarantee that stops them in their tracks and gets them to reply right there. Because if it's like an offer, they're like, yeah, it's okay, I'll get back to that. They're never going to get back to it. It needs to be a stopper, and they need to take action in that second, or you're never going to get replied to. So I would always say it's probably for a higher up. Our client and multiple clients, though, Sam uses cold email, and he shreds with cold email. So I'm like 15 plus clients with it. But again, it can be hard to get stopped by gatekeeper. It can be expensive to run and can get lost very easily. So I would only really recommend it if you have amazing results or an amazing offer that can be proven, because they're not going to go on your profile. They're not going to do this back-end digging. You're going directly to them. If you're not going to stop them, then they're never going to reply. And the VSL approach with cold email, it can work, but it doesn't work very well, because with email, it's very hard to go back and forth, right? Because like I said, email has one of the worst APIs in the world, right? You can get lost in a second, and you can never get found again unless you're on top of their mind, which you're probably not going to be. There's a lot of other stuff that is, but again, it can be an amazing way. We've run cold email before. We think it's a very good platform and method to run to get directly to business owners. Next, we have cold calling. Speaking directly to someone means you can build sales skills, and also you can persuade easier. And you're right there, right? The only problem is you can get stopped by gatekeepers, and it can be mentally resilient. Personally, I don't find it a leveraged way to go and sign clients. I personally don't. I personally would never cold call, because you're just sitting there calling, blah, blah, blah. And it's very hard to get to the person. You're interrupting them. It's too much, right? It can work. Like I said, it can work. A lot of people do cold calling, but if you've kind of got to be prepared to sit and cold call 200 leads a day and hopefully book a couple of calls, right? It's one of them slow burning processes, but again, it can work very well. You can speak directly to someone. You just have to be quite good at sales. You need to think on the spot. You need to be able to persuade. It's a very more skilled leverage asset to go for. Okay. Then what we have is Twitter. X pros can make a lot of connections and can be a unique way to get clients. It's more to get known to sell your outreach. It's quite easy to get known as well. You can literally just connect in that niche. X is a very niche type of platform. Everyone in the make money online space knows each other. Everyone in the crypto space knows each other. Everyone in the SMA space knows each other. It's very niche orientated. So if you can go into the niche, provide value, reply to everyone's tweets, send value yourself, help people out, it can be a very, very great way to stack leads and obviously send outreach as well. Cons, it can take a lot of time to build it, and it is usually full of passive sellers instead of buyers. So it's a lot more of a platform that people are trying to sell on instead of buy on. But it can work. One of our clients, Xavier, shreds on X as well. Now, there's one more that I haven't put here that I'm going to now put here. Give me one sec. As you can see, the last one that I've added it looks a bit weird, but it is content. Let me do like this so I can get rid of that. It is content, okay? Content can be an amazing way to sign clients, and it also just helps all of this, right? It helps it all by 100%. So if I write a pros and cons list for its very own section, I'm going to quickly go and do that with you now, because I can't deny I'm making content right now to sign clients. That's a fact, right? If I don't make this content, no one's going to sign on, but it's a very good way. So the pros are it amplifies everything. Okay, it amplifies everything you see here. So if you're doing Twitter outreach, then they're going to see your Twitter page and your branding. If you're doing Instagram, they're going to see your Instagram content. If you're doing Facebook, they're going to see your Facebook content. Content allows to, amplify everything and educate and nurture. Okay, it nurtures them. It explains how this happens or what to do with this, and it just kind of frames you as an authority. Especially in a world where people love to work with people, it can be a very, very great way to display that, to push that over. And what it also does is it also allows for unlimited leads and amplify by ads. Okay, so it allows for you to get unlimited leads. A video could pop 100,000 views and you could get a bunch of leads from it. For example, one of our videos on our channel, you will see this in the next section, on the inbound section, which is why I'm not going to go too much into it, but it is kind of like a platform to leverage. It's just like one of our videos that got 27k views signed us so many clients. It signed us e-com clients to do their content. It signed us plumbing companies, solar companies, injury law firms, all of these businesses, right? Because they saw our content. So it can be a very, very great way to sign clients. I would never put it past doing content. Again, if you don't want to do content, that's completely fine. It's not something everyone wants to do, but it's a leveraged asset, right? It helps amplify everything by 50x. The only real cons, like genuinely, if I was to think of cons, maybe it takes time. Feel a bit wet, right? Feel a bit wet. I don't know if that's just a UK term, but feel a bit gay, right? You just feel it. It's not the nicest thing to do, but it's leverage, right? It's literally just leverage. Do I want to be sitting here filming this content? No. Am I? Yes. Why? Because it's so much leverage and it's going to make me a bunch of money. Right, so I'm going to do it. So, that's the reason why I personally do it. It's the reason why you should do it as well, is because it amplifies everything. If I didn't have such a big personal brand on Instagram, I wouldn't sign half the clients that I sign, right? I can hand on my heart and say that. I would still scale my agency, but not as quick, not as fast. So we need to obviously look at that, and obviously find out, what content to build, how to build it, whether you're doing shorts, whether you're doing long form. You don't even have to have that much of a budget. Even if it's just a couple of things out a day, a bit of value to, again, amplify it and also bring in some inbound leads. But I'm going to go more into that on the inbound section, so I'm not going to go too much into it, okay? Hopefully that gives you some insight into what platform you're going to leverage when outreaching. Personally, we target info products, so we use social media, like I said, such as Instagram, but it all depends on who you are and what offer you run. So hopefully that gave you some understanding of what to choose depending on your niche, depending on your offer, depending on who you're trying to target. That is the breakdown of all the platforms you can use. There's not really many others to use. You can obviously do like walk-ins and stuff like that, but I'm obviously not going to break that down. But yeah, they're the main platforms that I would personally recommend for you to go and use. So now we've picked our platform, we want to go into the scripts, how to actually book a call, what it looks like, and how it works. Okay, there are hundreds of different scripts that you can use. Now, like we went over in the niche section, we do not want to all be the same, or we will go broke. If you have the same outreach as me and I have the same outreach as you, and we all do the same, like I showed in the niche section, we may think that we're making it a bit unique. They see the same message every single day, the same platform, the same structure. So I'm going to give you I'm going to give you an outline. I'm not going to say copy this script, because however many more views I'd get, however much more money I would get, I don't want to do that, because you'd go broke, right? None of us would be able to make any money, and yeah, it'd be completely pointless. So I'm not going to share that with you. I'm going to share some outlines. I'm going to share what will work and what does work and what's proven, but then you can go and customize it to your niche, your offer, your sales angle, whatever VSL you're sending, your guarantee and all of that. It all factors in whenever we're sending outreach. So I'm going to show you that as well. Okay, so I'm going to give you the framework. It will allow you to just fill in the blanks. First, we have to understand the goal of the outreach. Send over value to a booked call. We went over this in the reciprocation tendencies. We're not trying to send outreach and book a call. We're trying to send outreach to send over value. That's our whole goal, okay? This means going for the booked call is not the first goal. The first goal is to send over the value. Now, once the value is sent over, our then goal shifts to booking a call. So it goes in sections. Like I've already gone over, it goes in sections. So firstly, what we have is a direct pitching value. This works for social media plus email. I'm going to go over what works for cold calling, what works for all of these different methods, because they're going to be different depending on what you're doing, okay? So this method is one of the most popular, as you're simply being direct, but you're providing value for completely free. Okay, so the reply rate is very high. We're going along with what we said we wanted to do. We don't want to just book a call straight away, but we're being direct in what we're doing. So we're not trying to bait them. We're not trying to switch them. We're not trying to, be weird or anything, but we're also not trying to directly sell them. Okay, it works in 3 sections. So firstly, what you have is the hook. Okay, the hook needs to be something unique. I know you get 3,000 day pitch and you common pitch. Here's something different, or just saw your reel, thought I'd reach out, or see that you follow X, thought I'd reach out, or there's so many different unique hooks that you can add, making sure that you're not doing something similar, just like hey. You can see hey, these are like from my DM, right? Hi, hey. It's too slow, too boring, right? You need to hook them. You can see the first, I'm not too sure how many words it is. I think it's like the first 1, 2, 3. It's like the first 4 or 5 words. We want it to be unique. We want to stand out. We don't want to be like the rest. So making sure we hook them so they actually open up the message. That's the whole goal of this. So whatever you do, whatever you say, be unique. Understand that everyone is being sent hey name. How can we be different? How can we stand out from the rest of the pack? Okay. Then what we do, once we've hooked them with whatever unique value that we've hooked them with, we want to hit them with the value approach. Okay. I'm not going to pitch you, or you could say something like, I'm not here to waste your time. I'm not here to book you on a call. I'm not here to do any of that. Just make sure that they lower their sale guard. That's what we're trying to do, is lower their sales guard. I'm not trying to pitch you. I don't want to hop on a call. I don't want you to book a call. I just want to send you over a personalized video on how I can book you 90 calls a month. Can I send it over? Okay, that's all I'm trying to do. So make sure your intent and make sure you're upfront of what you're trying to do, but make sure it's free. Make sure it's very simple for them to do. Okay, make sure there's no obligation from your end. Can I send it over? Okay. Again, what you're doing is you're hooking them with something they want. So you're lowering their sales guard, so they're not like, oh my god, he's trying to pitch me. Oh my god, he's trying to book me on a call. None of that. We're ignoring all of that stuff, right? And we're also hooking them with something they want. Anyone wants to book 90 calls a month, from whatever it is. Anyone wants views. Anyone wants more calls. Anyone wants, X, Y, and Z. So people are always going to say yes to this free value. Now, what we do to guarantee that they say yes to this is by just risk reversing it. What's there to lose? Worst case, you steal it. Worst case, you have a new framework, okay? Make sure they understand there's nothing they can possibly lose out of this. So we've hooked them and got them on the DM. We've given them an option to take the value. Now, if they're still a little bit skeptical, they're like, yeah, I would like that, but not too sure. What's there to lose? So it kind of just reinforces in their head, like, hey, there is nothing to lose. This is the best offer. I'm not being pitched anything. I'm just being shown some type of value. Okay, you can alter the wording massively and how it is laid out, but like I said, our goal is to send over free value. That's our first goal. We've hooked them, shared value, and also showed that they cannot lose by saying yes to us, so that will allow us to open the conversation. This works with any other value you're sending, different openers that you've never seen before. Just make it not just hey first name on all the time. This can change, like I said, 1 billion different times. 1 billion. Stuff that's unique to them, or stuff that it may be about your offer. you know, I'm trying to think. I'm gonna try and build out some with you. Let's say, for example, you're running a content offer, right? You could just be like, you've generated, or just something, yeah, you've generated 1,920 views this month. So it kind of like hooked him. It's like, yeah, have I? Wow, that's interesting. Blah blah blah. I'm not trying to pit like. And then you can go to the next part. I'm gonna do it all in one. But then it could be like, you've generated 150 views this month. I'm not going to waste your time with a booked call, but can I share with you a free script, and I guarantee the next video you make will get that amount of views. Will get over 1,920 views. So what you're doing there is like, this is a different approach. We're not sending over the VSL or anything like that, but what we're doing is we're breaking their last target in one video. So we're, again, guarantee it. Case you get a free viral video. And then this is just showing your value. So, like I said, in this market pace, in this day and age, we're not just going to be able to go in and say, hey, like, it's a bit like 2012. We're not 2012, 2013, where you can say, hey, I'm skilled at Facebook ads. I can book a call and I can help you. Cool, they want to sign on because they're looking for that. At this current point in the stage, everyone's been sold to. We're in a completely different market, to the point where we have to over deliver. We have to show that what we do works and then go from there. So, you know, that example right there, we've hooked them with something interesting, something to do with themselves. Not, hey, first name, I can do this. No, hey, first name, you got this amount of views last month. Something interesting, something unique, right? If they're getting this DM every single day, so they're getting hey, and then yours is, you've generated 1,920 views this month, and that's all they can see, they're going to click on your message, okay? And then they're going to read the value, they're going to see the worst case, and they're going to say yes to it, okay? So like I said, there's so many different approaches, different ways that you can go around this. Don't limit yourself to one approach. Don't limit yourself to one hook. Don't limit yourself to one piece of value. Don't limit yourself to one risk reverse. Change it up, try new stuff, see what works best. Maybe this risk reverse works best here with this value, and you can just start split testing. We're going to get onto data in a little bit, but again, just making sure we're always unique, always switching up. And you know, this pitch here, you're going to stand out from all of your competition, whether you're sending it on social media, whether you're sending it on emails. I don't care what you're sending it on. You're being direct, you're sending over the value, and you're, you know, pushing towards the whole goal, value to a booked call. Okay, so that's directly pitching value for social media and email. Now what we're going to go on to is the bait and switch method. Now, I don't really like to call it the bait and switch method. This only works for social media. It doesn't work for cold email, doesn't work for cold calling, just because you need so many replies. You need that chat feature instead of an email inbox and stuff like that. The bait and switch can work well, but it can also leave a bad taste in people's mouth due to how you're going about it. You're baiting them and you're switching them. So in the name, it already has that negative connotation, but you know, it can work. I've seen it work before. A lot of people have done it, and you know, it does work. Personally, I don't use it because I prefer directly pitching someone, but again, I've seen amazing results with this, which is why I had to add it in and show you how it actually works. Okay, first you write them a compliment that is personal to them. Make sure you do not do something that I see a lot, that is fully bait them. Hey, I have 3 people who want to work with them. Do not fully bait them. The second you fully bait them for a reply is the same second that they will never sign on with your service. Because what you have to understand, if I do this, every business owner wants more clients, they want more money. But everything that is, you know, generated to revenue, booked calls, etc., is all about clients, okay? So if you come in pretending that they're about to, you know, benefit from this, they're about to make a bunch of money, and instead you then go and switch it to having to pay you money, just imagine how that is in their taste, in their mouth, right? For example, let's say someone, you know, let's say you're going shopping for some new clothes, right? And you're actively looking for clothes, right? That is your main goal, right? That is what you're trying to do. Now imagine you see, you know, something, imagine someone says, hey, there's 5 new hoodies inside of here, right? 5 hoodies that is perfect for you. Oh my God, amazing. So you walk into the store, right? You go into the store, that you give them the time of day because there's 5 hoodies in your size, in your color, in your style. Perfect. That's me. That's a bit of me. I'm going for that, right? You go into the store and it turns out that there's a fee of £200 a month that you have to pay to get 5 hoodies a month. If it's branded as free and you're about to get something that you want and then they change it to this, it's going to leave a bad taste. And not only are you going to say no, it's also going to leave a sour taste in your mouth, and you're not going to, trust me, try it. If you really want to try it, because a lot of people push this type of method, like, hey, I've got 5 clients for you. Hey, I can make you this amount of money. Like they act as a client, or they act as, a client that's about to make them money. Try it. I promise you, all you're going to get is the most vulgar replies of all time, telling you to die, telling you to do all of this, because you build up someone's emotions so much. You get them to a point of what they want, and then you completely don't deliver on that promise and what you've said. They're going to be pretty mad, okay? So don't go for this approach. Like I said, I see a lot of people do it. Do not play on their emotion. Bait and switch should be more of a friendly value type. And I'm going to go into this in a second, but the bait should be something that is beneficial. It should be something like, hey, I saw your I saw your video. Let's say you're doing it to me. I saw your 12-hour free course. It was amazing. I can't believe you dropped so much value. What we're trying to do is just be nice, because when we go into the switch method, it needs to kind of play in with this, okay? 12-hour free course was amazing. Thank you so much. Our goal is to get them to reply something like thank you or appreciate that, okay? We want them to be happy but not be sold on a dream, right? They're happy that we enjoyed it, but they're definitely not sold on a dream, right? Now let me go back to the sheet and explain what we do from here. Just in order to get them the right reply and switch it. If you heighten their emotion, like I said, it's never going to end well, okay? But instead, you could do something like just finish watching your podcast with Sarah. Make sure it's very personalized towards the person. Otherwise, the bait method doesn't really work, because it's like they're never going to reply to you. When you said success is often achieved by those who don't know that failure is inevitable. This is something that is personalized, and you're not heightening their emotion, just building a relationship with the prospect. This is like a longer drawn out sequence, but you're building that relationship. You're not getting to know them, but you're sending a nice message. You're just trying to get that first reply. You're not trying to bait them or anything like that, but you are in a positive way, in a nice way that you do, okay? Now when they reply thank you or something like that, you can provide them free value. Now it may still come across as sly, but you have a better chance of them accepting it by saying something like, I create this free value for you on how to do X, just to say thank you. Let me know if you give it a watch, may help. So it's less, the reason why I don't like it as much is because it's a less direct approach. It's less direct. You're not saying exactly what you're there for. They may not even be in the market, so you're kind of wasting your time. But again, like I said, it can really work because, hey, to say thank you for the value that you dropped on me, or to say thank you for this, I just dropped this free value. Now, because some people will see straight through it, which is where the problem lies. But a lot of people will be like, oh, this guy's genuinely, it generally helped him. He's given me some free value. Out of the reciprocating tendencies, he's given me value in the fact that I feel good about myself now because he's watched my podcast and he said it helped him, or whatever it is, right? But now he's given me free value as well, just to say thank you. It's kind of just stacking on that reciprocating tendencies, giving that value to them in the way of feeling good, and also now giving them value in the way of how they can improve their service, how can they scale more, and how they can do whatever you offer to kind of do, right? So it can be a great way in that scenario, and that's the reason we pitch it in that type of way, okay? This is a very chilled out approach, and if we create the free value correctly, they will watch the video, they will see the hook, they will see whatever we are providing them as free value, and they will, want to learn more. That's the kind of goal of it. This approach will have a very, it will have a very high reply rate. Your conversion will just have a little bit of a lower reply, okay? But again, like I said, it can be a great way that you can go and test for yourself. It can be a great method for you to go and sign clients as well, okay? So that is the bait and switch method. Next, what we have is the straight pitch. This works good on social media and email. This works best on email because, like I said earlier, it has the worst kind of like API ever. It's very hard to navigate. It's very hard to look around and get around. So yeah, it can be very hard for that. Now, I will say, as I'm filming this, I've literally just reminded another outreach platform that we have that would work for these as well. So is communities. Okay, I'm going to show you in a second how you can leverage communities yourself, but communities also work for these type of outreaches and can be, it's a growing industry, especially stuff like school and places like that is a growing industry that you can definitely outreach on as well. Okay, but let me get back to my direct approach. Okay, direct approach will work better for business owners who do not have that much time. So if you're going after dentistries, for example, they're not going to sit and watch a video from you. You're not that cool, right? They're not going to do that. Okay, this will focus heavily on the outcome and heavily on the guarantee, so no time is wasted giving them all the value in the pitch. Okay, it helps if you have client results. I would personally make sure that you either have a stupid offer that genuinely no one can say no to, or you have such amazing client results that again no one could, they're so intrigued by it, you hook them so much. It's just that fact of hooking them, because on this, when you're being pitched straight away, it can leave a distasteful, especially because, like I said earlier, no one's in the market for a service, really. No one's ever really in that market. So directly pitching them without not changing their life, but showing you can change their life doesn't really work very well. I've moved my thing completely. But yeah, it doesn't work very well because again, you're just kind of like you're not hooking them, you're not showing them, you're not building that value too much. Okay, you're just directly pitching them, and they can't really see if it works. So, like I said, I don't know why I went off on that tangent. They can't see the value. So you're not sending them value because you're not sending them a script, you're not sending them a VSL or anything like that. Okay, so we need to give the value in the offer. Now, if the offer doesn't stop them in their tracks and say, hey, I want that, then it doesn't matter, right? If you say, hey, I can book you 10 appointments, they don't care, right? Especially if they're a dentistry that's quite big, they don't care about 10 extra appointments. It's not worth their time. But if you say Sally, another dentistry in this area, in the Colorado area, booked 120 calls last month for their dentistry prepaid appointments, that's going to raise some interest. That's going to be like, hey, I want to do that as well. How can I go and do that? And then you've hooked them. Then you've interested them within your offer, and then you can go and sell from there. Okay, so it's a lot better than just obviously, it depends on your offer, depends on your guarantee, and it also depends on the niche that you're going in after. So as you can see here, it could be something like I just booked another dentistry in your area. That's meant to say 83 appointments in 30 days. I can guarantee you book. So these could be kind of like the hooks that you go for. I can guarantee you 50 booked appointments in the next 50 days, or you do not pay me, worth a chat. Okay, this works best for email, or if you have a crazy offer / result that does not need to be accounted for, you act as the value for presenting such an amazing offer, opposed to having to send over a VSL. So like I said, the value is in the approach. The value is yourself sending them such an amazing offer, showing them such an amazing way to outreach. But yeah, it works really, really well for both social media and obviously emails. Now, next what we have is cold calling. Cold calling is a completely different approach, completely different framework than most other outreach methods. But there's one that is universal that you will see absolutely everyone use. So I'm going to show you that and show you how that works. So this is how it works. So firstly, as soon as you phone them, we want to pattern disrupt what they think, okay? Because a lot of people will be cold calling them, and we want to kind of, be upfront with them, okay? With cold calling, you can't pitch without their permission. It's impossible, right? They'll just hang up the phone straight away. So with cold calling, we have to build it in a way that is quite like a jokey approach to, give me 20 seconds to just show you what we do, okay? So is this first name from C names? You really need to know all of the data behind it, because if you turn up and it's not the right person, not the right company, then it's very awkward and it's very weird. Okay, so you need all of their data. So is this first name from C name? Yes. Hi, first name. I'll be honest, this is a cold call. You can either hear me out for 30 seconds or hang up now. Now, this is the approach you will see absolutely everywhere, because like I said, they know this is now a cold call. They're either going to give you 30 seconds or not. Unfortunately, you can't do anything about this. This is why I said it can be quite a tedious process, because if they say no, they just can't hear you out. There's no way to, present that value as well. Okay, so you will say, can I have 30 seconds? It normally depends on your sales skills, because you normally joke about it. You'll be like, you're going to hate me right now, but I am actually cold calling you. Can you, not can you, but you can either give me 30 seconds or hang up now and get on with your day. But yeah. It kind of allows them to make that decision. Most of the time they will give you 30 seconds. If not, then they'll just hang up. Now, so now you have your opportunity to pitch, okay? So pitch, I have a guaranteed way to do X. So your guarantee, again, needs to be very, very strong. Now, I know you get it a lot, but ours is guaranteed, meaning you cannot lose. Because you have to understand as well, they get cold called a lot. A bit like everything on social media to cold email and everything I've presented already. People already do this. You're never going to be the only one person doing anything. So we have to understand that other people are doing it and we have to be different. So we have to say, I know you maybe get that offer a lot, but ours is guaranteed, meaning if you don't hit that, then you don't pay us. So no matter what, you're going to get free appointments or you're going to hit the guarantee and benefit, okay? Is that something you're looking for right now? Now, if they say no, you can then ask them why. They may be booked out already. You could maybe keep them in mind for the future. You could write down their emails, etc. If they say yes, then what you can do is move into a book call. Do you have time tomorrow for a quick call so I can run you over how we do that? And worst case, I show you a new system you could use for yourself. Book call from there, okay? So that is a clear example of going from A, B to C, just splitting it up as you go. But yeah, that is literally how it works. With cold calling, you have to be very playful. You cannot be stiff. You cannot stick to a script. You have to have a personality and show that. Make them laugh so they hear you out. If you're very plain and boring, you will get hung up on every single time. So if you're someone that is quite extroverted and you do have a very good personality, then this is a great way because you can start joking with them, you can laugh about it, and it's, you will see the best salespeople have the best personality, have that extroverted personality, have that, just about them, right? Instead of just being these shy people that, imagine this. I'm going to give you in two different ways. If I'm like, is this John from the company? Yeah. Hi, John. I'll be honest, this is a cold call. You can hear me out for 30 seconds or hang up now. He's going to hang up, right? But if I'm not the best example, right? But I'm going to give you like a bit of a better example. You could be like, hey, is this John from company? Hi, John. I'll be honest, you're going to hate me, but this is a cold call. You can either hear out what I have to say for the next 30 seconds or you can hang up now. Either way, it's up to you. Then it's just a bit more... I have a guaranteed way to book you 10 appointments. Now, I know you probably get called all day, 100 times a day about this, but ours is guaranteed, meaning if you don't get the results, we don't get paid. So pretty much, I'm stumbling because I'm on the spot, right? But, if you don't get paid, then that means we don't get paid. So we our best interest is to get you clients and is to get you paid, right? So it's just like being a bit more playful, not going off the script, maybe what they say, you just have to be a bit more energetic and playful, okay? If at any point they say no, leave them. If there is no pain and they're not looking for your service you're selling to, no one, okay? If, for example, they don't need more appointments, then you can't sell them more appointments. This goes for all of it. Social media, cold email, cold calling, whatever it is. If they don't have a problem and they say they don't have a problem, you can't build a problem out of something that isn't a problem. If their calendar's already full, then they have a sales problem, not your appointment. Now, if you solve sales problems, amazing. But if you have an appointment saying a solution, that's not their current constraint. Their current constraint is closing the calls and having more open free slots on their calendar compared to booking more calls. So you have to kind of flow, and if your offer doesn't serve it, your offer's not going to serve everyone. That's what you have to come to terms with. This is what may throw you off quite a lot. It's like, no one's saying yes to my offer, they all have a problem with this, and you want to go with that, and then when you go with that, they have a problem with this, and it's where you kind of jump offers. The thing is, with an offer, everyone's going to have their own unique problem. There's probably a massive niche out there that has a massive problem of, setting up back-end automations like AI, Zapiers, etc. That could be an offer. But guess what? For myself right now, that would not be a great offer that you could pitch me. But it could be a great offer. So if I say no to you, don't take that as, oh, no one wants this. Take this as, I personally don't have that pain. That's not a pain. You could try all that you could possibly do. That's personally not a pain point of mine, right? I have all my back-end system figured out. You can try, but it's a bit pointless trying to sell something that isn't a pain, like I said, okay? So that is how the cold calling kind of structure and framework works. And then finally, what we have is I just want to go over subject plus preview lines. This will be for your cold email and also can work for your social media as well. I wanted to share with you how to write a subject line. This is what comes up first on the email, that subject line that obviously you guys know what a subject line is. If you're going to run cold email, as it is not just the body text that matters, with emails, that is probably one of the least important parts, one of your biggest factors that you are going to be going after is the subject line, because if they don't open it, then they're not going to see it, right? So the subject line means absolutely everything. With all of these as well, like this opener with the hook, everything starts off in sectors. Again, like I was talking about earlier, you have to break it down per sector. Firstly, you have to hook them, then you have to pitch them, then you have to give the value, then you have to book the call. So it's kind of in sectors. So this hook needs to break the pattern and stand out while grabbing their attention. So your goal is standing out. We do this by writing out subject lines in lowercase compared to most of your email, which will be in uppercase. Keep the name uppercase, because obviously we don't want to be writing Devin like that. It's just rude. We want to make sure Devin at closer, whatever it is in capitals. But the rest should, lowercase. It breaks the pattern. Most emails are always first letter. Is always uppercase, so we want to break the pattern with that. Make it personal to them using first names, company names, etc. Make it unique. Again, our main selling point and our, the main way that we're gonna, and this is why I'm not a massive fan of automated outreach, but it obviously can work. It's just for the simple fact that it's not personalized. People aren't hooked to it. They're not intrigued by it. If I say Sarah at jumpinjacks.com or Sarah at hey, I have a quick question for Sarah at Jumpin' Jacks, it's like, wow, that's hella personal compared to, hey, quick question. What? Right, who's it for? Who's it going to? It's not personalized, and it doesn't make them want to open it as much, okay? So make it intriguing. For example, quick question for first name, or first name, I have a question about C name. Something that is not baiting them as a customer. Again, I really don't like the switch of, I can get you 5, or just something that baiting them. I've seen before people go like, let's say they're going for like a pizza shop. It's like, hey, I tried your pepperoni pizza. I have a question. And then you go from that to selling them social media marketing, or you selling them appointment setting, is crazy, right? No one's going to sign on from that. We need to make sure it still aligns with our messaging, but also something that's intriguing. So quick questions, very good. Again, a bit like the hook we went over in the social media part, it needs to be something unique. Think of something that, stands out from emails. Look at your own emails. What do most people do? Maybe there's an email inside of your inbox that catches your eye. If I open up, I'm not going to open up my emails on here, but if I quickly grab my, I'm trying to grab my phone. If I quickly grab my phone, if I go back, I did not mean to do that. But if I go on my phone quickly and I open up my emails and I literally have a look at what is the first things that come up, I can, what the hell? I can have a look. I can be like, okay, that's probably not a good hook, not a good hook. Give you my best ad I've ever run. That's not a bad one, right? Give you the best ad I've ever run. What else works? What else? Don't sell. Bro, where are you? I can't show you my emails, but just have a look yourself. Sign up for email lists, sign up for a bunch of stuff. Whenever I see an email list or an ad, I always sign up for it. The reason for this is because I want to know what other people are doing. I want to try and get ideas and inspiration from other people to be able to obviously leverage for myself. I'll leave it for now. I'm trying to have a look myself. I'm trying to find out. I'm trying to figure it out. Okay. So that is what it would look like for a subject line. Like I said, try unique new approaches that would not have been seen before within the market. Again, as long as you're different, you're going to stand out and you're going to sign clients. The main problem that I see most people is like, hey, I can't sign a client. I look at what they're doing. It's the exact same as the next person, right? Of course you don't stand out. Of course no one's going to take you seriously, because you've got to understand they're getting that exact outreach with that exact offer 1 billion times a day. So you're not unique. You're not standing out anytime soon. Okay. Now, along with the subject line, you have the 100-character preview text they can see. This means the text also needs to grab their attention. The goal is to preview text is resonate with the subject line and address why you're there. Hook them with a statement they would be interested in hearing more about. I just helped Better close 123 clients last month, or are your ads down right now? Link it to the subject line and you can get creative like the last one I wrote. Then go into what you guarantee with ads, or it doesn't have to be with ads or whatever, right? Leveraging just these two ideas when going into cold email is a game changer. Understanding that, like I said, they can see the subject line, they can see a little bit of preview text as well. If you can align that and just make them open it, test different openers, especially when you're using cold email. So for cold email, you'll be using something like Limlist, Instantly AI. You can make unique custom, subject lines that you'd use anyway. And you can just split test. It will give you the exact data of how many opened this email, how many opened this email, so you can really start to test your own ways. I'm going to go into a data tracking sheet now, but you won't have to have that for email. It will naturally do it within the software that you use. But yeah, it will literally just show you, you got a 20% open rate on this and an 80% open rate on this. Okay, that means this works really well. Let's keep testing it. Can we get an 82%? No, this drops to a 78. Let's not use that. Let's try this. And you can really just start to split test and change everything up. So like I said, this is for the cold email subject line and the types of approaches I would go for. There's not really many others. I know there is a lot of other approaches. Personally, I'm not a fan of it. Again, this is more of a framework. If you want to build it in a different way, build it in a different way, please. Like, I'm praying that you build this in different ways using the same type of ideology and frameworks, because if you can be unique, and like I said, if you can make it different, you're going to stand out. You're going to make so much more money than the next person. So try and do that as much as possible. Okay. Now you understand what the goal is, how to provide value. I'd recommend start testing your own personal scripts and testing the data behind it, okay? We only found our script off of testing hundreds of times. We will never share our script because it shreds, but because we've got so much data behind it and we're the only people in the market that push that script. And that's the reason it shreds so hard. Now we can fill our calendar in the first week of outreach as we have such a unique angle, but still follow the same framework. We personally, our goal is to send over a VSL. We do that. We follow the same hook, value, risk reverse framework as everyone else. Everyone else, it's just formatted in a different way, formatted in, messages are different. Everything is different, meaning you stand out from the crowd, but you also tick every box. Okay. Now, if I go onto the outbound data tracking sheet, I'm going to show you exactly what it could potentially look like. So as you can see here, I think I've already gone over this. You can just see the exact conversion rate I've gone into. If I change this all to business op, and you can split test, you can have, let's say, like business op 1. I don't know why I keep doing this. Business op 2, business op, biz op, biz op. If I, biz op. All right, if I change them all to business op, right? And then what you can do from here in your tracking sheet, if I zoom out a little bit, because this is way too zoomed in, I can't really do anything. If I move this up here, but you can see you've got like fitness coaches, A, D, whatever it is. You've got business off, fitness coaches. If I again change a couple to fitness coaches as well, so you can see, like, let's say we're split testing niche. Let's say these are different scripts as well, and you do a couple not interested, you do a couple as warm leads. It'll probably load in. Cool. If I change this to like a warm lead, if I change this to like not interested, etc., they're gonna, connect and line up with what you're doing. And then, like I said, they're gonna come in here, and you're gonna be able to see the exact conversion rate. You can be like, okay, this script this niche is doing better than this niche. This script is doing better than this script. This hook is better, because you're never going to find your perfect outreach day one, second one, right? You need to continuously test, split test, check, all of that continuously. Otherwise, you're never going to be able to scale. So what you have to understand is you need one of these sheets. This sheet costs us a lot of money. We give it to all of our clients within multiplyclients.io. Because they need it, and we do this for everything. The same with like the Loom. This is the VSL that you'd send over. You're sending it over to them. Maybe we try this script, we try this approach, we sell on this value, we do this. You just need to be testing. Otherwise, we never know what actually works. Yeah. So as I said, you can literally test. Let's say it's script 1, script 2, script 3. Now, this may have a 40% conversion, this may have a 20% conversion, and this may have a 2% conversion. So this one's a clear winner. Now, what we can do is take script 1, and we can test script 1, but we can also test hook 1, hook 2, hook 3, all right, H3. These are all different hooks, and this one may be 20%, this one may be 80%, this one may be 4%. So we know H2 works best. So we start using that. Now we change it for the value. Then we change it for the, like I said, you're never going to grow and expand unless we're continuously scaling, because what can happen, and what will happen a lot, is this will be your business, right? Now, if you're sending the same outreach and it's not good outreach, you will literally just do this. Like, there's nothing you can physically do. Now, if I grab a different color quickly, just to move this and I'll show you quickly. If I grab green for scaling. Now, if I test something, I may test it. Then, okay, I'm using it. Let me test again. I'm using it. Let me test again. Okay, this one clearly didn't work. Okay, let me go back to what I was doing. Okay, let me test again. And you finally get to a point where we are at around here, where it's like, okay, wow, like that is where you would, but like this is where you have ultimately found the best hook, you found the best script, maybe you found the best subject line, maybe you found the best cold calling opener. Whatever you've done, you found the best of it, and that has allowed you to scale so much further. This will always keep you at maybe 10k or 2k a month, right? But this will allow you to hit them 100k months, etc., because you're continuously testing and you're finding out what works the best, and it's allowing you to sign more and more and more clients and stand out more, rather than the person that's just really trying to fight for their lives on like a baseline level. So next we have manual versus automated outreach. There are two ways for you to send outreach, either having it done manually, where yourself or an appointment setter will send the outreach by hand, or you can automate it with bots. Okay, now for certain platforms such as email, you're always going to be, like I said a second ago, you're always going to be sending on automatic outreach on a platform such as Lemlist or Instantly, as the systems are so advanced and email is sent through such high volume, it's naturally sent that way, right? Compared to Instagram, where it doesn't have like a set sender on it, right? That's just not how it works, whereas email does. So email does have Lemlist. I'd recommend probably instantly.ai. They load up your leads, they send outreach, and it's all safe, all perfect, and it's kind of like integrated with emails and sending emails. Okay, so it can be automated and you can send so high. But with other methods such as social media outreach, there is a whole other process to follow in order to send outreach that I will be running you through. But first, have to understand the pros and cons. Okay, pros, mass outreach, and it is very, very cheap. The cons, you can get banned, not specific targeting, and cannot reply to the lead. So it's very much a thing that you do at scale, but it also works really well. So unless you have a mass market and offer such as short form content that can serve anyone and you have a big brand, I would not recommend it. But here's how to set it up for yourself. Now I'm going to quickly show you a video that I've already recorded at a different time. There's no point in me re-going over it when I think I explained it best back then. So obviously I'm going to share you with that. So hopefully you guys enjoy that. Hopefully it really breaks it down for you and explains how to do obviously and scale, grow your Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, whatever it is, outreach using IPv6 proxies, account holders, and aged accounts. So hopefully you guys enjoy that, and I'll see you guys in a sec. I keep saying in all my videos to send thousands of outreach every single day, but everyone keeps asking me, how do I do it? So I'm going to show you in this video. As you can see here, 1,000 outreach a day is going to automate you on booking a bunch of calls, you know, consistent 4, 5, 6, 7, even 8 plus calls every single day, because you're just doing the volume that is needed. So, you know, I want to first run you through what it looks like that you're currently doing, so you understand what you're doing, and then obviously what the correct way is. So 30 cold outreach a day for 30 days equals 900 outreach. Let's say it's a 1% booking call rate. Let's say it's 9 calls booked. 1 out of 5 calls are closed. You sign 1 client a month. Okay, so it's very, very slow, very hard to scale because you're just not doing the quantity you can do. I want to preface before I go any further that this works especially the best when you're first starting. Now, personally, we send direct looms because we have a bunch of leverage, we have a bunch of clients, we have a bunch of results testimonials. Cool, that doesn't really matter. If you are just beginning, think about this. If you're further in the future doing $20,000, $30,000 a month, I recommend not watching this video and clicking off. But if you're below $30,000 a month, then I recommend you watching this video because it will help you a lot. Then the correct way to do it, if you are at that point, is you need to be doing 1,000 a day for 30 days equals 30,000 DMs, 1% booking call rate, 300 calls, 1 out of 5, that's 60 clients a month. Now, they're, you know, quite high numbers. Let's say it was even like 0.1%. You know, you're even just doing more by not really spending any more time. You don't have to spend really that much more money. All is automated in the back end. You don't really have to do anything more. All you have to do is take the extra calls and close them and then obviously deliver. So this is the correct way to do it. This is what I recommend you do it. This is what is allowing 8 VSL requests and 2 booked calls on the first day of outreach for a new offer. It's just because if you pump mass quantity through it, then you can scale your business up, get the results, get everything that you need to then focus on the quality of client, focus on the quality of outreach you're doing. But at the start, when you have no results, you can't really live life like that. So, you know, this is what we're going to start off with. Okay, so let's look at the highest conversion / the lowest amount. So your main account can do 30 to 50 DMs a day. okay? And that has the highest conversion that, you know, you could possibly have. It's your main account, cool. But what you can't do past that is send more than 30 to 50 DMs a day, okay? Especially now that Instagram are trying to crack down on like cold DMs and all of that. You're going to have to spread it out across accounts, okay? So if we can times it by 4, we can get a lead scraper, setter, and 200 DMs in total, right? This is the highest conversion and the lowest amount. This isn't automated. I just want to show you this because this is what some people do. You can just hire a bunch of setters if you want to do that. If not, it's no worries because it will cost you a lot more money. This is the actual automated way to do it. So firstly, we have growth accounts. Now, growth accounts are replicas of your main accounts that have a few slight different details. If I pull one up for you here so you can get a good understanding of it. So as you can see here, this is one of my growth accounts. This is on an IPv6 proxy. I'll go over that, so don't worry, I will go over it so you're not confused. But this is basically what it looks like. It's just like a shortened version of my main account, just with a bunch of results, a couple pictures so they can get to know me, and a few reels also to understand, and then all the client results. It links back to the main account, says what we do, gives a free training, and also links them back to the YouTube. So when we are sending DMs, if they're maybe not interested in the service straight away, they're still going to go onto our main account and they can be nurtured if we do content in the back end. If not, well, they're not going to get nurtured then, are they? So yeah, you want to grab yourself growth accounts. Now you want to grab these. As you can see, we have quite a few. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 there. Luke's got 5 as well. So these are obviously built to send, and we have a bunch of them. If I just type up Harvey Warner. If you type up Harvey Warner, you can see, a couple of other accounts that have the exact same process. They've got the followers, they've got the exact same stuff, and just a few more different pictures. But again, always going over the framework, and I'll show you how to optimize of result, pictures, and also reels. Okay, so it needs to have a similar name. It needs to have a bio points to main account and the offer messaging. So again, still relaying all of that over. You need to make sure that there's client results on there. If you don't have client results, that's fine for now. Just do reels and pictures of yourself so they know who you are. It will obviously have a higher conversion rate once you get clients, but that's why we're doing all of this, because you're not going to start out with results, and sending 30 outreach a day with no results is going to take you a very, very long time to get results. So what we're going to do instead is just fast track that and make sure that we're sending thousands of DMs, or just hundreds, depending on how many accounts you want to make, and then you can sort of go from there. Okay, making sure that it has followers so people are actually interested and can want to reply to it. We've found a high conversion rate with 2 to 5k sort of followers. More, it looks too fake. Less, it looks too fake. That's sort of like the perfect area that we've found. Okay, so that's what the growth accounts are going to look like, and this is what we're going to leverage for thousands of outreaches, growth accounts and AI. Okay, the best thing possible. So it does have a lower conversion than the setters, but it's infinitely cheaper, and it has the highest amount of outreach that you can possibly do, and it's a lot more scalable because it's pretty much free if you want to then go take it further and scale it further, because all you're doing is buying an Instagram account, which is like $2, and I'll show you how to buy them, and also just setting up the bot, which is, again, not much money. So it's easy to go and do that. And you can see here with the IPv6 proxies, and again, I will teach you how to do this, going into 1,000 DMs a day for online. I think that's online personal trainers, and then that's online weight loss coaches. So 1672, one's 352, and then also the follow-ups behind it. Okay, so what we're looking at here to set up these accounts and how exactly they work. So firstly, we need IPv6 proxies. Now, you can find this from anywhere, really, right? We don't really have like a dedicated site to buy them from. If you just type up IPv6 proxies, then it's very easy to go and find, that's just a server, but you can go and find these IPv6 proxies. IPv6. So you can see here the price for these are only 3 months, but you can normally get them for a year depending on what site you actually find them off of. Yeah, they cost around maybe $5 for a year per proxy, and this can allow you to go into any single place. Now what I would recommend is obviously doing the USA for obvious reasons. If you're going to be sending from Russia, it's probably not the best idea. United States, it just makes it so your location is in the United States, so you're not going to get banned from your address. you know, your location where you are from, like your main account, and you can totally disassociate it with it. So you're not going to waste money. You're not going to make sure that you're banning your own account. This is all safe. You're all going to be doing it very, very simply. Now, what we want to do once we get the IPv6 proxies is we want to hold them somewhere. Okay, we use something called hide my account. If I quickly go onto here, these are just a few of our accounts that I can just open up, and they can obviously all run. There's a bunch of other proxy holders if you do want to use them. Again, like IPv6 proxies and proxy holders are not hard to find. Like if you literally just click on anything, they're probably, okay, cool, it's holding it, it's pricing, get for proxy. Oh, so these sell the proxies and the holder at the same time. So, you know, just anywhere is good, is honestly what I can tell you. Whenever we've gone to do it, it's just been, you know, just get it from absolutely anywhere. It doesn't matter at all. Okay, now once they hold it, we want to buy aged Instagram accounts. Now 99% of the time that you buy these, you are going to get scammed. I will be honest with you. I think I've spent stupid amounts, right? I've spent like for aged accounts, I've spent hundreds of dollars, like closing to the thousands, because we'd always think, oh no, they'll come this time. Oh no, they'll come this time. They've never come. So the best place to find them is called bulk buy accounts. This site here. If you want to go into this site here, it looks worse than the others, but it's the only one that actually works. You can grab yourself aged Instagram accounts. You can get like 2 to 4 years is probably best. 10 accounts for $28. So you can buy all 10 accounts. You can buy all proxies all in for around $50, which gives you 10 aged Instagram accounts. You're going to be able to connect your bot. You're not going to get banned from spending, you know, 50 outreach a day, which you would if you just started the account. If you don't want to buy this, you can create your own accounts. Again, it's harder because then you have to find an email. You have to make X, Y, and Z, and it all just tracks back to you, which is not what we're looking for. Okay, what we're looking for is it to track to the proxies, where it has nothing to do with us, so we can carry on maybe growing or, you know, sending outreach or doing whatever in our main account is completely fine and protected, while we're also able to send 1,000 DMs every single day on Instagram on autopilot. Now, once we have these set up and we've then gone and set up the actual account for it, we can now outreach with the actual accounts. Okay, we have them open. What I recommend you doing is you can hire you know, VAs to hold your accounts. They normally ask for around $100 a month, okay, just to open the accounts, because that's what's going to have to happen. Or you can do them yourself. You know, I remember at the start I just had them open myself until I built an SOP, and we had people just run them for us. We personally don't run this anymore, because we're on to just personalize, and we've got to a point in our, you know, agency where this doesn't really make sense for us. Like I said, once you're past $30,000 a month, this doesn't really make sense, because you want to work with exact people that you know you can help and take on select clients, because you're, you know, making 10, 20 grand off of them, instead of, you know, these 1-2K retainers, which is perfect for this, or like $800, whatever it is, right? So you can then run all of these accounts and have them open. So if I go back to the actual account, right, so from here what we want to do is two things. We want to scrape leads using AI, and we want to send leads using AI. So what we do is there's two best places for this. You can see here Scrowman, IG, email extractor. I know it says email, but it does just give you their IG accounts as well, and you can start scraping per person. Now I don't think I'd have it on this, I just have the bot, but what you want to do is just on one of your accounts have IG Growman. Is a completely free extension. I think it's like $12 a month if you want to get like the full paid version, which I would recommend that you do. And this will allow you to scrape all of your competitors' leads from their Instagram onto your own data sheet. Okay, so for example, if you were in, let's say, a realtor niche, you could find a realtor with 100,000 followers. You can scrape all of them followers, maybe all of them likes, whatever it is, all the comments, just to make sure that obviously they are the highest, you know, engaged leads. And then we can just start having our bot run through it. It's going to extract in like an Excel sheet. If I show you that now, as you can see here, it's going to scrape all of your leads of the, you know, their name, I think that's how many followers or what number they are, etc. All you're going to do is take all of these usernames here. So you've got the usernames. All you have to do is copy all of these usernames that you get. Now, I'm not too sure how many I scraped on this one. Quite a few. I'm not actually too sure. Couple thousand. Right, so on this one, I scraped over 10,000 leads. Yep, so I scraped 10,001 leads on this actual one person that I can now take all of their usernames. And once I grab their usernames, I can go into my IGDM bot, which again is just if you type in IGDM bot, it's going to come up with this. You can then download the extension. You come onto here and then you're in the IGDM bot. Then you can have like your DM list. So this is where it'd be like, hey, XYZ, we do XYZ. Right, you can put your script there, you can add your DM, then you can grab your main bot list, which you can set up to all of these custom users that you've just copied and put them into here. You can use the message that you have and just interval it from 5 to 10 minutes just to make sure that you're not going to get banned while doing this by just sending way too many DMs. Once you save that, all you have to do is start the actual bot. I would recommend getting the pro version because it allows you to send more DMs and just use it across. If you use anything else, that's completely fine. I know there's like a lot of IGDM bots that also work really well. So I know we've used a couple before, but a lot of these work really, really well. It's called like, I don't think it's called IGDM bot, but there's something else that is an IGDM bot that we used to use it, works well as well. All you have to do then is start it and it's gonna start sending messages. That's literally how easy it works. If I quickly show you now, so you can see I just turned this on here and it's just gonna now start sending the DM with, I don't think it's gonna send a DM because I didn't save the message, but all it's going to do now is start sending messages while that bot is working. Now, what you can do, or what you can get your VA to do, is now spread this and move this across every other, one that you have to make sure that you're hitting the numbers that you're going for and everyone's getting reached. And then at the end of the day, you can do a roundup. You can see who's interested, who's not interested, reply back to the leads. You can get your VA to do this, or again, you can go and do that yourself depending on where you're currently at. But that's how simple it is to send 1,000 DMs automated every single day with just IPv6 proxies, a proxy holder, aged accounts, AI leads, and AI DM sender. This doesn't just work for Instagram. I know I've put Instagram here, but it also works for Facebook, LinkedIn, and Twitter if you wanted it to. I know there's sites for it, and I know there's scrapers for it. All the premise is you buy proxies, you hold proxies, and you buy an aged account. And I know this place here does a bunch of different ones, so you can get aged Twitter accounts, aged LinkedIn accounts, aged Facebook accounts, aged Gmail accounts, aged Reddit accounts, whatever you're looking to outreach on, you can then go and grab it from there. Okay, now what we're looking to do once we get this is, we can send the DMs. Our script is hopefully looking a little bit like this. So first line, so just saying, hey, blah, 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 found you from here, or hey, saw that you're in this niche, wanted to reach out. Ask for the VSL. So, hey, just made my client 10 grand, or hey, I can book you X amount of appointments, can I send over how? And then direct to main, check out my main account for proof. And what you also want to do is make sure that any picture, any reel, you tag your main account, because the goal is, even if they don't convert here, we want them to go to our main account to then potentially convert into the future. It kind of acts as like a poor man's ad. You're reaching 1,000 people every single day. You can either convert them, or you can bring them into your own funnel on your other main account just by doing this and just by reaching them. So it also works as a great ad to bring people in. Okay. Now with the outreach, with your profile backend optimization, which I've already gone over, you're going to get a reply. They're either going to go to your main account, or they're going to then go and just book a call in with yourself to, find out more about your offer. But like I said, that is how you do it. That's how simple it is. Hopefully I ran through it and explained it as easily as possible, and you guys understood it as easy as possible. I know sometimes it can get a little bit confusing of how it works and stuff like that, but hopefully that was clear. Hopefully you now can go set up your accounts and start sending over 1,000 DMs every single day, which will allow you to go from, potentially if you're watching this, you're at 0, you could be at 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8K a month, and you're really trying to push past this point. Okay, you need more results to scale, you need more proof of concept, you need more clients to test your back-end delivery to then increase and improve it. That's not going to happen unless we drive mass traffic through it, which is why we use this system here. And then once you obviously get to a higher revenue point, you can start using more personalized outreach. And, like we said in our point right now, we're sending less because we want to work with exact clients because we have a lot more leverage. But we've gone through our stages with using this. I can't complain. When we did used to use it, it used to be very, very fun. Just, sending 1,000 DMs every single day, having our VA just automate it, and we'd just take the calls when needed. Okay, so if you guys want to learn more about this and maybe the VA SOPs, the VA hiring system, maybe even just more in depth of how to go and do this yourself, then just shoot me over a message on Instagram. The link will be down below to go and do that. There's also a free school down there if you want to learn more about how we're going to, not how we're going to, but you know, how you and how everyone in this space right now, and sort of what I'm teaching is how to monetize creators' audiences, how to grow, how to sign them, etc. And this is a really, really perfect way to go and do that. So yeah, any questions, obviously shoot me. If you can like, subscribe, you know, that normal stuff to help out the channel. But apart from that, I'll speak to you guys very soon, and pinned. Now, that was heavily targeted towards Instagram, but like I said, it works for every single social media. So social media DM bots, that can be, again, let me quickly show you. If I come onto here and I go on like Facebook DM bot, you can find they're all by like the same company, right? If I go IG DM bot, all by the same company. LinkedIn DM bot. You could either do it on Thingy or you can do it on there. There's a bunch of free trials, but like these all work. DM bot, right? You can see that these are all the same type of DM bots that I showed you within the video, and it works really well. And obviously, I don't want to leave you lemless. Or you have instantly.ai. AI. Oh, I spelled that awfully. Instantly.ai. Cool. So you have this as well. What you will do is you'll literally just go onto, you'll buy a domain from Squarespace or wherever you buy your domains from. For example, you just do something like your company. It could be something like JKIOP .d.f, or whatever you want to, whatever your company is. You buy this. Once you buy it, all you need to do is buy a G Suite so you can connect your email, and then you'll just add it to instantly. These guys always have a warm-up section. Within it, when you buy it, so you will already get it. What it will do is it will send emails for you automatically. That will increase your reply rate, so you're not just getting aired. So it will make sure that your emails don't get sent in spam. So it's already built for you whenever you sign up for maybe Lemlist or Instantly. It already has the deliverability outreach. You can reach your prospects inbox. Like I said, this is so much more professional than these guys here, because this is more of like, not a legal way, but just not as a pushed or known way, an integrated way, whereas this is a, you know, it's built from the ground up. That's why I do love email as well, is because it is like a known thing. It is like the systems are built for it. But if you do want to scale, again, this is what you would be using for yourself to go and do that, and it just allows you to make so much more money. If I come inside of here, if I go from, let's say I always have my main account, which I always recommend you do. You have your main account doing maybe like 50 DMs every single day, always manual, because your main account's where your most leverage is going to be. But what you can have is, yeah, you can set up 10 accounts sending another 50 a day. You're sending 500 now on auto. So that bumps you up to 550 a day, right? Whether you're sending cold email, you could bump it up to 500 a day as well, cold email, right? Volume at a certain level also does shred. Now, I do say quantity over quality, quality over quantity, sorry, especially with outreach. But at the end of the day, if you can do both, you know, Q plus Q equals scale, right? We want to be doing both. So if we do have the system, which obviously I've already showed you, we can go and scale it, but at a very good rate, and obviously good quantity, good amount of quality there as well, to send enough DMs, 500, 1,000, whatever it is, whether it's email, social media, but also keeping the value there of our main accounts, etc. Okay, so hopefully that made sense. You will be, you know, like I said, you'll find the same Upwork tools, etc. So yeah, follow that video if you are going to use that for yourself. But yeah, that's how you expand it. Now, what I'm going to go into now is hiring elite setters. If you do not want to send outreach yourself, but want it to be manual for the highest quality, then I would recommend hiring yourself a setter. Now, personally, I've always worked with setters. Again, like I said, if you're time rich, so if you work a job and you're cash rich but time poor, hire someone. They're like $200 a month. They're super, super cheap. But if you're if you're time rich but cash poor, so you don't have a job, then I would recommend you doing it yourself. Okay, so it depends what boat you're in. But appointment setters are very key. Make sure to change the details based on the platform you're using. the requirements, etc. This is kind of like an outline of what it will look like and how to hire appointment setters that will be able to scout you. So leverage a hiring platform. We have one inside of Multiply Clients.io. So what we have is a CSM that just goes around and hires talent, vets them, onboards them, trains them. So we have like a whole community of setters. You can literally just go in and message and then you've hired them. Whereas with this system, you're going to have to onboard them, vet them, train them yourselves, unfortunately, okay, unless you join Multiply Clients.io, okay? But Online Jobs PH and Upwork also works extremely well. So this is what we're going to go through. So copy this information and for the job post. So the job title is obviously we're looking for an appointment setter. What you can also do is add the platform here. So whether you're looking for an appointment setter or for cold email, you're looking for an appointment setter on Instagram, Twitter, whatever it is, right? Type of employment is going to be mainly full-time. You can also do part-time. It depends how much outreach you want them to send. But if they are scraping leads as well, I always just put full-time. It, attracts more people to the job opportunity. Then the job description. So the first part, we just want to explain a bit about ourselves, a bit about our agency, a bit about what we do. So they're kind of sold on the vision. They're sold on us. So my name is Harvey. I'm founder of Multiply Clients.io, an industry, what do you do? Okay, a social media marketing agency or whatever you do, what you do. Okay, we help solo companies book an extra 100 appointments. We help childcare businesses, book in 20 new children a month or whatever it is, right? That we just need to explain who we are, what we do, what our company is. Okay. Then what we can do this here. If you've never had experience before, you don't have to put this. It just kind of like vets you out and makes it trustworthy towards the appointment setter. So we're not a new agency. We have full-time clients with us and worked with over X amount of clients before. This kind of like authority statement shows that you're experienced in the game. But again, like I said, if you don't have it, which you probably don't stress about it. Again, I didn't have this at the start. But now it's time to expand the team and bring on another appointment setter into it could be 10, 20, 30 plus team. This again, if they know it's a community, if they know it's real, a lot of these appointment setters have been done dirty before, either being not paid or being in job opportunities that they didn't want to be in or they were sold in on. So the more proof and the more trust we can give to them, the better, the more likely they're going to be coming on board with us. Okay. Requirements, we're looking for an appointment setter who will be willing to be trained and learn more. Again, requirements, anything in blue, change if you need to change. Skilled in data collection and tracking sheets, we do this because obviously we want them to track the data as well. Understand of Google Sheets because that's what we use. Fluent English and communication, this one's key. We want someone that can type in English, that doesn't have many spelling mistakes, etc., because that can be a real problem and a real detriment to our actual agency. So that's a struggle. Instagram outbound prospecting. Again, I don't know why I did that. This doesn't have to be Instagram. This could be, again, cold email. This can be Facebook. This can be anything that you want it to be or whatever you're trying to send outreach on. Booking appointments and running sales conversations. Okay. And then going into, you should have experience as an appointment setter. You never really want to bring on someone that's completely new. Just say you need to have experience before to decent understanding. You don't want to build them from the ground up. It's very long. They need to have like a baseline. You're going to help them, obviously you're going to train them, etc., but we don't want them to be completely useless. That's like the worst thing that we're looking for. Okay. Communication with prospects and tracking data with Google Sheets. And then how to apply. So please send back a proposal if you're available for a test trial to get started. What I would probably prefer to do here is say something like, fill out this test trial and we will message you with further instructions. Okay. So again, you can get them to message you, or you can just send them straight to the test trial. Obviously, this will be a link that you will send over as well. Okay. So, oh dear, that looks awful. Let me do it like this. Cool. So you would obviously send off that link. Okay. Again, wages and salary. What I'd recommend is if they're scraping, like it depends on the requirements and what they're doing. Who do X. Need a full-time client with over, but now it's time we're looking for who will be able to. And inside of here, sorry, I was meant to put this here. You wanted to say what they're doing: scrape and send 35 DMs a day, or something like that. Now, around this price, you're realistically looking at $250 a month on average is probably what you're going to be looking at if you're doing 35 scrape, 35 send. Again, it all depends. Like I said, it very much varies depending on who you are, what you're selling, what you're doing. Desired numbers of outreach 0 to 40 hours a week, depending on how much work you want them to do and how long you want them to be working a day. You could find out that, hey, it takes 2 hours to complete the day. If you're working past 2 hours, you're kind of just trying to waste my money. Email to contact, obviously the contact name, and then the skill requirements, stuff such as appointment setting, outbound sales, data tracking, all of that type of stuff. Just sending this job post out there. So like I said, this job post can be put onto groups such as Facebook, such as it can even be put into like school communities, etc. It can be put into like freelance websites like Online Job BH, Fiverr, Upwork, stuff like that. I personally prefer Online Jobs BH out of all of them, because what you'll find a lot with Upwork and Fiverr is they're super like restricted to the rules. They're like, no, my whole thing will get shut down if I come off of Upwork. They're super scared, right? So they never really come off, and then you got to pay extra 20%, then you got to communicate through Upwork and all this stuff, right? It's really hard to do. So that's why we prefer Online Jobs PH, or literally just our own multiplier. That's where we plug them from. But yeah, that's how that works. So now step 3 is going into obviously the test trial. So if you do it in a way that they're like, hey, send over this, you can be like, hey, name, we appreciate the response to the job post. We'd love to see your abilities, and if you're the right fit, please go through these documents. So you'd send over the link, and I'm going to go over that in a quick second. After this, you've done fill out the sheet, fill out the test trial. It'll be based on questions within the previous documents. I'm looking forward to see it. So if you need to line them up with any more questions, so for example, if you are an appointment, so like if you want to ask some questions about your business, for example, so let's say your first sheet, like in the sheet here, you can provide them with like a business breakdown. You can say like, hey, we do this, we help this person, we help them do this. And then what you can do is ask some questions based off the back of that, or you can just link the vetting test trial, which I'm going to go over in a second, okay? The test trial is basically going over and asking them questions. So what are you doing for work? Why something new? I'd recommend you do this in something like Google Forms or something like that, so they can fill out the answers. Or what a lot of people do is get them to record a Loom video or like some type of audio replying in answer to the questions, so they're not using ChatGPT. You know that they can think on their feet. You know that they can continuously speak English for a long period of time without getting flustered or stuttering or anything like that. And it's very simple, okay? Time management question. This is kind of the framework we want to get over. Problem question. What would they do if X wasn't working, to see if they would blame us or they would blame themselves. Repeat back something from the requirements. So like, how many DMs do I have to send? What type of computer do you have to have? What are we going to be doing? Where are we going to be tracking the data? All these type of questions to reaffirm that they've read it, because a lot of people don't read it and they go straight into what they believe works, but that's not the right way around it. Okay, past jobs and what they liked about it. So you can kind of try and accommodate them and see what they did before. Past jobs and what they didn't like about it. This can really help you, because you can find out if there's anything normal that they don't like. So let's say it's like, it could be something like working late. That could be a problem because it may not align with the time zones, stuff like that. So we kind of want to find out everything about them. What is previous experience running outbound campaigns? Ask for proof as well. You kind of want to see, like, do they have any previous experience? Do they have any previous proof? Are you the kind of person to ask for direct feedback? Can you give me an example when you were given feedback and acted upon it? I remember one time, I always used to tell this story. I haven't told it in ages, but we had this editor way back when we were running a short form agency. And there was this editor that we didn't ask him. This is why this question is added. This is like the famous question that got added, is because when he came on board, we didn't ask him this question of like, can you take feedback? And we gave him feedback, and he said, no, this is my way's better. And we were like, but this isn't like this. The client's asking for this, and he was like, no, I'm not going to do it. I'm only doing it this way. And we were like, wow, like if we would have just asked, do you take feedback? Will you do? Like he would have just said no. So we obviously had to get rid of him. It was a full palaver, but again, that's the reason why this question is here. Now, everyone has jobs they don't enjoy. Can you tell me what type of work you don't enjoy, and have you found ways to make that job enjoyable? Again, stuff we're looking out for here is stuff like, yeah, I really hate scraping leads, so I watch Netflix. That's going to waste time, it's going to waste effort, and it's going to lower the quality. So we're looking out for these. We're kind of setting them up for bad replies. Okay, if they give them no, I wouldn't do this job if I didn't like it and stuff like that. That's probably the best response that you can really ask for. Okay, I know you don't know the other people we're interviewing, but what do you think you're better at than everyone else? If you were offered this job, similar job, what factor would make you choose between the two? I want to confirm that pay is X. You can also add in questions, which I like to add in, such as like, if a prospect said this, what would you reply? Especially for appointment setting and stuff like that. If a prospect said this, what would you reply? What are we trying to send over? What's the campaign goal? All this type of stuff. Again, like I said, everything in blue should be changed to your own, what you're looking for, how much you're paying them, how much outreach you're sending. But your main goal is like, will they be good, right? Will they be good? And let me show you this. We need to understand, do they understand? Like, do they get it, right? That needs to be ticked off. We need competency, right? Are they competent? Do they understand what they're even, going for? Is that in the room with us? Are they lazy? Do they get complacent? Are they fit for the role? And then also just their skill, right? We want to see, and also I'd put previous experience here as well. These are like the main things. Previous experience, right? We want to know, have they done it before? We want their skill, right? If we ask them this question, what would they reply? So again, finding out more about themselves. If we can find out all of these type of things within our, vetting process and our Google form, then we will be able to vet them out. Inside of a Google form, you'll have each section and you'll have all your applicants here, and you can compare all your applicants together, and you can, it really allows you to, find who stands out from the rest and who you're going to then go and hire and give the job to, right? So moving on from the vetting process, as there's obviously a bunch, explain the business, what their part to play is, to get them like onboarded, get them ready for it. Copy this information for onboarding. So you want to, out of the vetting process, you want to find who you thought was good and who you didn't think was good. And then you can obviously, hey, thanks for participating. We would love to bring you on board with the team, especially if there's more than one candidate that you think's good, you can bring them on board. In the delivery section that we're going to be going over, there's a full template on the exact plug and play guide on how to hire people. So don't just take this for first basis. This is kind of like an example that we would be going through. And then step 6, copy this and fill in your information for the save later. This spot is now closed. Thanks for applying. You don't want to, again, leave people because you've vetted out, let's say 10 people qualified, but you can only hire 1. Why not just keep the 9? So whenever this person maybe quits, leaves, or does something bad, we have a bunch of other people to plug in instead of running this whole process over and over and over again, which gets very long and very tedious. Okay. Finally, finishing it off with the calendar must, okay? When they have agreed to book in a call, there is a simple process for us to follow when sending over our calendar to make sure they book a call on the spot. This is by adding scarcity and pushing them to book faster, saying something like, I'm at my desk for the next 10 minutes, so find a time that is best for you and book in so I can confirm it on our end, right? This really helps. Let me come down a little bit because my back is killing me, right? This makes them book in when you send over the link instead of saving it for later. They want to get booked in. They want to, sit and find out if it works or not if it works or if it doesn't work. But like, you need to book them in quickly because if they have any second guesses or they don't book in and they don't see your DM again, it's one of the ways that you can lose out the biggest amount if they're not right there. So just saying something like, hey, I'm here for the next 10 minutes. Book in your call and I can confirm it, okay? This along with having your calendar to open spots. Again, we will cover this in the sales process, so I'm just saying it now just so you understand when we do get to the sales process in an hour or two, we will know exactly what we're doing, okay? So hopefully you guys enjoyed. That is the full guide to sending outreach and booking calls for yourself. I know it was a long one. I know it was a long one. I've been sitting here for the past 2 hours. My mouth is now starting to hurt a little bit and I can't wait to just do some other type of work. But yeah, I look tiny now. But yeah, that is the mass outreach section and what you should be doing to send outreach and book calls. Hopefully by now you figured out what platform to send on, how you're going to send, what approach you're going to use, if you're going to scale it to different platforms, etc. All of that, okay? But now I'm going to go to the inbound section, a very important section in my opinion if you are looking to create content for your brand. Again, if you want to scale this to the moon, personal brand is probably one of the biggest ways to go. If you don't, then you're still going to be able to build a 10, 20, 30k a month agency. It may just be harder to get to the 100, 200, 300k a month mark, but you know, it's probably not something that you want to do if you don't want to make content, right? There's probably like a limit in belief. And by the time you get to 30K a month, you won't care what people think and you'll want to make content anyway. So again, it depends on you and depends on your goals. Some people are quite introverted, don't want to make content. They just want to scale their SMA, which is why this section's perfect for them. Cold outbound, they don't have to show their face. They don't have to do anything like that. Whereas with inbound, you're going to get a bunch of inbound leads. You're going to be able to scale and amplify everything. But again, not everyone wants to do it. So yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed this. I'll see you guys in the next part, and yeah. Yes, boys, now we're going to be going over the inbound funnel. Now, this isn't just the inbound funnel. This is like the core of your outreach as well. If we don't have the right account, if we don't have, you know, the right optimization, then no one's even going to take us seriously. This applies for cold email. This doesn't really apply for cold calling, but this applies for any type of social media outreach that you're doing. If you don't have the right frame set up when they, you know, when you send an outreach, they look at your maybe back-end Instagram, or they look at your even email domains, email pictures, we need to heighten our perception and make sure that people understand that we are an authority, so they actually listen to us and they don't just kind of like shoo us away, right? So let me jump into what we're going to be covering today. So we're going to cover firstly account optimization. So like I said, making sure their account is optimized so we're actually going to be getting replies, and then short form content growth, long form content nurture, and then the inbound conversion funnel. Okay, so let me jump straight into account optimization. So a common misconception people have is that prospects buy into the offer guarantee. Now this is very, very true. They do buy into offers and guarantees. It is, you know, that's why we've gone over it in the offer section and everything beforehand. But what isn't true is they just buy into offer and guarantee, because I could have the exact same offer and guarantee as you, but if, for example, your account isn't optimized in the same way as mine, I'm going to get my message open and you're not even going to see the light of day, right? So there's a difference between picking the two options and just even getting through the front door, right? If they see me and they don't see you, but we have the exact same guarantee, and you could even have a better guarantee, but if they don't see you because your account isn't optimized in the right way, then you're never going to be able to scout anyway. Okay, so yeah, so this is not the case. You have a massive role in play with what you sell. Your optimization, perception, and overall competency is what will push the prospect over the edge. You can test this concept in real life. Would you buy something if the photos were fuzzy or not well presented? Would you buy something if it had no reviews? No. So have a look at your own profile, and then you can understand why people are buying from you or not. Now, a cool thing that I like to just show people is just simply Airbnbs, and we go through and we see like, okay, so would you buy this Airbnb or this Airbnb? And you can tell by the quality of the pictures, the perception, that sometimes these places are amazing, but you wouldn't even give them the chance a day. Let me just show you a quick example. So you can see here, I know this is a weird example, right? But if I'm just scrolling through, obviously, these places, a picture like this on the front end is not going to make me want to look. Whereas a picture like this, I'm instantly hooked, right? You see the difference. It's like I'm hooking it straight away. I'm then going to scroll and I'm then going to look at it, compared to something that, you know, this is hella nice. But again, just like this doesn't have as good perception as something that is, again, $2,000 as well, but this may have better perception, right? You can kind of just tell by how it's framed and certain things that stand out. I like to compare this, again, like I said, because you won't even open it. This could be a better deal. Like this one here could be an amazing deal in a really nice place in a really nice area. And when you scroll, it is quite nice. But if I'm looking at something else that hooks me straight away, this doesn't hook me straight away, but I bet, you know, an amazing nice place. But you could look at something else that hooks you a lot better. Like this hooks me better than all of them, and it's the cheapest out of all of them, right? So I would maybe pick here over something else. Again, like this is the probably, oh no, I'm a few pictures in, but you get the idea. You get what I'm trying to say. If you're not standing out, if you're not, you know, you're unique, and if you're not something that is high perception, if I put the filters quite high, but if we go to something quite broke, you know, no matter what, I'm just not going to click on something with two flamingos that looks like a cell block. I'm not going to do that, right? So it's just about that perception and standing out from your competition. And that's why I just like to show this as an example, because Airbnb is probably one of the most competitive industries out there, because it's like, okay, I'm competing for you on this page to book me. What's it going to take for you to book me? It all depends. Bro, I really want to go to Miami now. We might have to book. Whoever hits 10K a month from this all free course will get a crib in Miami for the next week in September, because, bro, I want to go so bad. I haven't been yet. We've been pretty much, that's like the next stop. Boys, we'll all go to Miami. It's only 3 bed. We'll get like a massive place. Where was the villa? Whoever hits 10K a month will get this place. How's this only 4 beds? We'll get this. I'll get it for you guys, and yeah, we'll have our euros, we'll have everything. So yeah, if you hit 10K a month, drop a comment down below, and we'll all run up Miami this month. But yeah, like I said, so when you look at your own profile, you can understand why people aren't buying. Now, this is an old example of what our profile actually looks like. So this is our profile. Let's break it down into each section and what it looks like. So firstly, we have the profile picture. Now, in my opinion, profile pictures in anything, this could be in social medias, this could be in cold email, whatever it is, profile pictures are the most important asset that you have. I know that may sound like it's over the top, but people, like I said, with that just Airbnb example, people just aren't even going to open your account if your profile picture just doesn't stand out. Again, let me show you an example with my own Instagram DMs. So let's go through some for example, right? All these top half, I would not click on any of them. That looks like a bathroom. That's a plain black wall. That's a plain... But this stands out. I know obviously it's a jet, but it stands out. This stands out. It's got a bit more character. This stands out. Blue, I can see somewhere nice, right? This doesn't stand out. This doesn't stand out. This doesn't stand out. This doesn't stand out. This doesn't. 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 Like, these ones don't stand out. That probably stands out more. This doesn't stand out. This doesn't. This doesn't. Like, most of these guys don't stand out. This stands out, right? You can really, in your DMs, as you're scrolling, you get them showstoppers that make you stop, okay? And this applies for Facebook. This applies for LinkedIn. This applies for anything, especially with blue ticks. If you can get blue ticks, one of my biggest advice to you is, no matter how much it costs or whatever it is, get the blue tick. Get something to stand out. Because like I said, the people that you're reaching out to, whether it's in cold email, whether it's in cold calling, whether it's in cold social media outreach, every single one of them, they're going to be, they're going to be flooded with DMs. This is, again, like I said in the past day, out of all of these, who stand out? Who, like, this definitely doesn't stand out because it's a company logo, but like, how do you stand out? Now, I don't care if this means that you have to book a quick trip, you have to hire a professional photographer, you have to do whatever you want to do, right? If I go to my own profile picture, if I move this quick, if I go to my own profile picture, we got a professional picture in Dubai, and this will probably stand out more. You can see that there's city skylines in the back of it, and it stands out. And when you come onto the page, and I'm going to go over all of this in a second, but I just stand out more than the next person. And like I said, apply this to absolutely everything. Apply this to LinkedIn, apply this to X, apply this to cold email. Like I said, apply this to absolutely everything. Your back-end perception, because when someone goes to buy something, what they're going to do is they're going to look into you. This is where the biggest mistake that people go wrong is like they forget that people are going to do a background or look into them in the back. If they've got a private account, if their nan's all over their account or whatever it is, right? They're just not going to stand out. They're not going to be, okay, this guy's high perception, this guy's really dialed in. Whereas my account, the reason why I get 10 times more replies than you, and again, you don't have to rent out some villa or whatever, the reason I just get 10 times more replies is because I'm dialed in. I look like someone that can actually scale a business, or I can actually promise on what I'm saying. I'm a lot more trustworthy, right? Because I can show, I can prove it. If I'm guaranteeing 100 appointments and I've got no pictures, no travel, and I'm a private account, you just kind of look like a scammer more than anything, right? So like I said, make sure it's a clean one. The proof's in the pudding for you to go and follow. You can see Luke's one there. You can see this is my old one. But just, again, these are professional pictures that have been taken. They've been professionally edited, and they just stand out. You need that blue, or you need that green in the background to really pop, to really make you, because people associate to, and this, again, is, I'm not backing this by science. I'm not backing this by any crazy stuff. But at the end of the day, when you see something blue, you associate it to like the ocean, blue skies, tropical, green, tropical. We want to be in that tropical essence, right? Someone that has the money to travel to these places. Now, if you live in Drury, England, like I do personally, then hopefully you can get a holiday somewhere. If not, there's still places. You've got you know, London skylines. You've got stuff that's going to cost you $100, $200 max, and even free if you maybe walk there, or if you're close there, or even there's probably places that you know that will make you stand out above other people. Again, you might be lucky that you've been on previous maybe family vacations, or you've been on vacation yourself, or whatever it is, but we just need to have that to go and stand out. Okay, next what we have is numericals. To put it very simply, if you follow more people than you have followers, you have more posts and followers, similar numbers. It shows you're less skilled and more volume, completely devaluing yourself and your service. Now, this is actually a cool story that I like to tell. Let me open Miro to really explain it. So we had a SMA client that was working with us, and he sent about, I don't remember how many it was, but it was like 1,000 DMs. Right, and this was like a year ago or so, right? And we were helping him, but he had zero conversion, and we were all just super confused, right? He had a great offer. We'd built the offer for him. We'd placed the teams. We'd done everything, and he had zero interest. And we were super confused as to why there was literally 0 out of 1,000 DMs. Now, what we did is we got him because we saw that he had around 234 followers. That's a random number, but it was quite low, and it was around that number. He was following like 2,000 people, and he had like 364 posts, right? Them numbers are disgusting. What we did is we got him to move all these reels to the reels page. So he had about, I think it was like, again, like 16 posts or something. We then got him to get 1 to 2,000 followers. I don't remember how many we got, but let's just say he got to like 1,826, right? And then we got him to follow a bunch of people, so it went down to like 230. So now he looks more as the authority. Now, again, this may seem silly. A lot of stuff in this game seems very silly. It's like, oh, that's not going to help me. We did this. Guess what happened? Out of his next 100 DMs, he got 5 VSL requests and 1 call booked. Out of not even half, just 1/10 of this. That all due to him changing how he's framed. Now he's the authority. Now people can take him seriously. Now people can trust him, and that he's not, you know, this low authority guy. All because he made a few changes. Okay, and again, allowed him to scale up to $10,000 a month, which is amazing, right? All because of this one simple change, because he had the right systems. And this is a lot of what happens sometimes. You have the systems, they're right, they work, right? If you follow this full 12-hour plus free course, guess what? You have the ability to have all of the systems, and they all work, right? Because what I'm showing you works. It's been proven to work. You can check out all of my agency results. Everything works. Cool. So if you are running into a roadblock, it's probably due to one of these type of factors, right? Because that's the only reason. For example, that's why we, stress the tracking sheet so much, is because, like, hey, if we're sending 1,000 DMs, but we're just getting 0 replies, but let's say we're getting like 500 opens. Okay, cool. The hook is good. The profile picture is good. We stand out. Let's say we're getting 0 opens. That means the profile's not good. That means the hook's not good. It means we don't stand out, right? We need to narrow it down to each step. Okay, we do get 100, but 0 replies. Okay, what does that mean? That could either be due to the outreach or the back-end profile, okay? That's why it's always good to have someone like a coach behind you to look at this stuff and say, oh, yeah, it is this. Because if we would have gone back and let's say Braden was doing, and this is where normally the SMA loop lies. Let's say our client is doing this, right? And he's like, oh, it's probably the outreach. So he changes his outreach. And then he realizes, oh, that's not working. So he changes it again. Okay, I'm just going to put change. And then he changes it again. But nothing's now working. So what happens is he quits. Now, this is why, again, it's so important to have a mentor behind you, because what we did is say, hey, bro, it's not the outreach. The outreach is proven, right? It's been proven over hundreds of thousands of outreach. It's been proven multiple times before. What it actually is these numbers here that allowed us to change it so he could then go back, scale, and obviously cash collect a bunch of money. And yeah, that was literally, instead of him quitting and going to like a 9 to 5, he was actually in school, so he would have obviously been back in school as normal and going on about his life. Instead, he made the action, took action in us, so we obviously helped him do that. Cool. Next, what we have is the bio. So in your bio, you want to clearly display to the prospect on your page who you help and what you help them do, along with authority and an opt-in. So I help X do X and X time. So for example, it could be something like I help solar businesses get 30 extra appointments a month, or we work for free until you do. Okay, that could be what it looks like. You've helped over 100 plus clients. That could be your authority statement that you're pushing out into the market. Again, if you don't have an authority statement, that doesn't really matter. No one's, like I always say, guys, right? Everyone started off from zero. Everyone started off without any results or any of these authority statements. So don't let it be like, oh, well, I'm never going to be able to scale because I can't add in an authority statement. No, it just means that right now you can't add that. Your conversion will be slightly lower, but over time, as you get more results, you will be able to add in, oh, I took a client from 0 to 50K. Oh, I took a client from 0 to 30 clients. Oh, I've helped over 50 clients, right? Your authority grows over time and you make more money doing that. And then learn how you can do X. This is going to be an opt-in in Multiply Pro that we build. Like I said, DM me on Instagram to get access. I've been thinking about leaving it as I've been filming this. I've been thinking about leaving it in the description. I don't know if you guys, if there's a lot of demand for it, if I get a couple of DMs, I will just put it in the description because it, like I said, it's the tool that runs the whole agency. It runs your agency, it runs your clients, it runs absolutely everything, right? And obviously the way that we've set it up is so basically it's on this account called Go High Level, but because we make sub accounts, it's 10 times cheaper than the software that you would use, and you get our help with it. Okay, so in a free training, we want to speak to the ideal prospect. Again, I've gone over this as the free training and what it will look like, but I will also go over it again. But yeah, just the bio. Let me kind of just break down how the bio would kind of work. So as you can see, mine is a little, not really that much different. So what we do is we scale info products and programs to 100 grand a month. So again, like I said, yours could be who you help. So who is it? So let's say it could be like a realtor. It could be solar. It could be med spas, right? There's so many different people that you can help. And then it's like, what do you help them do? Okay, do you book them appointments? Is it appointments? Is it cash? Is it views? Like, what is it that you help them do? And then how long do you help them do it in? Okay, ours personally doesn't have that statement because ours is more like we partner with businesses, so the time frame doesn't matter. And then it's like, how long? Oh, that is awful. How long, right? It could be 30 days. It could be 90 days. It could be 60 days. And then what we also like to do is sometimes either we add the risk reversal or, so it could be like, or money back. You know how the risk reversals work, money back, or like we work for free until we do. Or what I've also seen people do that works really well is unique mechanism. Okay, this makes you stand out from the rest of the crowd. So instead of saying, hey, I make content, like I edit your content, which frames you as the same as everyone else, instead using the, then you can get quite creative with this. I've seen like the synthesizer funnel. I don't know what I'm spelling here, funnel or whatever it is, right? Method, whatever, right? It just, what this kind of does is it makes you unique in the market. So again, like I said, instead of being the same as everyone else in that you make content, you edit their content and everything like that, instead you actually go and stand out to the market. Now, obviously, if you're doing cold email, you don't need any of this. With cold email, if you are doing cold email, all you really need to do for your perception is, I'm going to go in a little tangent here, is to make sure that you have a profile picture. So obviously, like we said, a profile picture should be super dialed. And then what you should have is a professional app, okay? No one's ever going to reply to Gmail. So what I recommend you do is buy yourself a domain that is affiliated to your company. So for example, ours is multiplyclients.io. So ours is like Harvey at multiplyclients.io, right? So that just instantly makes me stand out over everyone else. I'd probably recommend .com for emails, probably easier, but you can see there that I'm going to stand out over everyone else that is like Harvey at Gmail, right? I look like a professional business. Again, looking at that perception, everything's about perception. Are they someone that generates this money? Yes, because they can afford, I know domains are like $30 or something, but like he can afford a domain instead of sending from a Gmail, right? It looks like a professional business rather than you doing it out your mum's basement or something, right? So it's just always about that perception. And then that is pretty much for email. All you really need to be focusing on as the perception wise But yeah, after that, you should be good. And then, yeah, what you want here is learn how you can do. So ours is our funnel is a little bit different, right? Because we outreach to sign clients for our agency, but our inbound model, like our content, is towards agencies to help them scout. So we run like 2 businesses at the same time. One's an agency, one's more of like not a coaching business, but they're both agencies. We build and release acquisition teams for agencies, but it's kind of like a different business, right? It's more inbound. We do outbound for obviously the like SMMA we run, right? So you can see ours is a growth agency free training. Again, we've been over how this works. Just a headline that attracts and makes them want to click in. So for example, let's say it's a solar business. What do they want? If you're, for example, offering, and I always like to do what you're offering. So if you're offering, let's say I said it on this, it was like 30 extra booked appointments, free training on 30 plus extra free appointments, right? That could be what your headline is to do that. When they opt in, like I said, once they opt in, you now have their email and SMS, and especially with these type of guys, you have all the plan in the world to just hammer in order for them to then convert into a client, into a bunch of money, right? So that's how that works. That's how you should be setting up your opt-in at the bottom. So like I said, your headline at the top, who you help, how you help them do, what you help them do, risk reversal, unique system. Then what you could also have is an authority statement if you have one. If you don't have one, just genuinely leave it. Only have 2 lines. That's completely fine. And then finally, what you can do is just learn how you can do X. So it's normally reinstating. So learn how you can do this. What you then do inside of the opt-in is show them how to do it, but show how hard it is to do. Don't show them exactly how to do it. Show them the outline of what it takes, and then they'll just pay you to go and do it for them. Then what we have is leveraging sales assets. You have 2 main ways to leverage sales assets in the most optimal way, which will educate and nurture the prospect straight away, either going to them to follow, listen, or even buy from us. Okay. The best way to place our sales assets is within highlights and bin post. Our first post of contract is highlights. So first point of contact, is highlights. What I would recommend you do is just fill this with client results as much as you can. You can add your personality, you can add value, etc. But most people just want to see client results, which is why most of ours are client results. Again, if I go into this, you can see ours is client result 1. And if anyone comes on, they'll see like, oh, this guy gets results for what he does. Wow, that's pretty cool. Oh, this guy gets results for what he does. Oh, that's pretty cool. Oh, this guy gets results for what he does. Oh, that's pretty cool. Again, if you've been places and you've traveled places, that is also good to add in. God, by the way, this seemed lit. Never go to Dubai in the summer, man. This was like 50 degrees every single day. It was painful. We were locked in though. We were locked in, but again, painful. You can see like Mastermind, London, etc. Just like if you've been places, add that in. Marrakesh was a good one. If you guys are ever thinking of going, so Marrakesh is definitely a fun one to go to, especially when you get the Mercedes out as well. Spain's not a bad one. Spain's quite nice. I don't know why I'm going through this, but you get what I mean. Like, it's the first point of contact. If you've got travel, amazing. Again, it shows that perception of, hey, I do this, I do it well. Let me then show you how I do this, and let me show you that I can do this for yourself. You can also, again, like I said, do this for the client results. If they click on and they see a bunch of client results, it's like, damn, this guy's got some client results, right? This guy knows what he's doing. This guy's cooking, right? But again, if you don't have client results, it's completely fine. If you don't have any travel, that's completely fine. It's just helpful to have because, like I said, it is that first point of contact that they do see you, and it does kind of like dial you in above everyone else. So yeah. And then what I would recommend you do, if you don't have any pictures like this, use your company logo, especially if you're going over like real businesses. So for example, so we do this obviously because agency owners, when they come inbound, all they care about is lifestyle, right? So we want to capture them as much as we can with that. If we put our company, they wouldn't care. They'd go to the next person and probably get scammed. We want them to come to us because they're not going to get scammed with us. We're going to guarantee them some amazing results, right? So if you are going for, like I said, if you are going for someone like a solar business, what I would recommend is do your company logo. If you don't have a company logo, I recommend you get that, especially working with, like I said, these higher tier businesses. So again, if they're like a med spa, anyone that runs a business that's like 30 to 50, like that age range. So again, realtors, solar businesses, med spas, whatever business, most businesses are this age. If it ain't coaching, SMA, drop shipping, all of these type of niches who are like 18 below, if it's any of these, what I would recommend is company logo, company name, company documents, everything, right? Because they're going to be very skeptical no matter what of who you are, what you do, how you do it, and like I said, they're just going to be skeptical, so we want to avoid that as much as possible. And then make sure to highlight keywords in there, make sure to keep perception very high. Like I said, if you are doing, let's say, results, try and keep the perception high, try and like show off everything. But yeah, next what we're going into is the pin post. Now, personally, I know I am doing this for Instagram because that's where we send our outreach and it's where we mainly dial in. But this exact formula works for Facebook. It works for LinkedIn. It works for X. It works for all of these platforms that you could be sending off of. So make sure that you're doing this as well. Okay. So testimonials. So if you have any testimonials, this is the best thing that you can possibly pin. Now, like I said, my account will be a little bit different, but back in the day, this is what I had pinned. I had a testimonial pinned of a business. Again, it just shows that you're real and what you do is real. You provide value to real businesses, real companies, and you can help them out. Any lifestyle pictures, if you have them, this is a great way to know that you're a real person straight off the bat. It doesn't have to be anywhere crazy. We just want to show that, hey guys, we're a real person. Like, come listen to what I've got to say. Yeah. And then finally, what we can have is like an offer messaging short. Okay. Offer messaging shorts can be leveraged as a pinned post so the prospect knows who you are, what you do, and how you do it. Okay. Again, you don't have to follow this exact formula. If you're someone that doesn't want to create content, that's completely fine. It actually just doesn't really make an effect. We just like to do it because we like personally making content. It's quite fun for us. But what you can do instead, I've seen like slides of like people breaking down their offers. I've seen like lucid videos, whatever it is. Again, it doesn't have to be yourself, but as the pictures, if they're not pictures of you or even just like the side of your face, right? You're never going to be able to scale, unfortunately. Again, you don't have to make these Mr. Beast type content videos. You don't have to, you could look at me and be like, this guy's pretty bent making this video, which I wouldn't disagree, right? I do like content. It comes across that way. But if you don't want to do that, that's completely fine. You can do pictures. You can try and build like that cold type of Instagram or cold type of Facebook. It can still work very, very well. Okay. So now going into short form content growth, if you are someone that does want to make this content, again, what I'd recommend is if you're either running a short form offer or a long form offer, or you are wanting to do long form or short form for yourself and grow, and also inbound for your clients or inbound for yourself, what I'd recommend you do is carry on watching. If not, what I'd recommend you do is skip probably just until the next, obviously, module. I don't know how long that will be, maybe like an hour or two. I don't know how long I've got to sit here for, man. It's been busy days. I've got an onboarding call a little bit later. So I've got to finish up before the onboarding call because, bringing on a super dial client, doing currently $30,000 a month, but just doesn't have any of the right systems. So what we're going to do is plug in the right systems, build them a higher ticket offer as well, and scale that to hopefully $100,000+ every single month. But yeah, that's what I need to, that's just what I want to say. Okay, so if you are, just skip to that point. If not, lock in because I'm about to show you how short form, long form, how growth can work and how you can get inbound leads or just help your clients. Okay, so shorts are only worth creating if they attract or educate your ideal customer. Do not fall into the trap of trying to go viral, as you will net a zero ROI from it. Stick to these types of shorts. Okay, so a head short offer messaging. So head short offer messaging reels should be edited shorts of your head going over something. Okay, maybe how you get clients, how you get results, how creators can monetize their audience, how solar businesses can get more customers or whatever it is, right? You just want to really display this inside of your content. Again, I'm going to kind of relay it back to myself because I make content for this, but you can see, for example, this is quite a good one. If you're relying on new clients every single month, I might as well give you a spear and we can go hunting. I've hooked my audience of 8 SMA owners. I've showed them that it works, and then I'm showing them how to build a business that doesn't go back to zero, and then hopefully from there they can learn from me and we can go from there. Again, just types of this type of content works really, really well. Then what we have is client interview clips. These are obviously as valuable as you can imagine, just because you can see, like, I don't know why I'm going through the comments, but damn. Fake. But you can see, right? You can see that, hey, this guy's a real guy. He's speaking to someone that has clearly gotten value from this person. It's worked clearly. And it's probably one of the best ways that you can, do this. Again, just all of these client interviews, as many as you can stack up as possible. Again, it doesn't have to be in real life. It can just be over, obviously, the camera. I don't know if we posted anymore. You've got Sam's one here. Obviously, I can't pin all of them. But yeah, they're just super, super valuable for people to go through, people to look at, and for people to see that, hey, this guy knows what he's doing. This guy is obviously, what he's doing is working. How can I, do something similar? How I book 20 calls in 6 days, just kind of breaking down all of this stuff. These times are good times, man. But yeah, that's what it should be with the client results. And finally, what we have is clips, okay? These clips, especially if you're doing long form content and you don't want to spend time on short form content, I don't blame you. It can be a lot trying to do absolutely everything. What you can do instead is you can clip up from the long form. So this is from a long form video. Most of these are from this is from a long form video. What you can do is you can just have an editor clip up for like $5. Again, this is from our mastermind, just clipped up. You can see all of this is just either something that I didn't have to put into or clipped up because, again, I may not have had the time for it, or I just couldn't be bothered to do it. But these are all just clipped up from videos, right? So you can do them yourself, or you can have them clipped up from the video, and they work really, really well, okay? If you're not looking to grow and want to leverage, aim for 3 to 5 shorts on your page. If you're not looking for growth, move 90% of your reels to the reels page. We do not want our main page spammed with shorts. The next section, I'm now going to quickly share with you a full coaching call that we had. It's a short form coaching call. It's what we had in multiplyclients.io. So where we help SMA owners add an extra 10 clients, scale to $15,000, $30,000 a month, and just scale that agency in general. So this is the coaching call we had in there. So if you are, like I said, running a short form offer, or you want to start doing short form yourself, this is a full breakdown on how it works. It's about an hour long, 40 minutes long or so. Super in depth, super valuable, and also you can get some insights from some of our clients, what they're doing and how they're doing it. So right now you can look at that and you can see that. If not, I will see you when you come back now. Okay. Sure. Okay. Going into sort of phase 3, team and infrastructure. To master short form content creation, you essentially only acquire 1 to 2 team members that you really need, unless you're, scaling to, hundreds of thousands to, if not millions, of followers every single month. Okay, so short form editor or IG thumbnail designer. Okay, and this one's optional. You guys only kind of need this guy here. Okay, a short form editor has to be your first essential hire for your entire business to allow you to ramp out high quality content. Fast at multiplyclients.io, we would have placed a short form editor into your business ASAP to ramp up your content funnels. As a CEO, there is no infrastructure ROI for you to learn editing yourself. Okay, whenever we have someone come on board and they want to learn editing, we instantly switch it and just hire an editor, because not only is it a billion times cheaper than you ever doing it yourself, it's quicker and it's more scalable. Okay, in order to print cash from your content, you will need consistency and organization. In order to stay consistent producing high quality content, you need personal success systems to write scripts, film content, and structure in your entire content week. So if I come into a content folder right here, this is Luke's content folder, and it just has the things that he has. Scripts going into there. He's got edited ones that have been uploaded by the editor. He's got unedited ones that haven't been, tools that can be leveraged, audios, stuff like that. And that's just not just for head shorts. These are the ones that I will get onto, on the next sheet. Diversification. You've got B-roll speakovers. You've got all of this that is like, continuously showing, it's just organizing the system of letting your editor come in, see what what you have. So even just folders of B-roll that they can leverage and use in your content, really building out the actual management system that they can leverage. So we have like a Google sheet, a Google a Google, yeah, Google. No, it's a Google Doc, right? So they could just go through, and it was like, okay, on Monday, Tuesday, headshots, okay, and they can go into this folder, go on to the unedited, go on, 1, 2, 3, or whatever it is. You can see he's edited these ones because they've been and then you can go through the rest of them in order, and then do all of them, upload them to edited. If there's any tools they need, they can use it, audio, scripts, whatever it is, they can always use it and sort of go from there. So yeah, that's how you sort of manage the system, putting all your content inside of, let's say a folder system, then use it. And then obviously the content tracking infrastructure that I was talking about, Google Sheets, obviously not Google, yeah, Google Sheets. But yeah, so it sort of shows the Monday what's going on for the actual week that's happening. So it could be a headshot's being edited on the Monday, a B-roll's been edited on the Tuesday, and you can see it's actually what we're looking for. Did 3 headshots, 2 comment animations, and then 2 speak over B-roll, and then they mark it. It's got down on the folders of the content. There's one for me as well, and it sort of just goes over and the dates and everything like that to show, okay, pod's edited, this is edited, this is edited, so you know exactly where you're at in the week. The worst thing is like not having, or not even knowing, being in the unknown of when your next piece of content can come out. Knowing every single second what day I have a certain piece of content I can release, I can post, and I can get out. So you're not saying to them, hey, if I recorded a B-roll for this week, oh, I don't know, blah blah blah, and you've missed like 2 days of content now. Or you've messaged your editor, hey, is it you, are you editing anything? And he's like, oh, I didn't know which one to edit. You want an actual system that can be laid out, and you can leverage yourself, and they can leverage with you, who start working together and showing when something's edited and when something obviously isn't edited as well, right? And that's obviously the content tracking infrastructure that can be used with your team. But with the short form editor, obviously it's placed inside your business. If you haven't had one placed, or you want to scale it up, or whatever you're looking to do, it is in the team building section within school, to have a look on how to just hire one, and follow sort of the same system as this one here. Again, all you'll really need is one. As you start scaling, yes, you may be looking into one for headshots, one for B-roll, one for X, Y, and Z. We have certain different editors for different content styles and different folders, because it makes it quicker, it makes it easier, and we can post multiple times because there's 2 of us. If it's every single day, we need obviously more editors to go from there, and post stuff. With the IG thumbnail designer, what we've done before, and there's obviously inside of the short form thumbnail section, I recommend you guys actually watch that, because it is quite it's quite a thing that people neglect, but is very, very important when looking at your click-through rate onto shorts, looking at your conversion rate, really giving that design of your account, that theme, that feel, and the branding that brings people back to it, would be with an IG thumbnail designer. Now, what we normally do, and we do it a bit different now, we put our pictures, but that's because where we're currently at with our leverage. But beforehand, when you want to just put your headline on the thumbnail, I'd recommend just getting your short form editor to do it. Just say, look, every single short like this, just take a screenshot of the picture of me speaking, and then put over the hook of the video, right? And that's all you have to do. If they say no, they can't do that, obviously you can hire an IG thumbnail designer. There's a bunch of different ways. You can either start doing it yourself, because it generally takes about 10 seconds if you wanted to, or again, an IG thumbnail designer, Fiverr, people just do it on Discord, very simply, very cheap. You're looking at probably $1 per IG thumbnail design. So it's really not expensive at all, but it's really good for the actual conversion rate, because if someone comes onto your account, they can see exactly what piece of content they're trying to click through on. They can click through, go through the funnel, go through the nurture, and go from there. Whereas if it's just messy all over the place, it looks unprofessional, the perception's low, the authority's low, and also they just don't know how to navigate themselves through the funnel. So it's pretty much impossible to convert, right? So that is for the short form setup. Yeah, we were about to go over, the diversification. Luke said there are some, the call to action shorts. We're going to go all, over that, and how to diversify the content for not only yourself, but, for your clients as well. I know, especially like sort of going into new eras of content, I see content offers kind of changing into not just, I'll edit your head shorts, but, I'll build the infrastructure for different types of shorts as well, a bit like what we're doing. We've hired an editor to do it, but like I feel like that's where the market's going to start shifting. Just my 2 cents on what's going to maybe go on. It's because the content is different. Content is changing. Content is now not just sitting there speaking to a camera as a headshot. It's different ways to grab attention. There's different formats. formats. It's different styles of editing that we can look at for either ourselves or, again, our clients, maybe as we start going into the future, going from there. So what we're going to cover is growth, diversity, analysis, unique attention, then growth platform identification. So let's jump straight into it. So gone are the days of posting headshots and being able to gain mass attention and have your calendar filled with book calls, because information and content is a commodity now, okay? Everyone regurgitates the same info, so being unique and diversifying your content is going to be, your key to growth in 2024. Said it a lot this call already, but like content and information is commoditized. There's too many people doing it. You have to now, stand out from the crowd of where everyone looks exactly the same. Okay. Now we saw heavy growth when we started diversifying our content, and you will see a lot of these types of diverse short form content coming up in your feed, as it is now where the pendulum has swung and you need to play to it, right? The pendulum has swung from just head shorts and, the very baseline of short form content to now this diverse, different platforms, different styles. It used to be every platform was sort of conjoined on just the speaking head shorts within business offices, different shorts in the world that go out, but like in business it was head shorts. Now the pendulum sort of swinging over to the other side, where it's a bit more diverse. It's not just one way. It's not that baseline. It's not the beginner steps anymore. It's now differentiating to see who can keep up with it, and then it's just more entertaining for people to keep up with and actually watch. Okay, so this video is going to be a very important one if you're watching to fast track your growth on social media, to start filling your pipeline of leads, as this is the newest place way to do that. Okay, once something becomes too oversaturated and commoditized, you have to move with the waves and adapt to the methods. Okay, it's too over. Everyone, there's like 100 people on one small dinghy boat trying to still float with the waves. It's not going to work. You need to jump off that ship and move over to the other one. So unique attention. These are a couple of different unique styles that I'm going to go over and cover now on how it works to maximize growth that you can leverage yourself. So this one here has got 980,000 views that we've leveraged ourselves. And in the next couple of the way that it's projected, in the next couple of weeks, it's going to hit over 1 million views, right? So podcast/cool style shorts, these are a massive trend right now, as it taps into the authentic side of content, which is very popular right now due to, again, another pendulum swinging from edited, hyper edited content to now more authentic content, that people can actually get tapped into a conversation and tap into the framework behind that. Okay, so you can hop on a call, you can hop on a podcast with your team, with whoever it is. Here, myself and Luke, we'd booked out a sort of podcast studio, and our goal was to just go viral with it. So we found the ones with the most value, and we sort of pushed it like that. So yeah, like I said here, myself and Luke use this to get millions of views using the podcast style short and multiple other massive videos using this exact method. So it's about having either the conversation with someone else, maybe them asking you a question, you giving the response. The way the podcast and the cool style shorts right now are formatted are similar to the way that there's similar information to the head shorts, but the reason they do better than the head shorts is because they're more unique. There's more people there. There's different ways that it comes across, and you're not speaking directly to a camera. It's more that someone is watching in on a conversation between yourself and either someone on the call, someone on the podcast with you, which makes it so it's a lot more engaging to watch, a lot more engaging to keep up with, and it's just a unique type of content that people are going to watch more often than just the head short style of short. Okay, next we have B-roll motivation. Now, B-roll motivation content is based on leveraging someone else who already gets views and is massive in the space, and then adding yourself also in the mix, so you are guaranteeing virality and then pointing the attention to yourself. Now, this is only for, I would personally say, for coaches. If you're an agency owner, I personally, wouldn't do this because it actually frames you as less as an authority. But if you are a coach, this is a really good way to get people into your pipeline and become more of a larger influencer in your niche, and take over it in that space and go from there. Again, if you're an agency, it actually frames you as less of an authority, and because you, as an agency, you have to frame as more sophisticated and proper as you come across to your clients, because they're normally real businesses trying to scale, compared to coaches who are trying to serve the people, and people buy into like motivation, such as maybe put tape behind it. David Goggins, they're some of the motivational ones right now, where they will speak, people put their B-roll behind it, and you can correlate the speech because it will go viral, because people want to listen to whatever this person has to say, whoever it is, Alex Mosey, David Goggins, whoever you want it to be there. your B-roll in the back, they may follow you because of the speech and also because you're, let's say living the lifestyle that they want to live. And that's why people buy into you. And that's why it's better as a coach, because they're kind of buying into your life and your motive, like the motivation speech behind it. As an agency, they're buying more into your infrastructure and service. Okay. So these can get millions of views. If you add your own B-roll behind it, they're buying into both of you, then hopefully convert them into your funnel. Okay, the conversion on this isn't going to be as high, but it's a really good, sort of back end thing to do. We don't do it a lot. We maybe do it like once every couple of weeks. But it's a really good way to just attract new audience and just increase your statistics and numbers as you go up. And you might find, let's say, out of a couple thousand views, you might find one or two warm prospects that are following you because they now want to buy into what you do and how you sort of do it. Okay, live inputs. So you have seen people in the space such as like Renzo leverage live inputs in their shorts. You see people on sales calls, people cold calling. What they're doing is they're just doing the live input as they're working, as they're showing, and it shows. Now, the thing is with live inputs, and I need to make this clear, is there's two different types. Live inputs are a really, really good way to scale your business and get attention to your content because it's a unique way of showing proof of concept. Now, there's two different ways you can frame it. People frame it as a beginner, doing cold calls as a beginner, closing my first deals, closing stuff like that, and framing yourself as a beginner, which gets more views, but it doesn't convert as highly because you've just framed yourself as a beginner. I see a bunch of the like cold calling shorts, whereas like first time cold calling or cold calling not going too well, or rejection in cold calling, stuff like that. What that instantly does, if someone watches that and could be a buyer of your service, what it does is it makes you instantly not an authority. Renzo only, obviously every now and then he'll post one that doesn't go too well, but that's because he's posted so many of him just closing deals like that when you see him, you can then be backed up by authority, and then him showing his loss, for say, is more of an authority statement because obviously you don't win every time, but he wins 99% of the time. So, client here has done it perfectly. I closed a 2.2k sales call, and then it's a live input on how to do that. If it was like I closed my first call, or beginner closing, or like a whatever it is, putting your age before it and stuff like that, will bring you a bunch of unqualified leads and is pointless to do, but it's one of the best ways to actually increase your authority and get a bunch of views because you show that you can actually do what you preach that you do, and you can do it really well, and people want to do that, especially the sales call one. If you show that you're closing sales calls, people are going to want to obviously come on board because not only are you making money, you work, the skill of sales calls, everything like that. Your authority is already up here, so then people will obviously want to buy into you. Okay, so live inputs are a great one. Description loop. Now, the description loop works best on Instagram, I found, and you will find it most often on there. How it works is that you have a hook on writing, such as how to book more appointments, or how to make more money, or, if you're a coach, or how to have better well-being, or whatever it is, right? Whatever your hook that your target audience would be interested in, or, you're trying to get them interested in. Put that up, and then it says underneath, like, read description, where you write out the actual advice there. So if I zoom in a little bit, so maybe you can get more of an idea of what I'm talking about. So I want to get rich in 2024 with Insta. So that comes up first, read caption, and then it's a very, very long caption, but they're going to read it because you've hooked them with what they're desired and what they're trying to get. So it's a higher chance of them reading it. Now, as they start reading this down here, because it's the information that they're desired to look for, the video is going to start looping. And as it starts looping, and as it starts getting 100% watch time, and you've watched it now 8 times over while you're reading the description, it's going to be pushed so much further. And you see it a lot in Instagram. It works really, really well because of the way that the actual description and caption kind of works in the Reels tab compared to other platforms, for say. But that is a really, really great type to sort of leverage yourself to get a bunch of views when doing it. The same applies for call to action free training. Now, call to action free training is very much like a head short, but surprisingly, the short does not matter too much. Okay, stick to the same head short formula. Call to action, whatever you want to do. Call to action, free value. Speak about X, Y, and Z. Then call to action. Cool. But, at the end of it, make sure that you have a call to action to a free training based on what you've been speaking about. So let's say, here's how you can close more sales calls. You go over a sales call sort of framework or something. In the call to action, say, if you want to copy this if you want a free sales script, related to what you've already hooked them on. So, it's a common interest because they've now watched to this point, or they've seen it. Sales script, they're like, okay, yeah, perfect. Comment below sales. Make sure they can comment something simple. Now, what you want to do is what this will spark is obviously a bunch of people writing. Now, either this is going to be from leads, so that every single one of these people is interested in our type of service because they're interested in a part of the break off. It's now trying to convert them. So these are all warm leads that will eventually buy from us at some point of time, or if we can convert them in the DMs because they've taken a step towards us. The way that I would do this that differentiates it from a headshot is the fact that I would get a couple of accounts. You can either put it inside of the content channel, inside of MC Discord. You can put, hey guys, can you guys comment script or something? You obviously don't have to send over the free trainings, but like it just helps each other out, even if you have a couple of second accounts to start it off. Because what happens is when people see the short and they see a bunch of comments already, they go onto the comments and think, well, what's this about? Or they're instantly intrigued by the hook, but they don't want to watch the video. Go to the comments. Comments are such a strong power. Now they're in the comments, they're seeing everyone comment that, for example, script, and getting a reply saying sent it over. It's like, and they know the hook already. It's like, oh, what is probably something about free script. Even if they don't make it to the end, they start commenting, before they've even made it there. And with that only happens if we've started off the trend of people commenting. Because if everyone had to wait till the end to comment, then this wouldn't actually work as effectively. The reason it works so effectively is because it can come up, they can comment, they can move on. People do that. They scroll, comment, move on, and they get their piece of free training. But little do they know, if you maneuver and formulate it correctly, you can now have them in your own funnel. Yeah, for sure. I think that's key, especially like because going into this, no matter if you're an agency coach or whatever service you're pushing, you have to understand that at this point in the world 2024, right, every single service is commoditized. It will be forever. It will only keep continuously getting to that point, because everything, no matter what we're looking at, will start becoming more and more commoditized. No matter what business it is, it doesn't even have to be an agency or coach. You could be doing drop shipping. You can be doing all this stuff. AI is coming in to take over different stuff. You're always going to be pushed back and back, which makes it more important that you actually start building a brand and a unique system so people buy into your unique system rather than whatever, because anyone could actually deliver your service, whether that's content or whatever it is. Anyone can deliver it, which means we need to focus more on ourselves and the internal frame that we put out and people want to buy into, rather than just trying to sell this service here because anyone can. I can buy that. I can literally put up a story right now, get that service from 100 people, different people, and I'd get the lowest price of like $100. It's literally that simple, right? But it's about, as a buyer, the option of who do I want to buy into. And that's why, diversifying your content and standing out unique. And that's why all of you have these unique systems, is because we need to make it so they can only buy into you if they want your unique personality, your unique systems, your unique infrastructures, rather than, what's commoditized just in the market. Okay. With growth platform identification, we need to understand what platforms are leveraging and using these types of content the best, and the performing the best at the current point. Okay, the best way to grow is to stay ahead and to be new to trends, to be new to different shifts in the platform and how it works. So, for example, if you were someone that would have, and especially we did this at the start, we saw it was like with the sorry, I've forgotten the name. It's like Amazon arbitrage or something like that. We actually had him as a client once, which is funny. But his podcast shorts were going really viral with people like Marcus Hustle and stuff like that. And then we were like, okay, this is going viral. This is the new, trend for TikTok. This is going to be working really well. Let's go and do it, right? Especially again with like the description loops on Instagram. That's only just come around in the past, couple of months properly. If you would have seen it on Instagram back then, implemented it straight away, understood that Instagram is the platform, this is where the content is going to start shifting, started making content, now you'd be too far ahead of the curve to even think about it. Okay, so making sure that if you see a piece of content on a platform that you use, now this doesn't mean that I'm letting you I'm saying it's okay to scroll TikTok for an hour to find the best, do market research. I'm just saying go on there, every now and then and find out, okay, what's actually performing well, who in the space is growing really quickly right now, what are they doing, does it work, right? In for example, in the space when on Instagram, right, if you saw Eddie Cumberbatch at the very start, doing Instagram. He was doing head shorts, but with a call to action. No one had picked up on this yet. Now he started doing it more and more and grew with it. And now a bunch of people are doing it. So you need to, try and keep up with the trends and keep up with what's happening now, what's happening today, what is the content going on today, and what's going to work per platform, because every platform is different for what works best, right? Call to action free trainings on Instagram do not work on TikTok. Or they don't work on YouTube because there's no DM platform for me to give the free training over to, right? It's impossible for me to do. It doesn't work. So, why would you try and focus if, let's say, your growth platform was going to be YouTube? Why are you focusing on call to action free shorts, trying to post it on YouTube when you know it doesn't make any sense for you to go and do that, right? B-roll motivation. Why would you ruin your Instagram feed when you can put it on YouTube where there's no sort of regulation feed that they scroll through for shorts? Let's say it was obviously there, but it's not spammed like Instagram. Why would you not go and do that, right? So it's about understanding and doing research on what the best platform is per what's going on, what's the new content types that are doing really well right now, and how can we leverage them ourselves to start scaling. Okay. So like I said, any content, post it to all platforms. If you get one piece of content, post it to all, because more views on different platforms is obviously better. Never really harming unless it's something awful and just generally doesn't really make sense. Like B-roll motivation, this for us, like we sometimes do it on TikTok and YouTube because it's a bit more of a, especially TikTok, a bit more of a kiddie platform to get buyers in. On Instagram, we don't do it because it ruins our offer messaging, offer messaging in general, right? So we don't try and do that. So try and have an idea of what you're trying to do, what platforms you're trying to grow on. So then you can start saying, okay, I'm going to try to do more of this short. Try and keep up to date with what's working really well. Post it on all platforms if it makes sense to. But ideally, if you're either trying to scale on one platform, focus on X type of content, whichever one works best, or over time, you can start hiring different types of short form content editors who do, okay, I want one piece of content every day on each platform, but they all need to be different. So Instagram, I've got, a call to action head short. On YouTube, I've got a B-roll motivation. And then on, TikTok, I've got a podcast short. There's different types of content to go for the different types of platforms. So it's easier for you to grow on the actual platform that you're using. Okay. So yeah, that's for growth content diversification. Luke, do you have anything so you want to go over there?
I believe so. I believe you kind of covered it up, really. Just, becoming more aware and proactive when you are looking at other people's stuff, and, having a look at what you can implement as a whole on different platforms, because different platforms are different. Like, not everything, just like Instagram's different than YouTube, etc. But I think that's pretty much it. We're going to go through a few questions now. This doesn't have to be content related, but probably kind of with your content. If you have any questions about that, we'll go through, answer some questions, then we'll kind of wrap up from there. So if anyone wants to just unmute their mic and go over anything, whether it's in their content funnel or whatever, and we'll go from there.
Okay, I guess I'll jump into. Sorry, I was training, guys. Okay. So hope you guys are doing well. Good call, man. I got a lot of clarity because yes, I was talking to a coach this morning, and he's kind of like on the psychology niche, and he's saying like the industry is becoming very saturated, right? It's kind of like everyone is creating content, you know. Everyone is just getting the camera, putting, talking head videos and stuff like that. He asked me like, what would be a way to kind of go around this and stand out, right? To sell his course, to be successful in this case. So, obviously I told him that, he needed like a unique, kind of like what I'm learning with you guys. He needed like a unique system, unique way to put it in front of his audience, because everyone is offering courses now. Everyone is going like, the I'm helping coaching consultants kind of hook. So the game is getting a little bit difficult, honestly, for us, because we are helping people with content creation. But I also see opportunity with this. Now, my question would be, I guess, like obviously we would need to invest the time to see what style of content best suits the client. So how would you go about that? Like just defining what type of content would work best for the client.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just gonna say, There's a couple different ways that you can actually maneuver it, because the thing is with, most niches is they will have, still the similar styles of content that they're still going to work with. And what I've just gone over there is that, certain platforms are just going to be better for certain types of content, just change the way that it's marketed for the person. So, it can still be the exact same type of read description or call to action short or whatever it is like that. Just change it for the actual person in the niche going for what they're doing. So, let's say it's a something really, I don't know, something really random like garden, a garden coach or something like that, something really random, right? You would start doing how to mow the lawn better, or something like that in your call to action read descriptions. It still work the same as the content style, because content is universal per niche as it goes over and transfers. The only thing that's different is how you market it towards your actual niche and your audience, depending on who they are and what they go into. And then from there you can obviously start dialing in and going down on certain pieces of content that are working really well, and that's really good way that you can either even extend it, because let's say after the 30 days you come to them with the data you've collected, say, okay, on this platform this content style is working the best, so we're going to start in the second month using that more. We're going to use this more on this platform but with this content style, and then that is a good selling point and a selling asset to go into the next month and say, look, we've already done this and we've already got to this point here, we can scale it up going into the next month going from there. But it's sort of about using the framework that works universally for everything, but changing it to your niche, and then just trialing over that month, and then changing it and scaling it sort of from there to go from there.
That was not that was a question actually. I was just going to say, just been working with yourself so far, Luke, and really positive feedback. So kind of doing really well. Pleased to meet you, Harvey. I'm shame Thomas isn't here because I'd like to abuse him because he's just an awesome guy, kind of Geordie living in Thailand, which confused me. So I wanted to quickly kind of pick up on what Pablo said when he said that, look, it's very saturated with coaches. And I work with a lot of coaches. It is saturated, and actually it isn't. If you look at almost any coach, the number of people who are consistently putting content out every single day is really, really small. I mean, really small. I mean, you're looking at multiple six-figure coaches before they get to the point where religiously they're knocking out even one a day across 2, 3. So if a coach or on a sales call, if someone says, look, well, it's saturated, the first thing you can ask them is, well, how often are you posting? And literally you can pick almost anyone, right? Almost anyone, and almost no one is posting daily. So yeah, and I mean, you're right. I mean, everything you guys have said is right. You have to go up the game, etc., etc. But really, most people aren't even posting daily.
So, long form content nurture. To quickly explain the power of YouTube, one single video which hit 22k made us $30,000 on YouTube, okay? If I quickly pull up the video now, so this isn't my video, this is my business partner's video. It's now on 28,000, but this video here, it brought us so many, you can see 1.6k likes, 28,000 views, and the amount of clients we got from this. And this is where we signed, whenever I show you guys like who we signed and how we signed them, like this is where we signed 99% of our clients from, okay? Because they were watching videos like this. It's like how to start a short form agency. Yes, it's for agency owners, and we did sign a bunch of, again, SMA owners, agency owners, in that way. But also what we went and did is a lot of people that were looking for short form at the time, that's how we signed solar businesses, how we signed plumbing companies, how we signed injury law firms, right? Is because of this video right here, and it made us so much money, okay? And that's why it's so powerful, either for yourself or for your clients. And it's a great standpoint to pitch on, because people know how valuable it is nowadays. So it's very key for you to push it, either for yourself, like I said, or for your clients, depending on what you want to do, okay? Most people watch YouTube. Long form content allows us to nurture and educate prospects more than we can with short form, because ultimately with long form content, you just spend more time with the person. If I break down how it kind of looks, so as you can see, right, short form content is kind of like the top of funnel, right? It can get the most amount of eyeballs on it. Cool. But it can't convert because you're only staying with them for 30 seconds. And then, I'm not going to lie to you, you're probably on to the next short form. Okay, it's very hard. Like, whenever you're scrolling, see whenever you catch yourself going to a page. It's very, very, very rare. What we want to do instead, a short form content is getting all these views that we want to then drive to our long form content. So the people that do click on, and again, we can still get eyeballs, just probably a lot less than short form can, because again, you can't do it as quick, you can't do it as efficiently. But everyone that did click on can now go to our long form content and they can spend 20 minutes with us. 30 minutes with us. For your example here, I don't know how long you spent with me so far, but you could have spent, an hour with me so far. I don't know how long you spent, but in this total duration, if you watch the whole thing, you're going to spend over 12 hours with me. That, if by the end of it, all right, and this is genuine serious, if by the end of it, you don't know my first name, my last name, my mum's name, my address, my life, how old I am, what my favorite color is, what I do for a living, you know what I mean? Like, all of this type of stuff, if you haven't figured it out after 12 hours, then who knows? And after the 12 hours, because you know all that stuff about me, then you're more likely to buy from me, right? You're more likely to, let's say there's me helping you scale your SMMA and someone else is helping you scale your SMA. You're realistically going to come to myself, right, over someone else, because you know me, right? And over time, you're going to find out more stuff about me, and it's going to build that connection closer. So that type of nurture allows for conversion compared to, if you were to watch that in shorts, let's say 30-second shorts, let's work this out. So if for example, it was 30 seconds, so would I have to do 0.30, right? No, I do it divided. Right, so if I had 12 hours, if it's 30 seconds, that's a minute, so that's 2, and then an hour, I'm trying to work out the maths quickly, 60, so 120, okay, 120. So it's 120 times, oh shit. 120, I want to clear this, 120 times 12. This ain't working. I just want to clear it all. 120 times 12 equals 1,440. Is that 1,000? I think that's 1,440 shorts you would have to watch in order to get the same amount as this one long video. Now, I know this video is taking me years. I feel like I'm just I feel like I'm slowly progressing over time. Again, if you guys ever get to a point where you film some type of free 12-hour course, you will know how mentally draining it gets. But the value in long form compared to short form is you're just with the person 10 times longer. So let me just first run you through a few things. Titles and thumbnails are the key to YouTube. If you can't get someone within the door, right, they're the only thing that gatekeeps you from scaling, right? Obviously, the video inside is very key, but for example, I've made this 12-hour free course. If I don't now go and spend $300 on a thumbnail, which it literally is what we're in negotiations now, $300 for a thumbnail, is like pretty screwed, right? Because there's no point if I title this wrong, I've just wasted all of my time. So titles and thumbnails are key to grab your attention and make you actually go and then obviously click on the video. It's slow. You will need to post consistent for 6 to 10 months to see results. It can also be very explosive though. Within, I'm not too sure how long it was, but posting our short form video, it literally blew up our channel overnight, right? It got looped to like 5,000 subscribers. I'm now on like 2K or something, but it can blow you up. You need to have a clear objective for every single video. Mic, camera, and setup play a huge role into videos. Every video is compounding digital real estate, okay? What I like to see content as, and especially for if you're helping people, is just digital real estate. This video in 5 years from now, if you're watching this like 2 years from now, a year from now, 6 months from now, no matter what, this video is always going to be on the internet, and it's always going to be a standpoint and a pillar that you guys can always come back to, refer back to, and it's always going to gain views, it's always going to gain traction, and people are always going to then funnel and buy from me because of this video right here, which is why it's so valuable, and it's why I'm doing it, right? So the YouTube video plan, just like Instagram, unless we are trying to grow and sell some type of coaching, it is pointless to make a bunch of random videos. There are 2 main videos that are going to help people. One is value videos, so providing value and sharing advice on how to do X. I don't know why there's so many we's there, right? By providing, yeah, and most creators will find these and see how much value you provide and then go and book a call. So again, whether this is for yourself or whether, let's say it is for yourself, right? If you're doing videos on, you know, like if you're doing some like massive broad video, like I spent $1,000 on like on solar or whatever, it's not going to do anything. But if you're like how solar businesses can get an extra 10 appointments or whatever it is, right, you're going to attract that. And especially if you're doing their type of content and if you're doing content for the client, it needs to be value. If you're not being valuable, then you're not going to be able to get anyone to convert. If you're just like an entertainment channel, then you're not going to, one, attract your ideal audience, and two, you're not going to be able to convert that ideal audience because they just don't have that trust, they don't believe you, and they probably just don't really want to buy off you either, right? It wouldn't make any sense. Then what we have next is client interviews. Okay, as we spoke about earlier, the best way to convert a prospect is by showing them other people's situations. If from everything, if you're doing like an inbound funnel for your SMA, or again, you're doing this for your clients, if everything, short form, long form, everything, all it needs to do is funnel down into a client result. If everyone sees client results after a certain amount of time, they're like, okay, I want to do that for myself. Let me now buy into this. Okay, so it's just about grabbing the attention and showing proof, grabbing attention, showing proof, grabbing attention, showing proof, and obviously being a good guy in the middle of that, and people that want to like follow you. That is obviously the key to long form, okay? So then you have a couple content types. There are many different ways to structure videos. You have like authentic sit-down videos that will, you know, where you just sit down and speak your mind. You have pure value videos where you can go over something like a lucid chart, a Google slide, a bit like I am now. I'm going over a Google Doc. This is all part of pure value that I'm giving you, okay? Interviews, again, can be conducted on meetings, and also there is a video here, okay? I'm gonna show you again breakdown of the long form, whether you're doing this for your clients, whether you're doing this for yourself. It's just gonna go into everything about long form content and how you can run it for yourself. Then finally, what we have is just our YouTube description for max conversion. What we want to have is a social media platform back to where we mainly set up on. So whether we send it on Outreach, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, just everything refunneling to a messaging platform, because obviously, unfortunately on YouTube, you can't message. But you can on these platforms. We obviously want to drive traffic back to that. And then finally, the opt-in. Okay, so the opt-in will be the same one as the Instagram bio to obtain prospect information. So hopefully that just gave you a bunch of value on short form and long form, whether you watch these videos as well, to either bring in inbound leads or to also kind of just educate you on what to do with offers. Okay, so now let's go into inbound conversion. Now, when a lead comes to you inbound, this can be following, liking, commenting, whatever it is. If they make the first step towards yourself, then you already have 90% of the way there to selling, obviously, them. Again, this works completely for your client. This is actually very good if you are doing it for your client. If you're doing like content and an inbound funnel, if you're placing like an appointment setter, this is also very, very valuable. So even if you're not doing it for yourself, you can take this as like a delivery module for that. But if you are doing it yourself, it is also very valuable. So they have a problem, which is the reason that they've gone and followed you. They're looking for this solution, and they believe that you can help them, which is why they followed you, okay? So you've ticked every box of what they're looking for, what you're looking for in a prospect in order to convert them into a booked call with ease. So instead of it looking like the prospect does not want your service, they're actually kind of like facing your direction. They're like, please, can you help me? And how can you help me? How can we get help from this, okay? It is now all about following the right conversational workflow, as this is going to be formulated just like a sales call, talking to them, finding out where they are, finding out what their offer is, finding out what their problem is, and then obviously selling them from there, okay? Everyone's conversational workflow follows very similar patterns. You just have to change different words inside of it depending on who you're targeting and what you're trying to dig into and kind of solve, right? So inbound conversational workflow. I'm going to break down this in the simplest way possible for you to understand how the workflow of it actually goes when using it, and then we can adjust it later. So basically, you can already see here, it's current situation where they're currently at, their desired situation where they want to go, what's holding them back from, you know, bridging the gap between here and here, and then we just dig in that pain. Can we dig in that pain as much as possible? And eventually that should lead to a booked call, okay? For example, you start hitting in your own way of speaking and questions to make it unique for yourself and what you do. For example, one of the conversational workflows looks like this in our free community people opt into, so it's different for each person. So, for example, it could be something like, saw you follow me, you run a business. And I'm also going to apply this to, let's say, it's something else. So, yeah, let me kind of back and forth this, right? So, let me just think of it. Let's say we're bringing it back to our roots. We're going with electric boiler installation, right? And let's say someone's followed us from an ad, or they've followed us from, again, a piece of content, whatever we're making. Let's say they followed us from that. It means they're kind of interested in what we're doing. So, for example, you can see, saw you run a online business. So that's for this scenario. It's probably easier if I do text. Hey, first name, thanks for the follow. You currently have an electric boiler. Kind of just asking them, like, do they have one? Do they have it? That's why we've said, like, do you run a business? Hell yeah. Hey, oh, hell yeah. Yeah, I do. Or, for example, it'll probably be like, no, right? Which is probably the reason they're followed. Or it could be a yes. Cool, what's the goal by the end of the year? And then you kind of just digging the pain into the reason they don't have one and the reason why they super need one, right? So this one, obviously business, this one's a lot easier to follow. So hey, thanks for following. You currently have an electric boiler. No. So obviously the current, how much you spend, it could be like, how much you spending a month? How much money, right? They're going to say to you, like, oh, let's say it's a fact. Let's say our angle is that this is going to save them a bunch of money. Let's say it's $1,000 a month, whatever it is. I don't care, right? From here, the pain is obviously that it costs a lot of money. And then you want to kind of like give them their desired outcome. It's like, so if it was let's say if it was $100, would you like use electric? They're going to say yes. And then you can say, and then you can sell, right? Cool, I do this, right? A bit like this. What's stopping you from getting there right now? Or like, you can say like, yes. Or like, if they say no, you can be like, what's the reason? What's stopping you? You'll see their objection. Maybe it's like payment. You could be like, okay, the objection handle could be something like a payment plan. You know, you want all these avenues that if they say no here, you can say this. If they say yes, you can say this. If this happens, you can do this. You always want something to go back to and to kind of like follow instead of not. Okay, so that's unfortunate here. I do X, yes, no. On this approach, we send over a VSL. Again, if you are going for like a business type, you can send over a VSL. If you're not, then there's no point for you to go and send over the VSL. If they have any questions, you can obviously break it down even further. So if you've got a problem with X or a problem with Y, you can obviously help them and consult them on that. That's why it's always very key that I'll get onto it inside of the delivery section. But in the delivery section, we need them to fill out like business breakdown sheets, like who they're offering, their ICP, all of this, because if we don't know who we're targeting, why we're targeting them, then it's going to be very hard to build this inbound lead funnel as you would. Okay, so this is what it could look like. Again, just leveraging client results as well. Again, if they're saying no, you could be like, oh, Becky didn't have the money. Becky went from 1,000 to 100, paid off the payment plan 400, so that's like 500. You've got to kind of just help make it make logical sense. Now, what you'll find sometimes is when you get on clients and it doesn't make logical sense, it's going to be impossible to sell. And hopefully what you can do is at the end of your term, you can kind of like get out of the business. There's a lot of times that you will just find that it's like, hey, this isn't going to work. This is never going to scale. And we've had it a bunch of times. Like you will have where you bring on a client and you have to get rid of them because they just don't meet up to the standards, that they are running like a business that doesn't really work. We had a perfect example of it. They run like let me go full screen. It was like an MLM, right? Like, so basically they had a course, but it wasn't theirs and they didn't tell us it wasn't theirs. So it wasn't theirs. And the only way, like what the course taught was how to sell the course. So it was basically, and what we didn't understand, it was a pyramid scheme, right? If new people don't come in to pay, then no one can go up the ladder. And as soon as these bottom people stop getting recruited, you can't sell anymore. And that was the problem, is as we were scaling, we were implementing our funnels, it was like, hey, but this is just a scam because we're all selling a course on how to sell the course to sell the course. And without selling the course, we can't make money, but the only thing that the course teaches us to do is to sell the course. So some stuff you're going to have a problem with, right? Like some people ask questions like, oh, how does it work? If it's like, oh, it is just like a pyramid scheme. So that was just an example for us. Again, we've had a bunch of other clients that we've just had to go away from because their offer don't work. So make sure that before you bring on anyone on board, you know their offer. This is why I said it's so key. Oh, we haven't gone over it. I've recorded it in different order. But like when we go over the sales section, pay attention, because inside of the sales section I go over breaking down, like for you to break down what their offer is, you need to go in depth. Okay, so with your offer, what's the main benefit? Okay, what's the benefit of it? Oh, okay, it's cheaper in the long run. Cool. How much is it to install? This amount. And how much is it to run? This amount. And how much is their current thing? This amount. How much is it to run? This amount. And if the difference isn't big enough and it is a kind of like a dumb product to run, like a dumb biz, then don't do it, because you're going to look like the problem when the problem really is just the service. This is why it's because you're going to have to do it as a beginner. You're going to have to go into these businesses that are currently doing like $0 to like $20,000 a month or so. This isn't proven. This is not a proven business yet. It's not a proven offer. It's not a proven business. We haven't scaled to numbers. When you get to a point where they're doing like $100,000 a month plus, then it's a proven business, and we know that if we can just go in there, implement our systems and scale, then it's going to work really well. But if it's below this, then it's not proven, and we're kind of proving it. We're kind of having to do all the traffic and prove that it's a real business and a real offer and a real service. Otherwise, it's just not going to work, right? So that's kind of how the inbound workflow works. Again, either for yourself or either for your clients, depending on what you are going to then go and push. So let me jump straight back into here. Then what we have finally is just off-script diversion. So whether we're handling inbound or we have a setter working with the inbound workflow, we need to know how to work with off-script or off-framework questions, etc. Okay, which we get asked extremely often. That can, bring kind of like a drawback. Okay, 99% of the time, the reason you go off script is because you get asked a question by the prospect. A lot of people get scared by this and try to get back onto the script, ignoring the question. This kills the whole process, because then it's so like, hey, I'm being sold to, which is such a problem. Okay, there is one rule with inbound: treat it as a conversation. Whether, like I said, whether this is yourself, whether this is a setter. If for example they ask you how much is this, you don't want to go straight into sales mode and not have an answer for that and go back, or how much is this going to benefit me. You want to make sure that you have everything. Now over time, especially working with a client, and this is why we sometimes say, hey, it's probably better to work maybe 60 days or maybe you say 30 days from the day the setter was implemented, because the amount they're going to have to learn, the amount of SOPs you're going to have to build, the amount you're going to have to know about the product is not going to happen overnight, right? You need some time to really build that up. Otherwise it's going to be impossible to sell for your clients, or it's going to also be impossible to sell for yourself if you are doing the inbound funnel. So it's pointless for you to go and do that. Okay, they know they're being sold to, they're happy and fine with this, but as soon as you start treating it as sales and not as a conversation of helping them get to the outcome they want, which is signing on, then you will fail the whole service. For example, prospect, and again, this is literally the example that I literally just gave. What's the price? Every price varies from client to client depending on their wants and needs. I can build you a tailored pricing. This is, a generic. This is like a good answer towards it. I can't give you one right now. I can give you a more tailored one on a call. I just want to know the price. Now, a lot of people will start to ignore the question or loop back. Understand you were never backed against the wall. The best way to work with an inbound lead is to be open with them throughout the whole process. They will respect your honesty more than being another sales guy. So the price is for X service or this. Is this something that you would fit for your current price? Now, a lot of people try to avoid this as much as possible. And I see this so much. Whenever we get an inbound lead, we straight away, if they are, brilliant. If they ask a question of like, how much is this? We will try and do that framework, but they say like, hey bro, like, I'm not gonna lie to you, I just want to know how much it is. We will always give them the price. And our conversion rate from giving the price is crazy high just because they then know what exactly it is, right? I don't know if I can try and find you guys an example, but there's a very key example that I had a screenshot of. It was like, hey, this is $3,000. Okay, cool. I'm saving up. I'm about to be there. And it just kind of gives them that, okay, this is my next goal that I'm going to work towards, especially if they're already pre-sold. And this is why content can be so important. I need to stop doing that, especially for yourself or your clients, right? Is because you can warm up a prospect so much to the point where it's not like, hey, you have to sell this to me. I'm already sold through your content. All I'm doing now is kind of, you know, just like working out if this makes sense. And this is why I believe content is the future. Like every SMMA can be the exact same. And this is really true. Like, again, you don't have to be the next Mr. Beast. You really don't. But and you don't even have to take this advice here. But it's just what's going to take you that extra mile further, that extra push, right? SMAs are great. Cool. But at the end of the day, every SMMA has results. Every SMMA has the same kind of systems. Okay. Yes, you can be unique, and that is why you don't need this, and you can, again, scale without it. But this also just helps. Everyone has the same similar systems, guarantees, etc. because there's not much you can do to change it, right? But if you have a big brand behind you, and it's a reason why we can sign so easily, right? We whenever we outreach, we never, ever, and I'm being dead serious. Let me show you. You can see, for example, here. This is literally yesterday, right? I think we gave them the wrong amount, but I think we solved it. But these guys here, these two guys here, or girls, these two girls here, right? They absolutely showed for us. You may have seen our screenshots before where it's like, hey, can you stop outreach? We have to stop outreach all the time. Don't send for today. Stop sending, okay? It's literally in 4 days, we signed so many clients off the back of what we were doing. Bro, it's genuinely nuts. I don't think you guys understand, you know, how much interest we get for our offer. Now, this isn't because our offer is amazing, right? We have amazing results, we have amazing systems, we have amazing guarantees. But it's also just heavily due to the fact of our brand. People love to work with people. It's just a fact, right? They want to work with a person. They don't want to work with a business or a face of a business, right? They have bad reps. But if you're a happy, smiley person, then they want to work with you. So like I said, you don't have to build a massive Mr. Beast personal brand. You don't have to do all of this. But what I'd recommend is just try and build something cool. Try and build something that, like I said, even if you're not doing reels, try and find a unique way to make reels. Even if it isn't your face, is it like motivational reels, right? Is it, you know, just B-roll of yourself? Is it clipped up from something else? Like, what is it that you can do, okay? Is there any type of long form you can do, right? All of this stuff just gets you in places with cool people, right? Even when we have not, you know, even when, I'll be honest, when we've not been doing too well with SMA, like back like a year, 2 years ago, we were always completely fine because we got into rooms we shouldn't have been in because we had a brand, right? We were working and people were, like, I'm not even trolling, people that were making hundreds of thousands of dollars a month were coaching us for free. Why? Because we had a brand, because we were somebody. They wanted to work with us, right? It wasn't about the money. It was like, hey, I want to work with you. I want to get to know you. I want to help you build. I want to help you scale. And it's the reason we've had so many mentors over the year. Is like you gain so much, right? You gain mentors, you gain clients, because you have that authority. You're just known. And especially when like we're in an industry that, let's say everyone's the exact same. And hopefully following this free course that you aren't, and I'm going to show you an example. Right? So this is everyone. This is every SMA. Cool. Section 1. You then have section 2, which is in your own lane. So this is like scaling because you're yourself. And you have 2 little bubbles. You have a bubble here, which is just like following this 12-hour free course. You're unique. Then you have a bubble a little bit further, and that is this plus content, right? And building your own brand and becoming your own person. So it's not a massive difference. It may be maybe 5-20% difference. But if you want to build, like if you're okay with it, I would recommend it will change your life. It will change the amount of clients that you get, and it will change absolutely everything for you. And then finally, just to quickly wrap it up, you can send via voice notes. Videos really help as well. It is personal to you, more authority and pressure. All these little attributes increase inbound conversion drastically as they want to buy into you as well as your system. So sending a voice note from their perception, and also videos. Let me show you a video. They work super, super well. Right, unfortunately, I've had a look. I can't find it. But basically what it is literally just a video of me holding up my phone and saying like, hey, thanks for the follow. Just as soon as they follow, just that inbound framework. Hey, thanks for the follow. I literally just finished filming a free training. Can I shoot it your way? It just feels very personal. It feels very valuable, especially like for yourself or for your client, as I said. So that is everything to do with the inbound funnel, the short form, the long form, the kind of just even setting up your accounts to that certain point. Again, I'll quickly go over that. Like you can see, this is very old, but like you can see, I've still got my profile picture. I do drive all of my traffic. As if you're not using these other platforms, Facebook can be very, very good for it. Because obviously you're then, I'm in the right one sec. I was in my client's Facebook ad account, but you can see here that you can really build up like a following as well, especially with Facebook. Everyone just follows you, right? I don't really get how I've never really used Facebook. I've used it to outreach a little bit, but we found probably wasn't the best. But you can just add so many friends that then follow you. They can go to your Instagram. They can convert. The same applies for Twitter, X. I don't use this at all, but we have, before posted some content. But yeah, again, just your profile picture, your banner, especially on like Facebook and that, you're going to have a banner. So I would always recommend doing it as your company logo. So you can see ours is multiplyclients.io. You can see on X as well, it's multiplyclients.io. If I quickly go to LinkedIn, you can see with LinkedIn as well. I've literally never really used it. I use it for job post once. But yeah, you can see here as well, what my logo, you can see my profile picture. I don't know if anyone knows how to run LinkedIn, but you can see everything already. So yeah, it's kind of just like spread it across all of your accounts. The same applies for like even your email, right? I'm not trying to leak my, inbox, but you can see here, Harvey at multiplyclients.io, right? That is you can see my profile picture. You can see that I'm a professional. It's not at gmail.com, it's at multiplyclients.io. So when I send outreach, when I send over emails, they're gonna see it, they're gonna receive it, it's gonna be unique, and it's not gonna be something that they've been sent 100 times before. They're gonna see 100 times before, right? And they're actually going to stand out amongst everyone else that is sending emails, amongst everyone else that's sending outreach on Twitter, or amongst everyone else that's sending outreach on LinkedIn. You're going to differentiate yourself. So that is the full inbound lead funnel. Hope you guys enjoyed again for your clients or for yourself. We're now going to go into sales. Yep, so sales, I've already recorded it. Sales is an absolute banger. We're going to go over some training from a 7-figure sales rep. We're going to set up all the automations that you would need, your script, your presentation, the booking call confirmation. Literally everything that you could possibly need will be inside of the sales, and then from there we'll get to delivery. So you're probably at the halfway mark now, so I commend you for being here. I thank you for being here, and I can't wait to get to the end of it. And like I said, Miami is coming. Whoever hits 10K a month first, and we'll grab like a bunch of you. We'll all go Miami, and yeah, we'll have a good time. But yeah, I'll see you guys in Yes, boys. So sales process, sales conversion. What we're going to be going over now is we've set up our offer, we've set up our niche, we've hopefully booked some calls as well from the outreach methods that I've showed you. It's now time to convert them in actual sales calls. Now, you guys are in for a treat. We actually, and you will see in this section, we have a 7-figure sales rep come in and coach you for a full hour for complete free. This is out of my pocket. So if you can drop a like at this point, drop a subscribe, that would be much appreciated. But like I said, this is going to be going over the sales conversion. So now we have started to book calls. It's now time to buy the real, the right systems to close the calls, as you obviously would, the natural progression of life. So what we're going to cover: sales process, sales script, sales presentation, closing the deal, closing mastery, and then contract signing. So firstly, what we have, close that. Sales process. So our entire sales process is on Multiply Pro. So DM me for access. Again, just DM me for access, okay, to plug and play the systems. But let me show you how the systems work and inside of them. So as you can see, this is the sub account that we will make for yourself if you do message me and you do want this. So there's a couple different sequences. You firstly have the booked call sequence. if I come inside of here, this is what happens when a prospect books a call. So like I said, we send over their calendar inside of the appointment setting funnel. Once it's sent over, they will book a call. So that will be a trigger. Once they've booked a call, you can see when a calendar is booked inside the discovery call, if an event is a discovery call, okay, so just like if they do book a call, if it is confirmed, what we do is we add a tag, which means they're booked calls. So that just allows us to arrange everyone inside of this CRM system. We can see who's a book call, we can see who's a client, we can just see who's opted in, we can just see a bunch of stuff. And then these are the emails that we want to send out. So firstly, we have the booking confirmed from obviously yourself to from your email. So we want contact first name. So what this will do is if their name is John, because when they fill out their information, it'll be like, John, your call is confirmed for the time as well. So these are just like value just holders. So it will obviously implement it. It's automated. You don't have to write in every single time. So that will send out. So their call is booked for that, just so they know, it reaffirms when it is, who they are, if they've booked the call. Hopefully I'd know who they are. But hey, first name, your discovery call is confirmed for the date and the time. This is very key on making sure that we have all of our prospects show up to the call, because what we don't want is spending all our time booking these calls and no one shows up. It's pointless, right? We used to have it where we didn't have any systems, any automations. You could be running SMA now, or you could have thought about it before. Even any other business, if it involves a call and there's no automations behind it, how do you expect anyone to show up, remember? So appointment date and appointment start time, the meeting location. So again, this will be automatically connected to whether you host it on Google Meet. I'd probably recommend at the start hosting it on Google Meet, because it's completely free and you don't have to pay for hours upon hours. Or you could do Zoom. Zoom's more paid because it goes over a certain amount of time, you got to pay for it. But it will send over the meeting location, so they can always come back to this email, or they can save this just so they know exactly where it is. Then what to expect for the call: introduction, discovery phase, locating your constraints, and discover when we have the best solution fit for you. So this is just, getting them warmed up to it. We don't want them to come into the call with cold feet, not really wanting to speak to us, or not really, expecting, they just don't know what to happen, so they're a little bit confused. What we want is them to be very, very clear on every single step. And then I recommend you watch this video to prepare. Now, this is a booked call sequence and a booked call page that you will link. I'm going to personally bring up my one in just a second so you can see that. Again, it's already automated on Multiply Pro. I look forward to seeing you on the call, user first name. So again, just reinstating when it is, confirming they've booked the call, just making sure that everything is all set up, everyone knows that the call's booked in, and this video is super, super key. So let me quickly go in and bring it up for you. So as you can see, this is what a booked call page looks like. Again, this is for our agency, so it may look a little bit different. This is an outdated one. This is super old. I should probably put up Luke's. But thank you for booking with multiplycreators.io to see whether we can help you add $30,000 to $50,000 a month to your online coaching business, leveraging. So just pretty much your headline, stating who you are and what you do. Watch the video below before the call. So as you can see, who should be booking this call, and then make sure they know who should be doing it. This, obviously you wouldn't have outreach if you didn't think they should book a call, but this is just kind of reaffirming to themselves that they are one that is qualified for the call, going over the call overview of what's going to be happening. This is just really to nurture them and to just make it seem like, this is weird with myself here. But like I was saying, it's just kind of nurturing and making sure and reaffirming in their head, like, okay, the call's going to be going over this. I'm qualified for the call. I'm meant to be there. This is what's going to happen. Great. What I'd recommend you also do is add on case studies. Now, like I said, this one is very, very old. I don't know why this is so old. I don't know. So this is when what isn't what it'd be like. It'd be like, for us personally, it'd be like, scale this trader to $50,000 a month. Ash would still be there. Again, like $50K a month, etc. to $15K a month. So just a couple of your results if you have any. If you don't, that's completely fine. And then just yourself, what the goals are, what's going to be happening. And then we look forward to speaking to you, okay? So again, just kind of reaffirming everything. This just nurtures them and gets them warmed up, especially if you don't have like a brand behind you and you don't make content. We need them to get to know us, right? Because on this call, we have 30 minutes, and if they're not warm and they're not going to be open towards us, and they're not going to explain stuff, and they're not going to be open about their constraints because we're a complete stranger, then it's going to be very hard to sell on that. So what I like to do beforehand is send a video like this so they can watch me, not watch all of us, right? But watch me and say, okay, I like this person. This person's got a personality like this. I can gel with that. And they just get more of an understanding. So when they hop on, they feel as if they know you, and it's not just, a brand new interaction. They've never seen you before. It's a very awkward situation. They know you. It's a lot more of a free flowing conversation than it would be otherwise. Okay. So that's what a booking call page looks like. Let me now go back to the sequence and show you again what the next stages of the sequence actually are. So then what we have from there is just a wait sequence. So we're just going to wait 3 days. Now, the booking confirm will go through no matter what, but this next stage won't go through for 3 days until before the thing. So if it's sooner, so let's say they only booked 1 day, this will exclude it. So it will skip if it's not at the right time. So this email really isn't needed as such. The only reason it's there is if someone books the call, let's say 3, 4, 5 days in advance, we don't want them sitting about, forgetting about the call, looking at other options. We want to keep them in the loop. Now, if it's the next day, this, like I said, this will be completely skipped out. It doesn't really matter because, again, it's just more of like a nurture process. But if not, it won't be. Pretty self-explanatory. So all we're doing here is just dropping some free value. So like I said, I wanted to drop some free value to be better prepared. If you haven't watched the booking call page, watch it. So that will be obviously that video there. And then if not, if you have, please check out this piece of free training before the meeting. Okay. Don't know why I spelled like that, but you can see as, you're giving them free value for them to get to know you better, okay? Like I said a second ago, we want them to be as warm as possible towards us, towards our business. So as much as they can consume, especially if they're 3 days out, they're going to start looking at other options. When they book the call, their emotions going to start coming down. They're going to be like, do I really need this? Is this the right option? Or they may even look at competitors and go, hey, I want to do that instead. And that's what we see a lot. That's why we don't even allow our calendar open past 5 days, because past that you're never going to be able to sign a client. But this 3 day period, it's like you could book in 3 days, for example, if they book Friday for Monday. But we need to make sure that they're continuously watching content. It doesn't have to be like live content. That free training could be like a VSL that you break down. It could be anything that you want to do, just giving them more value over time. Next one is 1 day out. So this will always go through. This will be a 24 hours before. Are you okay for the meeting tomorrow? Okay, so again, with the subject lines, what we're doing is making sure that they do actually open them, because are you okay for the meeting tomorrow? Question, are you not? And hey, contact first name. Due to high demand, we want to confirm that you can still make the call tomorrow. To confirm your spot, please reply yes. If you're still able to attend the meeting, if your circumstances change, please reschedule with the link below, and you can obviously put a link to reschedule. Speak soon. Use first name. Now, I kid you not, this increased our sharp rate by like 50-60%, because what happened now is if they don't reply if they reply yes to this email, we're smiling, because it's pretty much closed. They're very warm, they're checking their emails, they're like, okay, yeah, this is perfect. If they don't reply, then that is a bad sign, because obviously they're not as engaged, they don't really care too much. But what it does allow us to do is it allows us to email them again. It allows us to go back to Instagram or wherever we booked the appointment from, email. We could even call them, especially when they've booked the call. You're going to get their email, their phone number. You can call them back up. Hey, look, it seems you didn't reply to the email. I don't know if you didn't see it. You're still all good for the call tomorrow. If so, perfect. If not, I can help you reschedule now, right? So just helping them do that. It just really vets out, okay, who's going to show up, who's not going to show up. And like I said, if they don't reply to that email, then that means they're probably not going to show up, and it means that we do need to go and follow up on them, okay? So that is a very, very crucial email. And then wait 1 hour before the call. Now, this is just a 1 hour reminder. Our call starts in 1 hour. Hey, this is a reminder. Our call is going to start in 1 hour. And again, appointment start time. Make sure you're at your laptop 5 minutes before the call. No, we say this, and this is a very key part. Make sure you're in a quiet place with your laptop/tablet. Notice how we don't just say, oh, just hop on the call or whatever. We're very specific about in a quiet place on your laptop or tablet, not on your phone or anything like that. Otherwise, because what we found is, let's say, for example, I'm on a call with, especially a lot of these guys, let's say they're in like the construction industry, right? And we've been on a lot of call with you guys. They're sitting and they're driving on the road, right? Because a lot their work requires them to be on the road a lot. But how are you ever going to present value, sell a guy when he's on the motorway? There's no way that you're going to be able to do it. So that's why we always make sure. And if they're not, what we sometimes even say is, hey, it doesn't seem like the time is best for you right now. And they'll be like, oh, what do you mean? I'm just driving. I'm like, you can't give this your full undivided attention. Is there any way that you could park up and just, give an actual, just care about this, right? So we like to send that an hour before, especially because subconsciously as well, if they are driving or whatever, they think they can just do it on the move. It'll be like, okay, I do respect this person's time. They've stated very clearly that they want to be in a quiet place 5 minutes before on a laptop or a tablet. And it just allows them to, because if you're driving, are you going to pull out your credit card, type in your information, confirm it? No, but if you're at your laptop, it's very easy for me to move money from one bank to another bank, send it over, confirm it on my phone if I have a notification. Again, there's just so much that can be done and will be done if they're at a laptop, which is why we're very, very specific about it. Okay, so I look forward to seeing you on the call. Use the first name. So again, adding that meeting location so they know where it is, and that's just where it ends. Now, if I go back to workflows, what you will see is we have another 2 sequences. One is for cancelled calls and one is for no-shows. Let me first go through the no-show sequence because we've just done the booking call sequence. It makes the most sense. So going into the no-show sequence is just when you can see here, discovery call, appointment status is no-show. So, for example, you hop on the call, you expect them to be there, you can mark it as a no-show. That means this appointment will trigger. We will remove the tag of a booked call, and we will now add a tag of a no-show. And in the no-show, what we'll just send is one email. We don't want to be too pushy, especially if we can go back to the platform where we outreach to them on and we got them actually booked in on a call is the best place. First name, you didn't make the call. Hey, first name, it seems you didn't manage to make our caller thingy. Was there any reason that you could not make it? If you forgot, you can reschedule here. I hope to speak to you soon. Normally, just an email like this is just sincere enough. If they don't reply, that means they are the most cold lead out there. They really couldn't care less about your service. They've probably made a completely different decision. You can try outreach to them again of where you've messaged, but normally they're just going to start blanking and airing you. But if not, they should have replied to this email. Oh, hey, sorry, super sorry. And the more this sounds bad, but like the more apologetic they are, the more likely you're going to close them the second time because they just feel bad that they've wasted your time the first time. More than likely, if they have normally just forgotten it. Not really with this booking call sequence. I really don't see that many no-shows, but when it does happen, this is just in place to make sure that we are all covered. And then finally just go into the cancelled call sequence. Again, if they do cancel the call, so it will come up as a trigger, we will remove the tag of a booked call, add a cancelled call, and then it will just ask them the question of, it seems you cancelled your call, if you could let us know what caused you to cancel the call so we can best assist you. If you made a mistake, you can reschedule here. So always in all of these, just making sure that they have the opportunity to reschedule, not pushing them too much. Just one email like, hey, it seems you cancelled, hey, it seems you missed the call, was there any reason for this? Asking that question. If there was, great, we can hopefully solve that. If there wasn't, and they can just reschedule, or if they just don't really care about it anymore, we can obviously just leave them to do what they want to do. I just realized that was super, super white. So hopefully this should be better. But yeah, that is the oh, you can see it was in there as well. But yeah, that is the sequence. That is the sequence for the booking, the confirmed, and the no-show. So now let me get back into the sales process and how the rest of the framework is going to work. So along with this, we're going to, again, need to leverage Multiply Pro to host our booked call page, which educates and nurtures them. So like I said, the page that I went over. And then finally, just appointment setting FOMO, and also just making sure that they're not booking too far into the future. When prospects hit your Multiply Pro calendar, you do not want to have it open 24/7. Now, this is what we used to do back in the day where like we would have it genuinely open, and what people would do, this is stupid from us, but what people would do to troll us is book a call at like 3 a.m. because we were so hungry about business and we were like, no, we need to make this work. We need to make sure that this is, going to work. Let me hop on the call. We'd stay up till 3 a.m. in the morning to take the call, and they just wouldn't show up. Okay, so that's a lesson one for yourself. Don't get stupid with this. But two, it just shows that you're not valuable, right? For example, a lot of business kind of correlates into like the world of like females. If, for example, you're blowing up her phone the whole time and she's like, oh, when you free? Oh, I'm free 24/7, please, can we? You're like, what? Do you know what I mean? You need to be quite reserved, hey, look, you can book a call, but on my time, okay? Because I'm the leverage here. I'm the authority. I'm the one helping you. You're not the one helping me. So you book on my time, okay? So book times that you're free. Miss out times if you need to, like book out like certain slots in certain areas where they can't book calls. And then also just make sure it's not too far into the future so they know, hey, and it just as well when they're on there, like, oh, limited availability, let me book now, right? Instead of, oh, they've got years, I'll book another time, and they just delay it and they lead it off, okay? Everyone will find a time. Now, this is something we thought as well, like everyone will find a time, especially if you can correlate it across time zones. Everyone at some point is going to have a free period where they can book in a call, and if they don't, what they'll do is message you, especially in the appointment setting framework, when you send over the booking call link and you're like, hey bro, this is but you can book a call here, find a time that's best for you. They will obviously pick a time that's best for them, and if there isn't, they'll say, hey, can you open the calendar for this time, and then obviously you can go and book a call then. So now they've booked in a call and they've been sent all the sequences and they've actually now gone and showed up to the call, it's time to leverage our sales script and go through that. So I'm now going to run you through the exact steps of what you should be doing on the call, the exact script to go through, and how it should be positioned. So when you hop on the call, a few things before I do hop into the actual sales script. I do just want to say, on a sales call, this is like, I didn't want to put it in here because I didn't want to just explain simple stuff, but I do want to say it now. When you hop on a call, make sure you're presentable, make sure that everything is set up. Obviously, you don't have to have some office, right? I didn't start in some office. Again, like everyone, I probably started in my bedroom, but I just made sure that my bed wasn't behind me. I was up against the white wall. Like I can't obviously do it now, but for example, let's say I had my bed in here, right? Let's say I had my bed like across this. Let's say I had my bed across this wall here. What I would do is I'd flip my camera and have it against this wall here, so it would be a completely white wall, right? That's what I'd prefer to do, and that's what I would do. Just, again, like I said, just being presentable, being confident. I know I'm probably not the best right now. I haven't had a haircut, but there's no excuse, right? Like just making sure you are presentable, etc. Because perception does sell. If you come on looking like a teenager that is in their mum's bedroom, how's a business going to pay you $4,000 up front and let you manage their business? They're just not, right? So making sure you're presentable is very, very key. So now let me jump into this. So first 10 to 20 seconds is literally just building a rapport. So when they hop on the call, hey name, or like, hey John, how you doing? What I like to normally do is ask them a genuine question that I care about. This could be to do with something on their camera or something that they're presenting, maybe something that I saw on their social media or their account, or just something that's generally quite interesting, okay? We don't want to build fake rapport of like, oh, how's the weather? Or if you don't care, they can sense that you don't care and you're just doing it to be a sales guy, and it's not a good way. This first impression is super, super key. So normally what I come on, I'll say something. Normally they'll have something in their office. We work with a lot of American clients, so a lot of them have something to do. Like I've had a bunch of people come on calls where they're in the office, they have like a basketball jersey, and I'll just start speaking about that. If you can just try and find that common ground of where you know, Luke does it a lot as well, and just like, let's say for example, they have a picture on their Instagram and they've been to a place that you've been to. Oh, I saw on your Instagram that you recently went to thingy. How was that? Oh yeah, I went 6 months ago. So it's a beautiful place, blah, blah, blah. Where are you looking to go next? X, Y, and Z. Just build that convo. It doesn't have to be long. You don't want it to be a 5-minute conversation, just a quick 1 to 2 minutes. And we also just don't want it to be, oh yeah, how's the weather? And they say, oh, it's a bit rainy. Oh yeah, it's sunny here. So basically, this is a house. Just chill out. Build that rapport, get them comfortable, because this is the only time that you're going to be able to get them comfortable. If you mess it up here, they're never going to be chilled throughout the whole course. You just want to be super relaxed, super chill with them, okay? Then, so again, like I said, make sure it's genuine. Do not build some fake rapport. Speak like a normal human and make them feel comfortable. This will open up to more deeper question that will allow us to close. So again, all sales calls really are, in my opinion, is making them comfortable, both finding out what the problem is and seeing if we can solve it, right? It's not this technical game of like, can I trick him psychology that if he doesn't get this, he's going to die. No, bro, just chill. What's the problem? Blah, blah, blah. I can help you solve that. Cool. Okay. So what we then want to go into once this report's done You just go, okay, cool. So before we jump straight into this, I first want to run you through how this call's going to go. Firstly, I'm going to ask you a few questions, get to know a little bit more about your current situation and where you want to go, and then what's holding you back from getting there. If I believe we're a good fit, then I'm going to run you through our solution. If not, then hopefully I can give you a bunch of free value on this call that you can go away and use anyway. Does that sound all good? Okay. Setting the frame puts us in control of the call, so we know the roles and they do not take control, meaning it will be impossible to close. Okay. Very important for a beginner. It happens a lot. Now, trust me, I've been a beginner as well. What these business owners do, if we don't set the frame and just say like, hey, this is my call, I'm going to be taking this and I'm going to be directing it, they start taking frame from themselves, right? And then they're never going to close. They're never going to close if they're in control of the call, because they're directing they're directing where the call goes, so they can close themselves if they want, but they're obviously not going to close themselves. So you want to close them. So making sure you set the frame, and also again, just setting that chill type of frame. Just, hey, bro, like, if this isn't the right fit, hopefully I can give you a bunch of free value. What that does is it instantly lowers their sales resistance, because it's like, oh, he might not sell me if this isn't the right fit. Let me just try and like see if this actually is. So their sales resistance is already down, and they might think like, oh, a lot of people probably come on and get a bunch of free value because they might not be the right fit, right? So once we've done that, we then want to go into just the first question, which is like what they believe their pain is. Okay, so cool. So I guess the best question to kick this off is, what was the motivation for coming on the call today? Now, this is just going to completely set the whole frame straight away. What do they believe their pain is? Because what the best way to sell someone is by just following their belief. Beliefs are the biggest things in the world. Beliefs literally change the world. If I believe right now that, for example, let's say I believe that content doesn't work. I'm not going to make content because that's my belief. Even if content's the best thing in the world, if my belief is like, oh yeah, I don't like content, it's not working, I'm not going to do content, I'm not going to do it. And I'm going to miss out on so much money. So you need to go on their belief. If they come on and say, yeah, I just don't really know how to run Facebook ads, my ads are performing really bad, my sharp rate's awful, I can't book any appointments, my content's getting 200 views, that's what they believe their pain is, and that's what's hurting them, right? They're going to tell you straight off the bat what's hurting them. Your goal then is to dig further into this pain, so then it just kind of reinforces in their brain. They've booked a call because they want to get sold, right? In some type of weird way, they know, like, you don't hop on a sales call without knowing you've got a problem and that you're going to get sold, right? So making sure that they know that already. So following the right framework is key, okay? So asking that question, then what we can do is go into a in-depth discovery. What your offer is, who does it help, what's your ticket price, main way of getting clients right now, how many clients you get a month. I want you to dig into as many questions as you can. So as I say here, depending on your offer, this will alter the questions here, as you may need to know different aspects of their business. But the whole goal here is to know their business inside and out. So not only can you dig deeper into it, you can see if you can actually help or not. It also helps for the sales process. Let's say their service was $8,000. You could explain, if we got one extra sale, you could be making $240,000 a month to excite them and leverage, okay? On this position here, please do not go on if you don't know everything about their business, because you're not going to be armed. We've asked them their pain. All we're doing now is arming ourselves with a bunch of information from their business. If we don't know their business inside and out, we can't, compare it and, relay it to our information that we're about to share, and really just show them, okay? People buy from familiarity and knowing and kind of envisioning the system, right? So if we're breaking it down to them, okay, so it's super simple, right? If we work out that they help 50-year-olds learn how to scale their trading crypto portfolio from 1 million to 5 million. Let's say their ticket price is $10,000. They get all of their calls through organic, and you do organic content, for example, and they get 200 views. You could say, hey, so if currently right now you're making, let's say they close 3 calls a month, right? $30,000. So right now you're getting 200 views. If we got you to 1,000 views, which is part of our guarantee, then you're going to automatically 5x your sales. So you're automatically going to be making $150,000 a month. Does that sound good? Now they're thinking, okay, so it's my ticket price. They've just added the views, which is the guarantee. Like, you don't even need the rest of the sales call. You just need to work out what their business does, what their pain is, and then just sell off the back of that. But make sure, even if it's not on your script, find out every single part of their business and then how you can actually go and help that. Next, what we have is the goal finder. How much do you want to be making? What would that do for your business? What would that do for your personal life? Get them excited, get them expressing, and get them dopamine filling of, yeah, I want to be making this a month because I want to go here. I want to take my family here. I want to automate the business. Whatever their goal is, that's what we're going to be playing on, because they don't care about an acquisition process. They don't care about Facebook ads. You know, you could have Facebook ads and this new thing called tectonic ads. They don't care which one you run. They just want to know which one's going to get them to their desired outcome. So you explaining all the inputs behind it of, hey, we do this, we do this, we do this, is pointless, because they just couldn't care less. Instead, we want to find out their goal and then dig into this goal and help and relay everything to this. Oh, we're going to solve your problem to get you here. This is holding you back from being here. So again, like I said, it's normally revenue. Sometimes it can be automation, but having a goal is cool. But when you link it to their personal life and make them imagine what life would be like, it brings on that pain. So especially linking it back to like, hey, what would that do for your business? It means I would be able to have an extra 10 hours a week off because I wouldn't have to worry about Facebook ads anymore. Also, it would allow us to make X amount more money, which then for maybe my personal life, I'd be able to scale the business. I'd be able to focus. Like, they start getting wrapped up on this dreamland, because at the end of the day, we all sit here. You're all watching this before or after, and you may just go sit after, you be like, oh, I can't wait till I've got $100,000 a month SMA. I'm going to be chilling on a beach. But imagine now someone at that point has said that to you and then guarantees it. You're going to be like, oh, wow, I'm going to sign on with this guy, right? So once you find the goals, what we want to do is kill the dream, okay? And at your current rate, how long would it take for you to get there? Then they're going to be like, oh, it'd take me this long. You know, you're doing 200 views and you've been making content for, 4 years now. Do you reckon it will ever change? You're consistently doing the right input, but the wrong thing. When, people have been posting content for 1 month and got millions of views, that's obviously a constraint. Would this be possible with your current constraint? So would you be able to get your current desired outcome with the current constraint that's holding you back? No, I wouldn't. Unless you did X, that would not be possible. I don't know why it's capital. That would not be possible, would it? Making sure, reinforcing. We've heightened their emotion. We've gone, okay, look, you want this, right? You want this super, super bad. That's amazing. And now what we've done is we've brought them back, not even to earth, below earth. Like, oh, there's so much work to do. We're never going to be able to get to this. We've been doing it for this long and it's still not working. We need help. Okay, so like I said, it's just really reinforcing that they need the actual help, and they're going to get help that we're obviously going to present. So like I said, dopamine, I'm going to do this. I want to do this. My goal is to make this much. My goal is to go here. That's not possible currently right now, is it? No. So then what the bridge is to get to that point is obviously your service, which we'll get into in just a second. So if I go back to this, we want to ask, are they ready? So like I said, we need to make sure they know that their current goal is not possible without major change where the current constraint is. This is one of the last questions, so we need to dig super deep into the pain. Like I said, this is like a format of what it should look like. Add questions, add stuff in depending on your service, and especially as like a good salesperson, you want to be like, okay, so you've asked killing the dream. Oh, he said this, let me add another question. Just off the top of your head, you don't want to be, sticking to that script. You want to be able to, just bat stuff off the top of your head and really dig into their pain. Now, once this is dug in, what we're going to do is see if they're ready to be sold. We say, if there was a solution to solve this in, and then you normally say how many days, you go like 3 months, 6 months, if there was a solution to solve this problem in time, so this will be the time frame of your offer. If there was a solution to solve this problem in 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, however long your service is, would you implement it now or in 6 months? Now, if they say now, that's perfect. That means they are ready to be solved. Their pain's really heightened, their emotions heightened. They just want to solve this as soon as possible. This pain here, they want to get rid of. They want to solve the constraint. If they say 6 months, then there's an objection. Now, what is great about this question is we want to get the objection out of this section before we get into the sales presentation, because if we have any objections going into the sales presentation, you will never close. Because what will happen as you're presenting your offer and how you're going to help them, they're not going to be listening. They're not even going to be looking at what you're doing, because they just don't care, right? So if they say 6 months, they may be like, oh, right now we're doing this project, or my wife wouldn't let me. And you can kind of stop the call, objection handle. Okay, but would your wife agree that if you could make X amount more money guaranteed with no risk to you, would that benefit both of your lives? Yeah. So why do you need to ask her for a decision? I guess I don't. Okay. Then you can go from there. I don't know if this would be the right solution for me right now. Why would that be if your current constraint is this? They will start giving you objections. You just always link it back. That's all you're doing, is linking back to previous things they've said and just highlighting this constraint and making sure they understand, hey, I've got a constraint. I've got somewhere where I want to go. I'm not going to be able to get there without a drastic change and a drastic move from, some type of input, some type of new service, some type of new system that can obviously be implemented. Okay. So is it cool if I share my screen and run through what we do and how we can get you out of your current situation? They're going to say yes. And then we can obviously go from there, okay? So this sales script process makes or breaks the whole call. I would recommend maybe even role-playing with people. You need to be sharp. You need to be witty. You need to, like I said, be able to say stuff off the top of your head. Because if you can't, then it's going to be very hard. You're going to be stunned a lot of the time. If they say something and you then have to follow in the next part of the script when you could have just added on to that, built more pain, understood more, then you're not going to be a very good salesperson, okay? I have a script to go off, but into other questions to dig deeper when I have something. You need to be able to do that and not be stuck to the sheet. If they say my pain is I want to travel the world and script does not have another question to go deeper into that, you have to think and act on your own feet. Why is that? Okay, why? How? These just very simple questions of where would you go? Why would you do it? How would you do it? Okay, what's stopping you from doing it? Just these very simple questions I think we learned in like 3rd grade English of just like what, who, where, when, why. Them questions are going to, as a salesperson, they're going to make you a lot of money, okay? So now once we've obviously got them onto there and we've built that emotion, we now want to go over the sales presentation. Everything we have done is to build emotion and pain for this phase here, showing them the perfect solution to their pain that is now built up so highly. The sales presentation needs to be simple but super pain solving. Depending on your offer, you will know what to do for this, what their biggest pain is going to be. For example, if you offer an appointment setting, then conversion is their biggest pain point, so you would build it around solving that main issue and dig into that within the sales script area. Let me run you through a template of what it would look like for your own sales presentation. So let me open this. This is just a very, very basic template. Trust me, these are not hard to do. Intro, headline. What is the headline? We're going to help you book 5, 10 calls, whatever it is. Next step is the funnel. This funnel is the exact same funnel that you send over as a VSL. That funnel, put that here. Great. Then you're just funnel breaking down. So for example, if your funnel is content, setting, ads, or it's content but it's like scripting, market research, filming, X, Y, and Z. Let's say it's ads. If it's ads, it could be market research, scripting the ads, filming the ads, editing, copywriting, posting the ads, refining the data. Break down every single section of this in full detail. So for example, like I just did there, step 1 of the funnel breakdown could be about ads. Unfortunately, I can't show you ours because it's a bit too in-depth for that, but you get the idea. Funnel breakdown, step 1, so let's say it's market research. You could add a bunch of competitors on here. We could add some sheets and we could say like, hey, we're going to fill out these sheets, find out who your competitors are, and we're also going to do market research on what ads are performing right now. The next step of the funnel breakdown, what we're going to do is we're going to start scripting ads off of the back of this, send it over to you. We're going to place it in an editor. The editor's going to edit the ads that you film. They're then going to be ready to post. Like I said, keep going until all shows. Any client interviews, client results that you have, great, put them here. What you've now done is, like I said, their pain is so high that as long as you have a solution, they don't really care about the inputs. They just want to know, does it guarantee the results? And does it actually work? So having the funnel breakdown to show they don't really care, but client results, client interviews is what they want to see. If you don't have any, everyone started with 0, so they're going to, you're going to build them up over time. This is the most important part. Once you've done the funnel breakdown, you've gone to the client interviews if you have them. If you don't have them, go to guarantee, okay? The guarantee is what sells the whole thing. So again, going back from their pain point, if they're, like I said, if they're struggling booking calls, your guarantee will be like, hey, if we don't book you this amount of calls in this amount of time, then you're going to get a full refund and we're going to send you X amount of money back, or we're going to work until you do get this with no added cost. So no matter what, you're going to get the results that you're looking to get. Perfect. So adding this guarantee, they've built the pain from the sales script. The funnel is kind of like help them like understand what's going to happen. The guarantee shot them to like, okay, I want to buy now. This is going to work. I need this. Okay. This is one of the best sales processes and that we've ever used when we plug it into businesses, info products, whether it's our clients, whether it's, ourselves, it's always worked. Okay. Any questions? So literally just put questions here. Here, we're just going to answer questions, objection handle if we do need to objection handle. And what will happen as questions start fading out, if they ask for the price, and if one of the questions is like, oh, how much does it all cost? Amazing. If they don't, and the questions stop and they're like, oh, I have no more questions, say, what would be the next steps moving on from here? How can we then progress forward? What they're going to say, and this is an awkward process. I know I hate doing it myself, but it's the only way. You're never going to sell if you put the price onto them. They need to push it onto you. Okay, so just saying something like, what would the next steps be from here? They'll be like, oh, how do we get onboarded? How do we get started? And then I would just say, oh, we have an initial payment, then obviously would get you started. Then what they'll say is, okay, how much is that payment? We just need them to take that step forward of how much is the payment? What is the payment? How do we get started, right? From here, we go into the pricing format. You can put your price here. You can say, okay, it's this much for this long. Once you say your price, don't try and justify it. Don't try and say anything like, oh, it's $6,000, but trust me, it's the best service ever, and you get this and this. Just say, yep, so our price is $6,000 for the one time. And then once we, like, for example, it could be like, once we make you, it could be like, okay, it's a $6,000 retainer. It could be like, hey, it's $4,000 a month with a 10% profit share of anything that we bring to you. Silence, and wait for them to reply. Again, this part is sales can be very awkward. This part's going to be awkward because they're not going to reply straight away. They're going to think, they're going to be like, okay. And then they might ask you a few questions. They might try and give you objections, etc. This is where you loop back an objection handle. So anything that they've said before, I don't know if this is quite out my budget. You could be like, okay, what is your budget? What is it that you're looking for? Obviously, this appointment's going to make you this much because you know their ticket price, you know their offer, you know everything about them. So asking them, but if we booked you one, which is part of our guarantee, you would make $8,000 back, which is double the money invested and enough to, more than you would currently. Yeah, but I don't know about this. And then what will normally happen is they'll give objections about the inputs. They'll be like, oh, but how does the setup work? Okay, then you start explaining, how does the ads work? How much ad spend is it? Okay, and normally what objection handling really is kind of just like answering questions. What are the questions that need to be answered? And then we can go and answer them, right? So I'm tiny. That's how the pricing format works. Now let me go back to the sheet and explain what the next steps are from here. So to close every single time, we need to follow this closing framework to guarantee that we obviously close. So like I said, again, it's kind of just recapping what I've already said. What would be the next steps? Make sure they take that step towards you, knowing the price, so you can then obviously present it. Then say your price goes silent. Make sure it's not awkward. Okay. If they say yes, send over the payment link and get them onboarded. In the next section on delivery, we're going to be going over like the automated onboarding and everything like that. What I'd recommend you do is use Stripe, so you can send over a payment link. Trust me, this has made my life so much easier than asking for their email and their data on this and blah, 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 whatever, right? Instead, what we do is we literally just send them the link and they can obviously get it paid, and then we can connect it, contracts, and I'll go over contracts in a minute, okay? So if no, then this is the framework we need to be using to objection handle anything. So inside the discovery phase, when you are asking questions, take a mental note or jot down these 5 things. 1, their constraint, so what they believe their constraint is. So that first question that we asked, ask them that, okay? 2, why the constraint is happening. So the constraint, so let's say they're not booking calls because it's normally because they don't have your service. So whatever your service is, so they're not doing ads, or their ads are performing poorly, or they're not doing appointment setting, or their appointment setting framework's poor, or they're not doing content, or their content's poor, right? So whatever the constraint is happening, why it's happening, okay? What their goal is in X time, so what they want to achieve, why they want to hit this goal. This could be a personal goal, this could be a business goal, whatever reason, we need a goal and the reason they want to get there, because without a reason, there's no point, there's no pain, right? Without a reason, there's no want. What achieving X would do to their life and business, like I said, this will allow you to just loop everything. These are the only 5 things that you need to know, because at the end of the day is, you know, I don't think I have this problem. You list their constraint and what the constraint is happening and what it's doing, right? X, Y, and Z, achievement, X, Y, and Z, okay? So this allows us to link back at any objection to what they have said to solve it. In a sales call, that initial discovery process is kind of just arming us for the objections at the end, because once you have this set up, you can't not, because all you're doing is saying what they've said. And then when you've said what they've said, it's reaffirming what they know. Okay, they are just now a little bit timid, a little bit scared, because obviously money's being sent out. Humans are pessimists. We don't want to, we're a little bit nervous. Is this a scam? Is this going to work? We think of the worst instead of thinking of the best. Everyone does it. So we need to make sure that we reaffirm what they said, and when they were back at their height of, hey, I need to get this solved, and reaffirming what they said back then. Okay, dig into it, what it will do to their business, how it will change their life and allow them to hit their goals. That is the only formula you need in your arsenal to handle. Okay, so once you obviously objection handle if you need to, hopefully you don't need to, but more than likely every single call you'll have 1 to 2 objection handles. What I like to call it is just kind of like a test of your character, right? People just do it to test if this is actually something that you believe is good for them, right? Because if for example, let's say I gave you an objection and you didn't objection hand, you said, oh no, it's completely fine. It's a bit like, oh, so do you reckon this wasn't the right fit? Whereas if I'm genuinely trying to help you, I know it's the right fit. I don't know why I'm doing it like this, right? I genuinely know it's the right fit for yourself, so I'm going to help you and I'm going to get you to that point that you need to be at instead of just waiting all that time. Okay, so contract signing. To confirm the signing, we need it written in contract. This is the template we use and alter when need spending on what we deliver. So let me walk you through it. So this is what the contract looks like. You can use DocuSign. I think PandaDoc as well. We use DocuSign. Also, this is like the template for it. I'm not going to show you in there, but if you want to download DocuSign, you can, and then import it, and then it'll go how you need it to go. Okay. So again, your logo, service agreement, and statement of work. The following agreement between obviously your company and X, so you'd fill out whoever this is effective for life immediate upon signing. So we do it until contract is terminated. But if you are doing something like, hey, this is a six month retainer for X time instead. Okay, so it could be 6 months, 3 months, 2 months, 1 month. We like to do life just because that's how our contracts are. Okay, the statement of work includes the following deliverables. So it could be like whatever obviously you are delivering. So it could be an ad script, market research, you know, just put in what you're going to be delivering, just so you guys know, and be specific as well. If it's 5 ad creatives, make sure you put 5, because what will happen, and you don't want any disputes. You don't want any disputes of saying, hey, you said 4. Oh, no, you said we need it very clear. Contracts are very, very crucial because we need it to be very, very clear. Okay. Then the payment schedule. So item payment schedule. So if it's a monthly retainer, it could be a monthly fee. Upon signing every month until the total amount is paid will be due to your card. Failure to complete payment in 7 days of the monthly renewal will temporarily close the service until the amount is paid. So again, it depends on what you're doing. If it is like a build fee, you could do that amount. If it's a retainer, do this. Again, if you don't have any of these, delete them. But just say how it works. What are we taking? How much is it per month? Do we take a percent? If so, what is the percent? Just everything so everyone again is on the same terms. Okay, no refunds will be issued once payment has been processed unless guarantee is not met. You can do like a 24-hour refund. Again, it doesn't really matter. You're not going to get refunded in the first 24 hours more than likely. Okay, but just make sure it is clear. If you are saying no to refunds, make sure it's clear that obviously guarantee. Okay, partner terms, we like to call it partner terms because that's when we build fee, but you could just do delivery terms. Okay, so once X has been made within the systems that Multiply Creatives is implemented, then the delivery turns from a service to a partnership where the offer will turn into a rev share deal as discussed. Once this happened at the end of the month and the last day, you will get invoiced. Just explaining kind of how it works. Again, you kind of should but change this and alter this to your agency and what you're running, the pricing structure, the offer, everything like this. This is just a template of what we personally use. Terms of partnership. This will be for you terms of guarantee. I'm going to keep it partnership because I know this is my sheet. Terms of partnership. So yours would be, the guarantee will be affected if any of the following occur at this time. Terms of the agreement. So this is just keeping you safe, okay? For example, if they don't send over content in a certain amount of time, that shouldn't warrant us not being entitled to the guarantee as well, because we're both entitled to the guarantee, right? If, for example, we've had this a bunch, right? Clients will not send over something, or they won't get something done in a certain period of time, and then they say, hey, why haven't we got results? You guaranteed this. Well, if you looked in the contract, it said that if you don't send it in 5 days, then the contract is void because there's nothing we can do. We don't have enough time to do X. We don't have enough time to do Y. So making sure that's very clear on what you need. So stuff like the client accounts get banned, that's out of our control. I know it's out of their control as well, but we shouldn't be entitled to have to refund all the money just because it got banned. What I like to do instead is stuff like, if the client accounts got banned, I would like to normally say at the end, if it's out of our control and also the client's control, we, instead of offering a refund, we will carry on the service until everything's restored to normal. So adding like little clauses and stuff like that is always good to make your client feel safe, that they don't think, oh, if it does get banned, they're completely screwed, okay? Action step advice is not completed, suitable time by the client. Payment is not completed in 5 working days. If the systems are hindered by the client, so if they make changes, a lot of clients sometimes think they know best and they'll change stuff, and it just ends up being awful, so we don't get the best results. So just anything that, again, like I said, will interfere with your actual delivery. The client fails to film, upload content on time, or again, like I said, whatever it is, if there's not daily communication. This partnership agreement will last until termination, which will have to be given 7 days before termination, in which we will cut the process short and finalize the finances for whenever the term was stopped. What yours will be is this guarantee agreement will last for the full 30 days. If we do not hit the guarantee, then we will send all your money back at the end of the 30-day period. If we do hit it, then obviously we'll carry on the service from there. Everything like that, okay? Terms of service. So again, just your company is committed to providing all participants in the agreement with a positive experience. Thus, Multiplier may, as its sole director, limit, suspend, or terminate this agreement if the client becomes disruptive. Demonstrates just making sure that we have that clause. Again, you won't have to use this, but we have had times where clients just become crazy because some clients just aren't right in the head. You'll find with working a bunch of people, some people just aren't really right in the head, and sometimes you might have to bring it out. But like I said, these type of contracts just keep you safe. Liability, just making sure that we're not liable for stuff like the client's account, the profile, business page, disables, deactivations, etc. The client understands that as the account holder, they are responsible for filing appeals, etc. In no event shall either party be liable to the other party or be deemed to have breached the agreement for any foul or delay in performing its obligations under this agreement, except the obligation to make payments X, Y, and Z. Okay, so we're just again, just making sure, just the silly contract stuff that you guys don't care about. If God, flood, fire, earthquake, explosion, war, terrorism, invasion, riot, or other civil strikes, labor, it doesn't change anything. Okay, just like I said, these contract stuff you don't really need to worry about. Go in, alter kind of what you need to alter, and then you can leave it from there. Okay, privacy and confidentiality, again, just making sure that they're safe and we're not sharing any just confidential information, and they're not sharing any confidential information from us. Terms of sale. Hereby, the program sales are final, non-refundable. So again, just making sure that's clear. Terms of payment, again, authorized execution. Both parties are waive their right to a jury. Full name, title, company, signature, date, and then payment authorization. This will be good if you are billing their card continuously. So if you are on stuff like monthly retainers, etc., then you know where to bill. You know how to automatically bill, or you're doing like a percent or a rev share. Then you can bill this address straight away. And obviously, if payment isn't done in the 7 days, you can cancel the whole business. So that is how the contract works. Now, what we have finally is just kind of like a special treat for you guys coming this far, watching this far with me. I want to share with you guys the coaching recording we have with a 7-figure sales rep. It's a full hour-long coaching call that we had inside of multiplyclients.io. Stuff that people pay over $3,000 for is here for complete free. Okay, so this guy's making over $100,000. He's our rep. We've paid him thousands as well just for individual coaching. He actually used to be one of our first ever clients that we worked with, which is amazing in how we know him. He sold over $5 million in sales. He's an amazing sales rep, an amazing person. So this will give you some amazing insight into just that level of sales, understanding how it works, understanding what to do. So now you've got all the inputs of the sales system. It's really, like I said, just great to understand how sales works. What is sales? What does it look like? And and get the inside of the mind to that. And yeah, so hopefully I'll see you guys in there. Hopefully you guys enjoy it. And yeah, I'll speak to you guys after in the actually delivery section. Now we've signed, obviously, the client. Peace.
So awesome. So guys, welcome to the first consulting session at mobileappliance.io. We're really excited to have all of you here. We're joined by a guest today, Hi Sam, who's one of our old clients, and we want to go over a few things with Hi Sam. So Hi Sam, if you want to kind of just introduce yourself, give a quick introduction on you know, your background, what you've done in the past, and kind of give an introduction to yourself to everyone, and that'd be cool.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the opportunity to jump on a call with everyone. It's good to see, you know, some faces. So I've been in online space for about four or 5 years now. You know, similar to a lot of you guys, I had my own agency, scaled that to around 25, 30K per month. And then I realized that I had no idea what I was doing. I just scaled it all wrong. I was, you know, doing the operations, the marketing, I was doing everything. And then I just pretty much was like, all right, this makes no sense. So at that point, I went full-time into selling because I figured that that was kind of my bread and butter. That was naturally what I'm good at. And that's part of the reason why I scaled to 25 to 30K in you know, 4 to 6 months was because of that. So I started, you know, with an agency, a sales agency. Some of you guys may know it, Sales Sniper. So I did one-on-one coaching with Matt, with Jeremy, a few of other people on the team, and then you know, invested in myself, invested in my skill set, bought a bunch of courses, trainings, mentorships, and then through jumping on different opportunities at different accounts, I was able to make over $100,000 per month in commissions, and this is just straight commissions, no base salary, no nothing like that, just through selling online. So the one thing that I, you know, like to do and is important to me is paying back, right, and kind of sharing that knowledge with everyone, because I think that if I had somebody that would tell me the, you know, certain things early on, it's like, you know, I would have been in a different position. So happy to kind of do that and give everything that I can to you guys, anything that would be necessary for you guys, because not only that, I'll give it back to Luke and Harvey, but the one thing that I think is important is that a lot of people that teach sales never did sales, and a lot of people that, you know, teach agency stuff never did agency stuff. So I think that my unique perspective is that I've done both somewhat successfully. I've done, you know, the sales part, just doing sales. I've done sales management. I've done the agency work. So I understand all parts of the pie that you guys are entrenched in. So happy to be here. So I'll give it back to Luke.
Awesome, man. Yeah, and we're excited to have you on. And yeah, so I guess we'll jump into, first of all, how this call is going to go, guys. We've got a few questions for Hi Sam of what we think is going to be the most important for you guys. And then we're going to jump into kind of a Q&A session where you can ask Hi Sam your personalized questions on maybe your current situation or conceptions that you can't really get around your head at the moment. So the first question that we have is, what do you think are, just because there's a lot of people in this call right now that haven't had much experience with selling, high ticket selling and all that kind of stuff, what do you think are the biggest mistakes people make when they first come into sales? They first start an agency, they first start a coaching business, they start trying to get into sales, whether it's on a psychological basis or practical basis?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. I think that there's a few on both practical and psychological. The first thing is like lack of process, right? I think that because the nature of sales is like you're having a conversation, but the conversation is that of an outcome of a sale, right? So because we have conversations every day, right? Like we had a conversation before you know, all of the guys jumped on. You know, we have conversations in our everyday life that it's so natural to us, but for some reason when we jump on a sales call, we start to freak out, right? We start to freak out, we start to get in our own head. What if they reject me? What if they don't like my sweater? What if, you know, they want to speak to other people? What if they give me a think about it objection? So we start to get in our own head. And I think that a lot of what's mitigated through that is process, right? Having a process that you believe in, having a process that's proven, that you know is going to take you through the various steps of a sale to get somebody to say yes more often than they say no, right? And because people don't have that process in place, they don't know what they're doing, they go through this mental gymnastics part where it's like, oh, what should I say? You know, what like how should I respond to this? And instead of being in the conversation and going through their process, they're too much here. And when you're here, you're not focused on the prospect, you're focused on you. You're focused on your insecurities, your, you know, your neuroticism. So process is the most important part, because you'll get to a point in sales where you can rely on your intuition, but in the beginning, you have to have your process dialed in. So, and that comes with scripting. To answer your point, a misconception that a lot of people have is, oh, I don't want to have a script because I don't want to sound scripted. So what's your favorite movie, Luke?
The Dark Knight.
Dark Knight, right? Who's the main actor of that? Is that
Christian Bale, yeah.
Christian Bale, right? So Christian Bale, believe it or not, it's gonna sound ridiculous when I say this out loud, but that whole movie is scripted, right? There's not one line in that whole movie that's not in a script, that's not written down. But the reason why it's so organic and you feel like he is Batman is because of the fact that he has a process and he's rehearsed it and he's professional, right? So at no point in the movie do you stop and be like, wait, hold on, that's scripted. Even though it's all scripted, is because he's that good at implementing the process and acting and basically taking the audience, who's the viewers, through that process to where it's effortless. So a misconception I see a lot of people have is that they don't want to follow a script because they don't want to sound scripted. But in reality, if the script is the process, something that you're following instead of it following you, you can do it in an organic way where it's not going to raise any red flags or sales resistance.
Yeah, definitely. I think a lot of, even when we used to take sales school at the very start, it's just a very robotic and you can kind of tell that you're being sold on it. So yeah, I think that's definitely good advice. And for a lot of people here, they may probably seem robotic because at the first few calls, you are just, like you said, you're just focusing on yourself. Do I look weird? Am I doing the wrong things? And you just start building it up more and more until you just lose the whole frame of the call. And yeah, but next sort of question is, what are the traits that you've seen, obviously, making 100K a month in commission, and you've probably worked closely with other sales reps that have probably done the same. What are the main 3 traits that everyone sort of has in common to be a high sort of closer?
Yeah, no, it's another great question. There's a few things, right? There's a few answers that I can say, but I think that, like, so first of all, I just want to start by saying this, you know, I'm looking at the people on my right-hand side, just people that are on the call, and you know, everyone has like their headphones on and whatnot. I can tell that, you know, here's the thing is that a lot of people think that entrepreneurs are extroverted, when in reality, what I've found is a lot of them are introverted. Like, I don't know, they're not really, like, you meet them in person, they're very like, you know, they're introverts, right? So I assume that the majority of the people on this call are introverts, and a lot of people think that, oh, for me to be good at sales, I need to be extroverted, I need to be bubbly, energetic, like be that like ragdoll with like waving arms and whatnot. But you don't need to. You don't need to do that at all. But the traits that I would say is basically like listening. Like, you need to be a good listener, because a lot of the emotion and a lot of the pain that's extracted on calls are from how good of a question you're asking and listening to the answer. Because listening, there's different levels of it. The first level of listening is, you know, if I say, if I ask a question, for example, like, how hungry are you? And then someone says very, right? Very is like the answer to the question, but deep, you know, you can go layers deeper. Like, when's the last time you ate, you know, or like, how hungry are you feeling? Or, you know, or basically like, to what level, like how many hours later do you think you can eat, etc. So you go kind of drill down from there. But essentially, you have to be able to listen to layers deeper than just the answer and be able to probe, right? So probing is very, very important, right? So when you ask someone like, how important is it to you, right? They say, oh, it's very important. Okay, well, what happens if you don't achieve it, right? Now we're going a layer deeper. Oh, this XYZ is going to happen. This consequence is going to happen. Okay, well, let's say that it becomes a reality. How are you going to feel about that? That's a level deeper, right? So we want to kind of drill down. And that's what I've seen experts do, is they probe down and whatnot. And a great resource to do this is if you look into therapy calls, because a lot of people like to review calls and whatnot. for me, I took a very unconventional, unorthodox way to selling. My main ways of learning sales were through obviously investing and learning sales, but also through watching live therapy sessions and interrogations. Now, I know this sounds like very weird, but because they're able to extract emotions in a very high stress environment, right? And get people to kind of open up. So listening is the one thing. Number two is being a professional, right? A lot of being a professional, what that means is committing to a process and committing to doing the work, right? So whether that's following up, whether that's doing outbound, whether that's nurturing your leads, whether that's making sure that they show up to the call, sending out reminders, sending out marketing assets, making sure that you are professional and that you do everything that you can to make sure that the outcome leads to a sale. Because you're not going to close everyone, but the one thing that you can do is do your process to a T. And I see a lot of people, sales reps, agency owners, they get lazy after a while. They kind of they have some money in the bank, they're kind of chilling a bit, and they start to get lazy, don't actually implement their process. So I would say the second thing is professional. The third thing to that regard is training, right? Invest in yourselves. As you can't forget how it feels like to be sold to and to invest money, because that's when you lose your edge. What kept me at the top of my game and kept me really good at sales was the fact that I was constantly investing in things. I was looking at things to invest in, whether it's investing, whether it's trading course, or whether it's sales, or whether it's marketing, whether it's a branding course, constantly looking at things to invest in. Because how are you going to show up to a call and be full of conviction, being like, hey, buy my product, when you don't invest in yourself, or you don't invest in the next thing that you want to do? Because the person across from you is feeling fear, right? How are you going to walk them over the line and communicate to them and show empathy when you don't know what it feels like? So obviously everyone here is on the call. Obviously you've invested in Harvey, you've invested in Luke. What I'm trying to say is that to keep that edge and to become the best salesperson you have, it comes from a place of empathy, feeling what the other person is feeling. And the minute that you lose that, you're like, oh, the last time I bought something was 2 years ago. You can't relate to them. So those are the three things I would say.
Awesome, man. Yeah, that's perfect. I definitely agree with you on the side of sales is just a perception of yourself. And I think that's when you signed on with us that we had a conversation about that. And that really opened my mind up because, hi, Sam, you said yourself, you're the easiest person to close ever, right? You'll just buy because you believe in that, the energy that you put out there is the energy, is reciprocated energy you're going to get back. So I think that's a really good.
What kind of a salesperson would I be if I gave you a think about it objection at the end?
Yeah, exactly. But not many people think about this on that, just the way they perceive money in general actually has an effect on their ability to close. And obviously, the products are really, really huge as well. Awesome. So a lot of people in this call want to start selling high ticket. A lot of people in this call have, sold high ticket programs, agency services, all that type of stuff. What is the difference in your eyes from selling, let's say, a $400 little product to selling those 3K, 4K packages? Because a lot of people, like I said on this call, have sold, 3K, 4K packages in the past, but, their price, their product, their business cost around that mark. What's the difference between that when you're trying to, sell that to a prospect?
Yeah, besides the obvious answer, which is value added, basically price is like a figment of imagination. It's very important for everyone on this call to understand that. Price is, it's fugazi, whatever you want to call it. It doesn't actually exist, right? It's the price tag that we put onto something that we believe somebody would pay for, right? And an example of this is I don't know if you guys, just raise your hand. Anyone here was around with the last crypto bull market? Anyone raise your hands, or familiar with crypto or NFTs or anything like that? All right, no worries. Sounds like nobody really is. So anyways, you guys probably seen those monkeys, those crypto monkeys, those on Instagram, whatever, selling for $2 million. Now, who here actually believes that that's worth $2 million? Nobody, but people bought it. So what I'm saying is that price is it's something that we put in place as a perception of value, right? Now, the difference between high ticket and low ticket is basically your time. Essentially, it just comes down to your time. If you're going to spend 1 hour closing someone, as a business owner, you want to close for the highest amount possible while being able to fulfill. Now, keep in mind, we're not just selling people to sell people. We have to make sure that we're going to fulfill on their demand, right? So I know that there's like a lot of rules, like, make sure that the value is 10 times the price, or the price is 1/10 of the value, etc. But essentially, you have to be able to prove the value that you're providing, and also attract the people that will respect your program, your service, etc. Because your biggest asset is your time. It's not the money that comes in and out, right? Like if you have a client that's, paying you $1,000 per month, but you're spending 40 hours a week on them, that's not a good ROI on your time. You have to figure out what your hourly rate is, and then work backwards from there. So what I would recommend everyone to do, a good practice is sit with yourself and figure out what your hourly rate is as a business owner, as an agency owner, as an entrepreneur, and work backwards from there. So if I know that with an hour of time I can produce this result, this amount of value, then I can figure out what my hourly rate is, and get rid of all the stuff that is less than that number. So whether it's $200 an hour, whether it's $50 an hour, and be real with yourself. Like if you're just getting started, like don't say, oh, I'm worth $1,000 an hour. Like let's chill out on that. But just be real with yourself and figure out what that is. And then anything up below that number, get rid of it, because you need to start valuing your time. Because when you start valuing time, that's when you do your best work. And at the end of the day, you're focused on results over anything, because the best leads, the best clients that you'll have are through referrals. Like those are by far the best. They don't cost anything as far as ad spend, marketing, etc. So if you do a good job and you have a strong referral system, then you'll keep yourself busy no matter what. So just focus on those.
Yeah, I like what you said there about even just attracting the clients that you want to work with. It's like Louis Vuitton, it may not have the most value in the world, but the fact that they're attracting the clients that would buy a normal t-shirt with a logo on for, let's say, a higher ticket than compared to a lower ticket, it's just about, who you're attracting, the value that you can actually give to them. And but going back to what you said a little bit earlier about sort of focusing on yourself on the call and getting a little bit nervous on that, what did you do to prepare and have the right mindset going into the call, making sure you're prepared, making sure that you can actually close on the call and you're not sort of messing up, stuttering on words, or just fully focusing on what you're doing, and actually change that, focus on the client, focus on the prospect, sorry, and actually go and close them?
Yeah. Well, the first thing that I would say to somebody who's just getting started off, where they're kind of getting their feet wet in sales, is that, this sounds very juvenile, very generic, but you have to take the pressure off yourself, right? And the way to do that is having competence, right? So you have two factors in the equation. You have competence and you have confidence, right? At all times, you have to make sure that your confidence and your competence are on equal level. What ends up happening is you have people that their competence level is here, but their confidence level is here, right? They never reach their full potential because they lack that bit of like conviction to actually put themselves in situations where they can make the most out of it. If your confidence is here and your confidence is down here, the world's going to shoot you down. Like you're just it's going to be rough out there, right? So you have to make sure that it's of equal level. So what I would say is, the true confidence, in my opinion, comes from confidence, but it also comes from knowing that you did all the right things, right? So nobody here, I mean, I've done over 6 figures per month in commissions. I don't know any Houdini magic tricks where I can get the prospect to say their numbers, the numbers of their credit card, while doing hypnosis on them at the same time. Like, if that came out through AI or whatnot, I don't know anything about it. All I know is to do my process, right? But what gives me confidence is that I know that I have full control over my process. I don't have any control over the outcome. And I think that a lot of people, like, they get it in their mind that, like, I need to make a sale, I need to make a sale, I need to make a sale, I need to make a sale. And they're so fixated on the sale that they forget about the process. They forget about the variables that are in their control. So the one thing I'll just say is just work on your process, work on your scripting, role play. Find somebody who has no idea what sales is and just be like, hey, when I say these words or when I ask this question, how's the tonality of it? What does it make you, feel? Like, does it come off weird? Does it come off awkward? Like, how would you respond to this, right? Role play, record your calls. I'm going to say it again, record your calls, because only you know what you're thinking in that moment. And if you're brand new, if you don't know what you're doing, find somebody to review your calls with you, because they'll be able to give you guidance. They'll be able to kind of show you where you've gone wrong and kind of guide you from there. Last thing I'll say on this, because I like to give like a full juicy answer. I don't know. It's just something about me personally. I just like to give.
That's what we need.
That's what we're looking for.
Is that everyone here? I'm assuming everyone here, for the most part, has drove a car before. Yeah, everyone.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I still see a couple head nods. The first time that you ever drove a car, like, you're probably nervous as shit. You're probably like, all right, like the pedal, how hard do I press on the pedal? Like, do I slam on the brake? Do I just tap it? Like, how much do I move the steering wheel? Like, do I hold it like this? Do I just kind of like relax a bit? Eventually you get to a point where it's like you go to the grocery store, you don't even remember going to the grocery store, because it's just like kind of like it's like an automotive thing, right? So everyone starts off nervous and just kind of like, anxious when they first start. But eventually you get to a point where it's just kind of like automatic. Like, somebody can wake you up at 4 a.m., pour cold water on your face and be like, all right, take me through a sales call, and you can do it, because it's just ingrained in you. So naturally speaking, in the beginning, it's going to be very top of mind, very front of mind. But eventually, as you do it and as you put in the reps on the call and outside of the call, you'll start to get more comfortable, because it's just ingrained in you as a person.
Awesome, man. Yeah, I think that's a perfect kind of answer. I think the mindset before the call is really, really important, because I personally think the thoughts that you think end up, coming to reality. So if you're maybe nervous, I think you speak, your nervous energy into existence. So, staying confident before the call, but as you said, aligning it with your competence level, because if you're overconfident, then you might, slip up, make a few mistakes, etc. When it comes to the sales process, having a great sales process, like you said, you ran a sales agency, you did over, 25K per month. What are the little variables that come when building a fantastic sales process to increase sharp rate and overall just educate and nurture the prospect before you've even jumped on the sales call? And I know that's such a powerful thing for all, business owners. So, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So the main thing to understand, and this is like a internal kind of thing, is that there is no marketing process, sales process, operations process. To your client, it has to be one process. Like, we internally, for tracking reasons, we distinguish it as marketing, sales, operations, fulfillment, whatever. But you have to understand that to the person going through it, it has to be one process. Going back to the movie analogy, like, when a director kind of goes through the movie, it's different parts. It's like, all right, this is the beginning. This is like kind of like the middle. This is kind of the climax of the story. But to us, we're watching, it's one movie, right? And that's how it has to be for your client, is one process. So the marketing and the sales and the fulfillment must align. It must be the same integration, the same system. So great sales starts with great marketing, right? If you're advertising your client as like this is just a free information call, and then you get upset when they come on, and they come on board and they're just asking you questions and they're just, asking for free information, then that's shame on you, right? Because then you're not, if you're framing it as, hey, this is either a coaching call or an agency call, basically to see if you're a good fit for our service, it's not a free information call, etc. And then, then you'll get more people that are looking for what you're looking for. Now, as far as the sales process, like, through the marketing, you'll be able to have a higher show up rate, because at the end of the day, your marketing assets are going to be what leads people to show up to the call, right? So you can send a reminder text, you can send reminder emails, but at the end of the day, there needs to be some indoctrination to why you're the person, right? So a lot of people, what they'll do is they'll just send reminder text, reminder emails, automated, etc. But it's important to send videos that pre-handle objections that you get. So I'll give you guys a bit of, something that I've learned as well. Anytime that you get an objection on a call, you need to write it down. Any objection, any question that you get, you need to write this all down, because the info that you get on a sales call should be fed directly into your marketing 100% of the time. So what I used to do was I used to jump on, because I used to do the sales, the marketing, everything. I used to jump on sales calls, and anytime anyone would say something, I would kind of like, if they say, oh, I want a funnel, or I want a automated CRM or something like that. I would literally just circle it. And I would, at the end of each month, I would go through because I'd write this all down. I'd go through my papers, my Google Docs, and I'd find the synergy in the stuff that was common. And I'd be like, oh, okay, this is something I need to add to my offer, to my marketing, etc. Let's say I was getting an objection like, what makes you different? Right? And I kept on getting that objection, or I got it more than once or more than twice. I would go back and I'd be like, okay, let me add a video before they book a call, right? That I send to them on why we're different or what we do different, right? So it's all a feedback loop. The operations, the sales, the marketing, it's all a feedback loop that adds to that. So to get people to show up, right, you have to distinguish and kind of use that information and that feedback that you're getting on the back of the sales call and the operations, and feed that back in the beginning. And that will lead to easier closes. It'll lead to more people showing up as well, because they're like, all right, this isn't just another agency. This isn't just another call. They've clearly identified who they're speaking to, who they can help. You know, they're serious enough to call out a market that, you know, saying that, hey, this isn't a free information call. You know, of course, send the text reminders, emails, but send content to them and send information to them that's going to be benefited for them. So that way you don't get the, oh, well, I'm going to shop around. I'm going to see, you know, what other coaches have to offer.
Yeah, for sure. I think definitely the sales process just starts way before they've even hopped on the sales call. And if that isn't dialed in from the start, then like you said, you're going to have unqualified prospects. You're going to have people treating it how you don't want it to be treated, but that is just an all internal representation of what you've portrayed. So yeah, I think that's definitely great, especially with the objections, making sure that you educate them before they've hopped on the call. So you're not dealing with any type of objection like, oh, I need to think about it, I need to do this and that. They already know before the call, they've watched content on it, they've seen different videos on exactly what you do, how you do it. So when they're hopping on, they're not going to be asking you silly questions because they already know it and they're kind of there ready to buy, instead of treating it in like a very hard sales.
And that's, I want to add something to it because you mentioned a really good point, Harvey, is that when you have all of that, because most issues in life are upstream, right? If anyone's here has played chess before, when you get checkmated, it's not necessarily the move that you just did. It's what you didn't do 4, 5, 6 moves ago, right? Or what you failed to recognize 4, 5, 6 moves ago. So when it comes to identifying issues or like, issues in the marketing, the sales process, etc., it's very important to understand that most problems result from upstream, right? So if we're not kind of tackling things early on, then we can do that. So back to what I was saying about the sales process and jumping on your call and doing your sales process, a lot of people get tricked up, to your point, Harvey, is because they get these, oh, well, tell me what this is about, or, how are you guys different? And that trips people up because they're like, do I answer their question? Do I use my process? And they kind of just like go back and forth.
Yeah,
right?
no, 100%. It all starts from there, and that's definitely something. Even at the very start, when we used to proper frame it like information just to get people on, be like, oh, ask us some free questions, just get on the call. But like, it's wasting our time and it's wasting their time at the end of the day. So definitely set off how you mean to go. But yeah, I guess sort of going into the actual call now, I guess sort of breaking it down. So when you start and get onto the call, what is your sort of go-to way that you're going to frame the call? You're going to build that report straight away, and how you're going to set off to make sure that the rest of the call goes in the right direction and where you want it to go, instead of letting obviously the prospect come on, take it where they want to go, and you end up just wasting time.
Yeah, for sure. So it depends if it's like, because some people do like a 1 call close, some people do like a 2-step, which is like a triage or discovery call and then a sales call. So I'd go about it a little bit different. If it was a triage call, I would just kind of pre-frame it and say something like, by the way, just quick note, my way of selling is very nonchalant. It's very like, that's just who I am as a person. I'm not really energetic by nature. I'm not very like bubbly, I would say. So I like my process. It's conducive to me. So just want to throw that out there. But I would say something of like, hey, appreciate you booking this call. This is just kind of a quick 10-minute chat, really just to kind of see what you have going on, see if we can potentially help. If we can, then happy to kind of book a longer call where we go into a bit more detail. And I just won't rush into the thing. Now on the topic of rapport. So here's the thing, right? Nobody really cares about the weather. Nobody really cares about the football game last night. Like, we have to understand, guys, like everybody here that we talk to is human being, right? Like, and here's the thing is that us as human beings, we have a really good bullshit detector. Am I allowed to curse on this call or no?
Yeah, right.
PG or I don't know what's going on, but like, guys, like we've all been around the block. We've all kind of been around. Like, we know what's bullshit and what's not, right? If I jump on a call and somebody's like, "How's the weather where you are?" Like, bro, I know you don't care about the weather.
Yeah,
I don't care. So, on the concept of building rapport, I want everyone to think about rapport as like, rapport is built with time, right? It's not built in the first minute of a call. Like, that's one thing that so many like quote unquote sales trainers that have never sold anything in their life teach. Like, oh, the first minute you need to build a rapport. You need to ask them, you know, if they've traveled to Bali before. You need to ask them, you know, where their parents were. Like, just forget about that. You need to be a genuine and authentic human being over anything else, right? So for me, I like to ask questions that I care about. If you don't care to hear the answer to a question, don't ask the question. Just don't. Like, do not, because it's gonna rub people the wrong way. If I've been on a bunch of sales calls and I hear every single salesperson asking me how the weather is where I'm at, like, I already know that you're like, in my head, I'm like, oh, salesperson. You know what I mean? Like, amateur, rookie. Like, like, I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to build a rapport, and it's in a very manufactured, artificial way. But rapport truly comes from asking the right questions with the right tonality, you know, listening to the answers, being engaged in the conversation, being present, you know, being professional. So I like to just go into a quick, if I'm on a triage call, go into a quick, you know, frame that I mentioned earlier. If I'm on a strategy call, I just go into my questions and just kind of just take it from there. I'll ask them how their day is going, because I genuinely care to ask how their day is going, if they're busy, etc. And then I'll just move on. I don't spend like 5 minutes asking them about their personal lives.
And when it comes to framing the call in a way, you know, one big kind of lesson that I've learned about sales is that it's kind of like who's in the driving seat, right? Who owns the power? Who's directing the call? Who's asking the questions? Who's leading the questions? How does someone go from, you know, starting the call, building that rapport? Because I'm sure all of the clients here have been in that situation where you perhaps built rapport with the prospect, or fake rapport, you know, when it's like, how are you doing or whatever. And then it's like, how do I become the driver? How do I take the power? How do I set that frame for how the call is going to go, showing the buying intent? Because like you said, you know, you want to be upfront. So how does someone go from, you know, just from that beginning little introduction phase, which is around 20 to 30 seconds, to just like, this is how the call is going to go, and make the prospect okay with that, you know, feel good about that, and just feel like they're genuinely there to help them?
Yeah, exactly. No, it's a good way of looking at it, is I'm there to help them. And I think that that's a very important way of framing it, and a very good mindset is that I am there to help them. You're just a vessel of change. Like, your name, what you do, all you're trying to do is just facilitate a change that they want in their life, in their business, and how it relates to their personal life. That's all you're there for. So you don't want to, it's not about you at all. Like, I hate to say it, you know what I mean? Because it's like, I tell people this all the time. They're like, what do you mean it's not about, like, bro, it's not about you. I know we have a female on the call as well. So for guys and girls on the call, it's not about you at all. So the main important thing to understand is that, think of it like this, right? Sales conversation is like similar to like chess, or like a mental activity. You're playing with a different opponent each and every time. The benefit that you have as the person on the call is that you know the game before the game is played, because you have a process. They don't have a process. It's not like they have a script that's like, all right, as the prospect, this is going to be, I'm going to write this down, I'm going to interrupt him at this point. Like, nobody has that going in. So you have the advantage, because you know what your process is, you know the objections that you'll get, you'll know how to frame it, etc., your avatar before the call, right? So you're already at an extreme advantage.
Yeah, it's like staying on the sort of chess analogy. It's like they're playing chess blind, and you can see every single piece on the board. It's yours for the taking on where you want to place your piece, where you want to go and take the actual call. So Once it's framed, how do you start to build that fear within them, build that pain, and make sure that when you do present your solution at the end and what they have, they're so built up and so ready to sign on that they feel like the world's going to end if they don't actually sign on to your solution? How do you get them to that point?
Yeah, for sure. So the way that we do that is we start with the current situation, right? You'll see this in a lot, like you start with where they're at right now, right? You figure out where they're at right now, what their problem is. From there, you figure out, you know, what solutions have they tried in the past, right? Because let's say that I have a problem with, let's say I really want to learn, let's use chess. Like I want to learn chess, right? And I come on the call and I'm like, all right, here's, you know, I've been playing chess for 3 months. This is where I'm at. This is how good I am, etc. Right? My problem is that I'm not better than how I am. Or let's say that I want to, you know, become a grandmaster, for example. Right? That's my problem, is that there's a gap between where I am to where I'm looking to go. A solution is like, well, what have you done prior to speaking to me to solve that problem? Right? So what have you done? Like, what solution have you looked into? Mentorship? Have you played more often? Have you, you know? So we're kind of gauging like what their thought process is around, you know, a solution. Now, if they say something like, oh, I've been looking for a mentor for the past 3 years, alarm bells in my head, like, wait, who looks for a solution for 3 years, right? So then you can kind of probe deeper and whatnot. But essentially the sale is made in the cost of inaction. Truly, as human beings, we never really change until like we feel like we have to. Like that's just the sad truth as human beings, is like we're never going to change until we feel like change is our only option. So a lot of people, what they do is like they go through like the gap and then the revenue and then like the lifestyle stuff, and they think that's enough to close somebody when it's not. You know, you'll get a couple laydowns here and there, but it won't be consistent. You need a cost of inaction, because somebody needs to gauge on what happens if they don't take a leap and make a change. And you need to have them sit there and acknowledge it, right? So to just take you guys through an example, I would ask someone like, you know, if they're like, let's say, looking to, you know, get started with an agency or get work, was like, so what happens if nothing changes? You don't invest in yourself, you don't learn the proper systems to get your business from, let's say, 5K to 20K per month, and you kind of stay at that 5K per month where you mentioned that you're struggling with your bills and whatnot. Like, what happens if you stay there for another 3, 6, or 12 months? Like, what happens then? Right? You need them to get to think about like, oh shit, I won't be able to pay bills. I need to borrow money from my grandmother I haven't spoken to in 6 months. Like, you need them to kind of stay there, right? Because they need to think about the other, because everyone wants to think about the upside, right? Of like, oh, Lamborghinis, boats, yachts, all that kind of stuff. But people need to think about cost of inaction, not necessarily the cost of failure, like because failure is a degree of action. The only way you can fail is if you take action. They need to think about, if they don't do anything at all, what's going to happen, what's going to change. And the answer is nothing. They're going to end up in a worse position that they're in. Not only that, they're going to miss out on time, which is your biggest asset, if we're, you know, speaking frankly.
Yeah, 100%, man. And when it comes to, say, you've gone on through the qualifying process, you've kind of dug their pain points. How do you make sure, and I think this would be one of the questions that a lot of clients want to ask, that the pain actually hits? Because everyone's told in sales that you should focus on the pain. The pain is where the money is. So how do you go back on past things that the prospect has said and use that and to in your sales argument? How do you convey a good sales argument for when trying to dig a pain and try and make that actually evident in their head?
Yeah, so it comes from asking the right questions, right? It comes from asking the right questions. It comes from a space of empathy, right? So I'll give you an example. If I come to Luke or Harvey and I'm like, hey, to grow your business, you need to do this, and that, right? However, that would, naturally speaking, as human beings, like when we get unsolicited advice, we're kind of a bit defensive. We're kind of like, whoa, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of like that uncle that comes to you that's just like, his life is like in shambles, but he wants to teach you how to run your life, right? Everyone has that uncle. I see a couple of people smiling. So like that relative that's just like involved in their business. Meanwhile, like they're they're addicted to crack and they're just like kind of doing God knows what in their day. So Advice needs to come from a place of empathy, right? Somebody will listen to your advice if there's a bit of empathy and they feel like they understand your situation. So that's the key. That's the number one thing, is that you need to feel, and they, more importantly, they need to feel like you understand their situation, you understand them. If you don't, then no sales argument, no pitch, nothing's gonna land. Doesn't matter if it's the most brilliantly laid out, orchestrated, it's not gonna matter, because they're gonna be like, oh, they don't understand me. No, this isn't for me, this is for someone else. So that's the first thing, asking the right questions and truly showing empathy and showing knowledge of their situation. The second thing, or the fourth thing rather from that, is that saying, oh, you said XYZ, or relating back to what they said, is detrimental, because nobody wants to be told to do something, right? It needs to come from within. So the best paradigm shift that your prospect can have is when you ask them a question that gets them to think, and then they say, hey, I need to make a change. They vocalize it, right? My mentor told me, he was like, anything that you say as a salesperson or on a sales call is garbage. Everything that they say is gospel. If I say, hey, you need to change, they're going to be like, oh, wait, too much, buddy. If they say, hey, I need to make a change, that's the gospel to them. So just keep that in mind, is that the insight needs to come from them. We don't want to be combative and say, oh, but you said earlier on that you need to make a change, and now you're being contradictory. And now we're in a combative nature. It's me versus them. We need to always be us together, looking at the situation and being like, how do we solve this together?
Yeah, I think a key takeaway that most people should have got by now is just focusing internally on what you would want. If you were on a call and someone was combative to you, saying like, no, buy this now, you need to buy this, if you don't buy this, you're never going to make it, like it really just puts your arms up, and you need to make sure that you are treating the sales call how you would want to be sold to, in sort of a more chilled way, more of a conversation, more of just, look, where do you reckon you'll be, and bringing it back down to like the fear of what could happen in a result of not doing this and not taking action, right? So I think by now, I think me and Luke have asked obviously enough questions that should have hopefully covered most of you guys' questions. I know we spoke to Luke the other day. He probably has some questions for you. Hi, Sam. So we're going to go more into a Q&A now. So if you guys have collected any questions that you want to ask in sort of the last 15 minutes, if you just want to turn on your mics, ask him a few questions, and yeah, we would like to hear it. So
yeah, I think this is a good opportunity, I've just said before, for you guys to really fix problems in your current situation. Like I said, everybody here is in different situations. Everybody's at different revenue stamps. Everyone has different knowledge. Everyone's at a different stage. Everyone wants to learn different things. So yeah, I think this is a good opportunity to kind of dive into kind of what you want to learn. So Luca, if you want to maybe kick it off for everyone, and then yeah, go from there.
Yeah, so basically I wanted to get back to the question that you, Harvey, asked, because I noticed like in my sales presentation, like there's too much rationality, right? I jump on the sales presentation and I show them exactly like the roadmap that they need to follow and why everything works. They need to get this dialed in, so then they can get the outcome, right? And most times they understand that, but they're not like in that emotional phase where they're just thirsty for my solution, right? And so in the logistical side, they might not have any objections, but then in kind of like the emotional side, they're just hesitant, and they just don't want to buy. So how can I get them like very, very thirsty of my solution, like they actually feel like they are going to die if they don't actually join the program, right? And I know that Hissam, you talked about cost of inaction, but again, like that's something that they really need to get vulnerable about it, right? And so most people they have too much pride to even acknowledge that they need to actually invest in themselves, invest in the solution that's presented. So how can I get them like very, very thirsty but smoothly, like without just trigger the vulnerability? And yeah.
No, it's a good, I appreciate you asking those. So it's a two-part question, basically. The first part was like, how do I get them thirsty for the knowledge? And the second part is like the vulnerability piece. So around the first part, so here's the thing. So two questions so I can best answer the question. How long are your calls typically?
Around like 30 to 40 minutes.
30 to 40 minutes. Okay. How long is your pitch?
I would say 15. Yeah,
Too
something
long.
like that.
Yep. So it's way too long, because right now, if you look at it, your pitch is literally half your call. So we're saying that, hey, we want them to be in an emotional state, but we're feeding them rationalism through our pitch and our benefits and features, right? So there's a bit of a misalignment there. Truly, like the thirst for knowledge comes from emotion, and we're able to validate, like you heard this all the time probably, is like we make a decision, it's emotionally validated through logic, right? So the need to change comes from emotion, comes from, hey, if I don't do this, so-and-so is going to happen, so-and-so is going to happen, nothing's going to change, I'm going to end up in a worse position, right? The pitch is just simply just like regurgitating the logical side, so that way there's rationalism behind it, right? There's a rational thing, so that way we mitigate buyer's remorse, we mitigate, we show them, hey, this is how we're going to solve your problem. Now that you're feeling this emotion, this is how we solve it. So if you're not getting that thirst for knowledge, or that thirst for like, hey, like let's get started, it's usually you're not going deep enough. And I love that you talked on the vulnerability piece. Now, I'm gonna ask you this question. You mentioned people being pride and not having ego, or having ego. When's the last time that you were vulnerable in your personal life with someone that you don't know?
Well, long time ago.
Long time ago, right? So we have to look at it like, okay, if we're not being vulnerable with people, how do we expect a stranger on the call to be vulnerable with us, right? So vulnerability is like a handshake, right? Like for somebody to be vulnerable, you have to extend your hand, right? So like if I want to shake your hand, I have to extend my hand first, right? So the thing is that a lot of the times we get uncomfortable asking questions because we've never asked ourselves these questions, right? So you have to get comfortable with being vulnerable within yourself first and foremost, and with other people, right? So if you've never asked yourself in your own business, hey, what happens if I don't make a change, if I don't pull myself in comfortable positions, if I don't actually pull myself to where I could be rejected, I could fail, but hopefully succeed, how are you going to ask somebody on a call that you just met 20 minutes ago? The reason why I was good at that is because I'm somebody who I always ask myself hard questions. Always. I'm very much like a thinker. Like I love to just kind of like ask myself difficult questions. Even when I meet people like you, like I love to ask like meaningful questions, and like, kind of, I'm a very curious person by nature. So it comes from a place of like, I'm trying to get to know you, but I'm trying to like, go deeper with you. So look into your own life, because at the end of the day, sales is a mirror, right? The issues, the objections that we get, the issues that we have on a sales call is usually within us internally, right? So I don't know you, Luca, but if you're struggling to be vulnerable, or pull out vulnerability in your calls, then maybe look in the mirror and be like, am I scared to be vulnerable, or am I afraid? Do I not want to put myself out there? Do I not want to be vulnerable, right? Because it's usually a mirror in that regard. So, and the last thing that I'll say is, if you're struggling to get vulnerability on a call, let's say that you've done those practices, you've introspected and whatnot, share a personal story. This is very helpful. If somebody's scared, or they're not willing to just be like, hey, like mention a personal story, because people love to hear stories. People love to hear stories. Mention a story in your life where you felt, that you were anxious, or you were unsure, or you were uncertain. Bring that up to them, and they'll be more vulnerable with you. Because as I mentioned, it's a handshake, right? So you being vulnerable with them on a call, they're going to be more vulnerable with you. So I hope that helps.
Yep, 100%.
Perfect, man. Well, yeah, that was a very in-depth answer. Obviously, Luca, hopefully that helped. Anyone else got any questions that they sort of want to ask Hi Sam while we're still here?
Yeah, let me get one in.
For sure.
So I had a question. I'm sure a lot of us here have like a low ticket prospect. I wanted to ask a question on the topic of like upselling current prospects, because I'm sure a lot of us here have people in our pipeline, or that we're already working with, that we know we can do more for. So
Yeah.
kind of on the topic of like, how can we get them on board for either a higher ticket service with us, or just more work for them?
Yeah, that's a good question. So there's two ways of a back-end system, right? You have referrals and you have upsells, right? So these are two things that you need to iron out. If you've read $100 million offers, not $100 million leads, Alex Ramosi, he talks about, yeah, there you go. He talks about having a strong affiliate and referral system, because that's truly the like, if you want to know the health of a company, like I invest in companies and e-commerce companies as well. The main thing that I look at if I'm going to invest in a company is what their referral system is. Like, for example, if the ads turned off tomorrow, how long can this company survive for? Because referrals don't cost money, right? Upsells don't cost money. They don't cost marketing money, rather. So it's very important to iron that out. Now, to answer your question, you have to be able to identify gaps when upselling somebody, right? So if they're getting XYZ value and they're not getting a result, you have to make sure that the gap between what they're getting right now and the gap between what they're looking for far outweighs the pain that they're in, right? Because at the end of the day, most people are looking for the similar things. They're looking for support, they're looking for accountability, they're looking for guidance, etc. Right? So we have to show that, hey, with this extra amount, here's what we're able to do. Now, these are going to be a warmer audience because they've already purchased from you, right? So number one thing is that you want to have an inflection point, and the inflection point is like basically like after a win or after some success. That's the best time to upsell to somebody. A lot of people think that, excuse me, a lot of people think that the best time to upsell someone is like when they're not happy, and that's like a big mistake. The best time to upsell someone is after they have a win, right? They've seen success, they've had calls booked in, whatever it may, sales come in, etc. Because they're in an inflection zone. So what I would do, is it Xavier?
Yeah.
Yeah. What I would do is I would figure out within your program, when do usually people have the most success? Like, when do they start seeing wins? Is it a week in? Is it 2 weeks in? Is it a month in? And when you close that prospect, put in your calendar, say, hey, and use this line for line if you want to. Once they booked in, or once they purchase your ticket, whether you're selling or whoever's selling, or it's, hey, congratulations, looking forward to working with you, whatever. What I'd love to do, and I do this with all my clients, is I'd love to schedule an accountability call after 2 weeks or whenever that inflection point is, just so I can kind of hear your feedback and see what you're kind of, where you're at, and just to see how I can best help you, right? No one is going to say no to that. They're going to be like, oh, this dude actually cares. Now you jump on that call and you kind of go through everything, where they're at, et cetera. Oh, I just had this win, et cetera, and then you go into the upsell from there. Well, it's like, well, if you've had success with that package, we actually offer more help, more guidance, where our clients have more support, and they're able to achieve these results, children testimonials, case studies, et cetera. I think you'd be a great fit for that. Would you like to have a conversation about that? Then you go into that sort of thing.
Perfect.
So go back in your data, figure out when that inflection point is, whether it's 7 days, it's 2 weeks, a month, etc. And make sure that on that closing call, after you close them, make sure to book in that call, that accountability call, have them accept it on their calendar, and then boom, you'll have leads, just referrals, upsells just in your pipeline regardless. There's at least 5 figures in there. Trust me.
Awesome.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I think hopefully, Xavier, that answered a couple of your questions. I think that's really good take for everyone to kind of take on board as well. If anyone else has a question towards your personalized situation, whether it be on sales or your agency sales process in general, I think that'd be really cool. Just go ahead.
Oh yeah, I have one really quick. It's Braden.
Cool. Yeah.
All right. So when it comes to like getting people to actually watch your sales letters, getting people to like actually like watch your content assets, I know that Haitham, you said you're like a little experienced like in marketing and stuff, and I'm not sure if this is like completely appropriate, but like how do I get people to like want to watch my sales letters and my content assets like more? Is there a certain technique or something I can do to get people to do that? Because what I find happening a lot is like I'll send over my sales letter, they'll say yes, and then they won't even watch, or they'll say like they're busy, and I'll have to follow up with them, and then they'll just like get annoyed. So is there a better way to do that, like to actually like build urgency and get people to actually like want to watch it?
Yeah. So basically, a good rule of thumb, for me, I like to teach concepts, right? Because concepts never fail, right? And then you can kind of implement from there. Is that the number one thing is that everything needs to be framed in the prospect's best interest. Everything. So that video, that VSL that you're sending, you need to frame it through copywriting, through your salesmanship on, hey, this is for you. You need to watch this for XYZ reasons, right? So a good way of doing this is in your messaging, you want to send it to them. You want to outline it as a priority, because if it's not a priority, it's going to get, because you have to understand that people are busy, especially business owners or entrepreneurs. Especially if they're getting started off, they're doing this, they're doing so many things in a day, right? That they have a list of things that they prioritize. And if it's not on the list of priorities, they're not going to get to it. So you need to outline it as a priority, and you need to explain it why it's important for them to go through it and what's the benefit out of that. So a good way of doing it is, let's say you get an application and they say, oh, I'm struggling with generating leads. Say, hey, prospect, looking forward to our call tomorrow. It's very important that you go through this call. It's only this video. It's only 5-10 minutes to go through it, because it outlines the problem that you mentioned to me, which is getting leads. So I think you going through this before our call not only is going to help you out and answer some of your questions beforehand, but it'll actually set you in the right direction to solve that problem that you mentioned you had. Right? Everything is about them. I'm not saying, oh, it's going to help me close better, it's going to help my sales ability. Like, everything needs to be about them. They need to be the universe, the focus of it. So if they're not going through it, that's probably because they feel like it's not important to them or it's not a priority. So we need to make sure that those two things are ironed out through our messaging. And then also,
I got you, bro. And when it comes to
if sending out a reminder, like saying like, hey, have you had a chance to go through it, and then getting a response from there.
Okay. And then do you have like any experience in like how to do that, like through outbound? Like if you're like trying to get them like on a call with a video sales letter, like is there a better way to build urgency in that and getting them to say like, hey, you need to watch this? Because I know you said you've done marketing, you've done, XYZ. So is there a better way to do it, like even like before the call?
When you say outbound, is this like us reaching out to them through cold call? Because outbound means different things. So is it us reaching out to them?
It's like cold DMs on Instagram. Yeah, cold DMs on Instagram.
Yeah. So I know that like Harvey and Luke have a process that they do, and I know that like Serge has a process that he does and whatnot. And I think that there's different processes, but if you want my take, and maybe Luke and Harvey can kind of answer it through their experience as well, is that don't send anything to anyone unless they ask for it. That's kind of my rule. So if they're interested, then send it to them, right? Like have them engage first, because you want them to take a step towards you and then send it to them. And then basically, but if you're doing cold DMs and you're just kind of like sending it out, it's gonna rub people the wrong way, and it's gonna come across as like a low value offer just because we're just kind of blasting it. But the urgency comes from the importance of it, and then also the fact that this is something that need, like, for example, because I want to give you some tactical advice as well. Today's November 24th. So around this time of year, like you should usually have like a promo or some like sort of like holiday offer. So send them in the text or the message and say, hey, we have this Black Friday promo going on till the end of the month, etc. Watch this video because it answers, XYZ problem that, people in the industry are having, or our clients are having, and how we solve it in depth. If you think it's relevant, then, we can book a call because, we have a Black Friday promo or something like that, right? So that's the urgency piece. It's like, hey, this is something that's going to end of month. This is the answers to your problem, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, 100%. Braden, I hope that kind of answered your question well. And I think that kind of summed up, like when Heisam saying there about installing reciprocation, making sure that if they want it, then you can send it over. And that's why for all of you guys, we don't have you guys just sending, hey, like buy my stuff. We have the VSL in place. We have the sales asset in place, and that's going to be really, really important. But I think with the reason, like you need to be thinking about your client acquisition in general, is that you are going to pivot all into inbound for every single reason that Sam said there, right? The reality of blasting a lot of cold DMs is that yes, it can work, and outbound for sure works. Everyone's had fantastic experiences with outbound, but you're gonna have to understand the hard reality of it, just because of everything that goes into human psychology, right? Coming up to someone and saying, hey, look, kind of buy my stuff, I'm a bit of a stranger, it's going to cost a couple $1,000, is very, very difficult, right? But that's why we have that VSL, that kind of sales asset in place, to make sure that if they are jumping a call, because either way, even if you're presenting, like if you're selling on your guarantee, you're just getting people on sales calls who aren't even going to close anyway, right? If they haven't been nurtured, they haven't been educated, and that's why we send that over. If anyone's got Kind of any more last kind of questions, slowly kind of wrapping it up now, kind of last opportunity to just go over anything that you want to know. Was it all kind of good? Everything's been answered?
Yeah, I think Hassam's done an amazing job of it. I think everything's sort of covered, definitely jam-packed in there. Hopefully you guys all learned a lot from that. I know there's definitely a few things that you guys can take away, tweaking your own sales process to obviously close more deals and make that process just a bit more streamlined. So thank you, Hassam, for coming on. Really appreciate it. I'm sure everyone else is very grateful.
Yeah.
And
is there any, I just want to say, is there any last things you kind of want to say, Hassam, just for like everyone, kind of just on sales in general and the best advice, and then yeah, kind of wrap up from there.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the you know, talking to everyone, and as you can tell, like, I enjoy this. You know, I could, you know, I can go on a lot longer, and you know, I think that, like, here's the thing is that the one thing that I'll say is we have less control than we actually think that we have. And I think that the business space, the online space, it's very like centric and around us as a person. And don't get me wrong, entrepreneurship is a lot about activity, right? Doing the right things, you know, but in life, I think it's very important to, you know, like relieve yourself from the outcome so much, right? Everyone knows this, that the more you chase something, the more it runs away from you. And this is kind of like a spiritual concept, if you will, but the more we chase, the more runs away for it. But if we have a solid process, if we have something that we believe in, that we do day in and day out, like the mundane stuff, that's what actually compounds with over time. Now, when it comes to sales, when it comes to your process, make sure that it is authentic and genuine to you, right? If you feel like something isn't a representation of you or isn't authentic to you, then don't do it. Figure out a way to go around it, or ask something similar or do something similar, but not necessarily that.
Awesome.
And the last thing I'll say is that if you're frustrated with sales, you have to give yourself a bit of grace, because if you're doing the right thing, sales is one thing that takes a lot of time, right? Like marketing, funnels, ads, you can learn that in a weekend. Sales is one of those things where to move the needle takes a bit of time, mentorship, coaching, rehearsal, reps, role plays, etc. So, you know, be patient with that. It's not like every other metric. It's not like marketing where you can just learn it all at once, right? So that's the one thing I'll say around that. But I appreciate the time, appreciate everything. You know, if anyone has any last minute questions, happy to answer it. But you know, I appreciate Harvey and Luke for bringing me on board, and you know, and being able to kind of share some sales wisdom for you guys.
Awesome, man. Awesome. Well, I think that's going to be the end of the call now. Hope guys can take away a ton of value from that. This call will be recorded, so if you want to go back over it, take any of your notes and kind of yeah, watch the recording in school. It will be there for all you guys anyway, if you want to go over a few things, etc. But apart from that, hi Sam, thank you for coming on.
Appreciate it, man.
And
Thank you.
Awesome. All right, see you soon.
That's cool as hell. Yeah, so today we're going to the same video, but we are going to be going now through A-star delivery. We've signed our clients, we've sent our outreach, everything is perfect. It's now time to do arguably possibly one of the hardest steps that you can possibly do. This is where 99% of people trip up, is they don't focus on delivery, because everyone thinks getting the clients is super hard when realistically it isn't. If you just follow exactly what I just showed you, you're going to be able to sign clients pretty simply, right? The problem where it comes in is now delivery. Now, everyone's focused so much on the front end that the back end just hasn't been thought about at all. This is where you're going to bring on clients, and if you don't follow this A-star delivery service framework, you're going to have clients refunding, you're going to have clients churning, and overall it's going to be a very painful cycle of new client, client off, new client, client off. And we don't want to run our business like that. Every business should be run on repeat revenue, repeat clients. And that only ever happens if, you know, we are scaling and we have a good back-end delivery with us to get good results, to now go to the market, get better clients and everything like that. So let me jump straight into what we're going to be covering. So like I said, we've now booked the calls. Let's try and close the calls. It's now time to deliver. Okay, so what we're going to cover is automated onboarding process. So making sure that we bring our clients on board as smoothly and as quickly as possible. What a lot of people do when they bring a client on board, they're trying to get them in this Slack channel. They're trying to add them to this automation. They're trying to make this, You want it very automated because, you know, the first impressions of yourself and of your service is what carries out into the whole service. And we don't want it to be bad because then the whole service is obviously going to be not the best, right? Learning from competitors. This is how we're going to find out about everything to do with the actual delivery. We're not just going to come up from scratch. There's no point doing that because we're going to waste a bunch of money, that we're going to waste a bunch of time trying to find something new that works when it's probably proven out there already by a competitor. We just have to take what they're doing, rejig it, and make it unique to our own client so we can then scale with a proven framework instead of trying to find one ourselves. Building the right infrastructure. So again, when you are placing and plug and placing this stuff into the client's businesses, we kind of need it ready. We need an outline of how we're going to build and place this infrastructure inside of their business, whether this is Teams, whether this is tracking sheets, whether, you know, whatever it is, we need to hand that over. Placing talent, again, I'm going to go through the full hiring, vetting, SOPs, all of that to hire the right talent, because with service delivery, where most people go wrong is they try and deliver themselves. Now, as soon as you're working inside of the business instead of on the business, you pretty much put yourself as a freelancer and you're never going to be able to scale. You're too focused on, you know, if, for example, right now, if I was the one that had to write my client's copy, I had to set my appointments for my client, then I wouldn't be able to make this video. I wouldn't be able to go market to new clients, and I wouldn't be able to scale further. I'd be just stuck in this little rat race in the little loop. Okay, so we want to try and avoid that as much as possible by placing the right teams and placing talent in place so they can focus on their area, do the best work they can possibly do, and then obviously we can scale from there. Collecting data and refining. Now, everything that we do is based off of data, right? If, for example, we do X, then we get a Y feedback. We want to know what this is. Is this good? Is this bad? If it's not, let's change it, right? We always want to be testing. We always want to be changing. We always want to be collecting data. Otherwise, we're never going to be able to scale. And then moving to automate. Like I said, you're never going to be able to, you know, just live a free life, travel, do all of this if you're so stuck inside the business. Now, obviously, there's going to be some stuff that you always have to do. Maybe that's the onboarding call like I have to do in the next hour or 30. Maybe it's the, you know, there's a bunch of stuff that you will always have to go and do, but you shouldn't be writing copy. You shouldn't be setting ads. You shouldn't setting the script, sorry. You shouldn't be, you know, editing, right? All of this stuff you shouldn't be doing. Otherwise, you might as well just go be a freelancer, right? You should be hiring the talent, placing them in the right systems, building this whole, you know, infrastructure that you can then go and run with the business, okay? So let me jump straight into, firstly, the automated onboarding process. Like I said, the last thing you want is an onboarding process that is all over the place, as first impressions are everything when it comes to bringing on new clients. It shapes the whole delivery process. First, you need to understand what the client needs, and secondly, what I need from the client, okay? This needs to be figured out in order to build the automated onboarding process. This is an example of what it could look like. So for example, it could be something like what the client needs. They obviously need access to the communication channel, and they also need access to the tools and sheets we will be using. What I maybe need from the client could be an onboarding form filled out, access to that ad account, current team members, form sheets filled out. You know, again, if you want that, I'm gonna show you this automated process inside of Multiply Pro, but firstly we just need to figure out. Now, the best way to figure this out is going back to your VSL that you created, if you did create one. If not, I'll show you inside of a Miro in a second what we should be looking for, but it's kind of just breaking down, okay, this is my service, this is what my service entails, how can I go and deliver that service? So let me quickly show you what it would look like. So let's say, for example, you're running ads for your client. Okay, that is your service. You're doing ads, you're doing like the scripting behind the ads, you're doing the copy, and you're obviously setting up data and everything like that. So this is what you're doing. So what do we need access to? What do we need to know as well? What do we need from the client? So what do we need from the client? Let's look at this. So in the scripts, we're obviously targeting a certain ICP. So we're targeting a certain type of person. So we need to know their customer avatar, their ICP, who they are speaking to, right? Inside of the ads as well, when we're scripting them, we also need some type of leverage, right? Otherwise, if we're just saying, oh yeah, I can do this, no one's going to convert. But if we're saying, oh, our client Brittany did this, then we can obviously, I always say Brittany, just Brittany, right? So we also need leverage, okay? We need access to their leverage. We also need access to their results, you know, to add inside of this to go and run the script. Is there anything else that we could possibly need from that? I'm trying to think. So we need the business. We would probably need, obviously, the offer that they're currently running, and obviously that they're going to and what they're pushing. So the offer also, that kind of breaks down into the guarantee, etc. So that is kind of like this script first part. What else do we need? We also need to just quickly, you would need to do this with every client, add them to a communication channel. Personally, what we use is Discord. The reason we use it is because you can, most people just do use Discord anyway. Two, is just so super cheap compared to like Slack or a channel like that. It's better to run on Discord. So adding them to the communication channel is also key. So that is part of that. Then what we have is the editing. So is there anything that we need from editing? Maybe there could be some, if they're already running like pre-asset packs, if they already have like assets, so such as like fonts, etc., we need to know. If they don't, that's completely fine, but we also need to know if they do, to kind of like restate that branding and stay on touch with that. Then also what we have is obviously the posting of the ads. So we need access to the ad account is what we will need. Cool. And then is there anything else? You could maybe ask for previous data if they have any. If they don't, again, that's completely fine. But this will allow us to script the ads. It will allow us to edit the ads, and it will allow us to post and refine the ads. So this is what we need from the client. So this is a list. So it's very simple to figure out what you need from the client and what you're going to be, asking for. And again, this will be, and I'll go into the actual automated onboarding so you see how this should be kind of like presented and pushed to that client. And then it's just like, okay, so what do I need to do, right? And this is always a good thing to do as well. So I need to do, right? What do I need to do? So I need to, if we're building all of this, so I need let's say I'm building it myself. So I need to write the scripts. That could be a step, or hire a copywriter to then go and write the scripts. Could be going on, hiring an editor is what we also would need to do. We would need to have tracking sheets in place, and then to obviously collect the data. Maybe we would need to hire someone to add the pixel into the Facebook account, and then maybe we would hire a media buyer to look over it. Okay, you can see here most of the stuff is I'm just like hiring for instead of anything else. And that could be the process that you need for your ads. Okay, so that's the steps for the clients. This is the steps for you. And then what will that allow you to do is allow your client to remove themselves from anything else, because you have everything you need, and it allows you to get on with your job to obviously get the results and print the money. The best thing that you can possibly do is have everything laid out, because if, for example, you ask them for this part here and then 2 days later you realize that you need this part here, it just messes it up. Clients have to go back, and then you have to go back and forth. They shouldn't intrude. You should ask once, can I grab this? You should then do your stuff, and then you should be able to scale and go from there. Obviously there will be times where you're like, hey, I need this, and obviously that will be completely fine, but try and make sure you have as much as you possibly can when going into it. So obviously you're not nagging, and you're not asking the client continuously, can I grab this, can I grab this, can I use this? Don't know why I looked over there, but yeah, you're not continuously going to go and do that. So now going into the onboarding process inside of Multiplier Pro, again, like I said, message me if you have any questions and you want to get access to this, but this will allow you to automate everything in one place. Now, what we can do is we can open up the payment received. So for example, let's say once the payment is received through obviously this software, once it loads, we can add them as a tag as a client. So we obviously know that clients book calls, and we've already gone over this, who's what, where is everyone, just so every tag is completely clear. An SMS welcome, and also just make sure to check your email to get onboarded, just so they can always check it. And then from there, payment received, welcome on board, your payment has been received, and we're looking forward to delivering amazing results. To get started and book your onboarding here, we'll break down the game plan on the onboarding call. Now inside of this, you want to hand over anything that also needs to be done. You don't just want to say, hey, you can book your onboarding call here. This is where you want to then go here, fill out X, join Y, and then you can really start to add everything here, because that will allow them to do every step that needs to be done, and then they can book their onboarding call. Now once they book their onboarding call, if I go back, And as well, what you will do here is you will add contracts as well, which will allow you to, if I go into payments quickly, what you can do is inside of the invoices and inside the payments, when you do set up a new one, you can set up a new invoice. Let's say you're charging them $3,000 or so. You can shoot over the invoice again, like you can see, they're very professional. So you are, when you're working with these businesses, they want a professional. They just want to be working with someone professional over just like a link or something. So we send that over as well as documents and contracts. Again, we went over in the sales section the contracts. All you have to do is set it up here, and it will allow you to just really build it. These automations are to be built on top of. So onboarding call. If I go back here, what we could also do in the automation is we can send over the contract, send document and contract. Then once the document is filled out, it will then, once the new triggers a contract, again, like I said, this software literally does absolutely everything you could possibly need, especially for onboarding and stuff like that. It's crucial. It's generally crucial to have. So sending over the documents and contracts, and once they've filled it out, they get another trigger that could add them as a tag. And then what you could do is an onboarding call book. So please prepare for our call, watch the onboarding roadmap, fill out the onboarding sheets, etc., whatever that you need to be done. Okay, so it's a very simple workflow, but obviously adding to it is key, and it's just something that you don't have to go and do. You're not trying to say, oh, here, take this contract here or do this. You could just send one thing, and from there a sequence just kind of unveils. And it's why it works so well. It's why we love it so much, is because, yeah, if, for example, this is how it could work. If I send over the contract to start off with, right? If I send over the contract, this could then start a trigger. Okay, this trigger, once the contract is signed, could send over a payment link automatically, and then that could set off a trigger to send over, invites / sheets. And that could send off another trigger, or just like in the workflow, like 1 hour after, it could onboarding call book, and then in that time it can be like maybe 24 hours reminder, and then you can also add anything else that needs to be done. Okay, it just allows to do all of, because imagine you had to grab the payment link, and then you had to go and grab and invite the person, then you had to go and onboard. It's too much, man. You want to be very automated, very streamlined, because like I said, you don't want to be the guy that is running around trying to deliver everything. You're just going to look super low quality if you're trying to hand over a contract. When everything's automated, sent to the email, sent to the SMS, you instantly set that frame with the client that, hey, look, I'm an authority. I know what I'm doing. I've got the whole system built out. I've got everything done. So they come and work with you. So like I said, step one, sending over that onboarding form. Now on this form, like I said, you can break down all your offers and their price. You can break down the current ads. You can break down the client avatar. Last month, how many views did you get, etc. Especially on this onboarding call form. You just want to figure out as much as possible, okay? All the stuff that you've sent over, we just want to figure out everything. Now, this is the a live onboarding, which we had with one of our previous clients. This was a full onboarding game plan. As you can see, some stuff will be blurred out due to obviously privacy reasons, just like his face and some of personal details on there, but it'll give you a good idea of how an onboarding call should go, how to frame on the onboarding call, what you need to lay out, what you need to show them, because it's a very unique process. When you are onboarding, there's not many videos out there of how to onboard someone, so this is a full, I think it's like 40 minutes or so of onboarding someone, what you have to lay out, how to show them the progression that we're going to be going through, how we're going to get them there, what's going to happen once we do get them there. It's a very good onboarding call that we did film, and that did go over absolutely everything in depth, okay? And this is from the onboarding, and then once there, you can start with the actual service. So yeah, hopefully you guys enjoy that actual onboarding call, and I look forward to seeing you when you've obviously finished it.
First of all, we need to go over perception and positioning, and this will be phase one. So we've noticed a few things initially about your Instagram profile that we're going to have to change, alter in order to have conversion rate where it needs to be. So what's going to be, like, obviously make this info product a widely successful, profitable company is your personal brand, right? It's you, right? So it's imperative that in this day and age, you understand that information is essentially commoditized, right? There's hundreds of other Forex experts, Forex traders, courses, what private communities, The reason why you also stand out above anyone else's is the traffic you're able to gather into the Discord, on your Instagram, on your YouTube, and the trust that you can fulfill into people, right? Which you can do, and that's why we vetted you for the project, right? Now, the first thing is we would suggest changing your name to or something along those lines where it's more you. Framing as a personal brand is way better than having just like a generic name. If you look at all of the accounts that are actually like big personal brands, they make a lot of money from their courses. It's just who they are, and building that up is a lot more leveraged as time goes on. So something like or something like that would work better overall people remembering your name, following you, clicking on your Instagram stories, and overall going to your YouTube, joining your community, right? If you can do, I'm not too sure. It doesn't matter too much either way, but apply for the Meta verified tick if you can. Is that
I have applied, and I think the only reason I couldn't get verified is because my account's not old enough. It needs to be, I think, like 6 months at least.
Okay. Yeah. Well,
so by August.
Yeah, that's something that will come into play a little bit later then. But yeah, that'll for sure help you out with people going into your profile, people trusting you, building that authority figure, building that trust factor overall, right?
Yeah.
Now, when it comes to your bio, obviously your Instagram bio is your prospect's first impression of, who you are, who you help, how you help. And your Instagram bio is currently 80% optimized. This is something that we looked at and we didn't think needed much change, but we just believe you're missing a personal win authority statement. So something like full-time day trader or made over X in day trading. But I just put it as full-time day trader. Just something.
Sorry, just give me 1 second.
Like I said, we actually believe this buy is pretty like 80% optimized. Like there's not much to change here. Like I said, just missing that personal win authority statement. So something like full-time day trader, and that's what like that's the bio that our other client who's doing 50K a month from this offer has in his bio as well. And it's just that personal win authority statement. Now, the link at the bottom is going to be Discord. So this is actually absolutely a fine call to action because we just want to get everyone in a centralized ecosystem so you can obviously capture the attention, nurture the attention, and you own it, right? It's your platform. It's the data that you can own. So the entire funnel is based around your Discord and YouTube, right? Instagram content will act as the primary way to get new eyeballs and traffic every single day. And when we are obviously ready, when we've got proof of concept, when we're, there's a lot of cash in the business, we'll then go and allocate towards paid ads. But right now, Instagram Reels are going to be the primary way to get new traffic. Discord will act as, like I said, that centralized ecosystem to hold all the prospects and nurture them with free courses, daily value, and the premium wins from your paid group as well. And like a couple other tactics we can teach you as well to with FOMO and all this kind of stuff, because we've sold info products in the past as well, and clients using Discord and WAP and this kind of like this conversion mechanism. And then YouTube will act as your middle of the funnel via like this is where they'll consume your expertise, consume your value, framing you as an authority figure within the market. So it's important to know that YouTube is the 100K a month end game play. Those kind of numbers will be hit with YouTube, right? Because YouTube people they just trust you on a different level. It's not close to what you can do with Instagram. Instagram, you could just be a bit more explosive with the traffic that you can get. You can get a lot of views, which we're going to utilize and put them into the Discord, where they're going to find you on YouTube and they're going to, be in your Discord, go to your free course, and then that's the entire funnel. And the more views we get at the top of the funnel, the more that we turn the tap on and we, go through the pipe and it's getting filled up with leads overall. So that's that kind of the 3-step for conversion. When it comes to your profile picture, it's preferably clean, authentic, and acts as high perception. So what we want you to do is send over to us the 5 best photos you have of you. So possibly on holiday or a dinner, or if it's just like a headshot, send it over and we'll edit it a little bit better, and we'll make sure it's super high quality. And we'll make sure that it's like where it needs to be. These little details are just really, really important. Like everything within this offer, as you can see here on this call, we're going over pretty much like just every little tweak, everything we can do from our expertise and what we know. So yeah, just send over like the best 5 photos you have. Whether it's on holiday perhaps, or a dinner, or just a headshot photo, we'll edit it a little bit better overall.
No worries.
Harv, do you want to go over Instagram thumbnails?
From sort of the profile, we'll then go on to sort of the Instagram thumbnails. What we've noticed with them is they perform best when they're, easily visible and clear to see what is what. And because they're all quite similar and they're pretty much the same per one, it's quite hard to differentiate one from another and find which video you want, which video you need. And just the account just looks more messy, right? We want to make it very clear what it is, how it works. So it gets more clicks, increases perception, shows a clear video idea, and then just differentiates the video. So what we're going to do is we're going to, every single short that we produce for you, we're going to make sure that the thumbnail is there as well, so you can just add it straight away. So it shows exactly what it's doing, and we'll show you how we're going to do this with how the thumbnails work. And we do it with our other client. It just works really well for just click-through rate, and it does well on that side. With the sort of editing, if I go down here, we want to take obviously editing off your hands to try and scale this up, because this is top of funnel traffic that we're driving into the actual business. That we want to try and increase this, right? Because I saw you're doing like 1 a day right now, which is great. And it's getting, there's upwards of, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50,000 views, right? If we can just times that by 3, you have 3 times as much traffic. All you have to do is focus on the video, and we'll focus on just getting it edited, getting it engaged, and all of that. And that should work really well. And then we can obviously increase that. With the perception, what we want to try and do is, over time, camera quality, perception influences the prospect's subconscious first impressions and trust levels into your coaches. Okay, what people look at when buying into a coach, they're more buying into, is this person successful? Does this person do what they say they do, or are they lying? The best way to understand if they're doing this is by their perception, because it shows if they have money or not, right? You can see from here the 2 differences, right? If you were to buy from Luke here or Luke here, it's pretty obvious which one you'd buy from, right? So I'm not saying, do a bunch of crazy stuff, whatever. Just even if you could have just a plain white wall behind you and maybe just invest in a little bit of a better camera, that would work really well. And it just, increases that perception, increases that authority, and then makes people want to buy into you, right? You need to understand and look from a third person perspective, which is what we're doing into your company, is like, okay, so how would I get to a point where I want to buy from you? And, perception's a massive, massive thing that's helped every single person that we've ever worked with continue to scale, just because it's just so much easier for someone to want to buy into them because just of that quality increase. So looking into that, and we'll definitely help you out with maybe the equipment, the gear, and what you should be getting. And once we scale this to easily, once we get to that first 10K a month, which we spoke about, then we change from there. You have enough money to, we'll help you invest in X, Y, and Z. So for now, it doesn't matter too much. Maybe if you can just get like a white wall and a normal chair or something like that, that'd work fine. But then over time, obviously, we'll increase that, and that should be well. So with YouTube, I think it's stuck under here. So we're going to go over YouTube now. So that's sort of like the Instagram section, what we're going to do there. There wasn't too much, more just top of funnel, getting people in, increasing that perception, so even more people come in and want to buy from us, and just driving them all to that Discord. Now with YouTube,
I just want to say as well, with the quantity of videos, the only reason why I know 3 videos a day sounds like a lot, but our other growth partner client who is doing 3 per day on Instagram is making $50,000 a month, right? And his main way to get traffic and eyeballs is via posting 3 times per day, right? So I know it's going to be a little bit of maybe like it's, there's a lot to do, but overall, like that will be an absolute game changer. So I just want to say that as well. And obviously we'll help you out with that.
No worries.
So now obviously you have the middle of funnel, which will be your YouTube channel. So again, we've got that top of funnel traffic from whether it's TikTok, Instagram, wherever it's from. YouTube is a great warming platform. Even if they come and into the Discord, they're then going to come to YouTube to then warm up to yourself, right? There's you know, obviously we don't know it yet because we don't really have the data, but everyone has the time of acquisition that it takes to warm up a prospect into them buying into you, right? It could be, and the problem is with shorts, the length isn't long enough to justify someone wanting to buy from you, wanting to pay that money, because the conversion from someone not really knowing you to wanting to pay you money is them wanting to buy into you, buy into your expertise, buy into what you do, and them three are only met once they've watched a X amount of time of you, and they're obviously buying into you. So YouTube is going to be great for that warm up and conversion. With personally, even just printed with YouTube alone, we've had, you know, single videos making us over 30 grand a month in just coaching, right? Just because the amount of views, attention, and conversion it brings is honestly just stupid, right? So again, it's just a bit more about the top half of YouTube, just positioning it as yourself, right? So them wanting to buy into you, them wanting to buy into the brand. So again, just changing the name from people watching you when they're watching your content, not just another Forex expert that they can get anywhere, but they're buying into you, your personality, your credentials, all of that, and that's why they buy your coaching over someone else. With the profile picture, obviously we'll just copy this over from the Instagram. We want to just create a branding resemblance over, you know, every single platform that we have, so people may see you on TikTok, and if they see it on YouTube, they know who you are, and then they can click on it, and you can just kind of just cross-pollinate per platform, and it works super well. With top link, obviously right now it's TikTok. What I would do is just switch the order, so it's Discord first, because with TikTok you're kind of just, there's no leverage in it. You're putting it putting them back into a top of funnel, which doesn't really have any, you know, they're now in the YouTube X, Y, and Z, like they should now be going to the Discord. So just sort of changing that will work really well. With the videos that come out, what we're going to look over is a couple things. So firstly, the video ideation. We're going to do market research on your niche, and it's quite good because obviously, like Luke said, we have a client doing 50K a month right now in sort of a similar niche to you. So if we just look at the competitors, look what they're doing, and we already have quite a few data points on that, which is quite good, because obviously we don't have any data because there's nothing launched on your end yet, but we do have some back-end data that we can sort of leverage over. Then we can kind of do it that way. But we're going to sort of map out the titles, map out the video ideation to either get views, to either funnel, warm conversion, depending what type of video we're doing in the funnel at that point. We're going to map that out so you can just, you know, wake up, be like, okay, I've got this video to do. You can then build it out, because obviously we're not the experts in your niche, but we're the experts in what your niche wants to see, and then you can just input the rest, right? So yeah, that's what we're going to be doing. And then obviously we're looking at maybe 1 to 2 long form a week right now. And then over time, we'll start to gradually increase it until we can obviously build a full content infrastructure behind you and make sure that you can get even up to like 4 or 5 videos a week and really start scaling YouTube. But right now, it doesn't really matter. Doesn't really have much ROI to go and do that. So we'll do this. Now with the thumbnails are what meet the eye first when you look on your recommended, and that, you know, what's going to stand out in everyone's recommended for you to click their video. We're going to appoint a new thumbnail editor into your business to make it clear, make the video clear and clean so people want to click into it, right? I'm not too sure who does your thumbnails, if they're like templates or something like that.
Yeah, they're just templates.
Okay, yeah. So templates, they're just, you know, sometimes difficult to click. You know, sometimes you've got 2 of you here, and sometimes the colors are a bit weirding, X, Y, and Z. You want to make it super clear. So this is the video that I was talking about that, you know, it's got close to 30K views and made us well over 30 grand off of it, because it was super easy to understand. So one of, you know, the thumbnails high quality. You can see Luke, you can see who Luke is, you can see what it's about. So a short form content agency. You can see a desired figure that was paid, so you want to click in because you want to get that desired figure. And then you've got the main platform, so it resonates what the platforms are. So then you think, oh, what's this about? And then you read that, and then you can go from there. So it's a clear thumbnail presenting what will be shown, and or on our channels, all of our thumbnails are made sure that they are clickable and wanting to click into them. And it's allowed us to obviously scale that YouTube and be able to sell coaching really, really well. Now, with the titles, we will plan out obviously the video titles for you to capture attention, build the FOMO of them wanting to click on. Right when they see a video on YouTube recommended, right now something like it's not like I could like, I'm gonna die if I don't click this video, right? We need to then twist it to make it be like, okay, I need to watch this video with the way the title is structured, the thumbnail is set up, and your views will just, they're already doing like surprisingly quite well for, the thumbnails, the titles, X, Y, and Z. So then optimizing it for an actual clickable thumbnail and a sort of more clickable title as well. Obviously the attention is going to go through the roof. Now with the sort of video and editing, again, we're going to place a video inside of the business to make sure that they're more engaged. The videos are longer to make sure that you can just focus time more on filming the actual video, and again we'll come up with the ideas, the scripts, X, Y, and Z, so you can go and do that, but then just editing it and making it a little bit longer so people can warm up easier, right? If someone's watching a 2-minute video compared to a 15-minute video, the warm-up time instantly increases from having to watch 4 videos to just having to watch one and then buy into what you're doing. If I show you quickly the sort of the content tracker, so how this is going to work, and obviously we'll go more into this once it starts to get to it. It's just an automated tracker that goes over sort of the ideas, the title, the status at what it's at. So if it's X, Y, Z, for example, if it's now in the plan phase, it will obviously go over to the plan, then we'll go over to what it's doing once it updates. And then it goes over to the research phase, and then it's just an automated process that will allow you to look over, okay, now we've written it, have you recorded it? And then once it's recorded, you can put it in. The editor will then get a notification from Zapier to make sure that it's now in the editing phase, so then they can go and edit it, they'll put it back, and then the Zapier back into yours. So it's just a super automated system, so you're not having to chase anyone, we're not having to chase anyone. It's literally, we're going to put the ideas there, build the plan out, research, write it up, and then obviously you can have that day maybe when you record or whenever you want to do that. And then obviously from there it can be edited, published, shared, completed. And obviously from the back of that we can start collecting the data, see how well it's doing, and obviously sort of go through there. And then description. There are 2 main goals of a description: hitting the algorithm with keywords and then directing them to different channels which we can leverage them to cover. Now, the problem with these links is there's just too many options for them to go back into, right? For example, TikTok, there's not much point in linking it in a bio, again, because it's just top of funnel. There's no messaging platform on it, and they can't really convert off the back of it. Instagram, Twitter are fine. Telegram doesn't really make too much sense because we're growing the Discord server, and then obviously once we have other stuff, but we're going to map out obviously the description per video for you for the highest conversion CTA description possible, and also to just make sure it's hitting the algorithm with the keyword. So that's sort of the YouTube basis that we're going to start off with, and that should do well. Luke, do you want to go over sort of the content strategy?
Go for it. Yeah. Like I said, this is kind of already mentioned, but Instagram will obviously be where we're getting that initial eyeballs and initial traffic into the YouTube, into the Discord. The types of videos that you're going to post aren't going to change. Like the content strategy style that you have right now is working. That's not going to change, and that's why we vetted you to for the project, because you can acquire views on your videos. Like I said, we're just going to increase the quantity to 2 to 3 per day, based on the data that we have from our other growth partner client, who's posting 3 per day to make 50K a month, right? So that'll be the Instagram content strategy. We'll get that rolling straight away, and all of this requires of you. Obviously, it's just come up with a little bit more ideas. Obviously, we can give you the templates, we can give you the format, but it is your expertise. It'll be breaking down the trading, the funnels, and all that kind of stuff that we're not too. You own the expertise, but yeah, that'll be Instagram, right? YouTube, like Harvey went over a little bit, we're going to post 1 to 2 videos per week. These videos will be 10 to 15 minute training breakdown videos. Like I said, we will handle editing and thumbnail distribution. As we start scaling, this may increase. I don't think 3 videos per day will ever increase, but 1 to 2 videos per day on YouTube will increase to 4 or 5 videos every single week, just ramping up that volume and really, really scaling when we're in that phase, when we've got, immense proof of concept with the offer as well. So with analysis, so every single week, we're going to jump on a call to analyze, obviously, how the content is performing. YouTube, Instagram, all that kind of stuff. So that'll be for the content strategy overall, right? So we've gone over like the Instagram optimization, the YouTube optimization. But now I want to go into Discord and how we should structure the Discord a little bit better in order to convert. So like I said, Discord is going to be our main primary ecosystem. This community will allow us to continuously sell and always have prospects in the pipeline ready to buy. It also obviously allows you to build a strong core community that will click on your videos, support your products, etc., which will compound and make the growing stage a lot easier. So what really helped us when we were selling a similar info product was by having a community that likes you so much that when you post a YouTube video in the community, they're all on it, right? Whether you say like, the first one to comment, or I'll pick a winner, whoever comments, and I'll give them a free trading sheet, or I'll give them a cheat sheet or a hacking sheet or something like that, right?
Yeah.
So it's the best place to directly convert an audience through setters in the group, directly selling prospects, so there's no wait time and inconsistent revenue. We can track the data and see exactly how the conversion rate is doing, how much is obviously coming in. So this is why Discord is set up in the right manner to funnel them into the paid courses. So obviously, first of all, is optimization layout. So the community right now is a little bit hard to navigate. Maybe has too many chats, which makes it, the prospects are more sporadic and their attention is more sporadic, where it wants to be very, very clear towards a specific thing. Okay. So we're going to change the way this is laid out a little bit to make it super easy for them to funnel through, and then obviously buy the course. Will allow you to be more active in certain areas as well, because it's not like just like a bunch of chats overall. You can be super active. You can, for example, just is there something wrong with my screen share?
I don't know if anyone it's quite small, like it's in a fourth.
Yeah, it's a bit smaller.
So like we said, with the Discord optimization, just not having it, so the prospect's attention is sporadic, so you can be a bit more active in the community, obviously making it super valuable for everyone. So FOMO with roles. So roles are obviously the best fear of missing out tool. We can use the people to get to upgrade, and also a good tool to leverage to show who you are, add that authority, add that color within the community as well. People like Discord communities to be, aesthetically pleasing. Like there's some ranking, there's some tier system. You're at the top as the founder, of the owner of the community. Because then everyone could see who is who, so potential team members as well. So if you were to get like growth managers or growth setters into the community, everybody can clearly see who each other is, and there's a good layout and there's a good structure, opposed to it looking like it's a little bit abandoned, right? So it'll make it more safe as well, and less prone to spam bots or raids or just ruining the whole Discord, or like just people putting like links or just hacks people's computers. It'll be much better. It'll be structured, and we'll sort that obviously for you. As you can see here within this Discord community, you can see how everybody has like the inner circle, the agency, like the secrets, the mods, the members who are doing like good numbers. They all have like different colors, different resident roles, rookie, and they could just have like the green color. So it overall just creates that hierarchy inside of your Discord community that people resonate with overall, and it just makes it a little bit better. Now, with the free training, so that'll be for the Discord optimization overall, and also as well as that, which I don't think is, okay, it's cool. So with the free training, right?
Yeah.
This free training here is giving value, but there's a huge problem with it overall, and that's that it doesn't collect emails or SMS. So it's practically pointless, right? And it has zero ROI doing it this way. Then the way it can be laid out, it's just unappealing or trust kind of into you. It's just a little bit lowered. So instead, we need to make it more appealing to have an opt-in and a clear-cut goal of opting in to call out your target audience, and most importantly, collect their email and SMS to further convert them, nurture them over time, put call to actions, put offers in front of their face, and overall build data inside of this coaching offer, right? Because if we were to say, because sometimes when we come into other clients' businesses, we put an email campaign together straight away and we get some quick wins with people going into the product. But because you don't have any data, you don't have anything built up within your offer, within your audience, it becomes very, very difficult. So over time, we're going to build this so that we can, like I said, convert and have that landing page. So what we're going to do is we're going to pretty much, it can be the same course, that doesn't matter. We'll just lay it out in a way where it's not just a Google Doc where people can access the course straight away. And instead, it's behind an opt-in wall. So you can see here, this is our free training for our coaching offer. When people go onto this free training, it has the FOMO on the left here of showing them the sheets, showing them the training they're going to access, having it branded with the company, having it branded with the colors, and then having the headline or the subject line of the free training. So scale your agency or coaching business to 15 to 30K a month, leveraging the 2.0 model. Bit of fear factor, bit of unique mechanism in there, right? Below that, completely free course covering the foundation of the 2.0 model that will make signing clients easy, right? Everything the audience wants to hear. So we'll be going over mindset, offer niches, client acquisition, building teams. When they click on the free training, they have to put their first name in, their email, and their phone number, which we can redirect using triage callers, using email campaigns, and all that kind of stuff. So if I go into the back end of the entire database, this is what it will look like. We'll either get you to download the software, or we'll create a sub account with our software as well. But here, as you can see, you'll be able to see all of the contacts that we can then go email and redirect here. So if I was just to give a quick example, if I was to, for example, click here, if I was to select all records, I can send an email to every single warm prospect inside of my ecosystem, directing them towards a call to action, directing them towards a different landing page, telling them about a client result I've just had, and overall just nurturing them over time. As well as that, I can call these leads if I want to, which in the back end of our business, we have a triage caller who dials all the leads, has a conversation with them, and gets them to book a call with us, as well as SMS messages, all that kind of stuff. So as you can see here, we can just go through all of the people that we can message, all people who have taken a step towards us, right? They have reciprocated their energy because they've put in their email, they've taken a step towards us. They've openly put their hand up and said, look, I'm interested in what you sell, which is super important. And as we build this up over time, as we start getting 2,000 members, 2,000 contacts, 3,000 contacts, 4,000, 10,000 contacts, it will be so easy for us to, for example, when we want to launch a high ticket offer on the back end, when we want to scale this existing offer, it'll be so easy to do that because we've got everyone collected. Okay. So we're going to build your landing page for you. We're going to run the email campaigns for you. We're going to place the triage caller for you. And we'll just build this up over time, if that makes sense. So that'll be like a huge change within the actual Discord. They're not going to go to a Google Doc anymore. They're going to go to a landing page. So here as well, a lot of stuff shows you do it yourself, what is perceived as low quality and not something you want to buy into. So we'll revamp certain aspects. It's more branded towards your business. So as you can see here, the difference between these two just layouts overall, this is a little bit messy, whereas this has cool animations, has a cool button, and this is just little tweaks, but it overall just heightens that authority, heightens that perception, heightens the quality of the community. If you go into any high level community on Discord or whatever, it's very, very aesthetically pleasing. It's very high quality in everything within the community, making people want to stay, making people perceive it as more high quality. And overall, it allows people to just have a better, clearer vision of everything within the community. So we're going to make a free course section. And it'll be, towards your branding colors, towards your branding, but it'll be obviously more people clicking on get the free course. As they click on here, they'll be redirected to the landing page. You collect their email, you collect their phone number, you dial them straight away, and then you can send emails over time, right? Now, that'll be with the conversion. So as well as that, we'll obviously place an appointment setter into this community as well. This setter will essentially be built to have conversations, but we'll go over that more on the second call, which will be with myself, Harvey, and Thomas as well, who I believe said a little hello or a little welcome to you.
Yeah, seen that.
Yeah, so he'll get on, and it'll be us four. We'll go over the appointments there, more about that in general. Now, with the product itself, okay, so the perception / optimization of the what page purchase is obviously extremely important when you get onto the what page, the images that you have here, what it includes, the description of the WAP as a whole. We will design the banner on the left of the WAP here. The 2 price points that we want to start off with will consist of a paid in full option or a monthly recurring revenue access option. So the price lifetime will be will start off at $, or they can pay $, per month. Okay. Now at this price, we're going to do 10 early access spots at $197 to gather proof of concept. And then we'll gradually increase to $254 lifetime, and maybe this at so we'll use price increases as a huge week-long marketing campaign. So when you are increasing the price, you can put on your Instagram stories you're increasing the price. You can put it in the copy that the price is increasing soon. You can notify the Discord community every single day that the price is increasing. So that'll be a 1 week-long marketing campaign. But essentially, our thought behind this is to get the ball rolling with premium members, get people in there, test out how they're reacting to the product. As we gather that proof of concept, increase the price until it's about or something around that range where that's a good enough price to scale that then you can go and launch maybe a higher ticket offer on the back end with that price. But right now, the pricing just being at so making it like at the end of the day, like you could do monthly, but you might as well kind of just buy lifetime. Making this maybe like they should just buy lifetime, but for now we're going to go with and overall, just like have that pricing structure, have the 10 early access pre-launch, your inner circle spots to gather that proof of concept, get it sold, get the ball rolling, get people in that premium members chat, and then increase the price as we go on. And obviously, as we go on, as we gather more data around this offer, as we progress, the price will increase. It will increase until it's around that. That's super scalable to like 50K a month. And then, obviously doing other stuff on the back end as well, and all that kind of stuff. So, Harv, do you want to go over?
Conversion phase 4. Just sitting around and waiting to sell is pretty much slow and pointless. It will work. It can be done. But we need to obviously implement a conversion system to target the prospects who have shown interest in the brand and then directly sell to them, right? If you sat it with that and you just, sat it there's no urgency. There's no like, oh, I need to buy it. Or there's no pain dug. There's no anything like that. So yes, it will sell. And it can obviously get to the point where you need it to get to. Conversion just speeds it up. And that's why obviously we promised like $10,000 first, is because we know conversion. Everyone there, we can just convert straight away and make 10 grand, then obviously go from there. Like, it's super, super simple. So as we grow this offer, we'll add more angles to it. So stuff like ads when you're doing maybe 30, 40 grand a month, we could just do profile visit ads and retarget ads, or just direct landing page opt-in ads. There's so many sort of versatile angles that we can go with ads. Obviously right now you don't have like a base to invest, or even, a proof of concept on a product. So it's pretty pointless. But ads absolutely shred once we get into that on the future, and that'll be great to obviously do with you. And then obviously stuff like triage callers, which Luke was speaking about, where literally you just phone the lead straight away and you pretty much just sell them on the phone, right? But for now, we're going to use the most effective methods for conversion as of the current leverage. So first one is obviously going to be email, and we've already spoke about this a little bit. The emails that we start not collecting from the free training, we can leverage to book them in on a call. The game plan for this is going to be gather all your leverage together and plan the highest conversion email sequence. So this will range from around 15 to 20 emails spanning over the course of a couple weeks that everyone gets once they opt in what this is going to do, and we're going to find out your highest leverage. We're going to find out what pain points, and we're going to work with obviously the copywriter that we're going to obviously place inside your business to write the emails. We're going to come out with a game plan behind that and what will convert the best, right? Over this sequence. So, you know, we personally have a 20 email sequence. It sends, I think, every 48 hours, so every 2 days, if I'm correct. And that just spanning over 20 emails of building the pain, showing proof of concept, showing what can be done, digging more pain into where they're currently at, selling them directly. And over 20 emails, even though you haven't done anything once and they've just opted in, they're now on this like emotional roller coaster that's like, okay, I need to buy this product, otherwise my life's going to end up staying the same of what it is, and I'm not going to be able to get to where I want to go. So emails are super good to just play with their psychology and get them to buy straight away, right? And then obviously after this, what you do after the 20 email sequence, you just it's in the software, but we'll add the tag that makes them go from the sequence into the email list. After that, the email list is just, you can send to everyone, like Luke showed you there. You can select all leads, send an email, and again, we'll work with you on how many emails to send per week, how to do it, how to structure it, how to give value, but how to also sell with it. And then we'll obviously start building that out and obviously send that to everyone. So everyone will automatically go through the funnel and then convert automatically without having to do anything. And then obviously what we can do is collect the data from how many emails are opened, how many emails are even sent, how many emails convert, and then obviously optimize off the back end of this, and then work heavily on just the email list after, because even, let's say for example, they've brought one product, you can now sell them to a different product, or maybe you can, if they didn't buy in the sequence, you can then warm them up and convert them in the email list as well. So it's just about either reselling or selling for the future. So with an email list, it's pretty much impossible never not to be able to generate cash, because there's people there, right? I could in our sort of data, we can literally just email some person, say X, Y, and Z, and probably sell them on something because they're warm to us, they've opted into our training, they've watched the training, they've gone through sequences, they know who we are. At this point, you know, they can buy if we just convert them. Now, with the community setter, inside the community, we're going to have a setter which engages in sales conversations one-on-one with the prospects, joining in, finding their constraints, desires, and then sells your course in the middle to directly to convert them into the funnel, right? With the community setup, we're going to start off with just community for now, because it's a very, very warm ecosystem, and you're always going to want a setter just sweeping up on every single person, especially like, for example, yesterday, 60 people that joined. If all 60 would directly message us, hey, where are you currently at with your trading journey? Or I've just started, or I've done this. Where do you want to be at in 6 months? What's currently holding you back from that? The knowledge X, Y, and Z. You've got a free course on this, blah, blah, blah. It's 197, cool, sell that. And then it's super, super simple to sell off the back of that, right? So we'll start off with a community setup. As we start expanding, and, you know, the conversion team right now is just these two. As we start expanding, myself and Luke, and obviously Thomas as well, we'll start bringing in new team members. So obviously an Instagram setter would work really well. Obviously ads, obviously triage, all of that added together is going to make a really, really sort of sick conversion system that we can sort of run through and go for. But right now, these are the two best that we can leverage. And then obviously over time, we'll scale up. Luke, do you want to go through sort of the week process?
Yeah. And so that's pretty, if I go here. First of all, initial questions. And let me go through the weekly thing, and then we'll do kind of a roundup. I'm going to go through the first week and week 2 of what it's going to look like a little bit next, what we need to do, how to get the ball rolling. So first of all, it'll be making the optimization changes. So profiles, Discords, YouTubes, building banners out, and all that kind of stuff. The second thing will be building, obviously, in playing like our team process and SOPs. So getting the setters on board, etc. Building the free training opt-in and back-end conversion. Map out together the course for release and start building hype, warming leads for the pre-sale. So we're going to build out, like optimize the entire business, like we went through with the YouTube, the Instagram, the Discord, the free training, all that kind of stuff. Just optimize it, get it where it needs to be. Then we're going to map out and put together the course ready for pre-sale and release. Start building that hype. And then week 2, it'll be the team infrastructure placed. It'll be the course launch and cap spots at the price. This might be like day 5 of week 1, whatever. It's just like a baseline kind of layout. And then collect data, refine steps, and just roll on from there. When we've got the full conversion team dialing in, we're consistent with the content, we're tracking all the numbers, it's all optimized in the right way, we're dialing leads, we're messaging leads, the pre-launch has gone well, increase the price from there, and it'll make sense from there. Obviously, we'll have weekly channel calls, we're 24/7 communication access anyway, and then we'll just get the ball rolling and overall going from there. I will talk briefly on the release for the course. Obviously, we've had experience building, high ticket coaching programs, which have to be super advanced, small info products, etc. When building a product, just make sure. I know this obviously sounds like common sense, but make sure the product's really, really fucking good. Like, make sure it's silly fucking good. So usually for a product section, you have the welcome / expectations for how the course is going to go, asking them to introduce yourself in the premium community, and then go through A to Z modules and absolutely everything they would need. So pretty clear. It sounds pretty clear, but make sure that the product is really, really good. And it is very cleared out. It's very all structured. You can ask us any questions on that as well. But yeah, I know that was probably quite a lot. But do you have questions? Thoughts?
Just a couple really. So with the copywriting, or the emails, sorry, the newsletters and stuff, would that be used doing that completely automated for me?
Yeah.
I wouldn't have to go ahead, no worries. And basically what would it look like a perfect example from a viewer on one of my Instagram reels? What would so they'd join the Discord and then join the newsletters or something, trying to get the free course. Then we sell them something.
Yeah.
And then
they
join.
Yeah, so everyone will have sort of different journeys when they're obviously buying, but the main goal is to get everyone in the Discord ecosystem, and then from there, what it basically is a central hub, right? They can either directly buy. If they're not going to directly buy because they're not warm yet, we've got the YouTube, we've got the newsletter, we've got the free trainings, we've got the opt-ins, we've got the setters. So it's just a back-end system to make sure that they do convert. The goal is obviously straight away, but that may not be for everyone. So yeah, that's just more of a back-end funnel to make sure they do convert. They can't not convert at some point, right?
Yeah. But you'll find a lot of people just go into the Discord, they'll see the price and they'll just buy. For some people, like Harvey mentioned a little bit earlier, it's the sales cycle and the time of it. Some people are a little bit slower with buying. Some people need a little bit more nurturing, or some people just literally get in and be like, fuck, okay, good price, let's do it, right? But with Instagram, yeah, like I said, the videos that you have right now are fine. That's the only thing that we really didn't change overall is the obviously content strategy, because it's working. Just overall working on that perception and all that kind of stuff. But as long as you're giving a ton of value, as long as you're framing as the authority, then that's all good overall. That's the right thing to do.
Yeah, no worries. And with the content, posting 3 times a day, I don't know if I'd have to recycle different content, different ideas, because I don't think there's enough to consistently post 3 times a day, every day.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
I mean, some for example, a Sunday, you can not upload 3 times per day or something like that. We could try it with 2 first of all, see how it goes, and then if it just starts coming, then yeah, we can for sure look at that. We're gonna have to look at our other client, actually maybe ask him how he comes up with so many ideas every single day, because yeah, that could be good as well. But the thing with reels, they're 10 15 seconds, so they don't need to be really thought out in any way. They can literally just be of your 15-minute long form YouTube video. You can even just take a bit from that, which is there's probably 90 reels in that as a whole, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll definitely have a look at that. But overall, obviously, that would super help. But yeah, I know that was Is there anything else with the price point?
I'm quite happy with that. It's it seems structured quite well. I've got no other questions really.
Okay,
quite happy with it.
Awesome. Yeah, did that kind of obviously meet your expectation? Go through pretty much everything that you need to know.
Yeah, really, yeah.
Awesome. All right, man. Well, yeah, like we said, that's going to be it for the game plan call. Like I said, from here, it's just getting that all running and then running consistently with it, and then compounding that over time.
Yeah, we'll
So
send you over the sheet,
Yeah.
and I'll send you over this video for even if you want to rewatch it or just go through the sheet and just be like, okay, change this, change X, Y, and Z, and then we'll be just working in the back end, and we can hopefully, once you've done the profile optimization, once we've done our sort of side of building the team, building the SOPs, all of that, we can kind of meet in the middle. Then we can start going over exactly how we're going to structure the course, how we're going to, structure the emails, the landing pages, all of that. We can start doing that after. But for right now, it's like the basic input of that, just optimization. Then we can just build on top of there.
So from here, do I just like do all the changes that you recommended, and then just let you know when I've done that?
Yep.
Yeah.
No worries.
Yeah, and then we'll do everything else in the background. But yeah, all right. I think that's pretty much covered everything. Like I said, we'll send over the recording of this call, send you over the onboarding. But yeah, that's pretty much it for the game plan call. Obviously, we'll roll on for here. Again, super appreciate obviously coming aboard, and it's going to be a cool journey over the next month and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I think that was super cool. Kind of laid it out, and yeah, we'll talk soon.
No worries. Nice talking to you.
It was good to meet you, Josh. Appreciate you coming on board.
Nice to meet you as well.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Same.
Cool, man.
Yeah. All right,
then.
man.
I'll see you later. Bye.
Cheers. So now that onboarded, we want to look at competitors. Now, every single person's delivery will be completely different from the last person's. So I'm not going to set up a Facebook ad with you or build out some set of scripts. That is kind of a lie. I will be doing that at the very end. I'll show you how to custom build like an in-depth Facebook ad offer, content master, acquisition, etc. I'm going to show you how to set up all of it. But for now, I just want to show you, not push you down the wrong path, but show you how to look at competitors, okay? Step one is to look at competitors and see what they're doing to be better than your client. For example, I cannot share with you an ad creative, as it is always different depending on the time period and niche. Stuff goes out of date so quickly. So I don't want to make this... I want this free course to be like Bugatti, right? Bugatti don't have any electronic screens inside their cars because they don't want it to become outdated, right? As time progresses, new stuff comes out and they become outdated. I don't want this course to become outdated by just showing you, do this, because it may be completely different. Ads from what they were to what they are now, like very popping ads right now, like as I'm making this video, they may not be when this video is released, but is the ones where it's like, they'll like kick a ball and it'll kind of like not hit their face, but then it will go in. You guys know what I'm talking about. It's like the hook intros where someone will like throw a punch and they'll pretend that it goes into them. You guys know, hopefully you guys know what I'm talking about. Hopefully I'm not just completely talking out my arse here, but you guys know, hopefully, right? If not, then I'm waffling. But the trend will change. In a month, 2 months time, that will be completely dead ad that's been reused by the market so much. That's why with an agency and an SMA, you need to keep up so much with the trends and what's happening, because it changes every month, it changes every week, it changes every day, right? And we need to be keeping up with that. You can see right now, YouTube content, it's not the same as it used to be. It's not this highly edited thumbnails and all of this. It's more authentic value video. So if you're working with a client, maybe that's an approach that you go with over the actual, edited content. Appointment setting frameworks, all of this is always different, right? Even setting up them, like a growth account, if you're building infrastructures and you're sending mass DMs for them, that could change. Instagram could come out of new rules. I know it changes a lot, but they changed it so you can't do any more follow-ups. Okay, so what do we do to work around that? How do we work around that? So I'm going to show you how to kind of do market research. I'm going to do market research with you and look at some competitors. So yeah, this applies for content setting. I'm going to go on to placing team members, and they will obviously know how to do all the back-end work, setting up custom audiences, look at likes, editing, sending DMs, etc. But let's just look at some stuff. So firstly, what we have here is a Facebook ad library. Now, the Facebook ad library shows you any ad that you could possibly need to look at. Now, it also works as well if you go on their Facebook, and then you can kind of reverse engineer and reverse search of people's ads. Okay, so you can see here what is a search ads that are running across Meta Technologies. You can get all the information above ads you can see. Okay, so for example, if I go to all ads, and if I type in the keyword solar, let's say, right? I'm in the United Kingdom, but let's say I type in United States. Yeah, cool. Cool. So let's say I type in the United States. If it updates. Let me all ads. United States. Let me just go with these. So you can see here. This is Scottish / energy bills and protect against rising with generic solar. Harness the power of solar. So that's good, right? This is a decent ad. It guarantees that they're going to reduce by 50% or will pay your next free energy bills. And especially right now this is so funny because this is like the UK. If you're not from the UK, this is the most UK place ever. But yeah, you can see it's an amazing guarantee. We're going to pay for your energy bills, especially right now with the energy crisis. This is a very, very good ad. And it's something that if we are running for solar companies inside of the UK, we can definitely look out for. I like the attention Scottish homeowners, again, calling out their exact ICP, and this is what we'll learn. Do you want to slash your energy bills quickly? We've just completed, so again, kind of just asking the pain point. Do you want to slash your energy bills quickly? So their desired outcome. What I would have liked to seen here is probably maybe some more results. Fill out the form. I don't really like the call to action. I don't like how that is framed. But I also don't like how there's no results in here. But you can see that's a great ad. You can see how long it's been running for. See all the details behind it. So it is currently an active running ad. It started running on the 2nd. Okay, cool. So it ran on the 2nd. If an ad's been running for not that long, they don't even know the data. You don't even know if it's doing well. They don't even know if it's doing well. So again, I assume this is probably an agency running it for them. Any additional, so you can obviously then go back and click on links and kind of just reverse engineer everything. All the stuff that you're kind of doing is just reverse engineering, right? Reverse finding the funnel and then building it for your own client. So I would literally spend like a full day just going through. Okay, so I can see this is a competitor. I can get a free quote. The website is nice, solar panels. Recent installs, so this is good that you can see here yearly savings. This is really, really good. I like this. What our customers say, this is amazing. They've got a bunch of results. That's amazing. Meet the team as well. Perfect. I like this landing page. I think it's really great. I think obviously there maybe could have been a few more results, but I like this, and I can get a free quote now, which should take me to an opt-in page. Cool. I like this. Okay, I like this a lot. I think this is a good ad to a good opt-in page that works very well. Okay, that's just one example, right? We could go to many, many, many different examples. You can see Start My Solar Search has so many ads running right now, and you can see how many there actually are. So his hook's awful. Over time, you'll start realizing what a good ad is and a bad ad. That hook is just way too long. I like this opt-in though. This opt-in's quite cool. But yeah, you can see every single person's ads. I know it's still not updated to US right now, but it's still in the UK. Fight United States. I don't know why it's not searching for United States, but you get the idea. You get the idea of how this works and how you can use this for yourself. All ads, and let's say I spelled read it wrong. Sorry, I'm the most I'm not even dyslexic, but oh my, I cannot spell to save my life. But yeah, you can see here. They've got 36,000 results came up, which is amazing. You can see all of these running. So these have started running. We could filter it as well by languages, advertisers, what platforms that they advertised on, active ads, or whether they're inactive ads. And you can even choose the dates when they're from. So if we wanted them to be from a earlier date and learn how it works, we can then go in there. But you can see a lot of these are more picture ads in the Facebook. So maybe this is a good, again, you can find out this, you can split test with your own client and see if it actually works. Now, this doesn't just work for ads, this works for absolutely everything. So for example, if I go onto Instagram, for example, let's say I'm trying to find content. Let's say I'm going to be looking for realtors. Again, I could be looking at, okay, this guy's got 20k followers. That's not too bad depending on whatever your client is. Let's look at his top videos. Okay, his top video's got 500k views. What is it? Okay, cool. It's kind of encompassing a game. That's a good idea. You can see, you could just kind of vet them out. Okay, this did 3,000 views. Why? Because it's a boring video. Why did this do well? Because it's an animation, it's cool, it's interesting, right? And also it was run as an ad, okay? So again, just doing if you're doing content, do market research on the content. What you can also do, if you're I'm not going to personally do this, but if I message them and I pretend I'm a customer, what I can also then do is find out their setting script, find out their, what they do to actually set appointments. I could be like, hey, I'm interested in this property here, and see how they go about it. And then what you can do is you can give the framework to your client. Again, all of this is never about reinventing the wheel. Okay, never. No client I've ever done has reinvented the wheel. Okay, no one. What you do is you find concepts that work and you make them yours, which means don't copy the copy, don't copy the ad, don't copy the setting, don't copy anything that they do, but find what works. Find what everyone is doing that these big guys are. If they've, for example, got 500k followers, something's probably working, right? Let's say they're making, they're one of the biggest solar companies. Their ads probably work, right? Let's say, for example, again, they're making $1 million a month. Their appointment setting process probably works. And if you just start finding out just what's what, if you test from 10 competitors and you find like the average of kind of what's working, you can take your clients so far by just doing that and adding it and making it yours and making it unique by yourself, rather than, because realistically, if you go into a business and you're like, okay, I'm going to set up a new Facebook ad, we're going to try and disrupt the market. New script is going to be completely different. We're going to come with a new content plan. Now, that's obviously cool, but where's the proof of concept? Because, yes, it can work, and and it happens a lot, it can work, but you don't want to go in and set your expectations of, let's say your new Facebook ads don't work, your new script doesn't work, your new content doesn't work, and they go below that they possibly are. What's the point when you could have just looked at what's working and instead scaled them up to the point of where the competitors are? Now, once they're at that stage where their competitors are, you can then look at the next level. How do people go from 1 mil a month to 10 mil a month? How does that work? What does that look like? What does that encompass? How do we go and do that for ourselves? Now, a couple other ways that we can find out how to actually, is just pay a coach directly, okay? The reason we've seen success faster than anyone else is because we pay to win. And I'm not even joking when I say that. I'm going to highlight that, right? We pay to win. I was saying literally like 2 days ago, we paid $1,000 for 1 hour call with this ad coach because we wanted to refine our ads. We wanted to get better ads for ourselves. We wanted to get better ads for our clients. And since then, we have performed better because we now know the insights. We got so many insights from the call that $1,000 doesn't matter, because what we're doing now is we're going to be able to scale this client to $100,000 a month and make an extra $5,000 per month off of them instead of that $1,000 for one time. Okay, so paying coaches, paying people, learning. What you could also do is, like I said, go into their business so you can really just back funnel everything. And especially over time, what you'll find is when something works once, and let's say you are fully in the realtor niche, you do this and you back test and you continuously backlog and like kind of funnel hack everyone. You find out what works, you do it for your clients, and then you replicate that for all your clients, right? And then it allows you to build like a test pool and continuously scale and continuously deliver the best results, because you're the person in the market that kind of owns everyone, that kind of has all the data behind you. And that's the point that you want to get to with SMA, is where you have so much data collected from so many clients that you've signed on that you can just scale infinitely. Okay, so Next, what we have is building the infrastructure. So now we've onboarded them and we've learned from our competitors. We kind of have like a baseline outline of what's going to work, what's not going to work, and what we can do for ourselves. So next, what we have is building the infrastructure. Before going into any business, you should have the system you're going to place into their business. For example, let's say you're running short form, long form, and a setter as your offer. You should have the hiring systems already built out. You should have the content planners already built out. You should have the data tracking sheets already built out, the SOPs already built out, the set of scripts already built out, and obviously the content hook game plan already built out, okay? When we have everything pre-built out that you would need for delivery, so when a new client comes on board, you can provide them with what they need and also plug in their info to have the systems up and running that same day. We don't want to be wasting time. We don't want to be bringing on a client and then, oh, I'm now going to build out the way to hire. I'm going to now build out the best script. No, you should have a framework for everything, okay? If I could, I personally can't show, I'm going to show you a little bit into it. I can't show you obviously everything in our own agency, but all of our, let's say for example, let's say a setter, they all have a onboarding SOP. They all know where to go if they need help, if they need to speak to a client, if they need to speak to us, payment, how that works, what SOPs they should be doing, how much outreach should be sent. We have the tracking sheets to collect the data. Again, I'm gonna quickly go into here to kind of show you a little bit about what we do and show you just a little bit. So we have absolutely everything. So for example, let's say we wanted to plug in a sales team. So we have all the copies, we have the sales calls, we have the sales call framework, and we also have the tracking sheet. So I'm not sitting here and not having anything. I can say, look, this is our sales tracking sheet. When we close a client, for example, it could be, let's say I just copy $4,000. It goes up to $21,000 in revenue. You can then no follow-up, name. You can do all of this stuff. How many calls we have, how many closed. You could be like, closing rate, let's say no, let's say it's $0. You can start really building it up. Let's say we had a no-show, $0. And you can really start just building and finding out what's working, what's not working for yourself. If I drag this down, okay? You can be like cool notes. You can have the objections you have. You can have how much cash collected, what the payment type was, the payment completed. You can also have the monthly snapshots as well. So total calls, the live calls for January, February, all of that. You also have the timestamps. All of these systems. This is like a very simple system, right? Like very simple. But it's something that you need in your business. Otherwise, for example, if you are doing obviously sales, it's something that you do need. Now, let's say I go into short form content, for example, right? I have a market research sheet that needs to be filled out. I've edited B-roll images. I have SOPs of everything and how to run everything already before anyone comes on board. But I have a short form tracking sheet. I have a short form data sheet of what's ideas, written, recorded, edited, published, share, complete. Now we give all of these sheets to our clients at multiplyclients.io, so they kind of just like plugs and plays in their own SMA. But you see how much needs to be built out. You see how much needs to really go into the back end, because like I said, if you're bringing on a client and you have none of the SOPs, you have none of the tracking sheets, you have none of the frameworks. Yes, at the start, maybe your first client, you're not going to have that because you have to build that out as the client comes on board. But at the end of the day, it's going to be something that you need to build quite quickly, and it's going to be something that needs to be a lot of work needs to be put into it. You can't really just let it go. You can't really just, oh yeah, hopefully it'll do what it does, right? We can't have that. We can't be doing that. So we're not going to be doing that, right? So yeah, that is basically how it works. Inside of the folders, if I quickly go back, again, if I come back to the sheet, it kind of relates to what we were going over earlier. When you find out what you need to do, you kind of need to break it down. So for example, an editor. What does an editor need? We need a hiring process for the editor. Cool. Now when the editor's on board, what do we need him? We need an SOP. And then what do we also need? So the SOPs, we also need a custom framework for each client to edit. So that could be step 3, tracking. Okay, so we need a tracking sheet for maybe content. We maybe need a tracking sheet for sales. What is it we need? Okay, we need a guy that sets up the pixel. We need to hire and we also need the SOPs. So what you can do from everything that you need yourself, you can find out how do we need a copywriter. Okay, if we do need a copywriter, how are we going to hire the copywriter? And again, don't worry guys, I'm going to show you all of this. Don't panic. What is that? But I'm going to show you all of this. Don't worry, we're all good. We're all chilling. But yeah, you can see like media buyer again. I don't want to go bore you again, like hire SOP. You get the point, right? Everything follows the exact same structure, and it should be that whatever I need to stop circling, but it needs to just be whatever you know and you have. Okay, it just makes the most sense. So like I said, this is a short example, but you should have the systems built. So all you have to do is alter them for your client. This will stop delays. This will stop you spending 5-10 days building something out, because with the SOPs, yes, they're not exact because some SOPs change per client. So let's say the editing style was completely different or how we send it over was different, but we still have the framework, how to access the content sheet, how to collect the data, how to, send over the edits. Maybe it takes 2 tweaks, but it's better than building out 8 different SOPs that's going to take you a whole day and just stop you from being able to scale. It's going to stop you looking at other parts of the business. It's going to stop you looking at other clients. It's going to stop you sending outreach. It's going to stop all these things which we don't want to happen, right? And that's what we're trying to avoid by already pre-building these systems so we can just plug and play them into the business straight away and we're not wasting time, right? We used to do this all the time. People would have to wait so long to get onboarded because we would just do it as they came on board because we didn't know what was there. We didn't even know really what our service was. So the ultimate thing with SMA is just being clear. What's my offer? What are my deliverables to my offer? How do I deliver? Okay, what is inside of these deliverables? How do I then deliver on the deliverables, right? And you just work it out from there, and you can obviously break it down. Okay, and I just want to warn you. I want to add a little prerequisite, right? Your first client isn't. Hopefully it is, right? You've watched a 12-hour free course. This is going to be obviously a long module going over delivery. Hopefully you do understand, but because my first client was a pizza client for £55, for £55, like $70, right? And we did social media management for SMA, right? That was our first ever client. Our results weren't too bad, but you can't get results if you're charging £55, right? I could literally post one post and it's very good. It's crazy to see how far you come per thing, right? But the point of that is clients from there, what we had when we run, especially our ecom Facebook ad agency, we had the worst results ever. And I'll be honest, we had the worst results on the planet. But that was because we didn't build the systems. We didn't have any information. We were going off Gadget courses. We were going off all this. You have a 12-hour free course, right? They didn't tell me to funnel hack competitors and find out how that works. Otherwise, I would have done that. I would have gone into... I didn't even know what the ads library was. I was getting an ad. I was like, yeah, this is a cool ad. Let me edit it. Let me put it up and let's hopefully it work. And luckily, we didn't have any disastrous results. Like, actually, like, really, really, like... embarrassingly bad, but they weren't good. They just weren't good, right? Ads sometimes, most of the time, if they've got a good product, got a good brand, then obviously you can scale it. But again, like I said, we didn't have the best delivery in the world. So don't stress over it at the very start. We all have our hiccups, okay? So over time, as you collect more data on your niche, you will find what works now when we go into a business, okay? So you will, like I said, over time, especially looking at competitors and having a bunch of clients yourself, you will know the funnel to make. Is it an ad to an opt-in? Is it an ad to a webinar? Is it an ad to a consultation? What works best? The content to make. What content is performing best? What content is most viral? What content brings in the best leads? Okay, let's go do that. The sales process, okay, what has the highest sharp rate? Is it this email automation? Do they do best with a sales script and a sales presentation, or do they do best with like an in real life consultation, in real life sales visit? What is it that works the best? You have an opt-in. What opt-in works best? What headline works the best? What are people looking after? Are they trying to save money? Are they trying to save energy? What are they trying to do, right, in their goal? Email campaigns. How many email campaigns should they have? Should it be a 20 email sequence? What should we add in there? Do they respond best to results? What has the highest click-throughs? All of that in one, right? Set conversations again. What works the best? What's the biggest pain points to dig into? And then the ads game plan, right? This is this is only backed up further by more clients we work with, the more data we collect, the more knowledge we just have in general. So do not get disheartened if your first client is not perfect. No one's is. You grow and get better over time. This training is to make sure you don't fall flat on your face. You just maybe slip over a little bit. That's kind of the goal, right? Because I can give you as much as possible, and I am trying to give you as much as possible. But at the end of the day, your brain is probably, if you haven't run a business before, your brain's not fully developed. You may have a little bit of a slip, but again, over time, you're going to be in a position where you can see here, we helped one of our clients cash collect $1,250 in 5 minutes with pre-launch products because we already have the systems built and ready to go in order to shred results, because we know what works. We've worked with a bunch of clients before. We know what funnel to run. We know what ads to run. We know what content to run. We know all of this. So we're not stuck and we're not slow. But again, like I said, one of our first ever launches, it didn't do much. I think it did like 5 sales or something for, bro, it was like $500 we made or something in like 2 days. It was awful, right? But that's just because we didn't really understand what we were doing, right? And over time, like I said, you improve, you get better, you learn more, and you can obviously scale from there. Okay, then what we have is placing talent. The final part of the puzzle and the best way to get results is placing killers into the systems you built to generate killer results, okay? Once you get this system down, you can really start shredding results so they can place 100% of their focus and skill into the area. Now, you want to be focusing on the back-end systems. Like I always say, you don't want to be working in the business, you want to be working on the business, okay? You want to be building the systems behind everything. You know, you don't want to be the one setting the appointments, sending the outreach, and trying to edit the videos and trying to copyright. You just want to put 100% effort into what you should be doing to generate the best results, okay? This is how I like to see it, right? You have an output, okay? And the only way to get the best output in each section that you're going, so again, if we have, for example, a setter, if we have an editor, let's say we're writing copy as well, you know, the only way to get 100% output is to put 100% input in each section. So we need 100% from this person, 100% from this person, and 100% from this person. So if we're trying to do it ourselves, we're having to split it like 33.3 reoccurring it'd be across everyone. That is not good, right? Instead, what we want to do is be the brains of the business. So that this is your brain. All right. And we want to be, okay, how can we build better SOPs? How can we build a better hiring system? How can we look at the data and refine? Okay. And that will allow the setter to do his job, but also improve over time, you know, gradually increase. So we're getting better outputs. You never get good outputs without good inputs, which is why, again, they need to focus on the skill that they're trained at. These guys are skilled in editing. They're skilled in copy. They're skilled in all of these metrics. We then need to make sure that we push to obviously help scale that and obviously get the best output possible. So like I said, this stage is imperative as you do not want to be working in the business, but instead on the business. There are many places to hire, such as Online Jobs PH is a great way to hire, Upwork as well. Now, personally, what we do for our clients at multiplyclients.io is we pretty much build the systems for them. So we have a bunch of communities, and also we have a hiring CSM who will go out to the market, find an ideal setter, ideal editor, and place it inside of your business for you. But also we have a bunch of groups that have, again, from the hiring CSM brought them into a group that only our clients can obviously use. They can go in, hey, I need a copywriter for my client. Hey, I need a media buyer for my client. And they can go and plug that into their own business. So they have all the talent they could possibly need to go and run with, which is obviously what you want. So you can see here, Online Jobs PH, you have Upwork. You also have School. School can be a great place. You know, if you're typing in like setter communities, etc., where people learn to become setters, you can then message the people learning, etc. You have videos on YouTube. Normally videos on YouTube will have some type of community, again, whether it's Discord or whether sometimes most of them even run agencies where they can help place them into your business. And you also have like Facebook groups as well. So there's a bunch of ways and places that you can yourself find people and find talent to place inside your business. You just want to make sure that you're following these exact steps to get the best talent, because it doesn't just turn up at your doorstep. You can't just throw out a job post and expect, you know, the best editor, the best setter to come on board with you. You really need to train, you need to vet, and you need to kind of like just dig in and find that ideal person instead of just shooting around and trying to find whoever that is. So let me jump straight into obviously the job post and everything that goes from here. So in the job post, you want to break down who you are and what your agency does to attract that type of person. Obviously, the better your agency is, the more you can kind of push. It's a little bit like outreach, right? The more we can push results of what we've done before, or, add authority statements like we've worked with this amount of people before, then great. Again, if you don't have that, it doesn't really matter, right? So then break down what you're looking for, what the requirements are, and how they can apply. So, for example, this could be something. Hey, my name is Harvey. I'm the founder of MultiplyCreators.io, a social media marketing agency who help coaches scale their coaching offers through the use of our done-for-you service, which builds a team needed to scale our clients. We are not a new agency. We have full-time clients who have worked with 100 plus different appointment setters already, putting them in our clients' businesses to help them scale. So again, you don't really need this statement here. We just want to state who we are, what company we work for. So again, they can kind of like even back check if they want to, because a lot of these, people, they're quite scared to work with companies because they've obviously, maybe been scammed before and stuff like that. So we want to avoid this. And then just, again, what you're looking for. This role requires you to connect with prospects that are already warm coming inbound to the client. The minimum goal is 50 outreach a day plus 15 follow-ups. The more you do, the more you make off of the warm leads. Okay, then so we've broken down who we are, what we do, an authority statement if you have one. If you don't, that's completely fine. And then what we've broken down is obviously what the job post entails, what they're going to be having to do, and if they can do it. If they can't, then obviously they're going to move on. If they can do it, then they're interested. They're now going to read the rest of the job post, and then hopefully at some point we can bring them on board. Okay, so requirements: we are looking for an appointment setter who will be willing to be trained and learn more, skilled in data collection and tracking sheets, skilled in sales and has previous experience, fluent English in communication, ability to send 50 outreach a day, work 6 days a week, and can send daily reports. Again, the requirements can be completely down to you, whatever you want to have. Maybe they need to have a certain amount of results. For example, whenever we hire media buyers, we say like requirements, you must have at least $1,000 a day ad spend client currently and stuff like that. Appointment setters, you must have sold over or booked 100 plus calls. Requirements, you may need to, like I've seen before, people put requirements for the computer spec that they need to have, because sometimes if you're an editor and you don't have the best computer, then you're never going to be able to, run the softwares properly. You're never going to be able to edit without it crashing and doing all of this stuff, which is obviously what we want to try and avoid. Okay, you should have experience with appointment setting before to a decent understanding, communication with prospects and clients, and then tracking data with Google Sheets. Again, I would obviously assume you're tracking data with Google Sheets, like I've showed you. Again, you would ask what you're needed from and what you need from them. And then just finally, like this last bit, if they've qualified, if they want to work for you, you can then say how to apply. All we want to do, please send a proposal back if you're available for a test trial showing previous work. If it seems like a good fit, we'll add a test trial. What you can also do is send them straight to the test trial. I would probably recommend send them straight to the test trial. I don't know why here I said send me a proposal. I think because this was for a very select offer and we wanted to vet them out beforehand. But more than likely, it will just be like how to apply. Please go through this vetting system here. Please fill out the sheets here. Please click this link and fill out the form to find, and then we'll hire. And then obviously you'll get a message if you've done it well. Okay. This will be mainly used for freelance websites or groups as opposed to outreaching on Instagram to talent. So you could also outreach on Instagram. You will get a bunch of DMs. I get a bunch of DMs. If you are maybe making content, etc., that's what the best way that we find to find talent. And it's one of the reasons we make content as well, is just to find talent, because they come to you, right? They're like, hey, I want to work for you. It makes it easier. It makes you be able to negotiate a better price, because again, they want to work for yourself instead of you wanting to work for them, right? It kind of just roles reversed, right? And that's what we kind of want to have. So if you don't have a brand, that's completely fine. But what you can also do is outreach on Instagram. There's a bunch of accounts, especially if you find someone coaching the model. So if you find a coach that teaches you how to become an appointment setter, you can either message the coach or go on their following, go on their likes, etc. And you can see all of these people looking to be setters that you can hire yourself. Or you can just message the coach, be like, hey, can you place a setter? Or how much is it to join the setter community? And then you can obviously go from there. Okay, then once we've done the job post, let's tick that off. It's now down to vetting them out and seeing if they're, a worthy candidate, right? At the end of the job post, or when you're messaging someone to think think has potential, send them over to a vetting system to really see how good they can perform in this role. This will allow you to vet out the best from the worst, so you're only hiring real A players to deliver amazing results. It could look something like this. So you can see if an inbound lead told, this is for the appointment setting, but again, just whatever questions you need to know, right? You can see if an inbound lead told you their pain point was trying to scale to 10K a month, how would you continue the conversation? If a prospect is currently $5,000 and their goal is $10,000, how would you use this to get them to book a call? If a prospect says this, it's kind of just like questions that you would need to know. So the best way I look at it is looking at, okay, so what role are they fulfilling, right? What is their ultimate goal? What are they trying to do? And then what I do is I have a series of questions. So firstly, what I want to do is I want to get their email and their details. So if they are good, I can contact them. I then want to run over the deliverables. So, hey, it is 50 DMs and you're going to be making on average $2,000 to $3,000 a month or whatever, however it is. Do you agree to this? Yes or no? If obviously no, then they can leave. If yes, then great, you've got a valid candidate. Obviously the email, bless me. Delivery 50. So like I said, the delivery behind it. And then what we can do is we can go into previous experience. So can you link me any previous work? Send a loom of you opening an ad account of you currently working. Show results. Show previous experience just so we know. Also, what I normally like to do is find out why they left their last job. So like, what do you currently do? What's current job? Why something new? Because what this does is it can raise red flags. So if they're doing something currently and they only have like 2 hours to spare, we can find that out. Now, if they're not doing anything currently, cool. But why something new? What we've had before with like media buyers is like, there's one media buyer when we were hiring, right? They filled out the sheet and they were like, yeah, I'm looking for something new because he was saying that the last agency or SMA that he worked with, if I go full screen, the last SMA that he worked with, that he made a wrong error, right? He did something completely wrong, and what he wouldn't do is go and fix it unless he got paid more because it wasn't in his like contract. And we're like, hey, we don't want to work with someone like that. If you've made a mistake and you're not willing to fix it without more money, then you're clearly just there for the money instead of trying to grow, trying to build within the business, and it's pointless for us to even work together. So we can easily vet them out from this. And just finding out kind of what their real intentions are. Then what I like to do is just quiz them. Okay, so for example, if it's if they're doing Facebook ads, you could be like, if your CPM increased, or if your frequency increased, or if your cost per click was super high, what would you do? Would you look at a new creative? Would you look at the leads? Would you look at targeting? What would you look at? What would you do? Would you blame us? Would you blame yourself? If you're a setter, how would you go about this question here? If you're an editor, editors are a little bit different. All I would ever do for an editor vetting is literally this simple. If you have an editor, get an unedited piece of content and then send an edited piece that you want it to look like. Make this look like this. And then they're going to send you it back. Make sure it's not long. Make sure it's like 5 to 10 seconds so they're not wasting time. If they have the same font, the same animations, that's how you hire. Editors are so simple. Like, editors are beyond the simplest thing to hire in the world. It's just where it comes to setters, Facebook ads, copywriters as well can sometimes be a little bit difficult. Hey, write me a email about this result here. You're speaking to, and make sure you give them the tools as well. Make sure they understand you're speaking to an audience of 50-year-old investors, right? So they know who they're speaking to as well, because what you can find is some email copywriters can be amazing speaking to 18-year-olds, escape the matrix, but they're awful at speaking to adults, right? So you also want to vet out these questions, just kind of like I said, what do you need to know? What is it that will allow them to complete their goal or job to the fullest? And then can we ask them questions about that? So that's how I normally like to go about the vetting sheet. Normally I do it on Google Forms. You can do it on Google Sheets or wherever you want to do it. But these are just, again, like I said, an outline of the questions I usually ask to vet and see if they're qualified and to see if I would even want to bring them on board at my agency. So it will depend on what you're testing for. If you're looking for a short form editor, it would be best to give them, like I said, a 5-second reel to go and edit, or a long form clip or something like that. Most of the time they'll do it for free. All these guys should be vetting for free because they want to work with you. If they're not, then you can pay them, but normally I don't like doing paid trials. It kind of sets off a wrong standard in my opinion. I don't like doing paid trials. If you're like, I'm in a world where maybe I'm not, I was going to say maybe I'm delusional. I'm not delusional because I do this all the time and it always works. But if someone says to me like, hey, like I want $20 for this test trial, I'm like, bro, if you're so stressed over $20 and you don't believe if your service is that good, then I don't want to work with you anyway, right? You have the opportunity to make thousands of dollars here. If you're stressing over $20 because you don't know if you're the best, then I don't want you. I want someone that's like, hey, I'm the best. I will show you I'm the best. Let me make you that quickly and let me show you. Let me have a quick turnaround. Let me, approach the situation correctly. Let me give you the best edit or best answers out there, and let me show you how it's done. Okay, and that's who I want to work with, and that's who you will find when you're sending out these type of job posts. Okay. Then what we have finally is the onboarding call, but not finally, but then we have the onboarding call. Once you find the best candidate, you can bring them on board, agree on payment structure, add them to the communication channel, ask them some more questions to vet them out, and book in your first shadowing call. You can follow something like this to onboard them. So this again is for I'm showing you like how it would work for an Instagram setup, but you can kind of like change it for editors, copywriters, again, whoever you need for your delivery and what you're looking into. Okay, so welcome to multipliercreators.io. I don't know why this is like this, but interview. What attracted you to work with the opportunity? Can you share some previous experience? What is your previous experience with Instagram? Do you have any jobs? If you're struggling to book calls, what would you do? Are you willing to undergo training? How soon can you get started? Are you happy with the terms? Repeat it back to me. Is there anything you want to ask us? So kind of just the start of it is just kind of interviewing them, getting to grips, making sure they understand exactly what they're doing, what the role is and everything like that. So there's no like miscommunication, because that can happen a lot. They believe they're doing one thing, you get them to do another thing. And they're like, hey, what's going on here? Contract. You have to provide us 2 weeks warning before leaving. What's your preferred payment method? Contract X. Must provide 7 days before leaving the company. Name, date signed. Do you accept? Yes. And then you can go over the job role, what you're going to be doing, how you're going to be doing it, and what we expect from yourself. Daily reports and what you need from them to send over. So every day in the Discord, send over messages sent, connects, follow-ups, replies, VSL requests, warm conversations, call booked. Example of it being carried out. You can also show them how it works, and then you can obviously onboard them and add them to the communication channel. So onboarding is very simple at this stage. If you get onto the call and because what a lot of people can do, especially if you're hiring someone like a setter or you're hiring someone like a copywriter, the problem is they can lie a lot about obviously what they're doing. They can use ChatGPT and stuff like that. So when you speak to them and they've got maybe broken English, or their answers don't really match, or it doesn't even really seem like they know what they're doing, what you can do is you can get off the onboarding call, you can go back to the vetting sheet and go to the next best person and kind of just go down the list until you find someone that you really want to work with. But hopefully it's that first person that gave the best results that you do end up hopefully working with, right? So boys, that is the onboarding section done. I may look a little bit different because it is a different time. I've tried to make everything look as similar as possible. So I've only tried. Okay. So next, after you've onboarded them, every single step, we want to now go and shadow them. If this mic will move, we want to shadow them. Now, a shadowing call is basically where you get on a call with the talent and you kind of like run over what is expected, what to do, fix up on any mistakes that they do. So I like to hop on with them. I like to give them all the sheets, run over everything, and I say, hey, you go do the job as you would on a normal day for the next 10-20 minutes, okay? And then what I do is I look over what they're doing, I look over how it works and everything like that, and then I obviously let them go once I figure out that they understand stuff, because you will see that they run into mistakes, they don't know how to, let's say for example, and I'm going to show you an example. This is a full hour-long shadowing session we had with one of our setters that came on board. He was from England, but most of the people that you bring on may be from a third world country, and if they are, it's going to be difficult for them to understand straight away. So no matter where they're from, make sure you hop on a shadowing call. You'll see how to kind of conduct one. I'm not too sure how much time I'll run of it, maybe 10, 20 minutes or so, of just, one of our clients that we used to work with. And everything, he's using, etc. Okay, this will be eventually taken over by other team members who know better than you at scale, so they will perform the role of shadowing new talent to get up to speed. So, for example, Freddie, when we shadow him, he now has the expertise to, if we paid him $100, shadow the next person, so we can remove ourselves from that role. So, again, like I said, you're going to see maybe 5-10 minutes now. I'm not too sure how long I'm going to do of how a shadowing call should actually be conducted. But yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed that.
You can get a bit of grasp of like Dylan's story here. So Dylan was like Dylan's a blue collar worker. Like Dylan owns a construction company. 2 months ago he was like making any money online. Now he's come into this. He's making a decent amount. That's kind of his story. He does a construction company on the side, but he does this as well. And he does really well for himself. But but America, he's got like 2 kids. But America is just fucking crazy. Like the bills are nuts. Bills, bro. I thought like, because making 11K a month is like a full-time income, right? But it's like but because so it's like it's not a full-time, like Dylan still has to do his construction, whatever. So it's like crazy. But no, it's all good. But essentially right here. So I'll explain why you put something like this, right? So at first I thought it was a total scam. You're just being so authentic. It's like you don't have to do this with everyone, but look, the way he's putting like, I'm barely surviving in all capitals. Can I benefit from it? Is it just another scam?
They're already giving you that energy in this case.
Yeah.
It's like,
in this case, they're already giving that energy, right? And also it's like, look, so it's like, I've almost lost everything. I'm barely scraping by the top message as well. But fuck, man, this audience has so much pain. Like this is so easy. Bro, this is like this.
I was looking through some of the messages and like they're all so fucking warm. They're all like, how do I get started? You know,
bro, like you should absolutely print from this role. Like no, I'm gonna help you as well. So if you go back to the DM, until I took that leap and it generally started working, right? Again, because I respect your blue collar worker, being authentic with them, I'm going to be honest, it's not a scam. I've made over 11K in a month, proving authority, but it isn't easy. You have to try. The reason why you're saying that, because it's a bit like, if you say, look, it's completely easy, in this case, they're going to be a bit skeptical. But because you're like, look, you absolutely can make 11K in a month, but I'm not going to, it's like on a sales call, right? So with my other offer, the high ticket offer, where I essentially like coach other people on how to like build this kind of business. For example, I'll say something like, I'll say this, for example. Look, I'm not going to absolutely guarantee you're going to make 30K a month, but I will guarantee that we can we can make him 5-10K a month, right? So it's like, I'm kind of like anchoring what they would actually accept by making it seem shit, if that makes sense. It's like, look, I'm going to be honest, you're not going to make 30K a month. They're like, oh wait, shit, but I can make you 5 to 10. So it's like, but they want 5 to 10. They're like, oh yeah, fuck. So it's like, oh shit, like worst case, I'm making 5 to 10. It's a little bit like that. It's like, look, you can make 11K in a month. You know, you give it to them, but it isn't easy, right?
And you're like appealing to that logical part of their brain that's like,
exactly.
Everything they're going to say is like,
exactly. And it's a pattern interrupt because no one else does this online, so you have to try. For this prospect, is that and then I just ask, like, is that something you'd be looking to do? Would, if I could show you that this was real, would you be looking to put in the work?
This looks real.
So like it's on them at that point, right?
Like, you really
look, this is real.
So it's like a little push away, and the fact they're getting pushed away is like, it's like, okay, this guy isn't just, because like when you feel like you're being like pulled into something, it just feels a bit wrong, because like it feels like what's the alternative? What do you say?
No, I get you.
Ulterior motive.
Yeah. So you send that. That would be the perfect like opening up of that conversation. Like I said, probably like the fact that Dylan's aired is ridiculous. Like,
no, to be fair, I just opened that on my phone, but it was unread from 5 days ago.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, it should be, because if you're on that ASAP, you know, like if you're on that, It's like you're gonna, especially when I'd put that as warm.
Yeah.
By the way, with the link, you can just go to the top. So for example, if you go on Chuck's account, use the link at the top. It's probably easier. Like his Instagram link there.
Oh,
Like
you've
the
just
URL. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Oh, this. Oh, up here.
Yeah. It's
Oh, I
probably
see.
easier.
Yeah. Didn't know that.
Gotcha. All right, cool. Go through some other DMs. I wanna see some. One sec.
That's his mate. Oh.
Yeah, with his mates, just put them to. Yeah, see, that's
what I'm
just
gonna
killing
do
it.
is
That's just
I'm
killing
gonna
it.
put all the leads into primary that are like
Yeah.
starting to reply, and all of his like friends or whatever into general, so I don't have to see him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
What's
yeah,
going on with
again,
this subscribe thing?
yeah, he needs to get rid of it. He needs to get again. This was such a good prospect. So say to that, okay. So, for example, you wouldn't just leave this though because they've put start. So you'd say something like, "Apologies, dude. That was my Instagram. Just put apologies, dude. Like really authentic. Realistically, they're all kind of American.
Yeah.
So like, dude, bro, awesome.
Yeah. I was working for an American fitness coach, and I
Yeah.
was like, I got all the lingo, you know.
Yeah. Bro, I even find myself doing like awesome, man.
Yeah. It creeps in.
Yeah. So so like, okay, cool. So apologies, dude. That was my Instagram automation. What's good? Where are you working a job at the moment? So like, to be fair, I probably wouldn't have put that, but yeah, something like that. All you're trying to do is find the situation. You can't sell shit if you don't understand where they are. It's the first base. Where are you? What's got you interested? Right? Like,
what's that motivated them to?
Yeah, what's that motivation factor? Because if people are putting start and you're, for example, just going like, oh, here's the payment link, again, get into that barrier where it's pushy. It's like,
exactly.
You want to seem like you're almost validating to see that they're the right fit, right? So you can put, if he does reply, you can put him in warm lead or whatever. Go to Dylan's, I want to go to Dylan's request box.
I'm just going to pop this, actually. This box. Oh, shit.
Okay, cool. Have a look at the top one.
Now, going on to SOPs, I'm going to start off by showing you one of the SOP sheets we use for our team members for them to look into the SOP. So, as you can see here, this is an Instagram SOP. It goes over account login, it goes over finding leads, outbound scripts, conversational workflows, leverage sheets, interested leads, non-interested leads, data tracking sheets, daily reports. This is in an SOP for our Instagram setter. As you can see, from start to finish, everything is listed, even from like how to log into the account all the way to the daily reports at the very end, okay? So a literally dummy could do the job at an elite level due to the SOPs in place, okay? The thing with SOPs is that you do need to treat them like dummies to get the best results. If everything is covered, then what is not covered, right? Even though they may understand how to log into an Instagram account, it still needs to be there for the people that maybe slip up or maybe people forget, or just making sure, like I said, everything is covered so nothing is left unknown. Because the last thing you want to have is someone coming to you and asking, hey, how does this work? How does this work? When you don't want to continuously add stuff or do this. You just want to have an SOP. Hey, go check out the SOP. Cool. They go check out the SOP. And if it isn't there, then you can go make another SOP to help with that SOP, right? Because we don't want to be stuck in delivery all day, okay? Over time, you will get questions which you can answer with building a new SOP, which will be added to the sheet. So then you will spend less time and energy on the team, but still get the same quality of results, okay? As for the actual sheet, ram it with information such as images, videos, highlights. It's quite blurry here, but you can kind of see. You can kind of see channels they can go in, what they should say, what they should do. It should be a very, very in-depth type of SOP that they can follow, because like I said, they need to know every single step of the way, okay? Even if that means an SOP on how to download Instagram, make sure you do it, okay? Our whole goal of building these SOPs is for one day to be able to either sell the company or fully automate it and hold our company ourselves. I've forgotten who said it, but I remember watching this video from like a billionaire CEO, and one of his like main tasks every day was to build one SOP in one area of his company. Now, over time, building one SOP in just one area, that was like his daily task. He was able to build his company to fully automate that he never had to touch it again because everything was written down. From how the setters hopped on calls to how the setter closes a call, to how closers close calls, to how setters set calls, to how editors edit, to, you know, the branding styles, everything, right, was written down in an SOP that any single team member knew exactly what they were going to go and do because it was already written down. He didn't have to go rebuild stuff. Like, if you don't do this and if you don't build these type of SOPs, you're going to be 30 years old and you're still going to have to hop on shadowing calls, or you're still going to have to be like, oh yeah, do this to log in, do this to find leads, which you don't want to do, right? You want to try and every single day push to free up more of your time so you can become more of a thinker, also automate the whole business. That's kind of what we're compounding towards, instead of just building stuff building and just wasting a bunch of time, wasting a bunch of money, and wasting a bunch of effort. Okay, so our whole goal of building these SOPs is for one day to, like I said, either alleviate or sell. This means that we need to map out every single step of delivery, which already should be mapped out when, you know, I said at the start, it already should be mapped out based off our VSL or something like that. But we want to make sure that, for example, sales, we have a script SOP, how to follow the script, how the script framework works, how to conduct a sales call, how that works, how the presentation works, how to go through it, what to show, what not to show, what to say, what to leverage, location SOPs, where is stuff, okay, where are tools, where are the meetings booked, where are the no-shows handled, before call SOP, what should they be doing before the call, what does that look like, should they set up, should they do market research, should they look at their account, what can you give them for them to look, and then the closer SOP, how should they close, what should they send over, is there a contract, how much money is it, you know. This is what our sales SOP could look like and probably should look like in order to automate the process. As you have the data and the systems, you now need to rely that the closer to make that they fit into the company for max growth, okay? This is a way the sales team can forever be automated. Yes, you may have to add a new SOP here and there, but when you know it's needed, you know, most of the time it's not going to be needed, and it's not going to, you know, you're not going to be forced, your hand's not going to be forced to go and do that, okay? So yeah, this applies for every single SOP that is inside the core and even the outskirts of your service delivery. It may not be useful as of today, but as you build and as you grow, it will be easier to automate the systems. So for example, let's say we have a setter. I just want to do this just so you guys understand how many SOPs there actually are. So a setter, first you have the login, okay? How do that, you want to just break down, okay, if I'm a setter, what do I need to do? Login, okay, cool. Information on the client, where can I find the info at, how does that work, okay? Where are my tools, so where's all the scripts and everything like that? If I'm finding leads, how to go and find the leads, and then also where to place the leads, okay? And then how to outreach, like what is the method to outreach / the goal of the outreach. We then want to get / follow-ups. We then want conversations, okay? What does each conversation look like? How we're going to book them in on a call. Objections, right? You can see objections. You can see how many steps there is to each part of the service, and that's probably only a small amount for the setup. You've still got like tracking the data. You've still got like daily reports, right? This is all different stuff that is going to be built out as an SOP. The same I've already showed you as a closer, but the same applies for like an editor or something like that, okay? You want like an SOP for your editor Bible. So like what your font is, all your tools again, your fonts, your color codes, etc. So any editor, because basically what we want is, let's say this setter here churns and leaves, okay? Let's say they go and leave. We want to be able to grab a new setter and place them in, and everything work as normal. Everything should function as it normally does, instead of having to rebuild this out or hop on a call to go over this, or, you know, build this or anything, right? We can literally just plug and play and everything is already covered. Now, what I do recommend most of the time is whenever you have a setter in the role, get them to build an SOP of their workday, of their like workflow. Because what will happen there, and we do this with everyone, when we've got a team member who we like and who is doing well, we just pay them to film their day. okay, from start to finish. Because what can happen then is we've got a full SOP that can be kind of like our onboarding kind of thing. So like, oh, hey, when you're waiting to get onboarded in the next day or so, just watch this video here. You have to watch it. We're going to ask you questions on it. It can be like, you know, let's say it's like 2 hours, 1 hour, because obviously there's not going to be too much in it. We don't have to do the whole work day, but you might as well add in most of the stuff. And that can be, get them up to speed. It can get them up to speed of how to look at an SOP if they're stuck, how to outreach, how to do everything. And it just gives them a real gist without having to shadow them and do that. But it just shows them exactly, obviously, what to do. So that is going over the SOPs that they will need, bringing them on board, shadowing them, and now having the SOPs in place. Next, what we want is to collect and refine data. So we provide all of our clients and multiplier clients their own data tracking sheets. And everyone has data, because data is the most valuable thing that your business can have, because it can show you what works and what doesn't work, right? Very clearly to the 0.001%. We need to become like data freaks, because that is the only thing that's going to drive us forward and further, is finding out, again, like I said, what's working, what's not working. Because if we don't collect data, we could be running with what's not working and always holding our business back, when we could clearly, if we ran it through data, find out this isn't working, let's try something else. Okay, so if I go into here, this is an inbound data tracking sheet for setters. So you can see this is the main growth tracking sheet. If this is for coaches, again, we change it per sub niche. So if you're going over realtors, this could be realtors. If you're not going after realtors, then it can be after solar. Well, whoever it is, it can just kind of break down exactly what you're doing. Again, like I said, you can see who's warm, who's not warm. If I just kind of fill this out quickly, warm lead, not interested, warm lead, not interested. Cool. Let me add a few more of these. Cool. So what you can then do is find out the exact percent. Okay. So like I was talking about, we want to work out the exact percent of what's converting. Right, I know I've done inbound call to actions because I haven't added anything else yet. But yeah, you can see the exact percent that is converting at, and we need that. The same applies for the loom when we send over the loom. If we can't work out what our exact conversion rate is, if I change these all to call to action, because again, you'd probably be, imagine this is like realtor, right? Imagine this is like solar. You can really see what the exact percent is, based on how many leads we've messaged, how many are warm, how many are not interested as well. We'll be able to see how many messaged, how many follow-up, and from there, you can kind of just change your campaigns, especially if, like, let's say I do inbound call to action 1, I could do inbound call to action 2 that's going off a different script. I could be, like I said, this is a little bit different how it's laid out this is more for coaches. But again, it works exactly the same if you are doing outbound. You literally just change who you're targeting and how that works, right? Same applies for the sales section. Like I said, we just need to be collecting as much data as possible to, like I said, see what's working, see what's not working, track everything, keep an eye on it, and make sure that we're just not lost in what we're doing. You need sheets that can be filled in by your team and then have an automated outcome of the input, so you know what is working and what's not working, like I said. Allowing you to shut something down or ramp it up. So if it's really working, we can ramp it to the moon. If it's not working, we can shut it down because it's clearly not working. We can't use it anymore, right? You should also be collecting daily reports from every team member. This will give you real-time information on if the whole system is working and what the bottleneck is, so you know when to go into the data sheets, because you're not going to be sitting in the data sheets all day. But when you can see a clear problem, for example, these are some end of day reports for content, for emails, for also outreach. If, for example, 100, so many from the story, 12 follow-ups, free conversation, although many from call to action turned warm, replies 50 or more, free training sent 60, we can see the conversion rate from that. That's not bad. We're getting 50 replies out of 100, so people are interested. What's the conversion rate from that? Okay, can we see that? What does that look like? If it's bad, we should probably change our approach. Our intro and hook is good, and what they're coming from is good, but from there is not very good. Okay, so like I said, if you don't have these sheets, come join multiplier-clients.io to come get these sheets, because you need them very badly. These cost a lot of money as well to build, so you might as well kind of get them automated yourself. But yeah, without tracking sheets, without data sheets, your estimate is bound to fail. It's pretty much impossible for you to scale it if you don't know exactly what's working. Okay, it's technically impossible, right? Now going on to moving to automate. So our main goal with delivery is to build a process over time that allows us to bring on a client, proven system installed, team is placed and trained, and then generate amazing results. It is like the kind of main goal that we're really pushing towards, all while you do nothing so you can work on the business instead of in the business. We do this through the team and system. Here is how it works. So as you can see here, let's say we bring someone on board, we hand over the tools, a team member is going to do this. The talent is placed, the growth specialist is going to do this. The talent is trained, they're going to do this, right? A growth specialist is a previous team member in a section who you promote or bring in talent, train and vet them so you don't have to do it yourself. But this is what you should be building towards over time with delivery. So as you can see, if there's a team member that needs to do a job, right? So let's say what is that? You can clearly see my art is not good. But let's say a new team member comes on board. We need to understand what do they need, and let's say a new client, sorry. Let's say this is our client. We need to, again, list down everything that they need and then how that can be done without our input. So for example, like I said, team members, let's say firstly the SOPs. Let's say the sheets, all the tools, etc. This can be done by one team member. So we want to be able to build the SOP, hire them, and then train them, right? Because that should be our job. It's like kind of pushing the force against this person and people pushing the force against him so he can kind of equal it out, get this job done, and improve from here. Also with like team members, so for example, let's say you're onboarding a new setter that needs to be done. What we can do is find a setter in the business that's already, really good, trained, vetted, and we can place that. Again, they can have their SOPs, etc. They do absolutely everything, so we don't have to do it, okay? Yes, we may still have to do an onboarding call to get them on board, etc. Yes, we may still have to like check up one-on-one chats, etc. Because that is kind of where the value of the service is. They've brought into you, they trust you, so you kind of can't ship them all away and get them, all facing this way. But we can do most of it, again, with the tools, getting team members, SOPs, and especially with data in the future, all we need is once we find out what data works, okay, so everything that works, we then know what SOPs work, what sheets work, what team members work, what scripts work. So instead of having to build it, because at the start, for your first like 5 to 10 clients, you will have to probably build it yourself, working alongside some type of team, because you don't know what works yet. You're going to be in the trenches, finding what works, finding what doesn't work, and that's going to be a decently long process for you to go and do, okay? Past 5 to 10 clients, you're going to be collecting enough data to understand what works and what doesn't work, and what pulls you in the right way and what pulls you in the wrong way. This is, once we get to this point here, we can remove ourselves because we can then automate because we know what works and doesn't, and it's not down to the team members guessing what works. It's not down to anyone else guessing. It's not down to us building new system. It's down to, hey, plug and play this system because it works, right? Let's go off of that, okay? So like I said, a growth specialist is a previous team member in a section who can promote, bring in talent, train, vet, do all of that so you don't have to do it yourself. So it's more about, like I said, bringing in that data, proving what works, and then kind of re-implement it. Now, what I'm going to do now is just build out some custom offers with you guys. I'm going to go in depth on how maybe a Facebook ad delivery would work, how content maybe would work, and how acquisition would work as well. Hopefully this will give you some insight. So let's firstly dig into the Facebook ads. So let's first do the Facebook ads. What do we need for it? Okay, so I'm going to break this down with you. So what do I need? I'm bringing on a new client. I need to do market research on what's working, what's not working. I then need to build the scripts. I then need to get the content filmed. Then I need to get it edited. This is kind of ignoring. I've kind of already brought them on board because I'm not going to do all the onboarding sheets, business breakdown, all that. We've already gone over that. Edited, set up, and then finally we are going to collect the data. Cool. So let's look at step 1, market research. We've already been over this, so I'm not really going to bore you guys with that type of stuff. Again, like I said, go in here, all ads, realtor, or whatever. Let's say we're going for realtors. Again, we can find the winning ad. We can find what's working. I think, was it solar we went for? I'm trying to find an ad that did well. Yeah, it was this one. So again, we want to, I don't want to. All right, we with an ad, it's got a very simple structure. Okay, so market research. Let's say we've done that because we've already done it previously, right? We want a call to action, not as in like call to action, but like call. I don't know why I put call to action. Call out. Who are you calling out? It could be ex homeowners or really, who are we who are we calling out, right? Could be ex homeowners, 9-to-5ers, people making less, people making more than this, people that want to escape this. Call out. What we then want to do is dig into their pain. So it could be, let's say it's homeowners paying extortionate energy bills. You could do like a figure paying 10 times what you should be, 10 times what you should be, etc. Okay, so we dig into that pain. Then what we do is we solve that pain with our offer or like some type of proof. I like to put like solve/proof. Okay, we helped or we can guarantee we helped Jenny save £1,000 a month on energy and can guarantee the same for you and can guarantee, I'm going to just put G the same for you. Cool. For you. We can then what I would do is just cut out this point here if they don't have any results, and we can do the same for you. We can do the same for you. Not we can do the same for you, but we can guarantee 10x lower prices. So instead of putting a name towards it, which this is obviously going to perform better because it's a person, people can link it to the person. If they don't have that, we can guarantee 10x lower energy bills or whatever their guarantee actually is, okay, or whatever they do. After they've done that, obviously what we want to do is call to action. Let me quickly delete this stuff here so I don't get in the way of it. Okay, delete this, cool. So then what we do is call to action. Now what I would always kind of call to action to is some type of opt-in / consultation. So it's basically a website where you go onto, so it's a website where you go onto where you can put in your email, your number, and some info. And what you get in return is obviously your free quote, consultation, booked call, whatever it is, okay? So that's how I would set up the ad. So that's me scripting, that's me done. I would now get it edited, okay? So personally what I would do is I would go into the Multiply MC editor group. I would then just plug and play my tools that I have. So the hiring tools that I just showed you, who we're looking for, what we're looking for, and then hire them and then get it edited. So that is a very simple system, especially when you have it in place. If not, I'd go to like Upwork or something and copy and paste the systems. Then I would set it up. So what we kind of want to do is we want to set up off of a few things. So interest, we can set it up off of it, but it's obvious you're not going to get the best results off of interest. If they have an organic following, what I would do it off of is I would do it off of their lookalike audience. Okay. And then if they don't have an organic following, but they have opt-ins and they have previous emails, etc., maybe if they've run this before, or if they just collect the emails off of their clients, prospects, and we have around 5k of them. Again, you want around 5k of this to do custom lookalike. People clicking on your like profile visits a month. We want that. And then 5k, we want emails, phone numbers if they have already. Now what we want to do if we do have this is go 80-20, but again it doesn't really matter, depends on what you have more. If most people, especially when you're going in, realtors aren't going to be able to go off their lookalike Instagram audience, so realistically you're mainly going to be going off of this. But what you can also do is if you want to do this, because obviously this will get the best results, is you can run profile visit ads So, oh, I can help you do this. It's sometimes harder to do for, like, again, realtors and bigger niches. You kind of just either want to do interest targeting or go off of the back of their email. So let's say I go into my ads manager. So I've just deleted the campaign, so you guys get a very clear look of everything. All you first want to do is go into audiences, and then from audiences, what you can go and do is build your custom audience like we've already gone over. So we can create an audience. We can either create a custom audience and go off the customers list, and like I said, implement, obviously, I don't have an account on this one. Or we can add like a lookalike audience. Again, this can be based off of our Instagram or whatever we have, but yeah, it can even be, like I said, Instagram account that people have looked at, or a customer list that we have, and we can create that custom audience, and then off the back of that we can create the lookalike audience, obviously based off of that. Okay, based off of like our followers, etc. We can then go have a look at that, and we can increase the percent. We don't really want to be going too broad, so we don't really want to be going over like 5 million, but we don't really want to have less than like 1 mil. Okay, so that's what we want to be going for if we're doing it in that way. If we're not, then obviously you would just do interest targeting yourself. If we go here, create the campaign, what we're looking for is leads, because we want them to fill out the form. Manual lead setup. Cool. What you want to do is maybe leave this. If you want to do a CBO campaign, so what this basically does is, let's say you do $100. And you're doing three different split tests. It will split it amongst all of these. Okay. And whatever one's performing best, so let's say this one's performing the best, it will take these guys' ad budget and put it here. So then this will go down to like maybe 10, maybe 4 if it's performing bad. So it kind of pushes it where you want to do. I prefer running these type of campaigns, so I'd recommend you do it as well. We want obviously a website conversion. And it depends what you're doing, obviously. If you're doing an instant form, Instagram, a call, a messenger, whatever you're doing. But if you're doing a website to obviously an opt-in, I'd recommend you do it this way. Leave all the custom goals, etc. Leave all of that. All we want to do is obviously add our location, and then obviously we want to add our audience that we've already created if we're doing it that way. If not, then what we want to do is obviously change, exclude audience if you want to, but this is where you would switch to original audience. But this is where you would either do the interest targeting if you wanted to, but if you had your custom audience, I'd recommend using a custom audience instead. It just has better targeting, and Meta are better at doing that, okay? You also need to make sure to set up your Meta pixel. What I'd recommend doing is go on a place like Fiverr or Upwork or whatever and pay to get it done, unless you're quite good at like the coding part and stuff. I just paid to get it done. I want it done well. They cost around $50 for the pixel and the API key. If anyone tries to charge you more, tell them to go away. So pixel and API key done like that, all set up. Okay, cool. And then obviously the placements. What I would always recommend you do is do manual placements. I don't know why it always tries to put in thingy, but if you're going on Facebook, do all of these. What I'd always recommend is don't go for audience network, and also don't go for the ones where it's small. So stuff like right column, explore home, Instagram Explore is fine. Messenger, like, look how small that is. Facebook Business Explore, that's fine. Video, that's fine. Profile, that's fine. Instagram Stories, Instagram Reels, Facebook Reels, Instagram Videos, ads on Facebook Reels. Cool. Facebook Search Results. I wouldn't do it on Instagram, maybe not Facebook either. Okay, so it's kind of just like, where's it big? Where can they actually see it? Because we don't want to be wasting all our money where an ad's this big, where we can put it where an ad is this big. Okay, it kind of just doesn't make sense. Then obviously from here, we want to connect it, add our edited video that we've already edited. So we've edited this. We want to then place it inside of here with the new creative. We can add our website URL that we're trying to push it through. And obviously, maybe if they're doing a form, if they're not doing a form and it's on the thing, just put none. And then obviously we can track the data off of the back of that. Okay. What we can do from there is, if we are doing, if I go here, if we're doing more than one ad creative, but we want to keep the ad set kind of similar, maybe if you want to split test ad sets, etc., keep this the same. All you want to do is go and create more here, and what it will do is use your existing stuff and then allow you to create a new ad creative, but it still uses the same targeting, same ad budget, and everything like that. Okay. So what we want to do from there is connect it up to our ad tracking sheet, so we can see the ad spend, we can see the conversion following. What you want on this is a extension called DigiExport. DigiExport will allow the once it loads, will allow you to connect your Facebook ad results and ad costs, etc., and it will automatically place them inside of here, and then it will automatically update and look at how much you spent, how many followers you can change. It depends on your campaign. So for example, it may not be followers, it may be website visits, right? From there, it may be conversions. You can see you put your account ID in, you can add in exactly what you're looking for, okay? You can do your conversions, your booked calls, your showed up calls, your closed deals, your revenue generated, qualified calls, and ROI, and everything like that, just to obviously look over everything, okay? So that is how I would set up my Facebook ad campaigns. Done, sorted. Now, how would I do my, there's two more. There's content and there's acquisition. So content, and then these are quite simple. I'm not going to go too much into these because these are actually very simple. Acquisition, because these are mainly off of, again, we want to market research. We want market research, kind of competitor research. We want to hire a script writer. We want to hire editors, whether it's long form, whether it's short form, whether it's thumbnail editors, whatever it is. We want to go and obviously hire them, editors. And then we want posters, if we're going to hire posters. If we're not going to hire posters, don't worry about it. And then obviously collect the data. Okay, again, very simple. Market research, go to competitors inside of the industry. Again, I'm not really going to go into these because it's so simple. Acquisition, again, market research, go to competitors, check out what they're currently doing, follow the framework that I've already built out. Hire, setter, book call. Right, these are very simple. Again, I would use MC for this in the hiring system I already showed you. I'd use MC for this in the hiring system I already told you. I'd use MC for this. I'd use MC for this. And the hiring system I've already showed you. Hiring system I've already showed you. And then the data sheets I've already showed you. Okay, again, I'm not going to go too much into these because they're so simple to do, right? But it kind of explains and it kind of breaks down exactly what to do. There's no point in me just trying to, oh yeah, go and hire this person, go do this, when everything, again, is the exact same as I've already kind of gone over and kind of explained. Okay, so that is A-Star Delivery. If I go back to the top here, that is everything going behind it. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. Hopefully you guys got the Hopefully you guys enjoyed. Hopefully you guys got the insight of everything that you needed from that. Hopefully as well that end little bit there helped you understand how a Facebook ad, how to log in, how to do stuff, how stuff works. Hopefully I've kind of broken it down instead of like going in and doing it so you're confused of like, hey, this is different to my client. I've given you the outline. I've given you how to hire, how to build the systems, how to build the SOPs, how to shadow, how to vet, how to train, how to do all of that. So instead of you being lost, I've given you the actual real systems that you can go use, you can go implement to obviously deliver for your client and start scaling. So that is delivery. We've kind of covered pretty much nearly everything now. You're near the end of the full 12-hour free training course, which is amazing. All we have now to do is, now we've delivered, is the next video will go on to scaling, how we're going to scale this business, what we're going to do, are we going to run ads, how we're going to reinvest our capital, what does scaling look like, okay? And you're going to look into that, how to make higher ticket deals, etc. So that's going to be a cool final module, and then obviously you can be let go. And if you've been following it, you should have probably signed some clients right now. You should be delivering. If you're not following it, then after this full 12-hour free training, we can get you going, get you started, and hopefully start scaling to that 10K a month mark and then past that, okay? But yeah, I'll see you guys in the next section. Yes, boys, so it is now time to learn how to start scaling your SMA. It's time to scale past that $10,000 a month mark. If you've already hit it, whether that is following through, maybe you've come back to this section a little bit later as you've, scaled up, grown up, and just kind of built your agency, you realize like 10K a month is not the end goal, right? Any goal that you set, the next goal is always more achievable once you hit the one that you've already set. It's like, hey, this is not really what, like, no one wants to be complacent in life. That's not what you want to do, right? So our next goal now is to learn how to go from $10,000 a month to 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 100, to whatever it is, right? Our goal now is just to learn how to scale this business so we can go above $10,000 a month and what it looks like, because you can't just keep doing the same inputs and get to get to like 20, 30, $40,000 a month, the business model kind of changes at scale and what to do to scale, right? So what we're going to cover today is the thesis of scale, what actually it looks like when you do try and scale, the art of consistency, again, making sure that we're repeating inputs to get our desired output, unreleased scaling value. I'm going to drop some source there, talent ideology, and then continuous investment to keep growing and to keep scaling. So let's first go into the thesis of scale. The thesis of scale is very simple. Once your offer is proven with 50 plus clients, okay, I'm going to put that in bold and highlight that. Once you have 50 plus clients and you have leverage / a brand, you have results, you have, you know, a following, etc. behind you, you have unlocked the scalability at mass level. So you've proven your offer, and also you already have some type of customer base, some type of audience behind you, some type of, you know, brand being known in the space. You know, you're a big agency, right? You're scaling and you're known of, okay? We know your niche wants and needs your offer as it has been proven. This is why we go through the niche, go through the offer, try and validate it with cold outreach and all of this type of stuff. Because, you know, we want to make sure that it's an offer that the market needs, the market wants, and, you know, it's going to scale exponentially. Okay, it is now all about getting in front of more people with our offer while building out a back end to support more clients. That's literally all it is at scale, because you kind of have the right offer, the right niche, the right deliverables. All it is then is just adding more people to deliver, adding more people to front end market. And your main focus should be, hey, I'm not going to focus on delivery. I'm just going to focus on how can I scale this? How can I get in front of more people? And that comes through two things. Either mass cold outbound. So this could be sending more outreach. This could be, you know, all of them things that you already know. Building the growth accounts, having 20 IG accounts instead of 10. You know, sending 1,000 cold emails a day instead of 100, right? That cold outreach is scalable. The only problem with scalable cold outreach is the fact that it's very hard to do. Okay, if I show you quickly. The reason we love cold outreach at the start is because it's cheap and it's easy. It is easy, right? It's very simple. It's very easy. But if I'm sending 100 outreach every single day, that's perfect. That will last me to get to my scalable offer. That may last me 365 to, you know, like 2 years, right? That's completely fine. But the problem is once we start scaling it to a point where we're doing, let's say, 10,000 outreach every single day, we're going to run out of leads very quickly, because the only issue with cold outbound is you hit them once. Okay, as soon as you've hit them, you can't then retarget the lead not on another account, because it's a pointless outreach message then, right? And it's a hard thing to scale. And as well as that, a lot of the leads that you're targeting, you're not going to be able to find their details, right? Their info, all of this may be hidden, whether they don't have a website or whether they don't have a social media, whether they, you know, their email's just impossible to find, or you just can't. There's too many blockages that gets them there. Details, whether they just don't see it, right? There's too many misses. Now, this is why it's perfect at 100 a day, and when you're first scaling, you're trying to get your first, your second, your 10th, your 20th, your 30th client. But when you want to try and get your 100th and your 200th client, it's really not the way anymore, because like I said, it's very hard to scale at this mass. It's hard to find this amount of leads and the amount of details, and you can only retarget them once. Now, the other option, which was already on the screen, but I'm not going to flick back there because I'm already here, was ads. Okay. Now, the reason why ads are so important for scaling, and the reason why everyone in the industry uses them at scale, is because of how good they can actually be. Not only can you target your ideal audience, we can do this off of emails, right? We can literally make, let me write this, we can literally make lookalike, and custom audiences, right? Audience. That is the exact same as our buyers, right? This could be from, let's say, every time someone buys, we get their email. Let's say when they opt in, we get their email. Let's say when they follow us, that is also classed as a lookalike or a custom. And we can take this data, give it to Meta, and they can create a custom audience off the back of it of ideal buyers that they're going to show our ads to. Now, another amazing thing about ads is it targets everyone multiple times. It's not just going to see them once like cold outbound. It's going to keep targeting them until they become interested. What's also good about ads is you can literally just put as much money as you can into it to get clients out of it. Okay, it's literally just like a money printing machine. I put in money, I get money out. As long as it's a good ad, as long as you know what you're doing. And again, that will be something that you get onto, and it's something that you can even take from the delivery section and use for yourself. But putting money in and then getting clients out is obviously the ideal situation, and you can just reach so many people, right? If I'm putting in X amount of dollars, I can reach 10,000 people a day with ease, and I'm not going to draw out my leads like I would with cold outbound. And also, I don't have to create 20 growth accounts. I don't have to hire 100 people. All I have to do is maybe I hire a media buyer, or I just run them myself. But all I have to do is make a creative, edit the creative, and then post it, and then obviously reap the rewards and reap the results. Okay, so that's why ads are so good. There's so many unique mechanisms to go behind ads. You can either, what I see a lot of time is people run ads to some type of really cheap, like $9 to $20 free course for the person. So it's more like, because an opt-in is free value, so people aren't going to really watch it most of the time. But if we say, if we run ads to realtors, hey, quick 10-minute free course on how to get 100 appointments, they buy it, they watch it, and then through watching it, they're kind of sold on your service through VSLs, through like what you do, etc. Then they can convert from there. Again, you've got like direct response ads, which is going to be to some type of like opt-in, right? Which is going to be some type of VSL, and then some type of booked call, right? And then what you also have is ads to a booked call straight away. Obviously, there'd be a VSL there, but that's how it works, right? You've got all these options as well to split test with ads. It's just, it allows you to just reach, it's a different level. It's a different ballpark that you're playing. Again, in the beginning phase, you're going to be around here, but at the, if we talk about this as, impressions and then cash, right? We're going to be spending low cash, getting low impressions, but at the start it works really well. But at this point here with the ads, we're going to get high impressions, higher money as well. Okay. So yeah, instead of at scale, instead of doing cold outbound, what you'll do, and you probably will still run your cold outbound systems, there's no point going to turn them off, but what you will probably do is switch fully over to ads instead, just because of the reasons I've just said. It's what every agency does at a certain point, because yeah, it's literally money in to get money out, and that's how simple it actually is. Okay. As we spoke about in the beginning, business owners all have pain, and they don't care about how it gets solved. They just want to reach their desired outcome. So if your ad is something like realtors stuck making 1 to 2 sales every single month, I helped my client Devin go from 1 to 2 sales a month to 10 sales a month, all without any added work. If you want to learn how we can guarantee you 10 sales a month, then book a call below. Okay, as at this stage you have proof, you will have results, you will have, a proven track record working with over 50 clients already. Your delivery is proven. You have amazing results. This is why it works so well with ads as well, is because ads is a leverage game. Ads is a leverage game of money and proof and testimonials. So if I come onto an ad, let's say I came onto an ad right now, okay, and I just started my agency, and I could only say, yeah, we can book you 10 appointments. It's not as good as if they go to the next ad and it says, we helped our client Shelly book 200 appointments in a single month. Now, I can't guarantee you that, but what I will guarantee is you will get minimum 50, right? What you're kind of doing there is anchoring an insane result that you've already gotten and just saying like, they'd be happy with 50. They'd be very happy. But what we're saying is like, hey, you may not get 200, and anchoring this point of like, oh, you still could though, but we'll get 50 as like, oh, it's kind of bad, but that's what their dream would be, right? So yeah, it just allows you with your leverage now, you have cash flow, you have that money, you have that proof, you can now go and just put your money in and scale out of that. okay? As at this stage, you have proof, you have cash flow to invest, and you have a proven offer that the market needs and wants. All you need to do is get in front of more people with this pain, and that is where ads come into play, okay? Now, as for the back-end system, you need the right system in place to scale. So now we're driving so much traffic towards our front end, we need to really look at our back end and how that actually works, okay? If you're still involved in the delivery, even by 1%, then you're going to be the constraint, okay? Your goal is to get out of delivery as quickly as possible, because your focus should be on the business as a whole, right? What systems can we build? What new marketing campaigns can we build? We do not want to be sitting there within the business, you know, have they got their short? Is there appointments that are placed? Are the scripts built? No, that should already be automated. That should be built. That should be a team member behind you on a full-time salary doing that for you. That should never be your role anymore, because you're, especially like 50 clients, let's say you're making $10,000 a month, you're above that point. It's no longer worth your time and worth value of you doing that. Your time's worth more than that, right? So if you have to pay $3,000 a month for someone to vet, train, hire, and manage everyone, then do it, because it's worth more from you being in a different angle of the business, bringing in more money than sitting in delivery and holding everything back. Okay, so that is one of the biggest constraints. Learn how build the best onboarding system, okay, that needs to be done. I know we've already gone over a lot of this, but make sure it's perfect. Even if there's one small little problem, make sure it gets fixed, okay? Build systems, build easy systems to integrate clients or to deliver stuff or to hand over tools and assets. Build systems, hiring talent. Make sure we have CSMs that can hire talent whenever, okay? Make sure we have pools of talent. You know, make sure we have the right hiring, the right vetting system, the right onboarding, the right SOPs, right? We need everything possible. And then finally, what we have is obviously scale and refine. We want to look at this, we want to get better, and we want to scale it and change anything that isn't working, okay? Without this, you have to scramble everything together, as you alone will not be able to do this. It may also be a time where you need to bring on managers to handle departments to build out a real business structure. Now, let me quickly show you what a real business structure past $10,000 a month will actually look like. So this is how it will go. So first you have that traffic. So this could, again, be from cold outreach or it could be from ads, okay? From this, what we're going to be doing is obviously your opt-in or whatever it is to book a call. I'm just going to go straight to book a call. In the book a call section, we obviously want our automation email. And then we want a sales rep to close for us. We don't want to be hopping on calls anymore. We want some type of sales rep to close for us. Obviously, they'll be better as well. That's like their main role job. So any traffic goes through the automations, will then be the sales rep, and then will obviously hopefully close. Okay. Once they close, obviously it should be an automated auto onboarding. Very, very simply. They should be given all their tools, all their assets, literally everything should be done here, as we've already gone over in the onboarding section. They should be in the client communication, and then delivery should start, okay? Whatever delivery is, and this could look a lot like this, right? Let's say you're offering ads, setters, and let's say you're just doing content as well, right? Instead of you looking over this department, this is how it should go. You should have a hiring manager. Okay, so you should have a hiring manager who hires for these roles. Now, they will go out and hire. They will look for people. They will add them to a list. What you will then have there is for each section, you will have an ad manager, I'm going to put a setter manager, and you will also have a content manager. Okay, so what he's going to do, or she, or whatever it is, right, can go hiring manager, push it to all of these. So he will say like, okay, vet these out for me. They will then take them. They will onboard them. Okay. They will build out the tools, build out with them, build out the client delivery, and then start / shadow. And then what's going to happen is that's going to also apply for this. So they're obviously going to they're going to build out, and then they're going to start and shadow. Okay, same here. They're going to onboard. So what you're not doing is you're not looking for talent, because that's already done. You're not shadowing, training, onboarding talent, because that's already done. And then from this system here, what's going to happen is these managers are just going to help these guys refine, because this is all it is. Once everything's in place, all it is refining and scaling. How can we go to the next level? Now, all of this was done without any of your input. You didn't have to run around making sure that this person had this tool, this person had this asset, whatever it is. All you had to do was nothing, right? You just had to wake up. Maybe you had to hop on a call, which is probably what I'd recommend, is take these managers here, one call a week, just to overview everything, overview the data collected, overview the talent, overview the systems, overview the clients, right? Just so everything is on track. This could be a 30-minute to 1 hour call, okay? So depending on how much you're delivering on, you may have 5 hours of work, right, a week, if you do, like, let's say a call a day or something. Because and you'd obviously want to call your sales reps. But yeah, you wouldn't have that much time to do stuff. You wouldn't, because your main focus now should be on this traffic section and also other parts of the business. How can I grow this to the biggest brand, the biggest business in the world, while this is taken over? That's what business is. Business is, and a lot of people get scared about this, business is not you doing stuff, right? No businessman ever had to wake up and edit a short, okay? They maybe did at the start, but that's not what your goal is. That's not what you're trying to elevate to. So with your business, it is all about how can we get out of it, all right? That's what a business is built for. A business is built for freedom. A business is built to automate, not for you to sit around and do everything inside of it. So this is kind of what the scaling thesis looks like, and building out the right systems, building the right traffic systems to bring on new clients and also deliver for new clients, so we're always scaling, okay? So alongside with this, we also need to pivot into a higher ticket models. One of our clients, a multiplier clients though, we helped take his agency from $0 to $8,000 a week, shared an insight in our weekly call that I want to share with you on how to start charging higher ticket. Now, I'm not going to put the whole call inside of here. What I'm going to do is just add a little snippet of Luca. Again, like I said, he joined Multiplier Clients.io, went from complete zero, being a commoditized editor. We switched his offer, we helped him build a higher ticket offer, and he described it best, right? He is the king of higher ticket offers. So I wanted to, share a little bit of an insight from a weekly call we had that he took over, that was sharing with everyone else what he does, how he does it, and what actually works, and how he charges high ticket. So yeah, hopefully you guys enjoy that, and I'll see you after.
The infrastructure model, first off, why is it called this way, right? When building your offer, right, I want you to imagine your room as like a work site of a big city. And you, as the business owner, you are the urban planner, right? So what do I mean by that? For a human to live, but most importantly, thrive, right, live a good life in a city, it is required for him to have access to all the services he needs. So that could be education. That could be, I don't know, maybe the medical kind of compartment, right? That could be, the traveling agency. So if he wants to go traveling, he had the traveling agency. So if you think of a city, it actually has all of the infrastructures that you need to live a good life. Like every single problem that you might encounter in your journey of life, right, is solved by the actual city. So the similitude that I'm trying to do here is in the meticulous planning and consideration of every single facet of a client's journey. The clients, remember, is the citizen in this similitude, much like a thoughtful development of a city infrastructure to foster the well-being and success of its inhabitants. Okay, just as the urban planner contemplates transportation, education, healthcare, recreation, you need to leverage the infrastructure model and have a much more holistic approach when crafting your actual offer. So you kind of need to take the same method of thinking, okay? In a few words, this means you need to become a generalist, right? And stop being a specialist, okay? So I think the business landscape for the next 10, 20, 30 years, especially in this AI world that we live in, is for generalists, right? I think this is one of the biggest insight takeaways that I actually took, doing this journey, 1 year journey, whatever, is becoming a generalist. So I don't want you to be a specialist, as we've seen before, learn a skill and then sell it, because then you're literally becoming an employer. Like I don't see any difference from a video editor or an employer, 9-to-5 job, right? The only difference that, yeah, you're doing online. You may have, you do it at your home, okay, but Is that even good? Like the fact that you're doing it at home and you're not meeting people. So I will argue that doing a 9 to 5 is even better than that. And so we, as business owners, as founders, as people who want to make 20, 30, 40, 50K a month and beyond, we need to become generalists, right? And this is something that I always talk about in my content as well, because I truly believe it. You cannot focus on only one facet, but instead address the whole mental process a potential client goes through when deciding to improve and invest the thing you are an educator about, okay? In this way, not only do you get the client into the learning process, right, but also in the acting process, okay? So by building the infrastructure and overall the foundation, that is going to allow him to see success, okay? So if we, in our offer messaging, right, we tend to be very straight to the point and concise. So I have online coaches, close extra 10 clients, right? We're super straight to the point, super, specialists on it. Our offer cannot be the same thing, right? Our offer mechanism and our problem cannot be as simplistic. It cannot be as simplistic translation of it, okay? So this is mandatory. This whole, thing, infrastructure model that I showed you is focal to actually get our offer the high ticket status, which not many offers really deserves.
Cool. So hopefully you guys enjoyed that. We're now going to be going on to the art of consistency. So no one became a master of anything in just one day. Okay. That is why we need to build an ecosystem for us to stay consistent at what we're doing, because look at the difference of 1% over a prolonged period of time, right? This is literally just this is 1%, okay, change. I think it's like 0.1% change, right? Over a 365-day period, 37.8, okay? If we're doing 1.01 times 365 to 0.99 over 365 is 0.03, okay? Little extra creates 37 times stronger results. Little less creates 1,500 times weaker results. Consistency is key. And that is why we don't want to have it on us all of the time. And we want to make sure that we have the right systems to always be consistent. Because one of the biggest killers I see within agencies or SMAs or coaching, whatever it is, right, is people just not being consistent, right? We've seen people before, right? They've signed like 7 new clients, and then they just disappear because they get complacent, they get inconsistent, they don't want to start anymore, they don't want to work anymore. And it's just a little bit like, wow, you threw away such a big opportunity just because you couldn't be consistent, just because you couldn't build the tools. So what I'm going to show you now is the tools and stuff that you should be using to stay consistent yourself, and also to make sure that your team's consistent, because like I said, there should always be an input every single second of the day at $10,000 a month and scaling past that, whether that's yourself or whether that's someone else. There should never not be an input going into the business, because that's when you get slow, that's when you get complacent, that's when you lose your consistency, and it's when you just don't really make any money anymore, okay? So firstly, what we have is daily habituals. So you need to make key roles a daily habitual, integrate it into your day, just like breakfast, something you need to do every single day. Now, personally, what I do is I write my daily habituals on a notepad every single day. I don't know if there's any crazy info on here. No, we should be good. I don't know if you can. No, you can't see it. So this is obviously for today. You have yesterday as well. But I write my daily habituals every single day on a notepad. I've done it forever. I've got two. I sit with 2 notepads, all right, at my desk at 24/7, because that's how I roll. I used to do it in here, but now what I do in here is just pure notes. So this is like real of what it will be. Okay, you don't want to just be, and that's like, I feel like I'm in school again, right? But that's like ideas, that's like brainstorming and stuff like that. So I always keep 2 journals. One for like brainstorming, one for like stuff that's just like going on, just stuff that I want to write down that doesn't get in the way. And then the second notepad is purely for, this is a newer one. I've literally just started this one. I've got tons, right? You can see all the daily habituals on there. Right. But that's what you want to have. You want to make sure you know what needs to be done every single day. So, for example, a daily habitual of mine could be something like, let's say I have to send out Loom videos, or let's say I have to record a video, right? What is it that needs to be done every day from yourself? And then after your habituals are done of like what needs to be done to push the business forward, whether that's a call with your team, whether that could be sending out X amount of Looms, whether this could be recording a piece of content, whether this could be looking over ads, whatever it is, right? Past that point, what you want to have is anything else that you need to do for that day. Okay, so tracking is very, very key, and I love it personally, and I think it's very, very key for you to do as well, is not only having your daily habituals of like what needs to be done, but underneath that, write down, I like to do it the night before so I can get it off my mind, everything that needs to be done. And then what this will allow you to do is just start crossing it forward. So for example, I've got record rest of free training, put it together today. That means I've got like 3-4 hours of recording. Then I've got to help a client with their webinar plan. I've got to help a client with their email plan, which I'm just going to give to the copywriter. I've got thumbnail SOP that I need to build out. I've got 6 ads that I need to plan. I've got an opt-in that I need to plan. I've got I'm going to do my next free long form, next free short form, ideation, plan for what I'm doing with one of my businesses. I've got to build out my new VSL and film it. By the way, this is just an average day, right? I'm ticking off quite a few things, but this is an average day. Booked call page, I need to build that, film that, and get that up as well. I need to work with my copywriter, hop on a call to rebuild out my sequence. There's a few things I wanted to change, and then I just need to do add a subdomain. That's very simple, right? But you can see, past my daily habituals that I need to get done every single day, there's a bunch of stuff that I'm tracking, I'm doing, I'm making sure I'm doing. And if this stuff isn't written down, then you're just going to forget it. You're not going to do it. You're not going to know what to do, and it's going to get left undone. Now, things left undone lead to poor results. Okay. Next, what we have is an accountability partner. You know, these can be a great way to stay consistent by having external support. Get one from the school community. Get one from wherever you want to be, right? We obviously have ones in multiplyclients.io, but there's also, you know, there's people that may be in the comments. There's people that may be on my Instagram, right? Luckily, I'm quite fortunate that I have my business partner, Luke. He counts as accountability, because if I just didn't turn up to work one day, he'd just be like, what are you doing, right? And I just have no validation. So you need someone to keep you accountable. It's always good if you do have a business partner, because it's a bit more firm, because it's like you just look stupid, right? If I didn't turn up, I just look very, very stupid, right? But again, getting an accountability partner is very, very key. This could, again, just be like a friend within business. It's like, hey, bro, how much outreach did you send a day? Or you know, did you do this? Or, you know, send me your daily habituals today. Or send me what you need to get done. Have you done it, right? And you can start tracking and going back and forth. It could be a friendly thing, but making sure you just keep yourself accountable. What the worst thing is to do is not be accountable in a way that it doesn't matter if you do it or not. I've seen accountability partners in the past where you don't do it, but the accountability partner doesn't care, so it doesn't matter anyway. So you need someone that genuinely cares and generally will be not affected, but like genuinely does care about it and will hold you towards it. Tracking, leverage tracking sheets to see exact numbers. Make sure you're hitting KPIs every single day. Again, this should be automated by teams at this point, so sending outreach and stuff like that. But you still want to track their KPIs. You still want to make sure that they're doing their daily habituals by sending their outreach that needs to be sent or scraping the leads that need to be sent. Whatever anyone's role is, make sure you're leveraging tracking sheets. I've already showed you guys a bunch within this full 12-hour free course. But again, there's more to be found. There's more to be had, especially in multiplyclients.io. We have a bunch for every single role, so we're always tracking. We always know where, we always know the KPIs that are being put in. Okay, and then guaranteed failure. Okay, ultimately, if you do not stay consistent, you will fail. This should keep you on top of everything if you generally want to make this work. Okay, understand that. Hey, look, if I just generally don't wake up today, if I there's some days like for example today, I could not be, but there's so much on my plate. I've got so much to do. I've got to record. It's early in the morning. I've got to do all of this. Can I be bothered? No. I really could. I can't be bothered. Like, book me a flight to Miami and get me out, right? That's my plan. but I'm going to fail. Like, it's as simple as I'm just going to fail. Now, that should be your biggest consistency motivation. Now, don't just rely on that, because obviously there's going to be some days where you're just like, okay, I'm actually not doing anything today. But keeping consistent paper trails and stuff like that do help you get consistent and stuff. But yeah, just making sure that you keep in the back of the mind, like, hey, if I don't do this, then I will fail. That is just something that will happen, right? So that is just going over quickly the art of consistency, you know, showing you the difference between inputs of this caliber and this caliber can make a world of a difference when you're trying to scale, and also just what keeps you accountable, what you can do, and how to start scaling. Okay, now what I have now is the unreleased scaling value. I filmed and edited a full breakdown of key investments to make from 6 to 7 figure earners in the space, what they're doing themselves to invest, and their business to scale it over time. I never released it because it is too much source. I filmed it. I filmed it last November. Again, it's still very valid to today. So yeah, I recommend you guys go watch that. I'm literally about to put it in the video. Again, like I said, it's never been seen before. You can't find it on my channel. You can't find it anywhere. It's completely hidden. It's been edited. It's been everything. It was scripted. It just never got released to the public. And I thought this is the perfect time to release it to you guys. So you're going to have the full video here. It's about 10 minutes long. So it's not that long, but again, it's value and it's a bunch of source. And yeah, so yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed the unreleased scaling value, and I'll see you guys when you're back. Your SMA will die in 2024 if you keep doing this. So naturally, as humans, we are pessimists. This came from back in the day, back through evolution, where if we heard a saber-toothed tiger, we would say, okay, well, maybe we should go away from that to keep us alive. Now we live in a more safe era of the world where the worst that can happen is, let's say you move back in with your mom, you get healthcare, whatever happens, you're always backed by something and you're always going to be fine. So the pessimist mindset is something that will always hold you back and cause your business to fail. So I've been speaking to a lot of people recently and talking about how they're investing their money. Now, a key contributor to people that are doing better than others is the initial investment and risk that people take. The reason you're listening to me right now is because I have a mic, I have a camera, and I have a light, and I have a background that you actually want to listen to. I have had to invest into this and try to grow as a person, as a business. If someone had $10,000 in the bank, but they had an awful camera, an awful light, an awful microphone, you're not going to listen to them. So based off the back of what I'm trying to say is you need to invest pretty much everything you have into your business and take that risk. Aside from personal needs that you obviously need to pay for, try and cut down costs as much as you can in your personal life and just invest. The best analogy that I have for this is it's like launching a rocket into space. At the start, trying to propel yourself off of the ground, the force needed is exponential, right? You're going to have to put so much time, so much effort, so much money to just get off of the ground. And from here, it's very simple to scale, because once you have the equipment, once you have everything you need, you can run less in ads and have more organic reach because you've gotten off of the ground, gotten off of that very baseline level. And it's how a lot of people are failing at the moment. They may take home 10, 20, $30,000 in the bank. That's amazing, but from there they can never grow. They've been sitting on the same revenue number, maybe even decreasing a little bit since the start of their business, and they're just not getting anywhere because they're too scared to go and invest in what they need to. If you look at people where you want to be and where you are, they've obviously invested in things that you need to invest into as well. Whether this be if you're starting and you have to get a part-time job to get funds, you need to go and do that, okay? Online business, I don't know where the idea came from that you can kind of start from complete zero. Now, the idea of starting from complete zero is cool and it's amazing and it is possible, but the amount of time needed to get there is going to be 10 times, probably 100 times longer than if you had the actual investment to start, right? If someone had no prior knowledge of an agency or SMA or any online business, but they had the right investments, they had money for ads, they had money for setup, they had money to travel, they had money to do everything they needed to do, build the right teams in place, have the right systems, have the right softwares, they're going to absolutely destroy you every single time. So what I want you to do is work out a very baseline level of what you need to survive, okay? And this is what your baseline, you're going to have to pay every month. Maybe this is bills, maybe this is food, maybe this is travel, whatever it is, there is a baseline level that you need to understand that you have. Okay, we have our own sort of expenses tracking calculator. You can get someone to buy, you can buy someone on sort of Fiverr to make one for you. We do it in sheets. If we put money here, it goes here, and it sort of adds up all the costs that we have. So we know our baseline costs of what everything will cost all of the time. So maybe this is our team, maybe this is our personal income, whatever it is that we need to just survive on this planet. That's our initial income. Now, anything past that point is pure investments, either ads, equipment, traveling, systems, or teams, right? So one of the 5 that will help us grow as a business is in that category, and we're going to be pushing even more every single time we get more, generate more revenue, generate more money, and it's just a compounding effect. If I put $100 into ads today and I get $1 cost per follow, and let's say I sign one client for $3,000, now the next time, because I've grown from the back of the ad, now I have another client result, I could maybe put in $1,000 and I only have 60p cost per acquisition, cost per follow, and then I'm signing $10, $20, $30,000 worth of value, which allows me to exponentially scale. To work out what would be the best investments to take you forward, for a lot of you out there, this may even be in coaches or programs. I remember, I'm going to pop up a picture right now of me spending $9,000 on a single program to help me scale, because the way that I look at it is you're going to just be shooting in the dark. If you don't understand something, how are you going to learn if you don't know what direction to go in? If someone told you to pass a maths exam without a maths teacher, you would have never learned algebra or calculus, whatever needed on that test. You would have never learned it because no one can teach you the way to actually get there. So a big thing for me has always been investing into other people, other agencies, into other services to always help me grow as a person and as a business owner, because they may be where you want to be and they've taken the journey already, so they can see, oh, okay, change this way, and it's sort of a solidified that you can never fail in business. And this is what I like about it, is like, if someone's already done what you've done and where you want to be, they know each step that you need to take to get to this point, right? So they'll say, oh no, don't have your sales process like that, have it like this, and you may increase by 20%. So it's just the percent of increase. Even right now for me, I've stopped investing in programs because I'm at a point where we've invested over $10,000 in programs. We sort of know the whole SMA game. It's now more about a broad game. So I would rather go to maybe masterminds. Definitely one out here in Dubai would be cool, going to masterminds, seeing what other business owners sort of talk about, maybe 7-figure business owners talking about the wide spectrum. But at the start, maybe just invest in an SMA course, invest into an SMA program, get a coach behind you, learn how the ropes work, learn what the best acquisition process is, learn where you should be pivoting your agency and what you'll actually do. And this will allow you to continuously grow, scale your business, and have even more money back into invest, maybe into different coaches, in different programs, to continuously scale up and increase your revenue. If you're one of them people that just sits there and says, no, I'll wait for 10K, I'll wait for 15K to invest, it's like saying, oh no, I'm going to wait to get shredded and then I'll get a PT. It's like you're doing everything back to front. You're going to be trying this and that, and it's never going to be working, you're never going to be motivated, and you're never going to be on the right path to get to where you want to be. So I would always recommend you invest into something like a program or a course to get you to that next stage, and to make sure that you have a clear light at the end of the tunnel that you're trying to aim to get to. Because without that, you're just shooting arrows in the dark, and the chances that you hit anything is probably zero. The chances that it comes back and hits yourself is very, very high. With any money that you get. So your next client, you could make $1,000 profit. What would take you to the next level the best way? Let's say you are a content agency and you do make content yourself to try and push that. Would it be someone that does content, right? If let's say right now you purely rely on cold outreach, would it maybe be hiring another person to do more cold outreach? Maybe a software to automate this system, right? Try and figure out in order what you need to get done to add to your baseline. So now my baseline is, okay, every single month I'm spending $100 in ads. I'm spending this, I'm paying this team member, to keep increasing your baseline, but also just reinvesting back into your business until you can start growing. Because once you get to a point where, let's say you are following the Ascendance Creator business model, you have 10,000 followers and subs behind you, you can grow organically. You don't have to sort of run any ads anymore, and you're going to be able to generate 30, 50, 100K every single month because you have that backbone behind you. So I'll say this, and this is sort of the unfortunate truth that you have to face, and I had to face, right? Last month I spent over $15,000, and I've had multiple months where I've spent over $10,000, right? And I'm 18 years old, which at the start it was a very sort of scary feat to go to, because, oh, I could take that money and I could buy this apartment, I could be comfortable for the next 6 months. But online business is never about comfort. And until you have 20, 30 million in the bank, you're not going to be comfortable, and it's all about taking the risk, okay? If I put all of this into, I'm not going to go broke because I'm risking it all. I'm putting all my money into it, and it's going to eventually grow because people see that I put in the effort, the money, and the time. Like right now, like I said at the start of the video, you're listening to me because of where I am and what I'm doing, which will boost the amount of views, boost my amount of subscribers, increase my monthly recurring revenue, all because I decided to take the risk and invest into something, which a lot of you may not want to right now. So for the next 2 to 3 years, see your online business just as a growth phase where you're going to be investing every additional income that you have back into the business to increase the quality, increase the perception, increase everything that you have to get to a point where you can easily scale without having any constraints behind you. And if you do want this online business to be your full-time income, you're going to have to take the risk. You're going to fall behind people that are going to be investing above you, going to be making money, going to be having better teams, getting better service delivery. It all just always adds up to who can invest the most and get out the most in the end. But apart from that, hopefully you guys enjoyed. If you can drop a like and subscribe, that would be appreciated. There is a link down below on how you can guarantee your next 10 clients. But apart from that, I'll see you guys in the next one, and peace. Okay, cool, boys. So hopefully you guys enjoyed that. Now what we're going to be going into is talent ideology, okay? You cannot do everything yourself. That's a fact. That's something we were speaking about a little bit earlier. Is like, hey, you can't do everything yourself. To scale, you need people even better than yourself in their individual roles to take over parts of the community, okay? This is a hard roadblock to a lot of people as they struggle to get over it, because as humans, we always believe we're better than the next person, okay? You probably believe, I believe it, you believe it, we all believe that, no, I can do that better, right? It's just like a ego, especially if you have like quite a high ego in yourself, especially if you're, I just say like a male, right? You're always just like, oh, I can do that. But even if I can't, right, I can do that better. If someone said to me, maybe this is my delusional ego or whatever, right? If someone said to me, oh, Michael Phelps is a faster swimmer, I'd be like, no, I could probably swim faster. I bet I definitely couldn't, right? That's probably a bad example. But you get the idea. There's a lot of stuff that even if I couldn't do better, I could be like, no, I could do that better, right? So it's very hard, especially in business, when you kind of learn all the skills. So like you learn how to appointment set, you learn how to sell, you learn how to market, you then start getting an ego believing you're the best. But trust me, if you're at $10,000 a month, there's people that have worked in $100,000 a month companies that have taken them there. You're not that good, right? You're sticking yourself, and this is what I said earlier, you're the biggest constraint of your business at $10,000 a month. Period. Fact, right? You're the biggest constraint in the business, not the next team member, not the next SOP. It's you, because you're holding everyone back by believing you can do everything, by not allowing to outsource to different talent, not spending money, not investing. You're that biggest bottleneck. And that is what I see all the time in every single business, is the owner is the problem, right? Whether they're storing the capital and not reinvesting, whether again they're stuck in delivery and they're giving 20% here, 20% here, 20% here, 20% here. So clients churn, outreach doesn't perform as well when they could automate. Clients get better results. There's better outreach results and numbers. But again, people don't believe that, okay? It's the reason I see 99% of businesses struggling. Like I said, they, instead of like giving their attention to other people. So you can see here, if you're giving 33.3% reoccurring to marketing, you're doing the same to sales, you're doing the same delivery, you're not putting as much effort into it, right? If I was having to write my clients emails every week instead of hiring a copywriter, then I'm wasting time and I'm not putting that much effort and I'm not that skilled, right? Because after I write them emails, I'm then going to do a bunch of other stuff. When a copywriter only writes copy. That's all they do, right? So you need to find people that are dedicated and skilled in their individual area that you can go and work with, right? That you can, place into the business and scale, okay? Whereas instead, if you could replace each department with with talent as better than you, then they can dedicate all of their time and all of their effort into it. You can see 100%, 100%, 100%. So let me show you a little bit more of what this looks like. So, right, if you have yourself here, right, this is what I believe personally you should be doing every single day. This is should be your main task. You should be building your, you should not be building back-end systems, but building out bigger infrastructures, okay? Building out bigger plans, not delivering, not sending in an edit, but building a infrastructure of editors, how that's going to run, the SOPs behind it, hiring, placing talent on a different level. You should also be marketing. You should also be doing all of this. Now, this is where everything should be automated, right? From every step of the business. And we went over it a second ago. If we're sending outreach, that needs to be automated by an appointment setter and a lead scraper. You should not be doing that. And again, that will allow all effort to go into this 100% and to scale. Okay, very simply. We also, apart from outreach, when they come on board, you may have, maybe not be a sales rep right now, but the sales system, that should be automated. The same with like the delivery system. If you're doing, editing, edits, again, it's kind of like what we went over here, right? It's just, this should all be automated. This should all be built with talent in mind. Instead, that could mean you go down to 40, and this is what people get scared of, right? Let's say right now your SMA is on 70% margins. So realistically, let's say you're making $7,000 a month, and if you did this, you're making $4,000 a month. Now, what people don't see is the fact that this business, right? So let's say this business is going to, because you're focusing on it, you're going to maybe sign 2 clients, but 4 are going to churn. So the next month you're going to be 6,000, but maybe the next month you go back up to 8. This is what will happen for the next year of your life unless you fix it up. Trust me, I've seen this happen before. You will go from 6 to 8, you'll then maybe go to 9, and then you'll go back down to 5, and then you'll go to 6. You just hit baseline. Trust me, I've seen this before, right? Baseline poor numbers. But if you're at this percent and you're automating and you're scaling, what will happen is the next month, because clients stay on and also you sign a bunch more clients, you're at 10,000. Then what will happen is the next month you go to 20,000. Then the next month you maybe go to 28. The next month you maybe go to 35. But guess what? You can continuously scale. Why? Because you're focusing on systems and your team's focusing on getting new clients and delivering, while you can focus on the whole overview instead of being inside of, hey, I need a new client. Oh, no, I need to deliver, right? There's no point in you doing that. You're wasting time. You're wasting money. You're wasting effort, right? So instead of sitting and complaining about, oh, I'm going to have to drop my margins. I'm going to have to spend $3,000 a month on this guy. I'm going to have to invest in this program. I'm going to have to, bro, just do it, because you're going to scale 10 times quicker. You're going to scale 10 times further, and you're not going to hold your business back. So, yeah, like I said, that is how you should look at talent. That is what you should be doing to hire your talent, place your talent, and all of that. Now, finally, what we have is continuous investment. One of the biggest lessons I ever learned when it comes to money is it is a tool to allow faster progression, unlock insights, and tools that will allow you to reach the next amount. Now, like I literally just showed in that example of maybe going down to 40% margins, etc., when you start looking at money as the way that people in a 9-to-5 look at money to survive, you look at it in a survival basis. You look at it in a scarcity type mindset. That is completely wrong. What we want to do is disengage, just remove the connotation of what money is presented as. I don't see money as something that will allow me to survive for the next 40 years, because I know, and this is what you should know as well, I have built a skill that if touch wood, it doesn't happen, but if something bad, super bad happens, I now have the skills to maybe get into sales, maybe sign a few more clients. I always have the ability to survive. I myself have built skills up enough to survive on a baseline level, which at $10,000 a month, you have as well. You have the ability to scale any business model, any business. You have the ability to get any job because you've got proof of concept or whatever it is, right? You are completely safe. So remove the connotation of it's a survival asset. Remove that. And that kind of goes away anyway when you hit 50, 70K in your bank account. You kind of like remove it off. It's like, okay, I'm comfy, I'm chilling, I'm good, I'm chilling, right? But what we then want to do with our money is like, okay, hey, I want, and what maybe you want to do is set like a baseline, okay? I want to always have 10 grand in my bank, okay? I want to have that, cool. You can get to that, scale to that point, cool. Past that point, you could say 10K is my zero, so it allows you a 10K kind of margin error if you mess up quite a lot, right? And that's a good idea to have, right? But now you have all of this money above this shouldn't be seen as Lamborghini money. It shouldn't be seen as, expensive trips that have no ROI. Now, I know I may seem like I'm not disingenuous, but speaking at my arse in some type of sense, because I go on these fancy trips, I get these nice cars, etc. But I will say it's for marketing more, because that's what it is, right? If I went on holiday and I didn't record anything, then I'm not pushing I'm doing that Lamborghini thing. I'm spending the money for the sake of spending the money. At 19, I've written a vow to myself, right? I've got years, right? When I want to live my dream life at like 25, right? It's kind of like when I want it. So I've got 6 years of pain, right? Is kind of what I've subjected myself to, because there's nothing really else I can do. At 21, you can't even drink in the US. You can't do anything fun. I'm not going to have kids or get married till 25 at least. So like this period of my life is just kind of like lonely building, right? Kind of like introverted building, which I'm comfy with. I'm happy with. But all of this money is a tool, right? All of this money is, instead of Lambo, it's, can I invest into the next coaching program? Like I said, I've spent thousands. I've spent $9,000 on a single program, right? Investment is the biggest key to scaling to the next point, because like I said as well, we literally paid, and I think I say this inside of here, we literally paid, as long as you look at money in the 9-to-5 way 9-to-5ers do, trying to save it, being worried about having a scarce mindset, you always stay poor, okay? You need to understand it is a tool to get you to the next level, okay? If there is something we don't know or need, we will pay for it straight away, so we do not have any constraint. Like I said, the other day we paid $1,000 for an hour to refine our ads. This will get us millions back, but if we were scared, it would never happen, okay? This will generate us millions of dollars. Again, the same applies for why we've invested in so many programs, and it's the reason we're ahead of everyone. You need a mentor. You need someone to guide you in the right direction, because you may, for example, this is how bad it is without a mentor, in my personal opinion. Let me quickly pull up a Miro to show you. So let's say I try and figure it out myself. So let's say I'm here, I've got my SMA, I've built it, right? Let's say I've got my SMA and I've built it, right? And let's say right now I'm going with a offer, right? What could happen is I could outreach for 3 months and no one, I get zero interest. Now, I could then find out at the end of these 3 months, this offer is not good. And then I could try for another 3 months, but maybe it gets another 0 clients. Now I've tried for 6 months wasted. Whereas, and the reason why clients get quick results, and you see it, if you ever look at our multiply clients.io page, our clients go from 0 to 12K a week, 0 to 20K a month, 0 to 10 clients in their first week, right? It's because it's just about the right systems, and then you can scale it from there with the right inputs, okay? Instead, if you maybe got your offer and you checked it with a mentor, right? And then so for example, you paid the mentor, they check the offer, they say it's not proven, so you skip out on the 6 months, and then you go back to the market and you sign a client, your first client, in 1 week. You've saved 6 months for 1 week. Now, in that 6 month mark, you could be at $30,000 a month, whereas on the other side, if we didn't just want to invest $4,000, $3,000, whatever it is, if we didn't want to sell our car and invest, if we weren't fully involved in it, then we would still be at 0 after 6 months, and this will look like a failing business model. It's why we've scaled so quick, because we invest, right? And we give it all to our clients as well. We invest in tracking sheets, we invest in teams, we invest in knowledge, right? We invest in all of this, so we are never behind the curve. Because my last one is, oh, but I've got $10,000 in my bank account. Yeah, but you have no income raising, you're not scaling, you're not growing, which is what I would rather do than sit with, oh, cool, I've got some money in the bank account. That doesn't mean anything. I want to have knowledge, I want to have teams, I want to have training, right? So what I would say to you is invest as much as you can. Never invest into a course, ever. That is the worst thing you can do. If you see a course that's like 697, 997, 4447, and like it's branded as a course, never invest in it. You're going to get scammed. It's going to have the exact same information that I've given you in this video here. So take this as your course. This is you've saved $997, $999, $900. $997. Yeah, I don't know. I'm tripping. $997 you've saved. Maybe $2-3 grand you've saved on information. So I've given you all the information you need to know. What you now need is a mentor. You now need someone to proof check it. You now need someone to validate it. You now need tracking sheets. You now need hiring systems. You now need SOPs. Now, personally, we can give you that at multiplyclients.io. But that is the investment you obviously need to make, okay? People can teach you one-on-one. You can pay for that specific model. You can pay for people that have already done it before, okay? This can also apply for tools. We make every client get a Multiply Pro software to do everything we've already shown. Remember, no one cares if you're moving slowly. They're going to go at speed. Remember, like I said, no one's going to go at your pace. Everyone goes at their individual pace. Now, if that means you're going this slow, but someone's going this fast, they're just going to they're outdoing you. They're going to outscale. It's not like they're going to slow down and wait for you. No, everyone runs the game at their own speed. And if you're not catching up and if you're not involved, then you're not involved, right? So stuff like one-on-one programs, stuff like agencies to help you, stuff like Multiply Pro, softwares, Go High Levels, etc. Just stuff that helps you, Zappiers, whatever it is. If we're not investing our money, then we can never expect to scale because, you know, we haven't invested in anything. So that is everything to do with scaling your SMA. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. This will help you go from $10,000 a month and hopefully scale past that point to 20, 30, 40, 50. Make sure you take this in mind. If there's a key lesson out of this, make sure you understand money is a tool that will allow you to move faster, and objectively don't look at it as a 9-to-5 type of tool. Look at it as something that can change your whole life, okay? So disembody that ideology and start scaling from there. So hopefully you guys enjoyed. This is obviously the last module. I'm going to do a little outro now that I've already pre-filmed, but yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed. I'm just going to say a quick message. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the full 12-hour free course. It's been a journey. It's been a long one. I've enjoyed it. I may seem a little bit tired now because I am very tired. It's been a long thing coming. It's been a long thing in the making. From this point on, you're going to see a bunch of videos coming from myself. I'm really going to start, pushing out YouTube again. I found I was scared when we were scaling our agency and we hit, like I said, $30,000 a month, etc. I realized that one of my biggest, because when money, it's not like I'm not the richest man in the world, right? But when money, because objectively, I don't really care about the Lambos and all the stuff. If I can travel, if I can deliver amazing results and I can make good money, then I don't really care, right? I'm going to obviously scale. I'm 19. I've got so much ahead of me. I'm obviously going to do that stuff, right? Out of the way. But I found that, hey, I really enjoy helping people. I enjoy building stuff like this. Even if I don't get any return out of it, this is generally something that it fulfills me. Over money, right? Over money, helping fulfills me more than anything, and building something great, building something that can generally get results. When I, see when I see people, let's say, message me off the back of this and they're like, hey, I scouted to this, I did this, I signed this client, that generally fulfills me over hitting an extra 50K with my agency, right? That doesn't fulfill me as much. So yeah, that is basically everything. Side note, the top link in the description, if you've watched this whole free course and you do want help from myself, I am here to help you. What we do at our agency is we help agencies, coaches scale. We can get you to $15,000, $30,000 a month guaranteed very easily. So if you do just want to guarantee that you get your SMA to a certain point after watching this, then that is all cool. But apart from that, again, like I said, there's going to be an outro in a second. But again, appreciate you guys watching the full thing, and I'll see you soon. So I know it was a long one. I hope you enjoyed the full 12-hour free SMMA course. Make sure to like and subscribe. For all the value that I just dropped, drop a comment of, your best moment and some results that you've gotten after watching this free full 12-hour course. And if you do need any more help past these 12 hours working with myself and my team directly to scale your own SMA guaranteed, then you can click the top link of the description and watch the free training to see what we can do and if we can help you. But apart from that, thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you soon.